I was originally an orphan, but fortunately, I was adopted by a mercenary. On my 22nd birthday, my adoptive father was celebrating with me. Unexpectedly, we were hunted down by another group of mercenary enemies. My adoptive father and I both died in the gunfight. In the dark sky, a flash of lightning cut through the night sky, and something with a trail of fire fell from the sky. And this is what it felt like when I traveled through time and space. I lost my original body and came to this apocalypse filled with killing. Zombies are rampant here, devouring the remains of the survivors. I opened my eyes but couldn't feel my heartbeat. I looked around and saw cold metal walls. I looked down at my hand, a glowing mechanical arm with complicated wires running through it. My body felt cold and unfamiliar, and I realized I was no longer human. Recalling my memories from my previous life before the time travel, I realized that the disturbing prophecy had come true. The appearance of zombies and strange beasts is not alien visitors, but the result of human beings' greedy pursuit of mechanical power. They were the product of an experiment that went out of control, and I was the only successful exception in the experiment. But humanity's hope ultimately lies in the power of science and technology. Mechas, battleships, and laser cannons became the only barrier against the alien beasts, and I became one of them. As the battles in the future become more intense, my body will be completely transformed until it becomes a cold and ruthless pure machine. When I tried to uncover the truth, I found that the surviving humans saw me as an enemy. In their eyes, I am nothing more than a cold machine, another kind of alien beast. In this life, I thought I had traveled to an apocalyptic battlefield, but found myself in a vortex of conspiracy between technology and human nature. I must find the real enemy in this darkness and decide whether I am a puppet of fate or the master of my own will. My name is Chun-Fan. Now, 90% of my body is mechanical, with only a few traces of humanity remaining. The experience of time travel is still clear in my mind, but it seems like a world away. At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded all around, and the figure of a zombie emerged in the abandoned teaching building. Roar, roar, roar. Those hideous faces were distorted, their empty eye sockets locked onto me, but they passed by me without any movement. I stood there quietly, and the lack of blood and flesh made the zombies ignore my existence. However, I knew that if blood came, they would bite me immediately. I pulled out the energy pistol from my waist. A blue bullet whizzed out. A zombie's head exploded instantly, and the body fell heavily to the ground. I took out my dagger and began to harvest their lives one by one. With a flash of the knife, the zombies' heads were cut off neatly. I am very familiar with this kind of thing. My adoptive father taught me how to kill the target accurately and fatally. Now, my mechanized body allows me to do things with greater ease. When I dug out the crystal core, my thoughts couldn't help but return to the truth told by the system. 70% of the humans in this world have turned into zombies. It is somewhat similar to the apocalyptic novels I read before, but there are no evolvers who can become stronger by swallowing crystal cores. The role of the crystal core is simple and cruel, to provide me with energy in exchange for points. Although the system is gone, its store still exists. I put away the 3 milky white crystal cores and frowned slightly. 3 crystal cores, the drop rate is really low. This is the only gain I got in exchange for 50 or 60 zombies. I dropped the crystal core directly into my chest, and the energy turbine there started to spin rapidly, absorbing every bit of energy. I opened the system panel. The system showed that the energy gun and dagger were gifts left by the system, which were only effective for me, but also consumed the energy in my body. Looking at the data on the panel, I realized that there was not much time left. I need more crystal cores, otherwise when the energy is exhausted, I will fall into a deep sleep, which is tantamount to death. This is the school, right? I whispered. The dilapidated teaching buildings around me vaguely revealed some of their former glory. Zombies are densely packed in this area, making it a good place to collect crystal cores. I tore the tattered coat from a zombie and put it on myself, covering part of my mechanized body. The metal on my arm is still exposed, and I can't find any gloves for the time being, so this is the only option. The playground behind me gradually faded away, and I walked into the dark corridor of the teaching building with a dagger in hand. The footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, and I knew that time was running out. The system's final warning is still fresh in our minds. Zombies will evolve, and more powerful enemies are about to arrive. Human beings are not completely desperate at this moment, but in this endless darkness, the collapse of humanity is only a matter of time. I must become strong quickly in this doomsday. The crystal core is not only a source of energy, but also my only hope. I gripped the dagger tightly and walked out of the pile of corpses in the playground. The air around me was filled with the smell of decay and rust. The crystal cord dug out from under the head of the zombie I had just killed was flashing a faint, milky white light in my palm. Although the system no longer exists, the system store is still functional. I converted the 5 crystal cores into points and exchanged them for some much-needed equipment. I quickly purchased a low-level combat movement simulation program and an assault rifle. The program was integrated into my mechanized brain. My perception expanded instantly, and my body became as light and agile as if it had been restarted. The assault rifle was slung over my shoulder, the dagger was still in my hand, and the grenade was carefully placed in my pocket. Although there are still many things I want, my points are limited, so I can only include those high-priced equipment in my plan for the time being. I walked out of the playground and came to the cafeteria. Through the broken window, I heard the roars of zombies and faint human cries coming from the cafeteria. It's only been 3 or 4 days since the end of the world, and the survivors haven't fallen into complete despair, but I can hear fear and despair in their voices. I slowly approached the cafeteria door, pointed the gun at the inside, and stepped in. My eyes quickly scanned the situation in the cafeteria. Dozens of zombies gathered in the hall, surrounded by tables and chairs, roaring wildly, trying to rush to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, a dozen survivors were huddled together, their eyes filled with panic. "Who of you will go out and lure out those zombies?" a burly boy named Long shouted. He put his hands on his hips and glanced at the people around him. "Give him more of the food we get later. Really, anyone who lies is a puppy." When the people around heard this, they immediately showed contempt. "Why don't you go, Long? Do you think we are fools?" someone sneered. "There are so many zombies down there. Whoever goes down first will die," another person added. "If I seduce you, who will protect you?" Long said impatiently, showing off his muscles. However, there were bursts of laughter all around Long. "You? Protect us? When those zombies appeared before, you were the one who ran the fastest," someone said sarcastically. "Stop arguing." A girl wearing glasses stood up and whispered, "I think we should not go down. It would be better to wait for the military to rescue us." Long interrupted her abruptly. "What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten the police before?" As soon as he showed up, he was torn to pieces by the zombies. "Now, the best way is to save yourself," Long said helplessly. These words caused everyone to fall silent. They all knew he was right, but no one wanted to take the risk. Long was too lazy to continue persuading. He just turned aside and clenched the wooden stick in his hand. At this moment, a thin man suddenly rushed out from the corner, holding a sharp piece of iron in his hand. He pounced on a girl, and the sharp iron piece pierced her neck without hesitation, and blood spurted out instantly. The girl struggled violently at first, but soon her movements became stiff and her eyes lost their luster. "Ah, are you crazy?" The terrified screams echoed in the cafeteria. The other survivors retreated one after another, and some even began to vomit. Li Chi stood up, wiped the blood off his face, and looked at everyone coldly. "Okay, throw her down and attract those zombies." Fear spread among the crowd, and no one dared to disobey Li Chi's words. Although they hated him, they were more afraid of those cold eyes. The few people whose names were called picked up the corpse tremblingly and walked towards the group of zombies downstairs. Long witnessed all this not far away, and the stick in his hand trembled unconsciously. I stood at the gate, watching the bloody farce, my finger lightly on the trigger of my assault rifle. The human beings before us have begun to collapse under the pressure of the end of the world. What they called self-rescue has turned into brutal self-destruction. Without hesitation, I raised my gun and aimed at the group of zombies downstairs. Rather than watching these people self-destruct, it is better to address the threat at hand. I need them to show me the way. This strange ruined city hides too many unknown dangers. Bang! A blue bullet cut through the air and the zombie's head exploded downstairs. The survivors in the cafeteria looked at me suddenly, with surprise and inexplicable hope in their eyes. "If you want to survive, you have to cooperate with me." My voice was calm, but my eyes swept over them uncompromisingly. "Who leads the way?" The corridor on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria was filled with tension and fear. The survivors who had been huddled quietly on the 3rd floor were tempted by the food and went down the ladder to the 2nd floor, but they accidentally caused a disaster. The sound of falling and the helpless cries soon attracted more zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies below roared madly and rushed up the stairs like a tide. Long and Li Chi managed to kill some of them, but these guys were not afraid of pain and were tireless, and soon more zombies swarmed in. Run. Don't block the way, someone screamed, pulling the people around him to escape upwards. However, the narrow staircase was blocked by Li Long, who was holding several packages of supplies and blocking the ladder, his face full of fear and selfishness. The survivors trapped below shouted upwards in despair, "Li Long, give us a hand, please." However, Li Long guarded the stairs tightly and watched coldly. "You guys brought this monster upon yourselves, don't blame me." Li Long gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, gripping the wooden stick tighter in his hand. Beside him, Li Qi just stared coldly at the struggling crowd below. He watched expressionlessly as a girl was knocked down by a zombie, blood splattered, and the girl's screams gradually became weaker. The other person chose to jump off the building, but was overwhelmed by the zombie swarm the moment he landed. He disappeared into their claws without even a scream. "You have to deal with the monsters you attracted yourself," Li Qi said indifferently to the last girl with a frightened look on her face. Then, he pushed the ladder over without hesitation, and the wooden ladder fell to the ground with a crisp and sharp thud. "You can't do this." "Ah!" The girl's desperate cry was quickly swallowed up by the zombie's howls. Li Qi turned around with a sneer, a hint of cruelty revealed on his blood-stained face, as if what he had just done was just throwing away a piece of waste. At this time, I was already outside the cafeteria. Through the window, I saw everything that happened upstairs. My face was cold. I raised my assault rifle and aimed at the group of zombies rushing towards the second floor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets whizzed out and knocked down a group of zombies. When I ran out of bullets, I immediately took out a grenade and threw it towards the area where the zombies were concentrated. Boom! After a few loud noises, the grenade exploded in the zombie group. Flames and debris flew in front of the cafeteria, and a large number of zombies were blown into a bloody mess. The survivors upstairs looked at all this in amazement. "He has a gun. He can help us escape," someone shouted excitedly. Even Li Qi and Li Long could not hide the surprise in their eyes. "Hurry, move the tables and chairs away. Let's go down and follow him." Others also responded, seeing a glimmer of hope in the fear, and quickly moved away the obstacles blocking the stairs. I was on guard at the entrance of the cafeteria while quickly digging out the crystal core of the fallen zombie. To me, these crystal cores are energy and points, far more important than those wavering human natures. I caught a glimpse of the crowd rushing down from the upper floor, and I just said coldly, "Hurry up, if you want to stay alive." Those people ran across the pile of corpses in a panic, smelling the strong smell of blood, and many of them vomited on the spot. However, when they saw the flashing white crystal core in my hand, a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. Someone whispered, "That's a crystal core, right? Can I become stronger if I eat it?" At this moment, a girl excitedly dug a crystal core out of a zombie's head and cheered loudly, "I found one." Bang! I immediately pointed my pistol at her, with the cold muzzle pointing directly at her forehead. "If you don't want to die, let it go." My voice was calm but unquestionable. The girl's face turned pale instantly, and she put down the crystal core with trembling hands. I retracted the gun, turned around, and continued digging for the zombie's head. I have no patience for their stupidity. There are no so-called evolvers in this world. Crystal cores are nothing but poison to them. Just when I was busy collecting crystal cores, I suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind me. I looked back and saw a man lying on the ground, twitching, his face red and his eyes bloodshot. "Pa!" His eyeball suddenly exploded, and blood splattered all over the ground. Roar! With a low roar, a large amount of blood gushed out of the man's mouth. His body began to twist and deform, and his muscles tore apart. "He's going to turn into a zombie!" Someone screamed in horror, and the other survivors were in a panic. I watched this scene coldly, stepped back quickly, and raised my gun to aim at the man who had begun to mutate. This kind of sudden mutation is something I have never seen before. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the bloody air again, and the bullet was aimed directly at the monster that was gradually becoming crazy. After a hail of bullets, the zombie horde was finally suppressed, and the ground was littered with broken limbs and charred corpses. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning, which made people feel nauseous. I leaned against the wall, looked at the devastated battlefield in front of me, and relaxed. Points are burning up so fast. I muttered to myself, my eyes scanning the zombie heads on the ground that were smashed by the turrets. Crystal cores, these little things, are the scarcest resources in the apocalypse. Although the bullets fired by the artillery were ruthless, they also caused me to lose a lot of points. more than 10,000 bullets, which almost emptied my savings from these battles. But I know that this battle is necessary, otherwise I will never be able to escape from this sea of zombies. I walked to the pile of zombies and began to quickly harvest the crystal cores from their heads. The turret was still turning beside him, alert to possible threats all around. The group of people who were calling for help in the teaching building just now gradually disappeared behind the windows. They probably lost hope after seeing that I didn't respond. However, the survivors who followed me in the cafeteria approached me hesitantly, but the look in their eyes was still full of fear. A survivor said, "Who is that guy? He can take care of so many zombies by himself?" Another survivor said, "He doesn't look like an ordinary person. How come he is not afraid of these monsters at all?" I heard these whispers in my ears, but I was too lazy to pay attention and concentrated on digging the crystal core. The crystal cores fell into my palms one by one, emitting a faint warm light. This temperature was the only warmth that my cold and hard mechanical body could feel. Just as I was collecting crystal cores, familiar footsteps sounded behind me. I didn't look back, but I knew it was those people in the cafeteria who wanted to get close to me. But there was a tension in their aura, as if something was brewing. I frowned, exerted a little force on the dagger in my hand, and said coldly, "Stop. What do you want to do?" A man trembled and said, We just want to see if we can go with you. This place is too dangerous. There are so many zombies. We can't hold on for long." I sneered, turned around, and swept my cold eyes over them. "Take you with me? Why? Do you have the fighting power? What benefits can you bring to me?" The man looked bitter, but he didn't dare to contradict him. He could only lower his head and mutter, We will follow your command and won't cause any trouble." Humph. I snorted coldly, ignored them, and continued to collect the crystal cores. Follow me? If it weren't for the human relations in the last days, I would have thrown away this kind of trash long ago. Although I let them follow me now, it is only a temporary measure. If I were ever in danger, I would never risk their safety. The person behind me seemed relieved to see that I stopped talking and followed me carefully. But they don't know that I have already made preparations. Once these people make any unusual moves, I will harvest them without hesitation. After resting for a while, I stood up and checked the points in my hand. More than 100 points, enough to replenish some consumption. I exchanged for a few bottles of energy drinks and replenished the energy reserves in my body. My mechanical body instantly regained its previous vitality. I glanced at the zombie corpses not far away, and after making sure that the surroundings were temporarily safe, I walked towards the abandoned teaching building. Those people who called for help just now were probably still trapped in the building. They thought I would go to rescue them, but they didn't know that I was more concerned about whether they could provide useful information. When I walked downstairs to the teaching building, I looked up and saw the frightened faces of those people sticking out of the windows. A middle-aged man plucked up the courage to shout at me, "Save us! Please, we have nowhere to go." I was silent for a moment, my fingers gently stroking the assault rifle at my waist. It's only been a few days since the end of the world, and despair has already caused these people to collapse. They thought that meeting a man with a gun meant they had found hope, but they didn't know that the gun in my hand was not for protecting them. "How long have you been trapped here?" I asked coldly, my voice echoing in front of the empty teaching building. "It's been 3 days," the man replied, with a hint of pleading in his tone. "We just want to survive. We can help you with things, even if it's just doing odd jobs or moving things." I smiled. The rules of this world are very simple. The strong survive and the weak perish. I had no intention of bringing these burdens with me, but it's not like I couldn't use them. I said to them, "Well, if you can help me find some useful supplies, such as weapons, food, gasoline, etc., maybe I will consider taking you with me." "Really? Do you keep your word?" The person upstairs immediately showed a glimmer of hope and almost rushed to the window. I didn't comment and turned to walk towards the entrance of the teaching building. "Remember, I don't owe you anything. If you are useless next time, I will not show mercy." My voice was as cold as a knife, echoing in the air. The survivors of the cafeteria behind him slowly followed. Although there was fear in their eyes, there was also a kind of dependence and awe. I know they have no choice. Human nature in the end times is as fragile as paper. Once torn, the hideous truth will be revealed. I pushed open the door of the teaching building, and the shadow behind me stretched out in the setting sun. Li Long and others followed closely behind me, their expressions complicated and depressed. The scene just now was too shocking. Even though it only took a blink of an eye for me to kill someone, to them, it seemed like a cold and ruthless verdict. Li Long looked down at the crystal core tightly clenched in his hand. I saw his heart tighten, but he didn't say anything more. He should understand that my cruelty is not a show, but the law of survival. I understand that in this world, weapons in hand are more useful than words. Those students who were shouting to save people didn't have any decent weapons in their hands. Why did they ask me to take the risk to protect them? From the beginning, I never intended to play the role of a savior. Let's go. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense. I glanced at Li Long, who was hiding behind me, and said in a cold voice, my voice is cold as the collision of iron blocks. Li Long nodded, and the others stopped talking and continued to follow my footsteps with their heads down. In front of us, the outline of the library building gradually became clear. This is a relatively spacious area on campus. I targeted this area, both to collect more crystal cores and to investigate the surrounding supplies. In the end times, although knowledge and technology are still valuable, the materials that can directly support survival are obviously more urgent. As I passed the teaching building, the curses in my ears had not yet completely dissipated. The resentful eyes inside and outside the windows seemed to still be staring at me from behind. Boss, are we going straight to the library? Li Long bravely asked in a low voice. Although I felt that he was a little uneasy about my coldness, his only way to survive was in my hands. The library, the laboratory, and another cafeteria. I have to clean up the zombies in these places. I answered simply, with no fluctuations in my tone. I said, if you feel tired, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Li Long swallowed his saliva and did not dare to reply. Although the others looked timid, they did not choose to leave. They knew very well that leaving me would mean losing their only shelter, even if this shelter was extremely cold. We continued walking and finally arrived near the library. There were some scattered zombies wandering in the square in front of the library. My eyes narrowed slightly, and I raised my assault rifle and aimed. A series of gunshots echoed in the air. Before the zombies could even sense the danger, they were torn to pieces by the hail of bullets. Roar, roar. The roar of zombies came from the distance again. I squinted my eyes and whispered to the people behind me, find a place to hide and don't make any noise. Several people hurriedly hid behind an abandoned vehicle and watched my movements nervously. In their eyes, I am like a cold-blooded machine, but at the same time, I am their only hope in this doomsday. Taking a deep breath, I felt the cold air pouring into my mechanized body, and a hint of contemplation appeared in my eyes. I never considered myself a good person, nor did I intend to be a hero. I sat on the stone bench, legs crossed, fingers drumming unconsciously on the butt of my rifle. In the distance, zombie corpses piled up like a mountain, and the people following me were busy digging crystal cores, and their movements were quite skillful. I squinted my eyes slightly, watching the movements in the distance, and occasionally glancing at the people walking out of the library. There were about 200 people, all with expressions of desire and anxiety, as if I was their savior. The vice principal led a group of people towards me, his fat body squeezed in front, his face full of anger. His fat face gleamed oily in the sun, and his frown looked as if it could pinch a fly to death. The students and teachers behind him also had dissatisfied looks on their faces and were muttering something in low voices. I just looked at them coldly with a sarcastic smile on my lips. The vice principal walked up to me, stood still breathlessly, and asked in an almost commanding tone, "How could you do this? We have been waiting in the library for so long, and you just sit here. Even if you are not a soldier, you should have some sense of responsibility," said the vice principal angrily. I raised my eyes and glanced at him and the people behind him. When did I say I would save you? Those who expected me to say a few comforting words and give them hope had their expressions frozen in an instant. The vice principal's face flushed, and he was shaking with anger. "What did you say? There are so many people here. Shouldn't you take us with you? This is your responsibility." "Responsibility?" I sneered. My tone is cold as an ice knife. My responsibility is to survive in this apocalypse. If you think you can survive better, then go ahead. Want to follow me? Then don't have too many illusions. The vice principal was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at me and trembled. You are so selfish. You don't deserve the gun in your hand." I looked at him coldly, shaking the assault rifle in my hand slightly and aiming it casually at his side. "If that's the case, then come and get it." The vice principal looked at the muzzle of the gun and suddenly froze. The blood drained away from his face and his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. The students behind him also quieted down. The anger they had accumulated seemed to completely collapse at this moment. "Boss, Li Long walked to my side hesitantly at this time. holding a few crystal cores in his hand and handed them to me, as if he wanted to ease the atmosphere. I took the crystal core and glanced at the vice principal and the others. Keep digging, I ordered briefly. Li Long nodded and continued to dig for the crystal core with the others. The people around me were trembling with fear because of what I said. They realized that I was not the savior they expected at all. These people still refused to leave. They gathered around me and looked at me, as if they were still fantasizing about some possibility. I ignored their gazes and just silently observed the surrounding environment, always on guard against possible zombies. I know that the cruelty of this world is far beyond what these people can understand. If they still have any unrealistic expectations, they will be disappointed. If you don't leave, I won't wait for you. I said this and turned to walk towards the teaching building on the other side. Those who came out of the library looked at each other, seemingly still hesitating whether to follow. The vice principal stamped his feet angrily, as if he wanted to say something, but was stopped by the teachers around him. Li Long and several other people followed me carefully, filling their cloth bags with the excavated crystal cores. Looking at these guys busying around, I felt a little helpless. Although they are cold and cruel, at least these people know their positions and how to cooperate. In comparison, those who still think they can be rescued are the real burden. Let's go. There are still a lot of places to clean up ahead. I whispered to Li Long and continued walking forward. The vice president and his group came to me, looking unfriendly, and asked directly, "Which unit are you from? Where is your superior?" I raised my head and gave him a cold look, with undisguised annoyance in my tone. "Get away. You." The vice principal's face instantly turned red. "What's your attitude? We are going to file a complaint against you. Where is your superior? Watch your words." The crowd behind him started to make a noise, pointing at me and saying, "How can such a person carry a weapon? It's simply lawless. Why should he command us?" Bang, bang, bang. I didn't say anything else. I just raised my hand and fired several shots at the ground beneath their feet. The bullets hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing the people to retreat. The people in the front even collapsed on the ground with weak legs and pale faces. I ignored them and turned to walk towards Li Long and the others. The people behind him had gloomy expressions, but they didn't dare to catch up. The vice principal looked at my back. A look of resentment flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I heard him turn around and say to the students behind him, "Students, that guy is threatening us just because he has a gun." The students said angrily, "How can we entrust our safety to a guy like him? I suggest that we take away his weapon and let me protect everyone." The students hesitated, and some whispered, "Will he hand it over? With so many of us here, he won't dare to do it, right?" What the vice president said makes sense. The weapons are safer in our hands. When the vice principal was encouraging them, a girl ran over in a panic. She was the girlfriend of the county magistrate's son whom I had killed before. She ran and shouted, "Principal, Outyin is dead. That guy killed him." After hearing this, the vice president sneered and raised his voice. "How dare he kill even the county magistrate's son? This man is simply lawless." His voice echoed around the field, exciting the crowd even more. "We have to take his gun away. We can't let people like this get away with it. They must pay with their lives. Just take him away and send him to see his superiors." Angry voices came one after another. They slowly gathered together and rushed towards me. I still stood on the stone bench, checking the crystal cores I had just harvested. There were only 9 in total, which was a lot less than I expected. Li Long stood aside, looking nervous, and whispered, "Boss, those people seem to want to attack you." I laughed and responded coldly, "Touch me? Then let's see if they can do it." Soon after, the vice principal stood in front of me with that group of excited people. He waved his arms and shouted, "We have unanimously decided that you must surrender your weapons. You know the reason well, and I don't want to say more." I raised my assault rifle and smiled. "It's right here. Come and get it." The vice principal obviously didn't dare. His face flushed, and he ordered in a stiff tone, "Give it to me. I'm not afraid of you." I narrowed my eyes and said in a tone full of sarcasm, "If you want it, just take it yourself. Do I have to hand it to you like your father?" The vice principal glared at me with gritted teeth, seemed enraged, and reached out to grab my gun. He seemed to be sure that I would not really do anything because of the overwhelming numbers, but he obviously didn't understand me. I never cared about what others thought of me. Poochie! The next second, the dagger in my hand flashed a cold light, and a deep wound was cut on the vice principal's neck, and hot blood gushed out. His eyes widened, his face full of fear and confusion, and then he fell backwards weakly. Who else wants my gun? I retracted the dagger, scanned them with cold eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. There was a dead silence all around. Those people stared at the vice principal's body in a daze, blood spreading on the ground, and their breathing seemed to stop for a moment. The fierce momentum just now turned into silent fear. The bloodstains on the ground and the gradually cooling body of the vice principal made them realize that I was not the saint they thought I was. Without even another glance at them, I turned to Li Long and the others and said, "Let's go. There's no time to waste here." They nodded quickly and followed me closely. I could feel Li Long's nervousness. His hands were shaking slightly, and he looked particularly uneasy when holding the pistol I gave him. He asked cautiously, "Boss, where are we going next?" Without looking back, I answered directly, "Clean up the zombies in the main cafeteria, and you can leave. I no longer intend to pay attention to those people hiding in the library and teaching buildings. I know that the rules of survival in the end times are colder than any morality. If those people still don't understand this truth, then they will only become victims of this disaster." We continued to move forward, and the group of people behind us no longer dared to approach us. Li Long followed me and glanced at me from time to time, as if he was afraid that I would suddenly turn around and stab him. He should know what it means to follow me. Those who follow me make their own choices, and those who stay behind will naturally have their own endings. When we arrived in front of the main cafeteria, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant sky. I looked up and my heart sank. A huge ice-blue figure circled in the sky, with its wings spread out to a length of 20 meters. Dark green flames flowed from its body, darkening the sky. "What is that?" Li Long's voice trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. "A strange beast." I gritted my teeth and said, alarm bells ringing in my heart. The system once reminded me that strange beasts are the most terrifying existences in this world, far beyond those ordinary zombies. The power of the ice dragon in front of me is obviously beyond my ability to contend with right now. "Get down." I pushed Li Long into the haystack next to us, and I followed him and got down too. The ice dragon's eyes scanned the sky, and its breath was enough to make people feel suffocated. I held my breath and tried to reduce my presence as much as possible. However, the ice dragon soon discovered other targets, the group of people who had just walked out of the library. The crowd suddenly panicked. They thought they could escape this disaster, but they didn't expect that disaster would strike from the sky. "Monster!" Screams of fear rang out one after another, and those people fled in panic. "Roar!" The ice dragon roared, spread its wings, and swooped down suddenly. Icy blue cold air gushed out from its huge mouth, instantly freezing a road into ice. Those people who were still running were covered by the cold air and turned into ice sculptures in an instant. The ice dragon then landed on the ground and swept lightly with one of its giant claws. The shattered ice sculptures shattered into countless pieces on the ground like fragile glass. It did not freeze everyone into ice sculptures immediately. Instead, it enjoyed chasing and killing those people on the ground, and tormented them at will as if they were toys. "Save us!" Someone noticed the direction where we were hiding. They shouted desperately towards the bush where I was. "You can't just stand by and watch someone die. Shoot now! Kill this monster!" Listening to these stupid shouts, I put on an icy smile, with a chill in my heart. Save you? For what? At the cost of myself? I silently tightened my grip on the assault rifle in my hand, my eyes cold as ice. "Hurry up and leave." I whispered to the people behind me while the ice dragon was busy slaughtering the crowd. Before they could react, I was the first to turn around and run. Li Long and his companions were stunned for a moment, then followed closely behind, staggering but not daring to stop. The ice dragon's attention was entirely focused on the humans running in all directions, and it didn't notice us escaping at all. I stopped after making sure it was safe. Several people behind me collapsed to the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. The scene of the ice dragon slaughtering humans seemed to be imprinted in their minds, and everyone's face turned pale. "Just wait for me here." I said this and ran towards a place not far away without waiting for their response. Li Long and his companions wanted to catch up, but they were exhausted and could not move. I hid in an abandoned building, made sure there was no one around, quickly called up the system store interface, and browsed the vehicles available for purchase. My eyes were fixed on a military jeep that was equipped with smart programs and cost twice as much as the regular ones, but it was worth it. I placed the order without hesitation. The next moment, the space was slightly distorted, and a 6-meter-long and 2-meter-wide black jeep appeared in front of me. There were 2 turrets on the roof, one as heavy as a Barrett sniper rifle, and the other more like an assault rifle. Boom! The engine roared, and I drove towards Li Long and others. The energy is naturally deducted from my reserves, and of course, I can't choose to go to the gas station to refuel. The car was moving very fast, and I arrived at their hiding place in a few minutes. Looking at the sci-fi jeep I was driving, Li Long and his companions were stunned, and then quickly got into the car. Show the way to the nearest gas station. I started the intelligent driving system, and the car sped away on the road. We bypassed the area where the ice dragon was, and Li Long guided the direction, and soon we arrived at the school gate. The telescopic door was closed. I stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle slammed the door open and rushed out with a roar. There were a lot of zombies wandering outside the school gate. I drove the jeep over them, and the turret on the roof of the car fired wildly. Infrared locked onto the target, and each bullet accurately smashed the zombie's head. The other turret was responsible for clearing out the zombies that approached the car body. The people in the car turned pale as they listened to the roars and explosions in their ears and couldn't help but turn their heads away. I was not affected at all. I kept my eyes on the road ahead and continued to speed along the branch road outside the city. There were too many zombies on the main road, and I didn't want to get stuck. I chose this path to avoid the large-scale zombie horde. How far is it? I asked coldly. 5 kilometers. Li Long answered nervously, holding the pistol tightly in his hand, looking at the zombies that were blown into pieces by the artillery with a complicated expression. I nodded and continued to accelerate, and the speed of the car quickly soared to 80 kilometers per hour. Occasionally, the car would scrape past a disabled vehicle, but the intelligent program adjusted itself well enough that I didn't have to concentrate on steering. There are fewer and fewer buildings on both sides of the road. The gaps between houses are gradually getting bigger, and the road is becoming wider. When the apocalypse first broke out, people in the city were fleeing on the main roads, so these remote branch roads seemed a lot quieter. Finally, we're out of the city, Liwen murmured in the passenger seat, with a hint of relief and anxiety in his voice. As soon as they were out of danger, they began to worry about their families. Boss, can you go and save our parents? Li Long asked cautiously, with a hint of desire in his voice. Give me a reason. I replied indifferently. The car is now taken over by the intelligence system. I don't need to control it, and I have time to listen to his request. I am willing to work like a slave for you. You can ask me to do anything you want me to do. Li Long answered without hesitation. Although Li Long is afraid of death, he is obviously willing to give more for his family. Do you think I need it? I sneered, with disdain in my eyes. Others in the car also came forward and began to beg. I can do the hard labor. I can wash clothes and cook. My sister is very beautiful. I can introduce her to you. Some even made more outrageous suggestions, with anxiety and a hint of pity in their voices. Okay, let's talk about this later. I interrupted them, still in a cold tone. We also need to see if it's on the way. These people obviously saw hope, calmed down temporarily, and nodded in response. I know they are just mortals and don't even have the ability to protect themselves. But I also know that the cruelty of this end of the world cannot be changed by a few people pleading for mercy. If it's on my way, maybe I'll help otherwise. Wasting time is fatal. We drove at a very high speed and soon arrived at our destination, a small gas station of Sinopec. There aren't many zombies here, but there are quite a few scrapped vehicles outside. Apparently, many people tried to come here to refuel in the early days of the apocalypse, but ended up becoming food for the zombies. Get out of the car, I whispered, pulling out my energy dagger. Li Long put away his pistol, tightened his grip on his stick, and followed me nervously. As soon as we approached the gas station, the zombies discovered us. Amidst roars, countless rotten figures pounced towards us. Boom, boom, boom. The turret on the vehicle opened fire automatically, and bullet after bullet accurately shattered the zombies' heads. Chaos suddenly broke out all around. I swung the dagger and pierced the head of a zombie that was rushing towards me, and then punched another zombie hard, smashing his head to pieces. Li Long and others were also fighting desperately on the side. 4 of them surrounded a zombie and beat it fiercely. Although their movements were clumsy, they were able to help a little. While these people were digging for crystal cores, I looked around vigilantly. The presence of the ice dragon made me feel uneasy. Chapter 9 Night is coming. Crack? The last zombie attacked Chin Fan from behind, but Chun Fan turned around and twisted his hands to break the zombie's neck. Drive the car over here. Chin Fan shouted at Li Long, and then came to the gas pump alone. Gurgle, gurgle. Li Wan and the others didn't see that Chin Fan directly put the oil gun into his mouth and drank it. To replenish energy, not only crystal cores, but also fuel can be used. But the amount required is huge. Fortunately, the system can automatically convert things like fuel into energy. If you ask me what gasoline tastes like, I think it tastes like water. The progress is slow, but Chun Fan still has some time, enough to replenish his energy. After Li Wen drove over, he was stunned when he saw Chun Fan drinking gasoline. However, no one said anything. Chun Fan was so powerful, maybe he grew up drinking gasoline. Can you become stronger by drinking gasoline? Li Long fell into deep thought, but he didn't dare to try it. The previous one ate the crystal core and turned into a corpse directly. Who knows if you will die if you drink gasoline? Even if you don't die, you will feel uncomfortable. After all, the smell of gasoline is unpleasant just by smelling it. Afterwards, Li Long started to refuel the jeep, while Chun Fan was still drinking the oil. The remaining 3 people dug for crystal cores while observing the surroundings. He seemed to have gotten used to it. Although his face was still a little pale, he was much more agile than before. After about half an hour, Chun Fan finally replenished his energy. All right, roar. Just as Chun Fan was about to speak, a roar was heard and Chun Fan quickly lay on the ground. The same thing happened to Li Long and others. When Chun Fan lay down, they followed suit. In the direction of the city, an ice dragon appeared. It was flying around in the sky, breathing out cold air towards the ground from time to time. Hurry up and leave. After the ice dragon flew away, Chun Fan stood up and spoke. Doesn't the ice dragon have a lair? How can it run around? Boom, boom, boom. Afterwards, several people got into the jeep, started the vehicle, and left with their backs to the ice dragon. Boss, do you know why these monsters appear? Li Long, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked puzzledly. They were having a physical education class before, and then he fainted for no apparent reason. When I woke up, the world had changed drastically, with zombies running everywhere. This was the first time Li Long and his companions encountered the ice dragon. You can think of it as an interstellar invasion. Chun Fan said that corpse poison and the like were naturally emitted by other civilizations, and that ice dragon was also released by other civilizations. So the question is, why don't other civilizations invade directly, but choose to release corpse poison instead? The answer is also very simple. In order to obtain the crystal core. Crystal cores can be said to be a type of energy. Moreover, zombies can evolve. The stronger the zombie, the more powerful the crystal core born will be. The energy contained in it is extremely huge and can be used as fuel for warships or as ammunition for large weapons. Therefore, in order to obtain the crystal core, other civilizations choose to release corpse poison first. When things here are almost done, launch an invasion. As for those strange beasts, they are to prevent the emergence of powerful warriors on Blue Star. The world is never short of geniuses, and those civilizations naturally want to erase geniuses. Interstellar invasion. Li Long and others were stunned. They had never thought about this aspect at all. I originally thought it was a problem with Blue Planet itself, but I didn't expect it to be an interstellar invasion. As for whether Chun Fan would lie to them, there is absolutely no need. In the eyes of Li Long and others, even if Chun Fan is not a soldier, he has an inseparable relationship with the military. Otherwise, where did they get these weapons? In addition, Chun Fan himself is very strong. He can't be a mercenary. Okay, next, I'm going to the city. Does anyone know the way? Chun Fan asked. City, the city he was most familiar with. It was not too difficult for Chun Fan to wipe out the zombies there. I know. My home is in the city. Suddenly, one person got emotional and spitted everywhere, spraying the person next to him in the face. Okay, you lead the way. If we find a safe zone along the way, I won't take you with me. You have to leave on your own. Chun Fan said that if there was no safe zone and they traveled together, Chun Fan would have the opportunity to understand them. Now that I understand, I'll consider whether to accept it. Who knows if there are any of these people who are one thing in front of their eyes and another behind their backs. Chun Fan didn't want someone to shoot him from behind. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Okay, if there's a safe zone, we'll leave. Don't worry, boss. We won't hold you back. Well, I'm very grateful to you for rescuing us. Everyone said so, but Chun Fan did not speak. Instead, he looked at the road in front of him. It is obviously not possible to take the expressway, as most of the expressways nowadays are blocked. Moreover, there are too many uncertainties on the highway. If a strange beast appears, it will be difficult to escape. Therefore, Chun Fan chose to take the small road, which was almost the small road near the highway. Although no one in the car knew how to get on the path. But it's not a big problem. You will always meet survivors along the way and ask for directions then. As long as the general direction is okay. After a day of fighting, it quickly got dark. The vehicle was still moving, But the zombies were very active at night and their location was not easy to find. Chun Fan's thermal energy detection has no effect on zombies. Thermal energy detection is used against humans. Although Chun Fan also purchased the night vision function, he still did not dare to act at night. So, after driving for a distance, Chun Fan and his companions got out of the car with flashlights. Not far away, there is a two-story house with lights on. It would be much better if there were people around. After all, Li Long and others needed to eat. Secondly, if there is, it is a little safer. Boss, what do you think? If we go in directly, will the other party attack us? Li Long asked beside Chun Fan with a flashlight. He was not afraid of the other party taking action. After all, Chun Fan was there. What Li Long was afraid of was that Chun Fan would take action if he disagreed with someone. It would be fine if he killed a guilty person, but what if it was innocent people? Li Long couldn't bear it. Go ahead and kill him. But it shouldn't happen. Chun Fan said, it shouldn't be possible, just cripple him. Chapter 10. Strange Middle-Aged Man. Boom boom boom. Hello, is anyone there? Soon, everyone arrived outside the house with the lights on. Li Long ran over and knocked on the door, while Chun Fan patrolled the surroundings with a rifle. Who? Just as the door was knocked, a low sound was heard in the house. Judging from the voice, he should be a middle-aged man. But when he heard the other party's movement, Chun Fan smiled and then put away his gun. You reacted so quickly. Had he been waiting inside the door? Great, there's someone. However, Li Long and others obviously did not pay attention to these problems. When they heard the movement inside, they all showed excited expressions. Fellow villagers, we are the survivors who have been exposed and have not been infected. Can we stay in for a night? Don't worry, we'll leave the next day. Li Long spoke quickly. His tone and attitude were quite good. Squeak. Not long after, the person inside seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, the door opened, and the heavy door opened with a sharp creaking sound. Come in. A bearded man appeared in front of Chun Fan and others, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Thank you very much. Li Long and others hurried in, and under the gaze of the middle-aged man, Chun Fan walked in slowly. However, when walking past the middle-aged man, Chun Fan clearly saw a hint of greed in the other's eyes. Apart from greed, there is also a hint of fanaticism. It's like an animal that hasn't eaten for a long time. Sit anywhere you like. It's so late, you probably haven't eaten yet. I have a lot of food here, go get some for you. Then the middle-aged man turned around with a smile on his face. Thank you, thank you. I didn't expect this guy to be so good. Hee hee, we are lucky to have met someone who is easy to talk to. Indeed, this uncle looks like a simple farmer, and he is so kind to strangers. After the middle-aged man turned around and walked into the kitchen at the side, Li Long and others who were sitting on the sofa started discussing. A good man, not necessarily. A discordant voice sounded, and it was naturally said by Chun Fan. Chun Fan picked up a photo frame behind the sofa and said in a calm voice, Boss, why do you say that? I think he's a nice guy. Li Long wondered, if he could invite them in and prepare food for them, then what else could he be but a good person? Yeah, I think he's a good guy too. Boss, you are too nervous. We all have guns. Even if the other party is not a good person, he won't dare to do anything reckless. The three people on the side also said the same thing. In their opinion, they have money, and as long as the other party is not a fool, he will not dare to do anything wrong. Wait a moment, you'll know. Chun Fan smiled and didn't say much. He turned around and returned the photo frame to a distant place. On the photo frame was a photo of a middle-aged man and a little girl. The middle-aged man was naturally the one who opened the door just now. There haven't been many changes, so it must have been taken recently. And that girl looked only 4 or 5 years old. There is only a middle-aged man in this house. So where did the little girl go? When he was outside before, Chun Fan used a thermal imaging program to scan the house and found that there was only a middle-aged man in the house. Even though the girl was sent to another place before the end of the world, there was still a smile on the middle-aged man's face when he opened the door just now. No other expressions. Furthermore, if the girl is the daughter of a middle-aged man, then when the apocalypse breaks out, normally, as a father, he will go looking for his daughter. Of course, it is not ruled out that a middle-aged man is someone who does not value family. However, judging from the photos, the relationship between father and daughter is good. Come on, I just heated up the meat for the soup. Eat it while it's hot. Not long after, the man came out with a pot of steaming food. With a smile still on his face, he put the big basin on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the rice. Wow, that looks pretty good. It smells so good. I didn't expect to be able to eat meat soaked in soup at this time. I'm just so hungry. Looking at the pot of meat and soup on the table, everyone couldn't help but swallow. The aroma that emanated from it made the already hungry people even hungrier. Don't eat yet. Wait for them to serve the food. Looking at the people who were about to pick up their chopsticks, Chen Fan spoke. Yes, that's too unruly. Ha ha ha, sorry, I couldn't help it. But it smells really good. After hearing what Chen Fan said, several people who were about to start eating stopped. However, Chen Fan's eyes were fixed on the edge of the basin containing the meat for soaking in the soup, where there was some white powdery substance. Chen Fan wasn't sure what it was, but it was definitely not salt. Here it comes. After a while, the middle-aged man came out holding the rice cooker. Ha ha ha, thank you, uncle. We were so hungry, luckily we met you. The person next to Li Long started to help the uncle serve the rice. You have a bowl, I have a bowl, and after we finish eating, we hit the road together. Well, I'm not hungry, just eat it. Seeing that the man had served himself a bowl of rice, the middle-aged man smiled and said, pushing the bowl of rice in front of Chin Fan. I'm not hungry either, you eat? But Chin Fan just smiled and pushed the bowl back. Oh, you're welcome. You eat, you eat. A hint of nervousness flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, and he quickly pushed the bowl over again. Just eat what you're told to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chun Fan stared at the middle-aged man with cold eyes and pushed the bowl over again. Boss. Pa. Li Long wanted to say something, but the next second, Chun Fan took out a loaded pistol and placed it on the table. Eat. For a moment, everyone panicked. Li Long and others who originally wanted to start eating did not dare to move and just stood there in a daze. It's over. The boss has gone crazy killing zombies. Brother, I'm not hungry. I ate a bit too much just now, just eat it. The middle-aged man obviously didn't expect Chun Fan to pull out a gun directly, and his voice was trembling. There is fear flowing in the eyes. Eat. Pick up some food and eat. Take 2 bites of the same. Chun Fan spoke, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man. Li Long and others beside him were trembling with fear and didn't even dare to sit down. If you don't want to die, eat. For a moment, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. If the middle-aged man doesn't eat, all that awaits him are bullets. Chapter 11. Corpse Keeper. The man didn't know what to do for a moment. He didn't know whether to eat or not. There is medicine in it. How do I eat it? But if you don't eat it, won't you get shot? Uncle, would you like to eat something? Eat a little bit. Our boss is very wary of strangers. Yeah, just eat a little bit. You won't die anyway, right? Seeing the middle-aged man not moving for a long time and Chin Fan about to shoot, Li Long and others hurried out to persuade him. They knew that Chin Fan really knew how to shoot. Boom. But then, in front of the confused gazes of Li Long and others, the middle-aged man knelt down. Pa. I don't dare. The man slapped himself on the face several times and squeezed out 2 tears while speaking. He didn't even dare to raise his head, for fear of angering Chen Fan. Oh, what's there to be afraid of? Eat, uncle, eat. Why don't you eat it? Li Long and others were very confused and couldn't figure it out for a while. What's in there? Chen Fan asked. It was done so crudely that he didn't even wipe off the powder on the edge of the basin. It seems that he is a novice. If Li Long and others came here alone, they would most likely have been caught. However, there is no way Chen Fan would fall into the trap, because Chen Fan didn't even have a stomach and couldn't eat. Although there is a taste, it doesn't have any effect. They put DDT and sleeping pills in there. Looking at Chen Fan's cold eyes, the man originally wanted to hide something, but after being glared at by Chen Fan, he confessed directly. Drugs were given. When Li Long heard what the middle-aged man said, he subconsciously dropped the chopsticks in his hand. I knew you were not a good person. Tell me, why did you drug me? One of them threw the chopsticks in his hand directly at the middle-aged man. Li Long. Very fast face changing speed. I'm afraid you're bad people. The man was silent for a moment, his eyes rolled around, and then he quickly spoke. The voice became louder and louder, as if he had found a reason. Bah, we are the bad guys? Do we look like bad guys? Be honest. Why did you poison me? Li Long and others are not idiots, so how could they possibly believe this reason? Where is your daughter? Where did she go? The middle-aged man was about to say something but was interrupted by Chun Fan. Daughter, what daughter? When he heard the word daughter, a trace of panic flashed across the man's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. This. Chen Fan was speechless for a while and directly threw the photo frame behind the sofa over. Damn, can you be prepared before you lie? She is at school at school. Not here. The man tried hard to suppress his inner panic and spoke incoherently. The word daughter seemed to touch his heart. Go and look for them, Chen Fan said in a calm voice, naturally speaking to Li Long and the others. Okay. There's only so much room. We'll find it quickly. Li Long and others glared at the middle-aged man and then began to grope around in the house. I suggest you don't move. Looking at Li Long and others who were searching everywhere, the middle-aged man wanted to stand up and stop them, but was stopped by Chen Fan. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my daughter go like this. Please, let my daughter go. It has nothing to do with her. I did it myself. Looking at Chen Fan standing in front of him, the middle-aged man knelt on the ground, pulled Chen Fan's trouser legs, and begged. Your daughter is dead, isn't she? Chen Fan asked calmly. Judging from the middle-aged man's reaction, his daughter should be in this house. However, he did not scan it with the thermal imaging program, which means that the other party's daughter was dead. Considering the way the man looked at him with his fanatical eyes about food, Chen Fan deduced that the man's daughter must be a zombie. How are you? The man opened his mouth, then seemed to have thought of something and quickly shut up. Ah? Just when Chen Fan was about to do something, a shout came from upstairs. It was Li Long's voice. Daughter! The middle-aged man struggled to get up, but was kicked to the ground by Chen Fan. Afterwards, Chen Fan dragged the struggling man upstairs. Boss! Boss, zombies! They're zombies! As soon as they arrived upstairs, Li Long and others ran over with pale faces. If it were just zombies, Li Long and the others wouldn't do this. Walk. Chen Fan dragged the man forward. At the end of the second floor, there was an open room. Among them, there were waves of pungent smells of blood and rotten flesh. Chen Fan didn't feel anything. He could filter out these smells, but Li Long and others couldn't. Vomit. After entering the house, Li Long and others behind him could no longer hold back and turned around to vomit. The whole room was covered with blood splattered everywhere. There were body parts and scattered internal organs everywhere. You can also see some skeletons, human skeletons. And on the blood-stained bed, there was a petite figure tied up. This is a zombie. Its body has already rotted a little. Due to constant struggling, the ropes tied around its body have been stuck into its flesh. The appearance of the zombie is 60% similar to the little girl in the photo frame. Pa. Raising corpses? Chen Fan threw the man to the ground and asked calmly. I'm sorry. My daughter needs meat and I don't want this either. But without meat, she will die. The man was thrown to the ground, and he quickly stood up and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Chen Fan. He seemed to want to beg Chen Fan to let him and his daughter go. She died a long time ago. It's your business if you don't kill him. You raise corpses and kill people, and it has nothing to do with me. But you want to attack us, Chen Fan said calmly, raising his hand holding the pistol. She is my daughter. I couldn't bear to see her living in pain. I'm sorry, can you please let her go? Kill me and let her go. Boom, boom, boom. The man kept knocking his head, and a lot of the blood on the ground had already stained his body. Bang, puff. But, the next second, Chen Fan fired directly. A bullet pierced the zombie's head, shattering it. The zombie, who was still struggling, became motionless in an instant. Ah? Why? Looking at the zombie with a shattered head, the man roared in pain and rushed towards Chen Fan with red eyes. Bang! Then, another gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared between the man's eyebrows. Boom! Chen Fan kicked out, and the man fell backwards and hit the blood-covered bed. Fell beside the zombies. Chapter 12 Mechanical Warriors. Boss. Li Long and others looked at the middle-aged man who had turned into a corpse and didn't know what to say for a moment. It seems that nothing I say will work. I thought he was a good person, but I didn't expect him to poison me. They wanted to feed them to the zombies. If Chen Fan hadn't been there, they might have died. This isn't a peaceful time. It's the end of the world now? What is the most terrifying thing about the end of the world? Chen Fan put away his gun, walked to the window, opened the curtains, looked at the situation below, and asked in a calm voice, Are they zombies? Are they those monsters? Someone next to Li Long said that to them, zombies and monsters are the most terrifying. No, the human heart is the most terrifying, Chen Fan said without turning his head, looking at the window where quite a few zombies had gathered. The number of zombies attracted by the previous gunshots should not be too large, but as time goes by and the noise gets louder, there will be more and more zombies. In addition to zombies, other monsters may appear. Fortunately, The zombies were just wandering around below and had not taken any action for the time being. The human heart? Li Long lowered his head, thinking about what Chen Fan said. Indeed, although zombies are dangerous, they are obviously more terrifying than our own people who operate in secret. Okay, go and rest. Let's go at daybreak. Chen Fan spoke, not bothering to pay attention to them, and walked downstairs. Let's go and have some rest. Li Long looked at the others and smiled bitterly. Everyone was like wooden sticks. They looked at Chen Fan, who was walking down the stairs, and then went into a house together. The bed is quite big, just enough for several people to lie on it. But none of them rested, but lay on the bed with their eyes open. How can I sleep at this time? I feel upset and have trouble falling asleep. But Chen Fan didn't care about those trivial matters. He sat on the sofa downstairs and wiped his pistol. Once you have enough points, you can try to add heavy firepower to yourself. Chen Fan secretly thought that he would encounter more and more zombies in the future, so to be on the safe side, he naturally had to transform his body. For example, load a Gatling gun on the back. Or maybe add energy cannons to the arms like an Iron Man. However, those things are a bit expensive, starting at a few thousand points. Enter standby alert mode. Entering alert mode. Although Chen Fan's body is mechanical, his brain is his own and he gets tired, so he naturally needs rest. When the brain is transformed, there will be no need to rest. When you enter alert mode, your brain will fall into a deep sleep and you can customize the time to wake up. If an enemy appears around him, Chen Fan will wake up immediately. In alert mode, the energy consumed is very low. If you stay on alert, you can last at least 2 months with the current energy. Chen Fan fell asleep, but the 4 people in the house upstairs lay quietly in bed, listening to the roars coming from outside, not daring to say a word. I'm afraid I won't wake up after falling asleep. However, they couldn't hold on any longer in the end, and several of them fell asleep one after another. The second day came quickly, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, it started to drizzle outside. The sound of heavy rain woke up Li Long and others who were sleeping soundly, and they quickly ran outside. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Chen Fan had woken up and was sitting on the sofa reading a book. I'm afraid Chen Fan will leave alone. Now that you're awake, let's go. Chen Fan stood up, looked at the people with dark circles under their eyes, and said in a calm voice. No one dared to delay, and everyone pushed each other and walked down the stairs. Squeak. Hua la la. When the door was opened, it was raining heavily outside. With the sound of rain, many zombies could not smell the breath of living people, nor could they hear any sounds. Bang, bang, bang. There were a few zombies wandering outside. Chen Fan walked out and fired in the heavy rain. Several zombies were shot in the head in an instant. Li Long and others didn't say anything and hurriedly went up to dig out the crystal cores. Thump, thump, thump. Follow me. In the heavy rain, Chen Fan walked in front and took out his rifle. Many zombies rushed over from all directions after hearing the fierce gunshots. However, under Chen Fan's firepower suppression, he was shot in the head before he got close. Buzz boom. Everyone quickly got into the jeep, and Chen Fan immediately turned on the smart mode. There was a buzzing sound from the turret on the roof, and bullets poured out wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Start the car and continue driving towards the main road. Boss, we're a little hungry. Can we find a place to search for something to eat? Li Long and others who were sitting in the back talked to each other, and then Li Long whispered to Chen Fan. Can. Chen Fan didn't have any objection. He couldn't just keep on traveling, even though he was anxious to go to the city. But you still have to kill some zombies when you encounter them along the way, otherwise you won't have enough points, and you won't be able to improve your strength. There are no so-called superpowers in this world, and no so-called evolvers. The living space for humans will only become lower and lower. Zombies will become stronger over time. In order to protect himself, Chen Fan must improve his strength as soon as possible. Hua la la. It was still raining heavily outside. Chen Fan drove fast all the way. From time to time, he could see some mutated creatures on the road. Looking at the jeeps passing by, the monsters were following closely behind, but the speed was very fast and ordinary monsters could not catch up at all. There were too few monsters, and Chen Fan was too lazy to take action. It was a waste of time. The intelligent program controlled the vehicle's movement, while Chen Fan was looking at the items in the system store. Level 3 Mechanical Warrior, 2,000 points. Level 2 Mechanical Warrior, 5,000 points. Level 1 Mechanical Warrior, 10,000 points. Level 3 Mechanical Warrior, 1.7 meters tall, mechanical form, possessing intelligent program, equipped with energy long sword. Currently, the only mechanical warriors Chen Fan can buy are level 3 ones. Although they are covered in human skin, They have no independent thinking ability and can only act according to instructions. With 2,000 points, he could still afford it if he gritted his teeth. As for the second level and first level mechas, Chun Fan couldn't afford them in a short time. If I had so many points, I might as well buy myself a batch of weapons first. Chun Fan estimated that as long as he had enough points, he would definitely be able to own a fearless mechanical army in the future. These mechanical warriors don't have to worry about being infected by zombies, so they can be used to perform some special tasks. The idea of building a city began to emerge in Chen Fan's mind. Mechanical City, the last pure land for mankind? Chapter 13 Restaurants, Eradication. It is not impossible to build a city, and all management can be mechanized. However, the points required are too huge. But it's not a big problem. Points are like a snowball. As the number of mechanical warriors increases, more points you get. The rain outside gradually stopped and vehicles were driving close to the highway. Looking at the abandoned vehicles everywhere on the highway, Chun Fan couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, he didn't take the highway. Although taking the national highway will require a detour of some distance, at least there will be no traffic jams. Ping An Hotel? Soon, the sun came out and a larger restaurant appeared on the edge of the highway, next to the national road. This kind of restaurant has existed for a long time and generally serves people traveling on national highways. As for the highway, it might not have been built when this restaurant was built. Furthermore, there are service areas on highways, and few people would get off the highway just to eat. Outside the restaurant, there were 4 or 5 cars parked in the parking area. There were several zombies lying on the ground. It seemed someone had been there. Buzz. Soon, the Jeep stopped in front of the restaurant. Chun Fan got out of the car and looked at the second floor of the restaurant. By the window, there were 2 pairs of eyes looking at him. Using thermal detection, it was found that there were at least 5 people in the restaurant. Are we there yet? Li Long and others were awakened by the sound of Chun Fan opening the door and hurriedly asked, "Get off the bus and eat." Chun Fan said in a calm voice. Li Long and others responded, then hurriedly got out of the car and followed Chun Fan closely. Squeak. Pushing open the heavy glass door, I saw 2 men and 2 women sitting at a table not far away. "Brother, this place has been booked by us. Go somewhere else." One of them, with blue hair, raised an eyebrow at Chun Fan who came in and said, there was not much food in the restaurant to begin with, and if Chun Fan and others were here, some of it would be taken away. Besides, they were the ones who cleaned up the restaurant, so the things inside naturally belonged to them. "We just want a little. I haven't eaten for a day or 2, just grab a little and go." Chun Fan leaned against the wall without saying a word, his rifle placed on the car, and he did not show any weapon in his hand. "No, everything here belongs to us. Let's go." The blue-haired young man spoke in a kind voice, while the man and 2 girls beside him looked at Li Long and the others with unfriendly expressions. In the end times, who doesn't know the importance of food? If it is divided, what will they eat in the future? If you want something, just give us your car and drive away in our car. A sturdy man came down from upstairs. He had a face full of flesh and a big gold chain around his neck. "Impossible." Li Long refused directly, feeling a little headache at the same time. They just wanted a little bit. But the other party refused to give it to me. "Let's go." Chun Fan said calmly that he didn't want to take action. This place was cleaned up by the other party, and the things inside naturally belonged to them. Even though Chun Fan is strong, he won't kill people casually. Otherwise, what is the difference between us and wild beasts? "Well, let's go, let's go." Li Long and others sighed, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just kill them all. Wait a moment. Just as Chun Fan and others were about to step out of the door, the burly man spoke. "Take out half of the gas in your car. We're running low on gas." The sturdy man spoke with a commanding tone, mainly because he thought Chun Fan and the others were weaklings. And from the looks of Li Long and the others, one could tell at a glance that they were students. "Why? Not only do you not give us food, you also want our oil? What? Just because you're fat, you think we're afraid of you?" Now, Li Long and others were unhappy. They hid behind Chun Fan, using the most cowardly actions and saying the most arrogant words. "Oh my, you little bastard, you have a powerful mouth." The sturdy man laughed angrily and waved to the people next to him. They stood up and surrounded him with sticks and machetes. Boom! The sturdy man walked up to Chun Fan, holding a big knife, and wanted to put it in front of Chun Fan's neck to threaten him. But as soon as the knife was raised, Chun Fan punched out. A strange force burst out, and the strong man flew backwards instantly. Blood continued to flow out, and the strong man was motionless. Looking closely, Half of the sturdy man's face was smashed by Chun Fan's punch. With a force of nearly 2 tons, the strong man's head might have exploded if the hit had not been accurate. Murder. At this moment, the men holding sticks were completely frightened and dared not say a word. Looking at Chun Fan with blood on his hands, the bodies of several people kept shaking. Don't come over here. Ka. Chun Fan walked over slowly, and one of them roared loudly and was about to hit Chun Fan with a stick. But the next second, Chun Fan smashed the stick with one punch and punched the man in the chest with his side punch. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Chun Fan's fist pierced through the man's chest, and blood gushed out wildly. Boom, puff. Without saying a word, Chun Fan turned sideways and kicked the girl, breaking her head. A dagger appeared in his hand, and with a swing, another girl's neck was cut off. Li Long and others stood where they were, looking at the 5 bodies on the ground, their hearts beating violently. I originally thought that Chun Fan would only kill the strong man at most, but I didn't expect that he would kill others as well. To Chun Fan, these people are the strong man's companions, and they must be rooted out. As long as there is a little threat, Chun Fan will not let it go, even if it is a child. Go move the stuff, Chun Fan said calmly, ignoring Li Long and the others, and went straight to the second floor. There was another person on the second floor. He just stuck his head out to look, so he naturally knew what was happening below. No one can be left behind. No mercy. What are you still standing there for? Move quickly. Li Long reacted and quickly shouted to the 3 people around him. Walking across the blood-stained floor, the 4 people smelled the bloody smell in the air and walked cautiously towards the kitchen. And Chun Fan has already arrived on the second floor. He kicked the door open and walked towards the center of the house. I don't know them. I was just escaping with them. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Brother, they have nothing to do with me. Don't kill me. There was a thin man in the house. He looked at Chun Fan, who came in and knelt on the ground. Every time Chun Fan took a step forward, the man's body would tremble. Bang! Chun Fan had a blank expression on his face and shot directly. The man's head was pierced by the energy bullet. His body twitched slightly, and he fell to the ground and soon became motionless. After killing the last person, Chun Fan left. When they arrived on the first floor, Li Long and others had already moved a lot of food out of the kitchen, enough to last for a while. Chapter 14 News from the Evacuation Point. Let's go. Looking at Li Long and others who were moving things, Chun Fan said calmly. Sizzle. Just when Chun Fan and others were about to leave, bursts of electric current sounded. Because the country suffered a major disaster, please rest assured, it will be over soon. Zizizi country has already airdropped various hot weapons into various urban areas. Please help each other and wait for national rescue. Let us join hands to resist this disaster. Chun Fan and the others turned their heads in a daze. On the table where the blue-haired young man had been sitting was a radio. And although there were a lot of noises and continuous voices coming from the radio, one could still hear a lot of things. Sizzle. Chun Fan picked up the radio and started turning the buttons on it. This is the German city military. Citizens who have received the message, please go to the highway immediately. There will be military rescue there. I plucked the dial again and the sound started again. Hello, hello, is anyone there? I'm stuck here at the Central Library in Texas and there are over 70 of us. Who will save us? Where is the military? Did the military receive the message? Come and save us. After listening for a while, Chun Fan closed it directly. Except for the first few messages which were somewhat useful, the rest were calls for help from other survivors. This is Daching. Since the military has set up an evacuation point at the highway intersection, I'll take you there. Chun Fan said calmly that since they had reached the evacuation point, Chun Fan would naturally not take them with him. Okay, what about you, boss? Li Long and others followed Chun Fan, carrying things, and asked in confusion. Could it be that Chun Fan still wanted to go to the city? You know, the city is very far away from here. Although Chun Fan is powerful, he is bound to encounter some powerful monsters along the way. I'm going to the city. Li Long and others couldn't help but laugh when they heard it. He was worthy of being the boss. Even when he encountered the evacuation point, he still chose to leave. Eat your food. After that, you may not be able to eat it. Chun Fan got into the car and said with a smile to Li Long and others in the back. Why? How can we not have food? If we follow the military, we should be able to eat better. Li Long and others said in confusion that following the military would definitely be safe, and there should be no shortage of food. Too many monks, too little porridge. Chun Fan said calmly, started the car directly, stepped on the accelerator, and began driving along the highway. Too many monks, too little porridge. Li Long and others were all confused as they recalled this sentence. Do you think the army will bring a lot of food when they go out? Or will others bring food with them when they flee? When the time comes, there will definitely be a lot of people going to the evacuation point, and the first problem they will encounter is that there will not be enough food. If there isn't enough food, the military will definitely take action. For example, collect everyone's food and distribute it uniformly. When there are so many people, how much food can we get? Chen Fan smiled and said, this is inevitable. There are a large number of monsters in the urban area now. Who dares to enter to look for food? Even if there are some granaries opened in the countryside, can you guarantee that the food inside is not infected? The first problem faced was not monsters, but food. If there is not enough food, there will definitely be trouble. In this case, following the military doesn't seem to be a good thing. Li Long frowned slightly and said that he was not stupid and that their food would definitely be taken away by then. Once the food is collected, even if it is distributed, it will definitely be very little. Following the military, starving. Not entirely. Following the military, safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent, Chen Fan said, and started to drive the car into the field. Fortunately, the performance of this Jeep was powerful enough that it could easily cross some ditches. In addition, the car's shock absorption system is very powerful, so sitting in the car does not feel like riding a roller coaster. But if a riot breaks out, won't many people suffer? A young man said that this was what he was most worried about. If a riot broke out, wouldn't they, who were unarmed, be sucked into the vortex? So, when you get there, you have to build good relationships with the people there. If we encounter a situation, we can all run away together. Chen Fan laughed and said that he didn't need to worry about these things because he would not join the military anyway. It was okay in the beginning, following the military, but the hardest part was at the back. As time goes by, the food becomes less and less, and many people will be forcibly assigned to certain areas. Either scavenging or building a city, the best option is to join the army. Anyway, no matter what choice you make, there will be pros and cons. Don't worry, it's just my guess. Maybe the military has already prepared a lot of food. Chen Fan said, of course, this is impossible. Why are you so sure? It's just because the end of the world came too suddenly, and it's already very good that the army can come out to rescue at this time. Bringing food is impossible. Novels are all lies. Well, if that doesn't work, let's just follow Big Brother. Li Long said that originally, Li Long wanted to follow Chen Fan. On the one hand, Chen Fan is strong enough, and on the other hand, Chen Fan is ruthless, but he will not attack his own people. Follow me? Following me is very dangerous. Wait for you to go to the evacuation point, and then you can choose to follow me or stay at the evacuation point. Chen Fan thought about it and decided that he still needed someone to help him dig the crystal cores. It would be too time-consuming to dig the crystal cores by himself. Although I don't want to be a burden, this is a very difficult thing to do. I don't want to be a burden, but I also want someone to help me dig the crystal cores. Chen Fan started to act like a jerk. In the system store, there is something that can transform the body of an ordinary person. The initial transformation into a mechanical life form like Chen Fan does not require too many points. 500 points can transform a person into a basic mechanical life form. Although it will be much stronger than an ordinary person, it can also be immune to some corpse poisons. But the downside is that this is irreversible. After the transformation, Chen Fan can control their terminal life. I would rather follow the boss. Me too. If I follow the boss, at least I won't starve. The main reason is that there may be too many survivors on the military side, and they may be excluded by then. Chapter 15a Call for help from the service area. Exclusion shouldn't happen. People don't even bother to exclude you. They'll probably just kill you. Chen Fan said seriously, who would exclude you for no reason? If you don't like them, just kill them. This is the norm in the end times. Li Long et al. The military is there. Do they dare to take action? Yeah, after all, the military is there too. Even if they don't like it, they won't kill us. Maybe I'll beat you, but I probably won't kill you. Li Long and others retorted that, in their opinion, the military was there, and no matter how brave you were, you would not dare to take action. Some things are not that simple. The military is here, and they are not fools. Can't they do it secretly? Plus, if you are on the road, the military will not be able to take care of you because of the large force. Of course, that's not necessarily the case. Chen Fan said calmly that when he was a mercenary in his previous life, he had killed people in the streets. Chen Fan had seen too much darkness in the past, having lived with his head tied to his belt. What's more, now that the end of the world has arrived, the original evil of mankind will continue to be magnified. Just like the mercenary who raised me once said, if the order of this world collapses, what will greet humanity is only the most primitive darkness. In the darkness, without order, who would want to be an ordinary person? As cliques and factions begin to form, more and more people want to be emperor, and at the same time, there will be more and more darkness. Li Long and others were silent. They couldn't think of any rebuttal to what Qin Fan said. They were just students, and they did not have the experience of being a mercenary like Qin Fan, nor had they died once. In their view, there are always more good people than bad people. Maybe this is the case before the end of the world, but in the end of the world, there are definitely more bad people than good people. There are not many good people, even those who abide by the law. Okay, eat your food. You will understand it slowly later. Qin Fan said that the current order has not completely collapsed, and the darkness of many human natures has not yet been revealed. Wait for a while, not long, maybe a week. By then, the whole world will be truly filled with demons. Boss, I definitely won't follow the military. I want to go to the city. My parents are still there. I have to go find them. A young man in the car spoke up and said that he did not want to follow the military, but wanted to follow Qin Fan. Just because Qin Fan's destination is also the city. Let's see what happens. We'll talk later. Qin Fan began to speed up. There were more and more potholes in the field, but it was very safe. Not to mention zombies, even mutant beasts were not seen. But such safety will not last long. After crossing the fields, you will enter a road close to the highway. There are many houses around the road. From a distance of several hundred meters, Qin Fan has seen many figures swaying. Needless to say, those are zombies. Buzz. Soon, the vehicle drove into the road, and the zombies wandering on the road were attracted by the sound of the car engine. Boom, boom, boom. However, as soon as it approached, it was blasted to pieces by the gun on the vehicle. Looking at those zombies lying on the ground, Qin Fan felt distressed. They were all crystal cores. But because I was in a hurry, I didn't want to get off the car to pick it up. It would be great if the system could automatically absorb the crystal cores. In this way, I only need to drive around. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought about. In the system store, Qin Fan has never seen anything that can actively absorb crystal cores. However, maybe after becoming a second-level mecha, I can gain that kind of ability. Unfortunately, the system does not explain how to become a second-level mecha. Even if Qin Fan chose to add weapons, the system did not prompt him to enter the second level. It seems that we can only explore slowly. Is there anyone nearby? We are stuck in the service area. There is a very powerful monster here. Who can help us? There are 5 of us here. It's at Yuanping service area. If anyone receives this message, please come and save us. Li Long, who was in the car, was fiddling with the radio out of boredom. Soon, bursts of sound came from the radio. Yuanping service area? Qin Fan was stunned. He saw a signboard when he was driving under the highway just now. At that time, Yuanping service area seemed to be 20 kilometers away from them. After driving for so long, they had traveled at least 10 kilometers, which meant that the Yuanping service area was not far from them. Boss, do you want to go? Li Long quickly asked Qin Fan for his opinion. There were some girls' voices on the radio. Go. Qin Fan answered directly. He was very curious about that powerful monster. It shouldn't be very strong. Otherwise, those people would have no chance to ask for help. From time to time, the radio could be heard calling for help from those people, as well as a special roar. It sounded like a dog's roar, which meant that the monster might not be far away from them. A mutant beast? Qin Fan secretly thought that the stronger the monster, the higher the level of the crystal core it provided. The zombies killed before all had crystal cores without any attributes, that is, level 0 crystal cores. As for the more powerful ones, they would be level 1 crystal cores at least. A level 1 crystal core can be converted into 10 points, while a level 2 crystal core can be converted into 100 points. Qin Fan actually hoped that the other party was a level 1 monster. After all, he had never killed one before. Qin Fan had no idea how strong the ice dragon he had encountered before was, but it was definitely not a level 1 one. Boss, this isn't a trap, is it? Li Long spoke up, thinking of the middle-aged man's poisoning before. Plus what Qin Fan had just said, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. We're not going to rescue them. I'm going to kill monsters. Qin Fan smiled faintly. What does other people's life and death have to do with him? If Qin Fan hadn't heard that there was a powerful monster, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention. What if it's an ordinary person? Shouldn't we save him? Li Long wondered. Maybe more people and more friends could help in the future. If you want to save someone, go save them yourself. I'll just kill that monster. If you rescue it, take it with you. Chen Fan said that it was impossible to rescue him by himself. Good. Hearing what Chen Fan said, Li Long couldn't help but tighten his grip on the pistol in his hand. If you can save them, save them. If you can't, run away. Buzz boom. Soon, the vehicle approached the highway, and Chen Fan directly crashed through the guardrail of the ramp, and the vehicle made a series of roaring noises. The vehicle-mounted machine gun continued to bombard the guardrail, tearing a hole in it before the Jeep drove into the ramp. I don't know if it was luck or something, but there was no traffic jam on this side of the highway, but there were quite a few overturned vehicles. You can also see some zombies screaming in the car. Chapter 16 Zombie Dog King. We were speeding along the highway, but there were no monsters getting in the way, and we encountered no danger along the way. We soon arrived at the Yuanping service area. Compared with general service areas, Yuanping service area is obviously larger. In the service area, there are scrapped vehicles everywhere and zombies can be seen everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The Jeep drove in with a roar, and the zombies around were attracted one after another, but before they got close, they were smashed to pieces by the machine gun on the Jeep. There were pieces of meat and black blood everywhere. Li Long no longer had the same feeling as before, but he felt a little nauseous from time to time. Get off. Chen Fan picked up the rifle, spoke calmly, pushed open the car door and got out. He picked up his rifle and began shooting at the zombies pouring in from all around him, bullets pouring out wildly. Li Long and others skillfully took out daggers and began to dig out the crystal core. While shooting the zombies, Chen Fan observed his surroundings, fearing that the monster would suddenly attack. However, even though the commotion here was so loud, the monster described on the radio did not appear. After Li Long and others had collected most of the crystal cores, they groped their way towards the service area. Because of the previous commotion, many zombies came from all directions. To Chen Fan, these zombies posed no threat at all, so he killed them one by one. Boss, hit slower. We can't keep up. Chen Fan held a rifle and fought the group of zombies, which made life difficult for Li Long and others. Seeing Chen Fan walking away, they stopped digging the crystal cores and hurried to follow him. Coward, aren't you trying to save people? Chen Fan said calmly and began to slow down, mainly because they were getting closer to the restaurant in the service area. And those survivors were inside a rolling door inside the restaurant. He. I'm not a coward, I'm just afraid. Is there any difference between that and being a coward? There is a literal difference. He took the four of them and walked past the zombies into the restaurant, where there were not many zombies. Most of the zombies are locked in restaurants or supermarkets and cannot come out. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked inside. Roar. Not long after they walked out, Chen Fan and others heard bursts of dog barking. Stand away, I'll go there alone. Chen Fan said that if the monster was too strong and he couldn't deal with it, it would be a burden to bring Li Long and others along. Good. Boss, be careful. If you can't win, run away. Li Long and others spoke up one after another. Among them, Li Long had a gun in his hand, so there would be no danger even if he encountered zombies. Chen Fan said nothing, but groped forward with his rifle. Not far ahead, there is a corner. The corner is close to the restroom, and the barking sounds came from around the corner. The closer he got, the more Chen Fan heard the sound of a woman crying. Looks like this is it. Little dog. After turning the corner, Chen Fan saw a wolf dog-like monster outside the roller shutter door of a supermarket not far away. The exterior is almost completely rotten, but you can still see the internal organs. Zombie dogs are larger than ordinary wolfhounds and have red eyes. Roar. At Chen Fan's shout, the zombie dog turned its head and growled at Chen Fan. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Fan smiled, picked up his gun and started shooting. Bullets poured out wildly, instantly tearing open holes in the zombie dog's body. Unfortunately, he didn't hit the head. The zombie dog was very fast. It reacted the moment Chen Fan fired the gun and pounced directly towards Chen Fan. However, several bullets hit its legs, tearing them apart, and the zombie dog fell to the ground. Boom! Chen Fan rushed out and kicked towards the opponent's head. Looking closely, a blue flame gushed out from the back of Chen Fan's heel. Chen Fan turned on the thrusters in order to kick the opponent's head to pieces. The power was still very strong. Chen Fan's right foot instantly kicked the zombie dog's head to pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Roar, roar, roar. However, just when Chen Fan thought it was over, the sound of dog barking rang out. At the back door of the restaurant, several shadows appeared. They were all zombie dogs. They made bursts of roars and bombarded towards Chen Fan. And behind the zombie dogs, there is another sturdy zombie dog. The intelligence is wrong. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and glared at the 5 people in the rolling door. It seems that the powerful monster the other party was talking about was just the sturdy dog. Thump, thump, thump. Chun Fan quickly picked up his rifle and fired. Bullets flew out wildly, smashing the bodies of several zombie dogs. However, the sturdy zombie dog was very fast and dodged all the bullets. There was no choice, but Chun Fan put away his weapon and started running away. That zombie dog was obviously not simple. The thrusters were turned on. Chun Fan took a step forward. The tiles on the ground burst, and Chun Fan flew out directly. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining 3 dogs, led by the zombie dog boss, chased after Chun Fan. Paw! Chun Fan ran towards the bathroom and threw 2 fragmentation grenades at the corner. Boom, boom. When the 3-headed dog was chasing him, he just rushed around the corner when the grenade exploded and countless iron pieces flew out. Puff! The 2 zombie dogs closest to it had their bodies torn apart, and the other one was knocked away and lay on the ground motionless for a long time. Chun Fan stood in the bathroom, waiting for the zombie dog king to come. Not long after, the zombie dog king with a mouthful of fangs came running over. He didn't feel anything about the death of his 3 younger brothers. His eyes were red and he stared at Chun Fan. Thump, thump, thump. Chun Fan raised his rifle again and started shooting, but the zombie dog king was so fast that he dodged the bullet directly. Bullets hit the glass and walls, leaving bullet holes. In a flash, the zombie dog king came in front of Chun Fan, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chun Fan. Buzz. Sizzle. In the next second, Chun Fan's eyes suddenly glowed red, and 2 blazing red lasers shot out. Puff! The zombie dog king that pounced forward was instantly torn apart by the laser and fell to the ground. Its body twitched for a while, and then became motionless. Charcoal appeared at the wound, and black smoke came out. There was no smell of barbecue, but instead a smell of roasted baba. Chapter 17 Chun Fan's Identity. Boss, I can do this kind of dirty work. Just when Chun Fan was about to squat down and dig out the crystal core, Li Long showed up out of nowhere. He directly stopped Chun Fan, who wanted to dig out the crystal core, and quickly squatted down and tore open the zombie dog's head with a dagger. Where are those people? Chun Fan asked. These people are really dishonest. If there are zombie dogs suddenly coming over, what's the difference between that and committing suicide? They are all at the rolling door, and the people inside have already come out. Li Long smiled and said that they came here because they heard too much noise here and thought Chun Fan was in danger, so they came here. Okay, go ahead. After Li Long dug out the crystal core, Chun Fan took it and said with a smile, okay. Holding a pistol, he followed Chun Fan like a bodyguard. When I walked out of the bathroom, there were 8 people standing outside the rolling door not far away. 3 of them originally followed Chun Fan, and the other 5 were survivors. It's quite interesting, 5 women. Moreover, they were not very old and looked to be only 23 or 24 years old. Let's go. Chun Fan walked right past a few people and spoke without even turning his head. Hurry up and catch up, or the boss will leave immediately. Hurry up, I'll send you to the evacuation point in a moment. Li Long and others shouted hurriedly, and the girls came to their senses and hurriedly followed Li Long and others. However, his eyes were looking around, and from time to time he looked at Chun Fan, who was walking in front. 10 minutes to collect all the crystal cores. After walking out of the restaurant, looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, Chun Fan said, there are still many crystal cores that have not been mined yet. We have killed them all, so we can't waste them. Okay, 5 minutes will be enough. You guys, come and help. Afterwards, Li Long and others began to dig the crystal core. However, despite Li Long's shouting, the 5 girls obviously did not move at all. He just stood there stupidly, watching Li Long and others breaking open the zombies' heads. He couldn't help feeling nauseous and turned around to vomit. Seeing this, Li Long and others did not force it anymore and continued to dig the crystal core. Are you going to the evacuation point at the highway intersection next? A girl tiptoed up to Chun Fan and asked in a low voice. Chun Fan replied expressionlessly and then fell silent. The girl would not make herself feel uncomfortable. After getting the answer she wanted, she simply retreated. All right, boss, we can go now. Li Long and the others moved really quickly, with a lot of dirty blood on their bodies. They held some crystal cores in their hands and handed them to Chun Fan with a smile. Let's go. Find a place to take a shower. Chun Fan said that with so much dirty blood in his body, he might get infected. If there is a sudden trauma, the chance of infection will be very high. After all, they are helping me dig crystal cores, and I can't let them get infected. Under the leadership of Chun Fan, everyone walked towards the location of the jeep. Along the way, The 5 girls all looked unhappy and were talking to each other. His hair was messy and he walked unsteadily. He must have been frightened. As for being hungry, it should be unlikely. After all, we are hiding in a supermarket and have no shortage of food. Squeeze, squeeze. After getting on the Jeep, several people were squeezed together in the back seat. 1 or 2 girls were unwilling but did not dare to say anything. After all, this is not a novel. How could there be an idiotic woman who would be picky even though she knew she was rescued by someone else? Let's take the highway. Chen Fan said that if they took a small road or the national highway, not to mention whether they would deviate, it would also take a lot of time to drive back. Boss, just make the decision. If we run into a traffic jam, we can just push our way through it. Li Long smiled and said that there shouldn't be any traffic jams. The most that would be jammed on the highway would be the section near the toll station. The road ahead is wide and there is little chance of traffic jam. Buzz boom. Then, Chun Fan started the car and began to drive fast on the highway. There's food in the back of the car. If you're hungry, help yourself to something. By the way, how did you survive? Li Long was bored, so he chatted with the girls in the back seat. When the virus broke out, 5 of us went shopping together in the supermarket. Then the virus broke out, and when I saw so many monsters, I lowered the shutters. A girl with freckles on her face replied, but her tone was trembling. Obviously, he was still a little scared because he remembered the previous scene. Did you come out together? Before the end of the world, did you know each other? Li Long continued to ask, and a young man behind him handed him a piece of bread and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Well, the 5 of us are traveling together. Girlfriends group, you know what I mean? The freckled girl whispered, feeling a little regretful, and now she didn't know what was going on at home. You are lucky. We just received your call for help. The boss is very powerful. It's easy for him to save you guys. Li Long said with a smile and handed the half-bitten bread to Chun Fan. Chun Fan rolled his eyes at him, and he quickly took the bread back. What about you two? Did you know each other from the beginning? Is the guy driving the car a soldier? A tall girl sitting next to the freckled girl asked, still very curious about Chun Fan. Not only do they have weapons, but they are also very powerful. In the end times, this type of men are the ones who have no shortage of women. We don't know him. The boss saved us when he entered our school. As for whether the boss is a soldier, you have to ask the boss. Li Long said awkwardly, as if he had not yet asked Chen Fan what his occupation was. I'm not a soldier. I'm a foreign mercenary. Chun Fan replied calmly, looking out the window constantly. If there were any mutant creatures, he would stop the car. After all the crystal cores I just got were converted into points, I got a total of 500 points. The crystal core provided by the zombie dog king alone was converted into 100 points. Mercenary. Not only the girls, but even Li Long and others were shocked when they heard what Chen Fan said. They originally thought that Chen Fan should be a soldier, but they didn't expect that he was actually a mercenary. This is Dragon Country. There are no such things as mercenaries. But if they are foreign mercenaries, then it makes sense. Boss, do you have many younger brothers? That's right. The one who made millions of war gods return with just one word. Li Long asked hurriedly. Mercenaries are usually organized, and looking at Chun Fan's strength, he is definitely not a low-level one. Have you read too many novels? I'm just an isolated person. Chun Fan smiled and said that even in his previous life, he only had one teammate, the mercenary who raised him. Chapter 18 Evacuation Point. Is that so? That's really a pity. I thought there was a big organization behind you, boss. Li Long said with a smile. He didn't mean anything else. Instead, he felt that Chun Fan was even more powerful. One person, without any organization, can become so powerful. It will take about 4 or 5 hours to reach the destination. You guys should take a rest first. Chun Fan looked at the sign on the highway and spoke to the few people. The vehicle is going very fast. If we can maintain this speed, we can actually arrive in 2 hours. However, the highway was littered with overturned vehicles or zombies wandering around. It is not possible to maintain this speed all the time. Although the vehicle has strong protection capabilities, it cannot keep rushing around. Okay, if you're tired, let me drive. No one spoke, only Li Long responded to Chun Fan's words. As for those girls, no one knew when they fell asleep. We have been ordered to evacuate within 1 day. There are a large number of military trucks parked at the highway toll station, and from time to time you can see some tanks turning their guns. There are about 1,000 soldiers stationed here, armed with guns. As a military evacuation point, there are naturally a lot of survivors coming here. Currently there are about 20,000 survivors. There were vehicles everywhere, but these vehicles could not leave with the troops, and the survivors had to board military trucks. Didn't you say to wait a few more days? Just give us one day now? The news has already spread, and they're evacuating after only one day. Inside the tent, a middle-aged man in military uniform frowned and said, although it was anticipated, isn't it too early to evacuate so quickly? It's an order from the capital. I heard that all the troops have received it. Jingsheng means to gather all the troops. The monsters evolve too fast. Only by gathering all the strength can we have a chance of survival. The adjutant at the side smiled bitterly and said that only 4 days had passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. But in these 4 days, the world has changed a lot. Zombies are evolving like crazy, and now there are zombies that cannot be dealt with by thermal weapons. There are also some powerful alien creatures. Although they have not yet massacred humans on a large scale, it is only a matter of time. The capital city gathered its troops in order to create a final pure land just in case and protect the heritage of mankind? Okay, I got it. Let the soldiers prepare to evacuate early tomorrow morning. This damn place, I really don't know what will appear next. This army commander was temporarily ordered to take over the army because the original major general had died in battle. So he, a lieutenant, took over. This army originally had more than 6,000 people, but within 4 days, more than 4,000 of them were killed in battle, and now only more than 1,000 are left. The evacuation point is not safe either, because survivors keep arriving and attract a lot of monsters. For example, a group of wolves with single horns that appeared before were 3 meters long and had blue eyes. Ordinary thermal weapons could not have much effect on them. In the end, it was solved by the firepower coverage of the tanks. Any news about those crystal cores? Can they be used to train genetic warriors? The lieutenant asked. Hot weapons and the like will become ineffective sooner or later. The experts at the research institute haven't made any moves yet. I guess there won't be any progress. The adjutant sighed and said that they were well aware that thermal weapons were becoming less and less effective. It's okay to deal with zombies, but if you want to deal with those alien creatures, you will need heavy weapons. But at present, where can we find so many heavy weapons? It is not clear why intercontinental missiles, nuclear bombs, and other weapons have all failed. It was as if they were being targeted. Ordinary weapons could still be used, but weapons with powerful destructive power were all ineffective. This feels like the weapon banning section in a game. A conspiracy? Experts? They are just a bunch of people who eat and work for nothing. Apart from those leaders, what kind of experts are those below them? If there is no further progress, destruction is only a matter of time. I always met some idiots who tried to eat crystal cores and said they read about it in books. Is there such a good thing in the world? The lieutenant sighed and said that there was no use in persuading them. He had already said it on the radio, but no one listened. Everyone wants to give it a try and become the legendary evolver, but do evolvers really exist? Even if such an ability to go to the sky and into the earth exists, can human body withstand such huge energy with its strength? We have no way to persuade him. We have already persuaded him. Although all the crystal cores have been collected, many of them are still lost. The adjutant said helplessly that at this time, everyone wanted to survive, and everyone wanted to grasp that glimmer of hope. Okay, go down and let me know if there's anything else. Good. The adjutant walked out of the tent, the dazzling sunlight shone down, and there were survivors walking everywhere outside. When it was time for dinner, all the survivors gathered in front of several large pots, in which was boiled porridge. The porridge that falls apart when you stick chopsticks in it. Even so, it's good to have something to fill your stomach. Although survivors often complain about the poor food, there is nothing they can do about it. The survivors were fine. The soldiers ate wild grass and cold water. The best food that can be provided to the people is the military's. Boss, are we almost there? As for Chunfan and others, Li Long didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up, the sun was already halfway up the mountain. The afterglow of the setting sun shines in through the car window. If it weren't for the many overturned vehicles and zombies outside, the scenery would actually be quite nice. About 3 hours. Chunfan said calmly. After his body became a machine, he was extremely sensitive to the passage of time. We're almost there. Are you going to rest at the evacuation point tonight? Li Long asked. Chunfan usually doesn't travel at night. After all, it's too dangerous. Well, stay at the evacuation point tonight. This will give you time to consider whether you want to stay. Chunfan said that the main reason was that Chunfan also wanted to see the situation of the military. If possible, Chunfan would naturally help and get some crystal cores by the way. If nothing unexpected happens, the military must also be collecting crystal cores. By then, with a little communication, I should be able to get a lot of crystal cores. Chapter 19 Arrival at the Evacuation Point. Boss, no matter what, I want to follow you. If I follow the military, I may not be able to find my parents. If I follow you, my hope will be better. Li Long was silent for a while and said that he had thought it through very clearly. Under the current circumstances, the military did not have the energy to send troops to rescue a group of people. Since the military can't rescue us, we'll do it ourselves. Let's talk about it later. Maybe you will change your mind. Chen Fan said that Li Long could be trained, and when Li Long had made up his mind, Chen Fan could consider transforming his body. Become a mechanical life form like yourself? Becoming a mechanical life form has both advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how Li Long chooses when the time comes. As for other people, Chen Fan has no plans for now, so let's wait and see. It would naturally be better to have more people, as long as they don't hold us back. Afterwards, Li Long stopped talking and just ate his bread and looked at the scene outside the window. If it weren't for those overturned vehicles and zombies, it would be no different from before the apocalypse. Is it lucky or unfortunate to survive? The vehicle was moving very fast and soon entered the highway. The military's evacuation point could also be vaguely seen. Not far away, you can see a lot of vehicles moving slowly. At the end is a checkpoint, and on both sides, soldiers holding guns are checking back and forth. From time to time, you can see people going into the tent next to you, probably to check if there are any wounds on their bodies. Trouble. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Of course, he had to take off his clothes for the inspection. In my situation, if I take off my clothes, wouldn't it immediately attract the attention of the military? The mechanical body might be mistaken for an alien creature. Brother, do you have any food in the car? I'll buy it with money. Soon, Chen Fan drove the car to the back of the team. A driver of an SUV next to him rolled down the window and asked Li Long, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing that Li Long ignored him, he quickly said that he had money. Seeing this, Li Long didn't want to bother with it anymore. In the end times, even using money to wipe your butt is too painful. Just a piece of bread. Here you go. The other party's attitude was pretty good, and he kept asking Li Long for some food. Li Long had no choice but to throw him a piece of bread. Thank you. I have a lot of water here. I'll give you some. It was a young man. After taking the bread, he brought a few bottles of drinks from the passenger seat. Coke Laby. Thanks. Li Long smiled. There was indeed not much water in their car. Dude, can you give me some food? I've been hungry for a day or two. I don't want more. 2 pieces of bread will do. The transaction between the two parties naturally attracted the attention of the people in front, and many people came to ask for food immediately. Sorry, no more? Li Long said calmly. You are so arrogant when you want something. You don't even have 1 piece, but you want 2? No, I see you have quite a lot in your car. Many people gathered outside the car and looked through the window at the back seat. The food was held by the girls. The girls didn't dare to speak and kept their heads down. Chen Fan didn't bother to say anything either. If I say no, then no. Get out of the way. Li Long frowned and looked at him with lustful eyes, which made his anus tighten. Brother, I saw it all. Yeah, you have so much food anyway, it won't hurt to share some. We are all fleeing. We should help each other. It's not good to be too selfish. Several big men gathered outside the car and wouldn't let Chen Fan drive away. After all, Li Long and the others in the car looked like students and were easy to bully. In addition, it is some distance away from the checkpoint, and the military cannot notice it for the time being. After a while, more and more people came outside the car, and many of them came to watch the fun. Some people really want to steal food. There were other people who were looking at the girls in the car. No, I said no. Can't you hear me? What? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Li Long was immediately furious. With Chen Fan next to him, he was not at all afraid and he went straight for him. Young man, you are quite crazy. Come on, get out of the car. Don't keep making trouble in the car, or I'll give you anal sex. A strong man dragged out a steel pipe from the trunk, which was stained with some brown blood. Ka. Li Long didn't say anything. Chen Fan pushed open the car door and walked out with a rifle in his hand. Looking at Chen Fan getting out of the car with a rifle, everyone was stunned for a moment. The big man holding the steel pipe swallowed involuntarily, his arms trembling slightly. Show me your little toy. Chen Fan said in a calm voice, these people are really shameless. Elder brother. The big man wanted to say something, but seeing Chen Fan's cold eyes, he quickly handed over the steel pipe in his hand. Not bad. How many people were killed? Chen Fan asked calmly. The brown blood is not zombie blood. It must be human blood. After the zombie's blood dries up, it turns black. So, The blood on the steel pipe is human. I have never killed anyone. I picked up the steel pipe. The big man was so scared that he realized that the steel pipe was indeed picked up, and he didn't think too much about it. Go back to where you came from. Chen Fan threw the steel pipe aside and said in a calm voice, there are military personnel here, so it's not convenient to take action. If the commotion gets too big, it will be difficult to cooperate with the military. Okay. When the big man heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and fled in panic in front of everyone. The main reason was the rifle in Chen Fan's hand, which was too threatening. Although some people think it is fake, no one would be stupid enough to try it. Seeing how powerful the big man was, Chen Fan returned to the car, and the gathered crowd quickly dispersed. Boss, I'm sorry to trouble you. Looking at Chen Fan, who returned to the car, Li Long said somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay, just solve it yourself next time. Didn't I give you a gun? Chen Fan said that if the military was not here, Chen Fan would definitely solve the problem directly. Yeah, I know. After all, Li Long had never killed anyone, so he was still quite afraid of the act of killing. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the crowd disperse. Especially those girls. They were so nervous that they were sweating. The long convoy was moving slowly forward. The young man in the car next to it, who had just exchanged food, was looking at Chen Fan curiously. I originally thought that Li Long was the boss, but now it seems that the one driving the car is the one. It's really strange. How can the boss drive? Shouldn't the boss always sit in the back, with a cigar in his mouth and a beautiful woman in his arms? Chapter 20 Liquor. You drive the car. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be in later. As they got closer to the checkpoint, Chen Fan got out of the car and spoke to Li Long, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Boss, we're almost there, and we should be able to use the restroom inside. Li Long was very confused. Could it be that he couldn't hold it in anymore? Drive. I'll come find you guys later. Chen Fan turned and left, leaving his weapons and other things in the car. Li Long shrugged helplessly, too lazy to get out of the car, and climbed directly to the driver's seat. The people behind him were all looking at Chen Fan's back. I always feel that Chen Fan seems to be going to do something, and going to the toilet or something. It should be a cover. In order to avoid the military discovering his secret, Chen Fan had no choice but to sneak in. If the military knew that I had a mechanical body, it would be difficult to explain. After looking around and making sure that no one had noticed this place, Chen Fan climbed out of the guardrail, bent down and walked over from the side. However, there are many soldiers patrolling at the edge, which makes the situation a bit tricky. You can't just knock the other person out. It would be troublesome if you pursue the matter. Optical invisibility, 1,000 points. Looking at the things in the system store, optical invisibility can be used now, but it is too expensive. For Chen Fan now, it is simply a huge sum of money. Moreover, optical stealth cannot achieve complete invisibility. If the other party observes carefully, they will still be discovered. Roar. Just when Chen Fan was at a loss, a deafening roar rang out. Liquor. As roars of fear rang out, the soldiers originally stationed around gathered together. Behind the main force, a huge reptile appeared out of nowhere. It was like an enlarged version of a human being, just crawling on the ground, covered in blood like a skinned beast. Good opportunity. Looking at the panicked crowd, Chen Fan did not hesitate. He climbed over the guardrail, blended into the crowd and ran towards the camp ahead. Many soldiers came running towards us, going against the flow of the crowd, their eyes full of determination, without a trace of fear. Boom, boom, boom. 700 meters away, a 5-meter-long liquor with bulging muscles rushed over madly. The vehicles blocking the front were blown away, and there were many survivors among them, but the distance was too far, and the soldiers who charged out could not help at all. Boom, boom, boom. Almost immediately, the tanks blocking the rear of the checkpoint turned their turrets around, and the shrill sound of artillery fire rang out, and the ground shook. Boom, boom, boom. At such a close distance, the shells reached the liquor in an instant, and the entire area was covered by artillery fire. For a moment, black smoke rose up and countless vehicles were blown away. The liquors have extremely strong defenses, and this is obviously not the first time the army has encountered liquors. As for the survivors in the car, they could not be saved at all, and could only be destroyed along with the liquor. It's cruel, but if the liquors are allowed to get close to the evacuation point, more people will die. Roar, roar, roar. After the black smoke dissipated, countless swaying figures appeared in the ruins. Roars were heard one after another, and these standing figures rushed towards the checkpoint frantically. Thump, thump, thump. Countless soldiers holding guns gathered outside the checkpoint, with the weapons in their hands spewing flames. Boss, are you so fast? On Chin Fan's side, he also found Li Long and others. Li Long had just parked the car and was about to leave with the crowd. However, when Chun Fan appeared, that idea was dispelled. You didn't wipe your butt, did you? Looking at Chun Fan, who was frowning slightly, Li Long asked curiously. It was rare to see Chin Fan frowning. Get lost. I wiped it with a branch. Chun Fan rolled his eyes and was speechless. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that it was impossible. Won't it hurt? I used leaves to wipe it before, but there were caterpillars on it, and my butt was swollen for a week. Li Long chuckled. He was a little scared at first, but when Chin Fan came back, he couldn't help but feel much more at ease. The constant sound of gunfire nearby seemed out of place with the conversation here. Okay, let's go, follow the crowd. Chin Fan shouted to the few people. Most of the survivors around them had left, and only a few of them were still there. What are you still standing there for? Leave now. Follow the main force and don't cause us any trouble. Just as everyone left, a team came running towards them, yelling at Chin Fan and others at the top of their lungs. Chin Fan and the others did not say anything. The other party was well-intentioned, even though his tone was bad. Boss, aren't you going to help? Li Long trotted along beside Chen Fan and asked with a puzzled look on his face. I'm alone. How can I help? These zombies may seem numerous, but in fact, they pose no threat to these soldiers. Chun Fan smiled slightly and said that in some novels, the army was described as too weak. If there were no strange species and just ordinary zombies, they would be completely crushed to the ground by the army. As long as they are not ridiculously strong, ordinary armies can easily deal with them. Then there won't be more monsters like that, right? Li Long asked. If a few more lickers appeared, he didn't know whether the army could stop them. To Li Long, creatures like lickers are simply not something humans can fight against. Even if it appears, do you think you can handle it? Chin Fan pointed at the slowly moving tank not far away and asked with a smile. If Chin Fan were to face a tank attack, he would be blown to pieces with just one shot. That's right. What if it's the dragon from before? Li Long continued to ask. The ice dragon that appeared before was like a shadow left in his heart that could not be dispelled. I don't know. Maybe I can't handle it. Chin Fan said calmly. Although the tank is powerful, it is still a question whether it can hit the ice dragon. While they were talking, everyone had already joined the main force. There is a service area next to the toll station, and people squatting on the ground can be seen everywhere. Most of them come in groups, and few are alone. Sir, the child has been hungry for a long time. Is there really no food left? She's just a little kid. She can't eat much. Can you please be flexible? I walked past the crowd and came to the house in the service area, where I immediately saw a woman in her 30s with a girl who was about 4 or 5 years old. In front of him was a soldier holding a steel gun. Faced with the woman's words, the soldier's eyes showed some pity, but he remained silent. Even if there is food, it cannot be given. As for the reason, you all know it. Chapter 21. Separation. Sir, we just got here. We were not here when the food was distributed before. The child has been hungry for so long. We old guys can bear it, but the child is still young. The woman wanted to say something, but the warrior just turned his head away. Many people around had their eyes on this place. It wasn't that the soldiers didn't want to give it, but the order from above prohibited them from doing so. You give to one person, but what about the others? How can you give to a group of people? There isn't much food to begin with, so each person has a little. What will we eat later? Auntie, we have something here. Let me give it to you. A voice sounded, and Li Long came over with a piece of bread in his hand. He didn't care what the woman said and stuffed it directly into the little girl's arms. Thank you. Thank you. The woman reacted and hurriedly thanked him with her daughter. It was this action that attracted the attention of people around, and they gathered around. Most of the people around here had been hungry for a long time, and once they saw the food, they didn't care about anything else. Bang! What are you doing? Go back. A gunshot rang out, and the soldier from before came out, angrily scolding the crowd that had gathered around them. For a moment, the people who originally wanted to come over to grab the food stopped. Although I'm hungry, I'm not willing to eat bullets for food. You guys go first. Afterwards, the soldier put away his gun and said to Chin Fan and others with a smile. Originally, the soldier wanted to find a woman in private to give him food, but now that Li Long had given it to him, he didn't have to risk being punished for giving the food. Let's go. Chun Fan waved without turning his head and said, and after Li Long threw a bottle of water to the woman, he quickly followed with the others. Giving food to the woman was naturally done at Chin Fan's instruction. Li Long and others were quite surprised that Chun Fan would take the initiative to help others. In Chen Fan's mind, he helped the little girl, not the woman. Although there are many survivors in the service area, most of them are gathered together. There were no people in many places, and Chen Fan and others just found an empty room and stayed there. How about it? Have you thought it through? Where are you going? In the room, Li Long and others started to make a fire and boil water, while Chen Fan sat on the sofa, looking at the things in the system store and asked everyone, "Boss, my thoughts are the same as before. I'll follow you." Li Long too said without raising his head. After the water boiled, he prepared a bucket of instant noodles for Chen Fan. "I don't want to eat it. You eat it. What do you think?" Chen Fan put the instant noodles handed to him by Li Long aside and asked the others. Naturally, the girls didn't say anything. Their first thought was to follow the army and leave. What Chen Fan wanted to ask now was what the other three boys thought. Well, it might be safer to follow the army. So, I chose to stay and evacuate with the military. Yeah, me too. Although life might not be easy following the military, at least safety is guaranteed. The two boys spoke at the same time and chose to follow the military, although they wanted to follow Chen Fan at first. But now, after seeing the army and those soldiers holding guns, I can't help but feel safe. Even if we don't have enough food to eat, at least our lives are guaranteed. Boss, I'm going with you. What Chen Fan didn't expect was that someone directly said that he wanted to go with him, just as decisive as Li Long. And this person is the one who said before that he was going to the city. Maybe it's because it's on the way or he wants to go home to visit, but no matter what the reason is, as long as he follows me now, it's fine. Chen Fan didn't have any ideas. As long as no one stabbed him in the back, he could leave anytime he wanted. He doesn't have the same stupid idea as others. Many people think that leaving is betrayal. In Chen Fan's opinion, this is simply a stupid idea. If they want to leave, just leave. But you are crazy. You can obviously solve the problem peacefully, but you insist on forcing him to become an enemy. Okay, now that we've decided, let's leave after we finish this meal. Chen Fan said, 2 people are a little less than he expected. But it is enough. These 2 people will not transform their bodies for the time being. They are just here to help me dig the crystal cores. Boss, thank you for your care. If you need help in the future, I will definitely help you. A young man was eating instant noodles and spoke to Chen Fan very seriously. He originally wanted to follow Chen Fan but considered it too dangerous for Chen Fan to run around all day. What's more, the place Chen Fan went to was a city, which was a bit far from his hometown. Okay. Chen Fan did not say much. He took them away at first because they helped him dig crystal cores. Although it was just a small matter, Chen Fan didn't want to owe anyone anything, even if it was a trivial matter. The 5 girls sat in the corner eating, but no one said anything. Although Chen Fan is very strong, he is still much weaker than an army. In addition, they had only known each other for a short time, so they were not sure whether Chen Fan was a bad guy. You should be wary of strangers. This is not a novel. How could someone be unable to move when seeing a strong person for the first time? Even if it is a green tea, you should still investigate the other person first. Okay, now that we're done eating, let's leave. After all, they were just eating instant noodles, so everyone ate quite fast. After they finished eating, Chen Fan began to ask everyone to leave. Thank you for your care, boss. Several people walked out of the room together and bowed to Chen Fan to thank him. Boss, I thought you were going to get rid of them. After Chen Fan returned to the room, Li Long was still eating instant noodles and said with a smile, "Why do you think so?" Chen Fan asked speechlessly. Even though he killed people, it didn't mean that everyone was stupid. It's always like this in the movies. Anyone who has been together and wants to leave will be killed. Li Long looked serious and had originally planned to clean up after them. You know it's a movie. Remember, if there's one less enemy, there's one less. If you really want to kill, then kill them all, leaving no one alive. Chen Fan said calmly that this was his usual practice and he would not kill people casually, but if he really had to do it, he would cut the weeds and root them out. I will slap the dogs on the street in your house. All right. So what's next? What to do next? Li Long threw away the instant noodles in his hand, glanced at the person sitting in the corner, and asked, "Just wait. I'll contact the military tonight." Contact what? Secret. Chapter 22 Conversation with the Lieutenant. Wang Hu, take this with you. Practice more with Li Long. Don't forget how to use it. Chen Fan took out a pistol from his arms and threw it to the man in the corner, Wang Hu. The names are interesting. One is called Li Long and the other is called Wang Hu. Dragon Tiger. Thank you, boss. Wang Hu took the pistol. His eyes lit up and he quickly thanked Chen Fan. Li Long was curious. Chun Fan had a treasure bag in his arms, either grenades or guns. Li Long wouldn't find it strange if he took out a car from his arms. If you're hungry, eat some more. I'm leaving for a while. Chin Fan stood up and said that the gunfire outside had almost stopped, and the zombies must have been almost wiped out. Go ahead, boss. We'll be waiting for you here. Do you need me to come with you? Chin Fan waved his hand, walked out of the room alone without taking any weapons. As for the few people who left earlier, they are nowhere to be seen and no one knows where they went. However, after leaving, it had nothing to do with him anymore, and Chin Fan didn't put much thought into it. Luckily, there was only one liquor, otherwise, I don't know how many people would have died. Who says it's not true? If a strange beast appears like before, some soldiers might be killed again. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even a second. Hurry up and dig up the crystal core. If we make too much noise, it will attract zombies again. Outside the level, the battle has stopped and the ground is full of zombie corpses. The army did not suffer any losses, but it consumed a large amount of ammunition. If this continues, the bullets will run out sooner or later. How much ammunition is left? Inside the checkpoint, the lieutenant looked at the soldier who had dug out the crystal core and asked the adjutant beside him. Not enough shells for the next round of bombing. As for bullets, it can still withstand about 5 minutes of concentrated fire. The adjutant sighed and said that they had to evacuate now, and it seemed that the tanks had to be abandoned. I hope there won't be any trouble. Where is the nearest unit to us? The lieutenant asked. As they were seriously running low on ammunition, they had no choice but to join up with other troops. I can't contact the troops I met before. They are all on their missions. I guess they have already evacuated. Okay, let's evacuate tomorrow morning. The conversation between the two ended, and not far away, a figure was sitting in a jeep looking at the two. Comrade, what are you doing here? It's very dangerous here. Let's go back. There were many soldiers coming and going, looking at Chin Fan sitting on the roof of the jeep, and asked in confusion. Chun Fan is an exception. Most of the survivors ran away in a hurry, but he ran here to join in the fun. Chun Fan had no intention of talking, but sat quietly in the jeep, looking at the lieutenant who was walking towards him. The lieutenant obviously also noticed Chun Fan. When he saw Chun Fan for the first time, he couldn't help but put his hand on the pistol at his waist. The lieutenant's intuition told him that the man sitting on the roof was dangerous. The look in Chun Fan's eyes was similar to that of some thugs he had seen, or even more terrifying than those thugs. Who are you? Soon, the lieutenant came to the jeep, looked at Chin Fan sitting on the roof, and asked, a survivor struggling in the apocalypse. He jumped down from the roof of the car and answered with a smile on his face. It's unfortunate for someone like you to survive the apocalypse. The lieutenant sneered, treating Chin Fan as a terrorist. There was no trace of military temperament in Chin Fan, but instead he was full of violence. Don't say that. I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person either. Will a bad person say he is a bad person? That's true, but I'm really not a bad person. Who are you then? Businessman. There were soldiers stationed around, and the lieutenant put away his weapon and looked at Chin Fan. I need a crystal core. I have the crystal core, but do you have anything worth trading with me? Leaning against the car, the lieutenant asked with a smile, already thinking that Chin Fan was a member of that mysterious organization. What do terrorist organizations use crystal cores for? Research. Research on biochemical weapons? Bullets, weapons, whatever you need. I can provide you with it. Chin Fan said that the military must be in great need of these things at the moment. And what I have the most of are these things. The cheapest things in the system store are hot weapons. With just a few points, you can buy a lot. Oh, how do you want to trade? That depends on how many crystal cores you can give me. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said that the evacuation point was equipped with Type 88 tanks, which required a 105mm tank gun. The price in the system is 2 points per shot, which is already very expensive. 105mm armor-piercing tank gun, do you have it? 5 high-explosive bullets, any? The lieutenant asked with a smile. Ordinary organizations cannot produce these things, especially within the territory of Dragon Country. If it can be taken out, then it is really worth paying attention to. The other party is obviously not simple. How much do you need? Chen Fan asked. Even if the other party needs an electromagnetic rifle, he can provide it. Armor-piercing tank gun, 1,000 rounds. 5, 100,000 rounds. The lieutenant said calmly, taking the opportunity to observe Chun Fan's expression. But to the lieutenant's surprise, Chun Fan agreed directly with a blank expression on his face. Now, it was the lieutenant's turn to be shocked. Boy, do you think you can fool me? If you can't get it out, leave now. The lieutenant said that he had begun to think that Chin Fan was a liar. You can take it out, but you need to provide 5,000 crystal cores. You can pay half first, and then pay the other half when I deliver the goods. Chin Fan said, just 1,000 tank guns would require 2,000 points, and I don't have enough points. I can only collect some of the crystal cores first. Do you think I'm stupid? The lieutenant glanced at Chen Fan and asked with a smile, you still want 5,000 crystal cores, but I only have a little over 6,000 in total. It was Chen Fan, who got it by killing countless zombies, who asked for 5,000 right away. Moreover, you have to give half first. How can you trust me? Chen Fan frowned and said, it is normal for the other party not to believe it. After all, those things are too difficult to get, not to mention that this is Dragon Country. Let my warriors follow you. The lieutenant thought about it, and although he felt it was unlikely, he still wanted to give it a try. Anyway, I'm leaving tomorrow, so even if I can't bring it, it won't be a big loss. The most important thing is that the lieutenant did not want to abandon those tanks. Without tanks, if he encountered alien creatures on the road, he would not be able to defeat them at all. Chapter 23 Deception? Okay, but you have to follow my instructions along the way. Chen Fan thought about it and did not refuse. After all, it was normal for the other party not to trust him. You're not mentally retarded. You can't just give the crystal core to yourself. When are you going? It would be best if you could bring it tonight. Seeing that Chen Fan agreed, the lieutenant showed a smile on his face. Now, Chen Fan thought about it and realized that it was almost dark. If it was any later, some strange monster might appear. Xiao Yang, go and get 2,500 crystal cores. Then have a team of warriors on standby. The lieutenant didn't say anything more and directly gave orders to the adjutant who was on standby not far away. I'll leave for a while and come back later. Prepare 5 trucks in advance. There's a lot of stuff. After Chen Fan said a few words, he left without waiting for the lieutenant to say anything. Sir, can you trust what this guy says? Yang Tian, the commander's adjutant, stood aside and asked with a frown. If it's a bullet, it's a little easier to deal with, but if it's a tank gun, this thing. Is there anything else we can do now? Even if he steals or robs, as long as he can bring it to us, it's fine. The lieutenant sighed and said, there is nothing that can be done. They can't really abandon those tanks. At that time, facing the attacking alien creatures, there will be only one way out, which is death. I'm leaving for a while. You guys stay with the military and don't cause any trouble for me. Don't tell them anything the military asks. At this moment, Chen Fan came to Li Long and Wang Hu. The two were wiping their pistols. They could only nod in response to Chen Fan's words. Boss, is it too dangerous to leave? How about we go with you? If something unexpected happens, we can buy you some time to fend off the zombies. Li Long smiled and said, of course it was a joke. They are so weak that they would just be a drag if they went. That's not necessary, just stay here. Chen Fan said speechlessly, if an accident really happened, this guy would definitely run faster than him. Boss, we have guns. If the military finds out, won't it cause any trouble? Wang Hu sat aside, looking at the pistol in his hand, and asked in a low voice. With a gun in hand, even the weakest person can pose a certain threat. The military is still releasing weapons abroad, so what's wrong with us having guns? Just don't show it off like an idiot. Chen Fan sighed and said, Wang Hu and Li Long sometimes can't think straight. That's right. Okay, I came here just to inform you. Come with me to the military and just stay there. Chen Fan said. Wang Hu and Li Long quickly stood up, packed up their things, and followed Chen Fan happily. All the people walking outside were survivors. Seeing Wang Hu and the other man carrying large and small bags and with red oil around their mouths, everyone was ready to make a move. However, when they saw that the 3 men had bulges around their waists, they didn't dare to do anything. Even a fool knows what that is. Anyone who dares to carry so many things around is either a fool or a thug. When we arrived at the military camp, we saw many soldiers carrying some wooden boxes. Needless to say, they were filled with crystal cores. Almost. The lieutenant had been waiting for Chen Fan to arrive. When he saw Chen Fan and the other 2 approaching, he greeted them directly. Well, what about you here? Almost there. I'll equip you with a team. The lieutenant pointed to a small team holding rifles and waiting not far away and spoke. Okay, I'll leave these 2 little brothers to you. Chen Fan didn't say anything more and just got on a truck. Boom, boom, boom. After Chen Fan got on the bus, the small team, 10 people, also got on. Soon, 5 military trucks moved slowly, and under the guidance of Chen Fan, they drove out of the checkpoint and got off the highway. Drive down there, and call me when you get close to the suburbs. Chen Fan spoke to the soldier driving the car in the main passenger seat and began to fiddle with the energy pistol in his hand. The high-tech pistol naturally attracted the soldier's attention, but they only took a glance and quickly looked away. The gun in Chen Fan's hand looks like a toy. Boom boom, puff. After getting off the highway, there were more and more zombies along the way, but the convoy did not slow down at all and continued to smash the zombies. I have to say that the scene of 5 military trucks lined up and moving forward was quite spectacular. We've already completely exited the highway. It won't be long before we're near the outskirts of the county town. Where should we park? Not long after, the soldier driving the car asked Chen Fan. The military literacy is extremely high, and the soldiers will not speak at all unless it is necessary, probably to prevent Chen Fan from obtaining information. See that factory building? Go there. Under the illumination of the headlights, you can vaguely see a huge factory building 1,000 meters away. In many places, you can get close to the county town as soon as you get off the highway, and there are always many industrial buildings around the suburbs of the county town. Since it is an industrial building, there must be a factory inside it. Chen Fan had already thought of a countermeasure, otherwise he would not have rashly brought these soldiers here. There seem to be a lot of zombies outside. Are you sure it's here? Under Chen Fan's guidance, the convoy soon arrived outside the factory, and many figures could be vaguely seen swaying inside. Zombies, can't we just kill them? Chen Fan smiled, asked the soldiers to drive the car to break open the iron gate, and then leaned out to shoot. The huge noise naturally attracted all the zombies. At that moment, the soldiers in the car got off and fired with their rifles. Wait here for a moment. I'll drive away and be back soon. Where are you going? Calling for backup. Although there are many zombies, they are just ordinary zombies after all, so the pressure is not that great. Chen Fan drove away in a truck full of crystal cores, leaving behind a group of soldiers to fight the zombies. Although these soldiers were unhappy, Chen Fan's movements were too fast and they couldn't stop him. Captain, what should we do? That guy won't just run away, right? You bastard, you've been fooled, haven't you? Soon, 10 soldiers gathered together and fired wildly at the zombies that kept attacking. What can we do? Get rid of the zombies here first? If that guy doesn't come back, chase him. There are zombies everywhere. Let's see where he can run to. The team leader was also a little angry and felt that he had been tricked. If I go back like this, I really don't know what kind of punishment I will receive. When leaving, the lieutenant gave a death order that he must follow the other party no matter what the situation is. Now, I've been tricked into getting off the bus and have to face so many zombies. Chapter 24: Mechanical Warriors vs. Wild Boars. Boom. On Chen Fan's side, he drove a military truck recklessly, and the windshield was covered with zombies' blood. Not long after, the vehicle crashed open a tightly closed iron gate and then slowly drove inside. The commotion here was quite loud, so it naturally attracted the attention of many zombies. Buzz boom boom. As soon as Chen Fan got out of the car, he threw out 3 particle-like objects, followed by a series of buzzing sounds. ZZ, boom boom boom. The 3-way artillery was deployed, and the next second after the infrared rays were fired, the incoming zombies were instantly torn to pieces by the pouring bullets. Ka. Chen Fan had already entered the carriage, opened the wooden box, grabbed the crystal cores inside, and stuffed them into his chest. It looked a bit weird, but Chen Fan didn't care about that. He just absorbed the crystal core like a dog eating shit. There are 2 wooden boxes in total, both filled with crystal cores. The absorption speed is not slow either. Looking at the ever-increasing points, Chen Fan couldn't close his mouth. He kept absorbing the crystal cores and kept muttering something like, I'm rich, I'm rich. Host, Chen Fan. Energy, 100. Points, 25,240, 25,240. Level 3 Iron Body. Skills, Cyclops, low level, motion capture, low level, thermal imaging, omnidirectional propulsion system, low level, external armor. No. Weapons, energy pistol, energy dagger. Looking at the points on the system panel, Chen Fan smiled abnormally. With more than 20,000 points, he could buy a lot of equipment. Buzz. Afterwards, in the empty factory, Chen Fan purchased a large number of tank guns and some ammunition. 1,000 rounds of armor-piercing tank guns, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, and a lot of fragmentation grenades. A total of more than 3,000 points were spent, and originally only more than 2,000 points were needed, but Chen Fan gave some ammunition as a gift. Maybe we will continue to trade in the future, so we naturally want to leave a good impression. System backpack, 10,000 points. Mechanical wings, 5,000 points. External embedded laser device, 1000 points. Conqueror mecha, 10,000 points. Energy vibrating sword, 500 points. All-round propulsion system, intermediate 10,000. Energy device, intermediate 5,000. Son of destruction, 25,000 points. Level 3 mech warrior, 2,000 points. Looking at the things in the system store, Chun Fan was very confused. There were many things he could buy, but the problem is, if you buy some things yourself, you will become a pauper. I still have about 22,000 points. After hesitating for a while, Chun Fan decided what to buy. 5 level 3 mecha warriors, energy vibration blades, intermediate energy devices, and mechanical wings cost more than 20,000. Commander, number 1 reports to you. Number 2 reports to you. Number 3. Then, 5 young men in black combat uniforms appeared in front of Chun Fan. He looks no different from a human, but his eyes are filled with a hint of cruelty. He held a thermal weapon similar to a rapier in his hand and had a 1 meter 2 meter long black sword on his back, with blue arcs of electricity flickering in it. The energy vibration swords are the weapons that come with the level 3 mecha warriors, while the thermal weapons in their hands were purchased by Chun Fan for them. Let's go. After casually looking at everyone, Chun Fan didn't say much. They were all mechanical warriors and did not have intelligence. If the mecha warrior is above level 2, he will have independent consciousness, but that is a bit expensive. A level 2 mecha alone requires 5,000 points. Ka. After putting away the turret, the ground outside was littered with zombie corpses. Chun Fan, holding a vibro knife in his hand, led a group of people to grope their way out. Although Chun Fan purchased mechanical wings, they were usually hidden and not part of the external armor, so they could not be seen. The mechanical wings will only appear when needed. Thump, thump, thump. Not long after they walked out, there were still a lot of zombies wandering around, and several mecha warriors raised their weapons and started shooting. Unlike Chun Fan, who just fired in a burst, his shooting technique was impeccable and very accurate. Isn't it over yet? Listening to the continuous gunshots not far away, Chun Fan frowned slightly. It has been a while, right? Why the hell? How could a strange beast appear? Damn it, this is a trap. That guy must be trying to lure us over here, then kill us and take all those crystal cores for himself. On the small team side, the zombies have been almost killed, but some new creatures have appeared. It looks like a wild boar, but the hair on its body is as hard as steel. Bullets hitting it have little effect, but instead cause sparks. Captain, retreat. We are running out of bullets. Boom. A soldier threw a grenade and yelled at the captain, who was still firing. How the hell is this running? The captain roared, and 2 soldiers were now seriously injured and lying on the side gasping for breath. A few meters away, 2 wild boars with red eyes and drooling all over the ground were dealing with them. Although bullets don't have much effect on their bodies, they can cause great damage if they hit their eyes. The 2 wild boars didn't dare to attack rashly, so they could only keep circling around, trying to use up their bullets. Swoosh boom. At this moment, a loud roar was heard, and before anyone could react, a violent roar was heard and terrifying flames surged out. Hum. Under the gaze of the warriors, a wild boar was immediately blown away and fell to the ground, wailing miserably. Thump, thump, thump. Immediately, fierce gunshots rang out, and tongues of fire appeared in the darkness not far away. Swoosh boom. Soon, another rocket came and flames burst out, and the wild boar that had just stood up was knocked to the ground again. Sorry, I'm late. Under everyone's vigilant gaze, Chun Fan ran over carrying a rocket launcher, followed by 5 soldiers in black combat uniforms. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 warriors threw away their weapons and rushed towards a wild boar. The wild boar charged forward, but was immediately clamped by the 2 warriors, who then punched it on the forehead. After all, it is a mechanical warrior. It does not feel pain, and its body is very strong. It specifically hits the wild boar's head, so the effect is naturally great. Puff! The wild boar struggled frantically. A warrior took out the energy vibration knife from his back, and the arc of electricity jumped and slashed directly on the wild boar's back. Under the shocked gazes of the soldiers, the sword slashed the wild boar's back, causing waves of blood and flesh to burst out. Thump, thump, thump. The wild boar howled in pain and seemed to want to escape, but one of the warriors picked up his weapon and shot at its wound. Just like that, the wild boar was gone. Chapter 25. Return to extraction point. How does it feel? Looking at the team leader, who was sitting on the ground, Chun Fan stretched out his hand and asked with a smile. Not so good. If you had come a little later, we would all have died. Facing Chen Fan, the captain's face was not looking good. If Chen Fan hadn't abandoned them, how could his teammates have been injured? Sizzle. On the other side, after several mechanical warriors dealt with the wild boar, they began to bandage the wounds of the two injured warriors. Mechanical warriors all have basic skills and carry some medical supplies with them. It can be replenished automatically, and the ammunition is just deducted from Chen Fan. Okay, the things are ready, let's move them. After treating the injuries of the two soldiers, Chen Fan spoke to the captain. The captain naturally did not look happy, and under the leadership of Chen Fan, he drove towards the destination. Along the way, he looked around, fearing that there might be an ambush. Naturally, Chen Fan didn't say anything about this. When they arrived at the factory and saw the mountains of ammunition, the captain was so shocked that he was speechless. Hurry, move quickly. Coming back to his senses, the captain smiled and immediately asked the soldiers to start carrying the ammunition. These things are for you too, move them in together. Chen Fan pointed to a large number of wooden boxes piled up nearby, which were filled with fragmentation grenades and some Molotov cocktails. Isn't this part of the deal? The captain frowned and asked. He naturally knew about the transaction. Although they really needed these grenades and Molotov cocktails, they were not included in the transaction after all. It's for you guys, don't worry about me raising the price. Chen Fan smiled calmly, naturally seeing through the other party's thoughts. Okay, I thank you on behalf of the country. The captain couldn't stop smiling. With these things, a lot of casualties could be reduced. Grenades can cause great damage to zombies, almost destroying a large area with one blast. That's too much. You guys move first. I'll take them to get their things. Chen Fan said, calling on the 5 mechanical warriors to leave. Captain, this is great. With these things, we should be able to return to the capital safely. Yeah, I didn't expect to get so much ammunition. That's great. When the time comes for us to carry out our mission, we'll ask the commander to get more ammunition. After Chen Fan and his companions left, the soldiers continued to talk to each other while carrying the ammunition. You take this, and you carry the bazooka. And Gatlin, Barrett. On Chen Fan's side, he came to another factory and bought some heavy weapons from the store. Chen Fan began to distribute them to several mechanical warriors. One of the soldiers was holding a Gatling gun in his hand and a rocket launcher on his back. The other one is carrying a Barrett, and the others are flamethrowers or grenades all over their bodies. Looking at the great changes in the soldiers before his eyes, Chen Fan finally smiled. Wow, it's a walking arsenal. If a battle breaks out, it will be full of firepower suppression. Moreover, they are all large caliber, and the bullets supplied to the system are mainly armor-piercing bullets. Buzz. Then, in the factory, Chen Fan waved his hand and a 7-meter-long armored vehicle appeared. All-terrain armored command vehicle, 500 points. This armored vehicle is quite expensive, but it is worth the money and can withstand ordinary tank gun bombardments. It is also equipped with 2 fully automatic machine guns and a 23mm defensive gun. Not related to reality, don't delve into weapons or anything like that. Get in the car. At Chen Fan's call, several soldiers hurriedly got into the car, and then the vehicle roared and drove out. I have to say that the visual impact of this steel giant is still very strong. What the hell is this? This is too exaggerated. When the soldiers who were carrying ammunition heard the noise, they hurriedly came out with their guns. After seeing the huge monster, they were so shocked that they were speechless. It looks like a lying cockroach with a constantly rotating turret on top, and you can hear a slight sound of electricity from time to time. Have you finished moving? Chen Fan came out of the car and asked several soldiers. Not much yet, it will take a while. Although shocked, the team leader quickly responded to Chen Fan's words. Get out of the car and help move it. Put the weapons away before moving them. Then, a funny scene happened. Under the gaze of several soldiers, a soldier carrying a Gatling gun and a rocket launcher on his back got off the car and was kicked back by Chen Fan. It is difficult to lift the weight of a Gatling gun alone, let alone carrying a rocket launcher. Then, the 5 soldiers laid down their weapons and joined the queue carrying ammunition. I'm beginning to doubt whether you are from the National Special Forces. Chen Fan leaned against the wall and threw a pack of cigarettes to the team leader. The team leader looked at Chen Fan's harmless face and said very seriously, if that were the case, I wouldn't have to flee everywhere. Chen Fan laughed and said, National Special Forces? Are there really such forces? At least, I didn't come into contact with it in my previous life. Since you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with us to the capital? Join the army and serve your country. The captain took a deep puff of his cigarette and looked at Chen Fan seriously. Chun Fan didn't expect the other party to directly extend an olive branch, but unfortunately he was not interested. We can cooperate, but forget about joining. No, I have somewhere else to go. Chun Fan declined politely. He didn't want to be controlled by others, nor did he want his secrets to be discovered. Okay, if you ever want to join the army, come to the capital and find us. With the lieutenant here, it would be a good idea to arrange a military position for you. The team leader didn't say much. Everyone has different ideas, and you can't force them. Time passed little by little, and with the help of 5 mechanical warriors, the moving speed was very fast. After all, one robot warrior can carry several boxes of ammunition. Soon, the ammunition was loaded, and Chun Fan and others boarded the vehicles. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of engine sounds were heard, and the convoy slowly moved. In the dark night, the speed of the convoy was not slow. It soon entered the highway and moved towards the evacuation point. Along the way, nothing intimidating happened, so the convoy quickly returned to the evacuation point. At this time, the moon was shining brightly, and Chun Fan and others had been away for quite a while. Chapter 26: Changing Weapons. The huge armored vehicle was followed by 5 military trucks. Such a scene naturally attracted countless people's attention. Military support? That should be the case. There might be some important person in that armored vehicle. Tisk, TSK, what a show. Are you still doing this in the apocalypse? What's in those trucks? I don't know. Maybe it's filled with yellow mud? Ill. Crowds gathered in the distance, but were quickly dispersed by the soldiers stationed around. Are you anxious to wait? The armored vehicle passed the checkpoint and stopped at the camp. Chun Fan got off the vehicle with the mechanical warriors holding heavy weapons behind him. Lieutenant. At this moment, the lieutenant wanted to curse in his heart. He was standing straight just now, and originally thought that a big shot from the military had come, but then Chun Fan got out of the car. Why, you brought it so soon? The lieutenant asked curiously as he looked at the soldiers starting to get off the truck. Otherwise, just transport some things. How long will it take? Chun Fan smiled, and the mechanical warriors behind him, holding various heavy weapons, protected Chun Fan on both sides. Seeing the weapon in the other party's hand, the lieutenant couldn't help but swallow. If I'm not mistaken, the Gatling gun seems to be installed on a heavy armored vehicle. Now he is being held in the hands of a young man with a rocket launcher on his back. This is fucking unreasonable. Sir, I've brought everything. Then, the previous team leader ran to the lieutenant and whispered a few words in his ear. Ha ha ha. I've prepared the food for you. Come in quickly, or the food will get cold. Hearing what the captain said, the lieutenant couldn't stop smiling. You're welcome then. Chun Fan did not hesitate and led the mechanical warriors towards the tent nearby. As soon as he entered, Chun Fan heard the lieutenant outside shouting, Move quickly, move quickly. Chun Fan. Boss, you're here so soon? It went by so fast, I thought it would take a long time. As soon as they entered the tent, Wang Hu and Li Long, who were sitting inside drinking porridge, hurriedly stood up and greeted them. Eat. Chun Fan curled his lips and sat directly on the chair. Boss, who are these people? Li Long drank the porridge and looked at the soldiers holding heavy weapons and protecting Chun Fan on both sides, and couldn't help but wonder. Teammate. Boss, didn't you say you didn't have any teammates? Now I have it. All right. Li Long and Wang Hu were both very confused. They clearly said that it didn't exist before, so how come it exists now? But he was too lazy to think about it. He drank the porridge while looking at the weapons in the hands of the mechanical warriors. I looked at the other party's weapons, then at my own. The little pistol that I originally liked, I suddenly felt disgusted with. Brother, I haven't asked you your last name yet. Not long after, the lieutenant walked into the tent with a flushed face, sat directly next to Chun Fan, put his arms around Chun Fan's neck and smiled. List. Brother Chun, I've seen those things, they're pretty good. And thank you for the grenades, thank you so much. The lieutenant laughed. There were more than 1,000 grenades and nearly 2,000 Molotov cocktails. If you feel sorry for me, you can give me some more crystal cores. Forget it, I have nothing but thick skin. Chun Fan, my subordinate just told me that you don't want to follow us to the capital? Brother Chun, forgive me for being blunt. In this situation, only the capital is the safest place. As a token of my gratitude to you, I suggest that you come with me to the capital. I can find you a good job then. The lieutenant said that he had been hungry for a whole day, so he picked up the porridge on the table and started drinking it. It was just plain water with rice, but the lieutenant still drank it with gusto. I don't have any idea about this for now. I'm leaving tomorrow. If I need to go to the capital in the future, I'll come find you then. Looking at the lieutenant who was eating with relish, Chun Fan declined again. The lieutenant was indeed considering Chun Fan. Although Chun Fan's identity was suspicious, in this situation, it was Chun Fan who helped them. I won't force you, just think it over carefully. If you come looking for me later, you might not be able to find me. The lieutenant laughed, and Chun Fan also understood the meaning. In the end times, there are disasters everywhere, and it is even a question whether you can survive until tomorrow. Then you might as well come with me. Follow me. I can guarantee your safety. Chun Fan joked that the lieutenant was a good person and had certain abilities in leading troops in battles, so it would be best if he could be recruited. That won't do. I'm a soldier from the Dragon Nation. Even if I face death in the future, I will stand at the front. Although I believe what you said, Brother Chun, even so, I still want to follow the country. Although Chun Fan was joking, the lieutenant still answered seriously. For them, going somewhere else at this time is no different from betraying the country. Even if Chun Fan forms an alliance with the country in the future, it won't work. Ha ha ha, respect your idea. Chun Fan didn't say anything more. There was no way the other party would go with him. Okay, I have a lot to do. I also have to prepare for evacuation tomorrow. I won't accompany you. Just rest in the camp. There are soldiers stationed there. There's no danger. After drinking the porridge, the lieutenant stood up, patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, and spoke. Well, go get busy first. After the lieutenant left, only Chun Fan and a few others were left in the room. Brother, can you show me what you have in your hand? Rubbing his hands, Li Long looked eagerly at the Gatling gun in number one's hand and asked in a low voice. Show him. Number one did not make any move until Chun Fan spoke, then he handed over the weapon. Bang! Seeing the other party holding it with one hand, Li Long went over to catch it with one hand. The result is predictable. Both the gun and the man fell to the ground. If you don't have the strength, why bring a weapon? Chun Fan was speechless. Look at that muscular guy Li Long, but he couldn't even lift a Gatling gun. Ahem, I wasn't paying attention just now. Li Long stood up awkwardly. Although he felt very cool holding the Gatling gun with both hands, he couldn't stand it after a while and could only return it to number one awkwardly. Boss, do you have any other weapons? I think a pistol might not be for me. Li Long stood beside Chun Fan, rubbing his fingers and asked in a low voice. What do you want? The kind with blue flames. Get lost. Afterwards, Chun Fan took Li Long and Wang Hu to the armored vehicle to get weapons. Chun Fan had placed a lot of hot weapons in the armored vehicle in advance, such as shotguns, machine guns, and various assault rifles. Li Long was also interesting and picked a shotgun. Wang Hu chose an assault rifle. Chapter 27 Leave and Confess. It's time to go to bed. We have to leave early tomorrow morning. After the two of them had chosen their weapons, Chun Fan gave instructions in a calm voice. Okay, what about you, boss? Don't you want to take a rest? Wang Hu asked with a smile, fiddling with the assault rifle in his hand. The boss goes to bed very late. Let's go and rest first. Li Long said at the side. In Li Long's opinion, strong people should not rest much. Okay, go to bed. Chun Fan was speechless. Although he didn't need to rest, there was nothing to do at night. If he wanted time to pass quickly, he would go into hibernation. The group groped their way into the tent. Wang Hu and Li Long were already exhausted, so they fell asleep directly on the quilts. As for Chun Fan and the other mechanical warriors, they just stared at each other. Enter hibernation. Yes, sir. After Chun Fan and others rested, the soldiers outside were still busy, and there were still many survivors wandering outside. Come out to look for food. No, to snatch food. Although there were troops stationed there were always some brave ones who sneaked into other people's tents. If discovered, the only option is to deal with it. No monsters came to harass us that night, and the next day passed peacefully. Brother Chun, have you thought about it? Do you want to come with us? When the sun just rose, the lieutenant found Chun Fan. At this moment, Chun Fan was wiping his energy vibration knife. The lieutenant paid no attention to the strange-looking long sword and asked directly. I still choose to leave, Chun Fan said with a smile, and the lieutenant could only shrug helplessly and said nothing more. Don't crowd, line up to enter. Listen to the instructions, don't drive over here. Leave your cars behind. The elderly, the young, the sick and the disabled get on the bus first, and everyone else wait a moment. Not far away, soldiers were directing the crowd to board the military truck. Although there are not many military trucks, there are also some buses here that can transport a lot of people. Get in the car, it's time for us to leave. Chun Fan shouted to the sleepy Li Long and Wang Hu. Hearing Chun Fan's shout, the two men came over with weapons in hand. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the lieutenant and others, Chen Fan and his party boarded the armored vehicle. Bursts of intense engine noises were heard as the armored vehicles left the checkpoint, going in the opposite direction of the route the lieutenant and his men were taking. Maybe we can meet again in the future. Looking at the departing armored vehicle, the lieutenant couldn't help but smile. He was sincerely grateful to Chen Fan. On Chen Fan's side, number 1 was driving the car, while Chen Fan was absorbing the crystal core in the back. The lieutenant loaded the remaining 2,500 crystal cores into the car in advance, which led to the current scene. At this moment, Li Long and Wang Hu were so confused that they were speechless. They saw Chen Fan taking off his shirt, revealing his mechanical body. Originally, the two thought Chen Fan was wearing some kind of armor, until a hole opened on Chen Fan's chest. I get it, boss. You are Iron Man. Li Long, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted excitedly. For a moment, not only Chen Fan, but also Wang Hu was confused. What kind of train of thought was this? Shouldn't this be a monster? Don't give nicknames randomly, but it's also correct to call him Iron Man. As you can see, I am not a human being, but a mechanical creature, Chen Fan said calmly, and it took a long time for the crystal core to be absorbed. Boss, are you a creature from another world? Wang Hu gritted his teeth and asked. He had some understanding of alien creatures. Alien creatures could be in any form. No. I was once a human, but I was transformed into a machine. Chen Fan said calmly that Wang Hu was still a normal person, unlike Li Long, who was like a person with cerebral palsy. It's good that it's not an alien creature. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Wang Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Chen Fan was a creature from another world. By the way, they are also mechanical life forms. Chen Fan pointed at number 1 and others and said in a calm voice, were they all human once? How did it become a mechanical creature? Li Long was puzzled, looking at Chen Fan's mechanical body, and his heart was filled with enthusiasm. If you want, you can also become a mechanical creature and possess powers beyond those of humans. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said that if the other party was willing, he could transform them into mechanical creatures. If they were unwilling, he would not force them. At worst, just deal with it. Now that your secret has been revealed, do you still want to live? Don't blame yourself for being cruel. Before you gain a firm foothold, Chen Fan will never let the secret leak out. Really? Reform now? Come on, I'm ready. When Li Long heard this, he excitedly began to take off his clothes. Wang Hu, who was standing next to him, felt his anus tighten and he quickly moved away. Go, go, go. We'll renovate it when we get the place. What about you, Wang Hu? Do you want to be reformed? Chen Fan looked at Wang Hu and asked with a smile. Compared to Li Long, Wang Hu was much calmer. At least his mind was normal. If transformation can protect my family, I am willing to transform. Wang Hu was silent for a while, then thought of his home and said this to Chen Fan. I can't guarantee that, but you can be much stronger than you are now, and you can get help. Chen Fan said, who knows whether Wang Hu's family is still alive? Good. I'll transform. After a long silence, Wang Hu knew that he had no way out. In Chen Fan's eyes, Wang Hu saw murderous intent directed at himself. If I refuse, I might be thrown into the wilderness in the next second. Besides, there is nothing wrong with transforming Wang Hu's body. Although he is no longer a human being, at least he can have great power and at least he can survive. Smart choice. Once we get there, I'll transform you into mechanical bodies. Don't worry, it's just the body that has been transformed into a machine, but the mind and everything else remain the same. Chen Fan spoke up. Although the system explained it this way, he had never tried it, so Chen Fan was not very clear about it. I don't know if I've changed at all. Soon, the armored vehicle changed to a highway and began to follow the signs, heading towards the city. At the current speed, it should take 2 days to reach the destination. So the question is, why doesn't Chen Fan drive an aerial vehicle such as a helicopter? The problem is that Chen Fan doesn't know how to drive a level 3 mechanical warrior. Only first-level mechanical warriors can drive these things. Currently, don't even think about getting a first-level mechanical warrior, which requires 10,000 points. Although he could afford it after absorbing the crystal core, Chen Fan was reluctant to replace his equipment. Chapter 28 Heavy Rain. Millipede. Hualala. On the highway, I don't know when it started raining. The rain got heavier and heavier, and finally the road could no longer be seen clearly. Leave the highway and go to the nearest county town. Looking at the scene outside the window, Chen Fan said that it would be too dangerous to continue moving forward when he couldn't even see the road clearly. Receive. Soon, The vehicle drove into the nearest ramp and began to exit the highway. This is a city, very close to the city. Before the end of the world, it only took 3 hours to get there. Wang Hu looked at the heavy rain outside the window and spoke to himself. Let's find a place to rest and wait until the rain stops before setting off again. It took 2 days, traveling day and night. After all, the armored vehicles had strong defensive capabilities, so there was no need to worry about anything. At worst, if you encounter a situation, you can just run away. But now because the vision is blocked, it is difficult to run away if you encounter an emergency. Don't worry, uncle and aunt should be fine. We'll see them soon. Looking at Wang Hu rubbing his fingers back and forth, Li Long patted him on the shoulder and comforted him softly. My parents didn't know that when the apocalypse broke out, they were supposed to be at work. But I have a younger sister at home. Wang Hu sighed and said, his parents are together, and with his father around, there shouldn't be any big problems. But it's different for my younger sister. She's on leave from school and staying at home sick, for fear of encountering any danger. Don't worry, the boss is here. We can find it. Li Long said that although he said this verbally, he still believed in his heart that the other party's family might have died. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to survive in the apocalypse. If they encounter alien creatures, they will have no ability to fight back at all. Commander, are we entering the county? Number 1 asked as he drove, having already completely left the highway and could already see the outline of the city a few kilometers away. After leaving the highway, although it was still raining heavily, at least I could see the road in the distance clearly. Go around from the side and find a place to stop. Chen Fan said, if we rashly enter the city, who knows if it will trigger a tide of zombies? Under Chen Fan's command, the vehicle began to accelerate and soon approached the city. It did not go in directly, but went around from the side. As we approached the county town, we saw a large number of zombies wandering on the road. The armored vehicles made a lot of noise, which naturally attracted a lot of zombies. Automatic defense system activated. Boom, boom, boom. A mechanical sound was heard from inside the car, and the turret was immediately opened. The zombies that had just rushed in were instantly torn to pieces by machine guns. Get off right in front. The vehicle continued driving for 10 minutes and stopped outside a small supermarket. There were a lot of corpses outside the supermarket, and blood was everywhere. They were all zombie corpses. Caw. The car door slowly opened. Chun Fan and others got out of the car and walked towards the supermarket in the heavy rain. Don't come in. This place has been occupied by us. As soon as they approached the supermarket, a woman appeared by the window and yelled at Chun Fan and others. Holding a crossbow in his hand, he stared at Chun Fan and others. There was a lot of blood on the woman's body, and her face couldn't be seen clearly as it was covered by mud and dirt. Through thermal imaging, Chin Fan discovered that there were 2 people in the supermarket besides the woman. There was another one. It must be a child. Please put down your weapons. 5 mechanical warriors holding heavy weapons stood in front of Chin Fan, pointed their weapons at the woman, and spoke coldly. Gulu. Looking at the weapons in those people's hands, the woman couldn't help but swallow her saliva and had no doubt that they were fake. After all, would someone who can come in an armored vehicle use fake weapons? Boom, crash. Number 1 ignored the woman's gaze and kicked open the tightly closed glass door, causing glass fragments to scatter all over the floor. Commander. Number 1 was also sensible. He took a towel from the shelf nearby and handed it to Chun Fan. After wiping off the water droplets on his body, Chun Fan glanced at the woman who had retreated to the corner and said nothing. Behind the woman, there was a little boy being protected. When you look closer, you can see that the woman is not very old and looks like a college student. And that little boy, if nothing unexpected happens, should be her younger brother. I'm starving. I can finally eat something. Wang Hu and Li Long put away their weapons, found a lot of food from the supermarket shelves, sat at the checkout counter and started eating. Elder sister, stop talking. In the corner, the little boy seemed very scared and hugged the woman tightly. As soon as he opened his mouth, the woman covered his mouth. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions. We are just hiding from the rain and will be gone soon. Looking at the brother and sister with fear on their faces, Li Long spoke kindly. But the woman didn't seem to believe it and still looked at them warily. Li Long didn't know what to say about this and could only eat by himself. Chan Fan came to the outside of the supermarket and looked around with thermal imaging. The temperature was very low, so thermal imaging was not very effective and the distance it could see was limited. However, in a haystack not far away, Chun Fan saw some strange creatures. It looks like a snake, but thermal imaging shouldn't show snakes. Go and take a look. Chun Fan called number 4 and pointed to a pile of weeds about 20 to 30 meters away. Caca. Number 4 walked over with a flamethrower, while number 2 set up the Barrett behind him in case some powerful alien creatures appeared. Roar. Just when number 4 walked out about 10 meters, a roar came from the haystack, and then a black shadow rushed out of the haystack. The whole body is covered with barbs, and there are thousands of feet below. Bang! Number 4, who had been prepared, immediately pulled the trigger and a deafening roar was heard. The monster that had just jumped up was instantly shattered and fell to the ground, twitching. Under the terrifying power of Barrett, his body was broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Millie? Chun Fan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the monster still twisting its body on the ground. Judging from its appearance alone, this monster looks like an enlarged version of a millipede, a 2-meter-long millipede and as thick as a thigh. The feet are constantly moving, which looks disgusting. Huff. Number 4 picked up the flamethrower and without hesitation, sprayed it directly on the monster. Under the scorching flames, the monster's body twisted wildly, and then it became motionless after a while. Buzz. Then, in order to prevent other monsters from appearing, Chun Fan drove the armored vehicle outside the supermarket and opened all the turrets. Boom. As soon as the turret was turned on, a loud roar was heard, and the 23mm defensive gun opened fire. Chapter 29 Dragon? Giant Snake. Boom. Roar. The defensive artillery bombarded a small hill about 100 meters away. For a moment, the trees on the hilltop were trampled and an angry roar was heard. Fire! Chun Fan looked over and saw a huge snake on the top of the mountain. It was as thick as a bucket, but its length was not clear at the moment. Boom! Under the concentrated fire of Chun Fan and others, the giant snake became enraged and rushed down directly from the top of the mountain, and the trees below were instantly scattered. Chun Fan and the others also saw the entire appearance of the giant snake, which was about 12 meters long. Swoosh boom. Number 1 picked up the rocket launcher and fired a shot directly. Flames burst out instantly, and the giant snake that had just rushed down was blown away for a distance by the air wave. I'll do it. Li Long roared, rushed out with a shotgun, and pulled the trigger from dozens of meters away. Boom. Unprepared, he was knocked back several steps by the recoil of the shotgun and fell into the garbage pile nearby. Boom, boom, boom. The machine guns on the armored vehicles launched bombardment one after another, and the defensive cannons fired from time to time, raising waves of blood mist on the giant snake's body. Boom, boom. Number 2 carried the Barrett and continuously bombarded the giant snake's vital point, raising waves of blood mist, and soon tore the giant snake's body into 2 pieces. But even so, the giant snake was not dead yet and continued to attack Chun Fan and others. Roar. Not far away, a giant snake with only half of its body left jumped up and rushed towards Wang Hu, who was holding a rifle. Wang Hu was so scared that he had been shooting, but the bullets wouldn't come out and the safety was not on. It was very embarrassing. Swoosh boom. Number 1 found the right opportunity and fired a rocket at the giant snake that was ejected. The terrifying impact force swept out, shattering the glass of the supermarket. The giant snake was also blown away, and Wang Hu was also knocked to the ground by the impact force. The distance was a bit far, so it did not cause any harm to Wang Hu. It's over? Li Long had just crawled out of the garbage dump, his body covered in slop. Looking at the giant snake that had fallen to the ground and was covered in charred dust, he asked in confusion, "You too, get out of the way and practice shooting." Chun Fan looked at Wang Hu and Li Long in silence. One was thrown into the garbage dump by the recoil, and the other was even more miserable without even the safety catch on. Wang Hu, Li Long. The two were too embarrassed to speak. After walking to the side, their hands and feet were shaking due to the fight just now. They were obviously frightened. This was the first time for the two of them to participate in a battle, and they didn't expect it to be like this. I originally thought it was a god coming down to Earth to fight 3 people alone. Commander, there is no crystal core. Number 1 searched the giant snake's head for a while, then shook his head and said to Chun Fan, "Okay, come back." Chun Fan sighed. Can crystal cores only appear in the heads of zombies? Or, this is just a mutated creature and no crystal core will appear. Come out, it's solved. When Chun Fan and others returned to the supermarket, the siblings were hiding behind the cash register. I suggest you go somewhere else. This place is no longer safe. Chun Fan sat aside and said calmly, outside the supermarket, Wang Hu and Li Long were shooting at the wall. Good. The woman didn't say much. After replying once, she started packing up with her brother. He took away some food, got into a slightly shabby car, and left under the gaze of Chun Fan and others. Chen Fan had no intention of bringing any burden with him. Having Wang Hu and Li Long alone was already enough of a headache. As for women, they had never thought about following Chen Fan and others mainly because they did not trust them. Come over here and have something to eat, then get on your way. Chen Fan shouted at the two people who were still shooting outside. Hey, hey, here it comes. Don't worry, boss. It won't happen again next time. Yes, that was an accident after all. It was my first time using a gun. The two returned to the supermarket, both looking embarrassed. They didn't expect that the first shooting would turn out like this. Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything. He thought that things would be much better after the two of them were transformed into mechanical life forms. After all, after becoming a mechanical life form, not only will your strength become stronger, but you will also have various programs to assist in combat. As time passed, the rain outside gradually stopped and the air was filled with the smell of earth. Of course, there is also a hint of blood. Next, we have to head to the city. Once we get there, we'll find a place to set up camp. Sitting at the cashier counter, Chen Fan thought secretly that he now had more than 26,000 points, part of which would be used to set up a camp and the other part would be used to build a city. There are all kinds of things you can buy in the system store. Even a wall can be a bit expensive to buy. After all, it contains some technology and has strong defensive capabilities. After setting up camp, Chen Fan can continue fighting zombies and digging crystal cores. Let's keep on going. We'll be arriving in the city soon, probably around noon. Soon, several people packed their things and got in the car. The vehicle started and drove past the side of the city. So many snakes. Not long after the car started, I could see through the window that there were many snakes crawling on the road outside. Chen Fan felt very strange about this, as all these snakes were moving in the same direction, which was towards the city. It's strange. Is there something attracting them? Chen Fan frowned slightly, but fortunately there was no giant snake like the one before, so there was nothing to worry about. The armored vehicle ran over the snakes. The vehicle drove for a long time, but the number of snakes did not decrease, but increased. Some snakes actively attacked them, but with the protection of the armored vehicles, the attacks of ordinary snakes had no effect at all. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Li Long, who was sitting in the back, exclaimed, as if he was shocked by something. Oh my god, this is too exaggerated. Chen Fan quickly looked out the window. This was the suburbs. The terrain was relatively high, and he could see places 1,000 meters away. On a building 1,000 meters away, a giant black snake appeared in the sight of Chen Fan and others. I don't know how long the giant snake is, but it should be about 50 meters long as it coils around the building and climbs up. The head has already appeared on the top floor, but even so, it is impossible to see how long the giant snake's tail is. Judging from this distance, the giant snake should be 3 or 4 meters thick and pitch black all over. At least 100 meters. Looking at the giant black snake, Chen Fan said blankly, it should be a creature from another world. Now I finally know why there are so many snakes on the road. They must be attracted by it. Turn off automatic defense. Hurry up, get out of here. Chen Fan shouted at number 1. That guy is not someone they can handle at all. Chapter 30 Criminal Gang. Afterwards, the vehicle's speed became faster and faster. Inside the car, not only Wang Hu and Li Long were nervous, even Chen Fan was extremely nervous. Damn, that guy is exactly the same as the ice dragon before. The vehicle was driving very fast and soon left the city. The giant snake was no longer visible, and there were fewer snakes crawling on the road. Boss, do you think we will fight it in the future? Li Long tightly grasped the shotgun in his hand and whispered to Chen Fan. What nonsense are you talking about? When the time is right, I will chop off its kidneys and make soup. Chen Fan said that when he was strong enough, he would specifically target tough guys like this. Don't ask. The reason I ask is to show off my strength. Boss is so handsome. Can I not go then? No. Oh, this is a magical dividing line. That girl is so fun to play with. Ha ha ha, what a pity he died. It's all the fault of the third brother. If it weren't for the third brother, I wouldn't have committed suicide. Come on, you guys have contributed too. On the outskirts of the city, at the gas station, there were many vehicles parked outside. In the gas station, there were many survivors gathered, and many weapons were placed on the table. We are so lucky. We didn't expect the airdrop to land here. Ha ha ha, God is helping us. There was a dining table in the center, and at the main seat, a sturdy man with a beard and a charming woman in his arms laughed. Brother, what if the military knew about this? A green-haired young man next to him stopped talking midway and was obviously afraid of something. Bullshit, in the current situation. The country can't even protect itself, and it will still care about us? All the troops that showed up before died here. No soldiers have shown up in the past few days. If nothing unexpected happens, the military has given up on this place. The sturdy man sneered and said, there are about 20 people at the gas station, with about 10 guns. 6 were found in airdrops, and the rest were snatched from the police station. Brother Yao is right. The army will definitely not come again. Now is our chance to develop. As long as we win over enough people, we can build our own base and become emperors ourselves. The charming woman sitting in the arms of the youngest brother spoke in a delicate voice, rubbing her but on the sea cucumber from time to time. Ha ha ha, your sister-in-law is the one who understands. Did you hear me? Let's build our own base. Then, we will be the emperors. Women power, everyone has it. The youngest brother pinched the woman's butt hard, grinning with his mouth full of yellow teeth. He, follow big brother, and you will definitely have a happy life. That rhymes. Here's another one. Yeah, that's it. Drag him out and shoot him. This group of people occupied a gas station, and refugees often came to refuel. The result can be imagined. All women will be taken away, and men will be kept if they surrender, otherwise, snap. There are countless bodies piled up in the garbage dump behind the gas station, which shows the evil deeds of these people. Look at my second brother peeing in the air. Hey, look at me peeing underground. You are impotent, right? Can you still pee properly? You are the wimp, your whole family is wimpy. Outside the gas station, by the road, 2 guys were standing on the side of the road peeing. Boom, boom. But just as the 2 were peeing, the sound of a car engine was heard, and judging from the noise, it should be a big guy. Brothers, let's live. One of the guys shouted directly into the gas station, and soon, many strong men armed with weapons ran out of the gas station. After a while, an armored vehicle appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the huge creature that was 7 meters long, everyone who came out was stunned. Is it the military? The youngest brother looked at the armored vehicle stupidly and couldn't help but clench the rifle in his hand. Puff! The armored vehicle drove slowly over and stopped 5 or 6 meters away from the crowd. Dong dong. The next second, the car door opened, and a mechanical warrior carrying heavy weapons appeared in front of everyone. WTF. Looking at the Gatling guns, Barrett guns, and rocket launchers in the other party's hands, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Judging from his attire, he is not a soldier, but what is the weapon in his hand? What are you stopping the car for? Chen Fan got out of the car, but Wang Hu and Li Long stayed in the car. In such a close fight, Chen Fan could not protect them. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you guys want some gas? It's free and doesn't cost any money. Upon seeing this, the youngest brother quickly ran to Chen Fan and whispered. Although they have more people, the weapons in the hands of Chen Fan and others are quite powerful, and Brother Yao doesn't think they can defeat them. Although he was jealous of the weapons in the hands of Chen Fan and others, he was not a fool. Come on. Damn it. You're hindering my progress. Pa. The next second, in front of everyone's confused gazes, Chen Fan slapped Brother Yao in the face. The youngest brother was also stunned. He never expected Chen Fan to suddenly take action. For a moment, humiliation surged into my heart, and I couldn't help but want to pick up the gun in my hand. Puff! Just when the youngest brother was about to take action, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and chopped down with a long knife. The electric arc surged and then the blood gushed out wildly, and the brother's body was split into 2. Everyone squat down. Looking at the youngest brother who was split in 2 and fell to the ground, Chen Fan retracted his gaze and spoke calmly to the others. Some of the bodies piled up behind the gas station were exposed, including a naked female body. In addition, Chen Fan needs a lot of fuel, and the quantity is too large. The other party will definitely not agree, so it is better to dispose of it directly. Squat you ma. Fire. Thump, thump, thump. Many people were not fools and directly raised their weapons to shoot at Chen Fan and others. The boss was dead, and they would definitely not have a good ending. ZZ, boom boom boom. Number 1, who had been prepared, pulled the trigger and the Gatling gun barrel began to spin wildly. In an instant, endless bullets poured out, attacking indiscriminately. The person in the front was torn into pieces in an instant, and the person behind him just opened fire and fell in a pool of blood the next second. Number 1 was still firing wildly at the supermarket next to the gas station, leaving countless bullet holes on the wall and shattering glass. What a hassle! Looking at the bullet hole on his chest, Chen Fan felt helpless and spent 100 points to repair it. By the way, he repaired the injuries of the mechanical warriors. As long as Chen Fan's head is not damaged, Other parts of his body can be repaired with points. The head can be damaged, but only minor ones like bullets are not allowed, at least not now. Stop it. Looking at the minced meat all over the ground, Chen Fan said calmly, and number one stopped firing. The barrel of the Gatling gun had turned red, and there were bullet shells all over the ground. Chapter 31 Arrival at H City. Oh my goodness, this is too brutal. Wang Hu and Li Long got out of the car and looked at the minced meat all over the ground. Their legs couldn't help but go weak. Go and cheer up. Chen Fan opened his mouth and said that he also needed a lot of energy replenishment. Although I have enough points, I would like to save as much as possible. I have now upgraded to an intermediate energy device, and it requires more than 2,000 points to replenish the energy. Chen Fan couldn't bear to do that, so he had to use other fuels instead. With the support of the intermediate energy device, even if the propulsion device is fully open now, it can last for more than an hour. Even if you turn on the laser eye at full power, it can last for half an hour. Buzz. Then, the space behind Chen Fan twisted and a pair of mechanical wings appeared. Chen Fan's body slowly flew up and flew towards the top of the gas station. The mechanical wings are full of technology and are not jet-like, but anti-gravity devices. It is completely black with red lines running through it. In the center of both sides of the wings, there is a device like a small fan. Oh my god, so damn handsome. Boss, can you let me play? Looking at the mechanical wings that appeared behind Chen Fan, Li Long shouted excitedly. But Chen Fan ignored him and flew above the gas station, quietly looking at the city not far away. It was pretty much the same as I remembered. The only difference was that the city was a little run down now, and there was black smoke rising from many places. The city has not seen any powerful alien creatures, at least not yet. Originally, what Chen Fan was most worried about was the appearance of creatures like ice dragons and giant snakes. It now seems that it will not appear, at least not of such a large scale. Boss, you are so handsome. Chen Fan jumped down from above, and Li Long ran over, looking at the mechanical wings behind Chen Fan with excitement. The wings were not installed on Chen Fan's body, but more like floating. Forehead. Li Long was talking about something when Chen Fan simply pulled out the gas pump and stuffed it into his mouth. His handsome look was gone in an instant. Ahem. Li Long looked at this scene with some disgust, then walked to the other side in a daze. If he turned into a robot, would he also have to put the gas gun into his mouth like this? That's my home. Li Long came to Wang Hu, who was standing next to the gas pump, looking at a tall building in the distance, talking to himself. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Don't worry. Be good. You can go home soon. Be good. Wang Hu, you're not gay, are you? Wang Hu couldn't help but move his body, looking at the muscular Li Long, and muttered softly. You sent all this. Oh no, I'm not. Absolutely not. Li Long smiled awkwardly and could only rub the shotgun in his hand back and forth. Tons, tons, tons. Soon, several mechanical warriors came to the gas station, picked up the gas gun and put it in their mouths. Li Long looked at the scene with disgust and felt more and more that he would be like this after he turned into a machine. Time passed little by little, and soon the armored vehicle's fuel was almost replenished. Let's go, put your stuff away. Not long after, Chen Fan dropped the oil gun in his hand and shouted at Li Long, who was still rubbing the shotgun not far away. Here it comes, let's go. Wang Hu, don't just stand there. After Li Long's shouting, Wang Hu, who was originally a little dazed, finally reacted and smiled awkwardly. Boom boom. The armored vehicle made a series of roaring sounds and, driven by number one, began to drive towards the city. Automatic defense activated. We are about to enter the city. After all, we are going deep into the urban area, and we are sure to encounter many monsters along the way. Boss, my house is right there. There's a back door, but there might be too many zombies. Wang Hu pointed at a building in the distance through the car window and said, a little worried. What if there are too many zombies and I am too weak, and I will drag down Chen Fan and others? If I go alone, I might die before I even get through the gate. Number one, drive over. Under Chen Fan's order, fortunately Wang Hu's home was in the suburbs, so although there were many zombies, they did not cause a zombie tide. As long as the people are rescued, that will be enough. Of course, only Wang Hu's family will be rescued. Chen Fan has no intention of rescuing other people. Once the rescue is completed, we need to choose a suitable place to set up camp. Boom boom. Puff. The vehicle began to approach the suburbs, and zombies could be seen everywhere along the way, rushing towards the armored vehicles. However, before it got close to the vehicle, it was torn to pieces in an instant by machine guns. Pay close attention. Wang Hu's home is located in a residential area. Even at the back door, there are a large number of scrapped vehicles piled up, and countless zombies gather here. Boom, 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 boom. Under the crazy bombardment of the 23mm defensive cannon, the armored vehicle ran at full speed, instantly smashing countless zombies and crashing through the scrapped vehicles blocking the way. Bang! The open iron gate fell to the ground, and armored vehicles rolled over it, crushing countless zombies. The scene was once very bloody. This is it, right here. As soon as he rushed into the community, Wang Hu pointed at a building and shouted excitedly, "Get ready to get off." The car door opened, and Chen Fan got out with an assault rifle, firing bullets at the incoming zombies. The noise was already loud enough, so there was no need for a stealthy attack. Boom! Below the building, a large number of zombies poured out of the corridor, and number 1 picked up the rocket launcher and fired a shot. In an instant, minced meat flew everywhere. Follow me. The 2 mechanical warriors were at the back holding off the incoming zombies, while Chen Fan led the others and rushed into the building. In the end times, power outages are normal. Even if there is no power outage, Chen Fan will not take the elevator. Who knows if there will be a surprise when you open the door? Which floor? 8th floor. The first room on the 8th floor is my home. Afterwards, under the leadership of Wang Hu, everyone groped their way up the stairs. The noise was so loud that the zombies wandering in the corridor were attracted one after another. Thump, thump, thump. Boom. At this time, Li Long came in handy, killing a large number of people with the shotgun in his hand. Ha 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 ha, this feels so good. Looking at the zombies being shattered continuously, Li Long roared excitedly. Squeak. Stop. On the 6th floor, Chen Fan called everyone and pulled back Wang Hu, who was rushing in front. What a big gecko. In the mezzanine between the 7th and 6th floors, a 2-meter-long gecko covered with scales was lying on the ceiling. The dark green eyes stared at Chen Fan and others. It can no longer be called a gecko, but a monitor lizard with a mouth full of fangs, which looks a bit scary. Chapter 32, The Disappearing Sister. Roar. The next second, the gecko pounced directly towards Chen Fan and others. Wang Hu was the closest, so the first one to attack was naturally Wang Hu. Oh my god. Wang Hu was so frightened that he jumped up and immediately rode on Chen Fan. Boom. Li Long reacted quickly. He picked up the shotgun and fired a shot. With a sharp roar, the gecko that was flying towards him was torn apart in an instant. For a moment, the minced meat was shaking everywhere and a foul smell was emitted. Chen Fan and others did not feel anything, but Li Long and Wang Hu felt dizzy. Press on. Under Chen Fan's command, number 1 dragged the Gatling gun and killed his way forward, bullets pouring out crazily. There is more than one gecko here. Above the 6th floor, there are geckos everywhere, but they are obviously not as big as the one just now. Puff, puff. Chen Fan grabbed Wang Hu, who was riding on him, then took out the energy vibration knife and swung it wildly at the gecko that was rushing towards him. Sizzle. Number 1, who was rushing in the front, had the barrel of the Gatling gun in his hand turn red, but fortunately the number of geckos began to slow down. The 7th floor. We're almost there. Looking at the building numbers stained with blood, Wang Hu couldn't help but tighten the rifle in his hand. Hurry up, the zombies below are about to rush up. Chen Fan shouted, and the mechanical warriors originally stationed below had caught up. After a while, bursts of roars could be heard coming from below. We're here, right here. Soon, everyone arrived at the 8th floor. Wang Hu was exhausted and gasped for breath. He pointed at the security door in front of him and said, "Smash it open." Chen Fan did not hesitate, and the energy blade in his hand kept slashing at the door. Under the continuous cutting of the vibrating knife, a large hole was torn in the door, enough for them to enter. Walk. Soon, a group of people entered the room, and number 1 stood at the door holding a Gatling gun. With the Gatling gun in hand, the zombies pouring out from below were torn to pieces one after another. Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, are you there? Brother is back, are you home? Wang Hu entered the room and began to search everywhere, from the kitchen to the toilet. Boss, my sister doesn't seem to be here. Wang Hu ran out of the master bedroom in a panic, looked at Chen Fan, who was sitting on a chair playing with a pistol, and started crying. Don't look for him anymore. He should have left. Chen Fan said that he had used thermal imaging to search when he came in, but there was no one there. But where can my sister go alone? Maybe he went out to look for food and was eaten by zombies. Li Long sat on the sofa and sighed. Impossible. There is still a lot of food at home. My sister can't go looking for food. Wang Hu immediately retorted that there was still a lot of food in the kitchen, enough to last for a while. Then it might have been abducted. Li Long thought about it and expressed his thoughts. Who would kidnap my sister for no reason? Possibly a rapist. Fuck you. Before Li Long could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Chen Fan. This guy is really brain dead. Wang Hu is so anxious, but he still has the mind to say such nonsense. I'm just speaking my mind. It's also possible that he was taken away by the rescue team. Li Long, who was kicked to the ground, stood up awkwardly, and seeing that Chen Fan was about to attack again, he quickly ran to the corner. Okay, since we can't find it, there's nothing we can do about it. First find a place to set up camp, and then we can slowly search. There are no signs of a fight in the room. Your sister might have been taken away by the rescue team. Chen Fan said, although it is unlikely, we should always think positively. Even if you have other ideas, you can't say them out like Li Long did. All right. Wang Hu sat on the ground in a daze. He originally thought he could take his sister away, but now it turned out to be like this. Commander, we have almost dealt with it. We can leave now. Number 1, who was standing at the door, dealt with the zombies that were rushing over and then shouted at Chen Fan. Okay, leave now. After helping Wang Hu, who was slumped on the ground, everyone started to go down the stairs and leave. After walking through the corridor full of minced meat, I soon arrived at the bottom of the building. The bottom of the building was quite lively, with a large number of zombies gathered there. However, as long as it was not a tide of zombies, it did not pose much threat to Chen Fan and the others. After all, they have no shortage of ammunition, and they don't need to change magazines, so they can use fire suppression. Boom, boom, boom. The few of them were very fast. After getting into the armored vehicle, they returned directly the same way they came. The city is huge. It is unrealistic to find someone in a city full of monsters. Wang Hu seemed to be aware of this and did not speak a word along the way. Li Long ate his food heartlessly. Perhaps he had already let it go. There should be quite a few survivor organizations in the city. We can ask around then. Don't worry, in this situation, just ensure your own safety first. Chen Fan looked at the scene outside the window and spoke to Wang Hu in a calm voice. Not long after the armored vehicle left, a huge figure appeared in the original community. The 6-meter-long gecko, covered with thick scales, had a tongue full of barbs and drooled all over the floor. The gecko didn't seem to intend to follow, but just watched the armored vehicle leaving quietly. After the armored vehicle completely left, it also disappeared. Chen Fan and the others naturally didn't notice it. After all, they had driven so far away. What the hell is this? What the hell is this apocalypse? Zombies are fine, but these weird things are also appearing. Who says it's not true? People die every day. I don't know if we will be the next one. Oh, I hope the military rescue will arrive soon. It's unlikely. If the military wanted to come to rescue, they would have come long ago. At this moment, in a steel mill surrounded by iron fences, there are 500 or 600 people gathered here. From time to time, armed soldiers patrolled around the iron bars. This small gathering place for survivors is also the largest gathering place for survivors in the vicinity. Let's go to this area tomorrow. There's a small supermarket there. It probably hasn't been raided. In a factory building in the central location, there were many policemen in uniform. There was a hand-drawn map on the table with many places circled in red. The red circle area is where the most zombies are, and it is a forbidden area for these people. The place where Chen Fan and others had just gone was marked with several red circles. The bullets are almost gone. What should we do next? A young policeman asked, looking at the magazine in his pistol, which still had 3 bullets. What can we do? Use a bow and arrow. That thing. It's hard to even hit a dog and it's homemade. It can't even shoot 20 meters. What else can we do? Should we go back to the police station to look for bullets? Forget it. There's no coming back, and there's a big guy inside. Chapter 33. Transformation of Machinery, Building of Steel City. This is too crude. Can this thing stop zombies? At this moment, Chen Fan and others came to an open flat ground near the stream. This was originally a small park, but is now occupied by Chen Fan and others. Looking at the mesh iron bars that kept appearing, Li Long asked with a puzzled look on his face. It felt like this thing would be knocked down directly by zombies. How about you go get some concrete to build the wall? Chen Fan, who was constantly installing iron bars, was speechless. There was no other way. He only had so few points at the moment. If he wanted to buy an iron wall dozens of meters high, it would be too expensive. Iron bars are more economical. You can buy several with 1 point. The main reason is that the area that needs to be surrounded is a bit large, so we can only use iron bars for now, and then replace it with a giant iron wall when we have enough points. Boss, if we become robots, can we have this ability? Seeing Chen Fan summon an iron bar at will, Li Long asked in confusion, "What is the difference between this ability and that of a god? What are you dreaming about? Only I can do this." Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy Li Long was not only brain-dead, but also a chatterbox. Okay. Li Long was very disappointed when he heard Chen Fan's answer. It seemed that he could only carry a shotgun and shoot zombies everywhere in the future. Afterwards, without Li Long's harassment, Chen Fan installed the iron bars faster and faster. After all, it is an item in the system, so you just need to find a place and the iron bars will be automatically installed. Primary city wall. 1-point sheet. It can resist the harassment of ordinary creatures, but cannot resist artillery bombardment. It is the lowest level of city wall and can be upgraded or added. It covers an area of about 1,000 square meters, which is not big, but it is enough for the moment. After the fences were all installed, Chun Fan put up a layer of electric wire on top of the fences to prevent some old men from buzz. After doing all this, Chen Fanka did not stop, but placed a turret at regular intervals around the fence. The Gatling automatic turret is the cheapest in the system store and is sufficient to deal with ordinary monsters. It is mainly used to deal with some thugs. Alright, you two, get ready. I'll transform your bodies in a moment. In the central location, there is a not-so-big house that existed before the end of the world, so it should have existed before that. In the house, Chen Fan waved his hand, and a large iron box 2 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared. From the appearance, it looks a bit like the medical cabin in science fiction movies. On the side, there is an upright enclosed device that is connected to the transformation cabin. This thing cost Chen Fan 5,000 points. The most ridiculous thing is that to transform it into a robot, you need to pay extra. 500 points to transform a person is a huge sum of money for Chen Fan at the moment. Who's going first? Looking at the install device, Chen Fan glanced at Wang Hu and Li Long. Let me go first. Li Long was still thinking about running over directly, but was dragged over by Wang Hu. Then, in Li Long's confused eyes, a man walked towards the device. Okay, let you go first. Li Long was speechless, thinking, wasn't this guy reluctant before? Why is he competing with me now? Lie down in there. It'll take about half an hour. Chen Fan opened the transformation cabin, and Wang Hu took off his clothes and went in. He lay in the cold transformation cabin, and his breathing became rapid. Ding-dee. After a while, the hatch closed, and a dazzling blue light flashed inside. Boss, we are now an organization. Do you have a catchy nickname? Also, this will be our base from now on. What's its name? 5 mechanical warriors were patrolling outside, leaving only Chun Fan and Li Long in the house. Number, yes, dog eats shit. Boss, are you serious? What do you think? The two of them stared at each other. Li Long couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The name Dog Eats Shit was too ugly. Mechanical Legion, Steel City. Hey, that's a great name. Li Long was almost accepting the name of Dog Eating Shit, but Chen Fan's next words made Li Long's eyes light up. Anyway, at least it sounds better than a dog eating shit. Thus, the Steel City, which everyone would know in the future, was born. Soon, half an hour later, the upright device on the side was turned on. Under the expectant gazes of Chen Fan and Li Long, Wang Hu walked out and looked at his body in confusion. Except for the face, which still looks the same as before, the body has become a mechanized body just like Chen Fan. In fact, the head has also changed, but it is just covered with a layer of human skin. Unlike Chen Fan, Wang Hu was completely transformed and his brain was digitized while Chen Fan retained his brain. It can be said that Wang Hu is now completely immune to corpse poison and virus. How does it feel? Looking at Wang Hu, who was looking at his body back and forth, Chen Fan smiled slightly. Except that I feel full of strength and a light curtain appears in front of my eyes. Nothing has changed. Wang Hu answered very straightforwardly, and the light screen that appeared in front of him was not a system but a basic attribute version. Remaining energy, weapon and ammunition reserves, and combat analysis all appear on the attribute panel. Transformed into a machine, the body shape is the same as that of a human, not a skeleton. It is like the flesh is coated with a layer of carbon fiber and muscle lines, and the inside is all mechanized. Go out and have some fun. Get familiar with each other. Chen Fan threw a shotgun to Wang Hu. Wang Hu didn't hesitate, picked up the shotgun and walked out. The sky outside was gradually getting dark, but Chen Fan had placed many searchlights in the Steel City in advance, so it didn't seem pitch black. It's my turn. It's my turn. Come on, I'm ready. Watching Wang Hu leaving, Li Long ran to the transformation cabin anxiously and looked at Chun Fan expectantly. Come in. Chun Fan was speechless. Wang Hu's original body had disappeared. It should have been destroyed by the system. After all, there was no point in keeping it. It couldn't be used as food. Hee hee. Li Long was not nervous at all when he lay in the transformation cabin. Instead, he was extremely excited and felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. When the renovation started, Chun Fan was too lazy to wait there, so he walked out of the house and looked at Wang Hu, who was shooting continuously not far away, and nodded involuntarily. At this moment, Wang Hu, holding a shotgun, kept shooting at the trees not far away. After being transformed into a machine, there is no need to change bullets. Just shoot directly and the bullets will be directly deducted from Chun Fan. The huge recoil of the gun is no problem at all for Wang Hu now. In fact, he felt no recoil at all. If the shotgun hadn't been spewing flames, Wang Hu would have felt that he was holding a toy gun. Chapter 34 Predator Mech. How does it feel? Looking at Wang Hu, who was about to break the tree, Chun Fan asked with a smile. It feels great. I have so much energy. Moreover, the speed, strength, and even the speed at which the brain thinks are much faster. Seeing Chun Fan appear, Wang Hu quickly put away his weapon and said excitedly. Wang Hu couldn't help but feel intoxicated by the feeling of possessing power. If he had this power, he should be able to find his family, right? We will upgrade later, and then we will be even stronger. Chun Fan said with a smile that when he was remodeling Wang Hu, he replaced some of their equipment. For example, low-level omnidirectional propulsion device, thermal imaging system, motion capture, and the like. Those things are not expensive, and for Chun Fan now, he can buy them easily. When Wang Hu and others become stronger, they will be able to bring more crystal core benefits to himself, and he can completely control their life and death. The system will also monitor their actions. For Chun Fan, there are only benefits. Not long after, a series of ghostly howling sounds were heard from the house. Li Long came out. He ran out of the house like a big black rat and came to Chun Fan in a panic. Boss, my second brother is missing. My baby is gone. As soon as he came in front of Chun Fan, Li Long pointed at his crotch and kept crying to Chun Fan. Chun Fan, Wang Hu, do you want me to install one for you? One with a motor. May I? Let's talk about it later. In the initial transformation, the younger brother will usually disappear. Of course, you can add more. Chun Fan has added some. Well, after all, it is a man's dignity. I can do without it, but I can't live without it. Boss, show me yours. Did you install the motor? Is it like a pile driver? Da-da-da? Li Long kept looking at Chun Fan's crotch and describing it with his hands from time to time. Get lost. Believe it or not, I will add a golden needle mushroom to your body. After a while, Chun Fan walked away from the fool and came out of the house alone. There are currently about 10,000 points left. Although it's not much, it can be used to buy some things. Automatic anti-aircraft artillery, 500 points. Laser rifle, 1,000 points. Level 2 mechanical warrior comes with its own weapon. Conqueror Mech, 10,000 points, 5 meters tall, equipped with 5 fully automatic machine guns and a laser main gun, can be used in all terrains, moves slowly but has extremely strong defensive armor, can be driven automatically or manually. Predator Mech, 5,000 points, 4 meters long, equipped with 2 fully automatic machine guns and a laser main gun, can only be driven automatically and can provide long-range fire support. Nano-level steel body, 30,000 points, all-round transformation, can resist general thermal weapons, excluding heavy artillery, has extremely strong automatic recovery ability. Looking at the things in the system store, Chun Fan felt helpless. Although there were many things that could be bought, many of them were useless. Now Chun Fan wants to buy a nano-level steel body, so that he doesn't have to worry about attacks from thermal weapons, and the automatic repair speed is extremely fast, which can greatly enhance his combat capability. Unfortunately, it requires 30,000 points, but I only have 10,000, so of course I can forget about it. After a little thought, Chun Fan purchased an automatic anti-aircraft gun and a Predator mecha. Buzz. Anti-aircraft guns were placed on the roof of the house to specifically prevent some blind flying monsters. Next to Chun Fan, there appeared a mecha that was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and looked like an enlarged version of Haiyan. Why is it called a mecha instead of an airplane? It's because it can be transformed. Ka. Under Chun Fan's command, the Predator mech began to transform, and its parts began to gather and change. Soon, a 2-meter-tall dark blue humanoid mecha appeared in front of Chun Fan. Predator 1, reporting to you. A mechanical voice came out of his mouth. Looking at the two machine guns on the opponent's shoulders and the device with electric arcs on his chest, Chun-Fan nodded. The mecha has no thinking ability at all and can only act according to Chin-Fan's orders. According to the definition of mecha, it will not actively attack humans unless it is attacked. Of course, Chun-Fan can change this definition, go on patrol, and come back and report if anything happens. I am following your orders. Under Chin-Fan's command, Predator number 1 began to change its form, turning into a seagull-like appearance. Boom boom. Spewing out dark blue flames, it took off vertically and soon arrived in the sky, circling back and forth in the dark sky. It was just that the noise of takeoff was a bit loud, and when it flew into the sky, you could hardly hear the sound. These mechas generally do not consume energy and can be on standby for a day with about 5 points. What actually consumes energy is the laser cannon on the body. Each shot costs 1 point. According to the system's description, 1 bullet can instantly destroy a car, and dozens of bullets can destroy a building. It's all about money. Thinking about the endless predators attacking in the future, after a round of bombing, I will lose everything I have left, not even my underwear. Boss, can you drive that thing? Is he also a modified mechanical warrior? Can he turn me into one? Li Long, who rushed over after hearing the sound, happened to meet the Predator one which had just taken off, and his eyes lit up. You're just like dogs. Come here when you smell something. Looking at Li Long rubbing his hands around a fly with a look of anticipation, Chun-Fan felt a headache. I have to find a reason to punish him. That was a mecha, not a mechanical warrior. Can't drive, forget it. Chun-Fan said speechlessly, directly breaking Li Long's idea of soaring into the sky. That's a shame. But it should be possible to transform it into that shape. Let's see later. Chun-Fan shrugged and said, if you want to transform into that, you need about 5,000 points. If he chooses to equip himself with weapons, it might cost tens of thousands of points, which Chun-Fan is reluctant to part with. After selecting the weapons, it is very expensive, and it is not as cost-effective as buying the mecha directly. Boss, I am strong enough now. I should be able to use more powerful weapons. For example, a bazooka or a Barrett. I'm not picky, so I'll take any of them. Thinking about the weapons in the hands of other mechanical warriors, Li Long felt jealous every time he saw them. Hey, this is it. Chun-Fan threw out a handful of big pineapples, glanced at Li Long and said, this one is not bad either, I used it when I played PUBG. Li Long took the big pineapple thrown by Chun-Fan and smiled foolishly. As for rocket launchers and the like, Chun-Fan didn't dare to give them to this guy. If they accidentally went off and hit his own people, a large number of them would be wiped out instantly. Chapter 35 Survivors appear at night. Run quickly, the zombies are catching up. I told you not to go raid for supplies, now it's all right. Stop talking nonsense and run away. In the dark night, on the pitch-black road, dozens of people were running wildly with flashlights in their hands. Roar, roar, roar. Behind the group, there were countless zombies chasing them madly. Ah, save me, save me. You can't do this, save me. A man running at the back of the team was tripped by something, and the zombies behind him immediately pounced on him and bit him, tearing his body apart. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and all kinds of internal organs were torn out by the zombies. The crowd fleeing in front continued to run wildly without any intention of stopping. The man is beyond saving, and there is no point in rescuing him. It would be better to run away quickly while he is attracting the zombies. Roar. Damn it, the liquor is catching up. Go to hell, why are you chasing us? A violent roar was heard, and behind the crowd, a monster about 7 or 8 meters long, with a mouth full of fangs and bloody flesh all over its body, appeared and rushed towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Boom! As soon as he caught up with the group, he slapped them in the face. 3 of them were instantly beaten into meat paste. The people next to them were so scared that they stood there stupidly, unable to move. Puff! The liquor grabbed the man with great force and stuffed him into his mouth. There is a light ahead. There may be someone there. Hurry over and ask for help. Ah, never mind. Just rush over there. Just as the remaining few people were fleeing frantically, they saw a lot of lights not far away. Near the creek, some people recognized that it was originally a park, but now it was surrounded by iron fences. In other words, there were people ahead, and judging by the size of the iron bars, there might be quite a few of them. Zizi, boom boom boom. Just as the crowd approached the fence, bursts of fire suddenly erupted in the sky. In an instant, endless bullets bombarded and shot wildly at the attacking lickers. Boom whoosh. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, A huge aircraft with a faint blue light flashing swooped down from the sky and fired at the Licker's face with machine guns on both sides. For a moment, under the crazy shooting of the machine gun, the flesh and blood on the Licker's body was constantly lifted up. Roar. The intense pain seemed to anger the Licker, and its speed became faster and faster, rushing towards the group of people madly. Zizi, boom boom boom. However, just after rushing through a certain distance, several infrared rays were aimed at it, followed by a series of violent roars. The turrets in the fence instantly changed direction and bombarded the Licker's head frantically. Swoosh, sizzle, boom. Above the sky, the Predator mech that had originally taken off attacked again, with blue arcs flickering beneath the mech. The next second, a blue ball of light the size of a basketball blasted out. Sizzle, boom. The blue light ball bombarded the Licker's head, and then a dazzling light burst out, and electric arcs surged out wildly. The Licker that was originally charging madly stopped, and its head exploded, blood and flesh spurted out, splashing all over everyone's face.
Ugh.
Is there anyone inside? Can you open the door? Anyone there? The crowd came to their senses and ignored the Licker that was blown into pieces, but instead banged on the iron gate frantically. The zombies that had been chasing them earlier arrived, and although they couldn't get close due to the crazy shooting of the mechas and turrets, they were outside the fence after all, and everyone was very scared. Open the door. Following the shouting of the crowd, not long after, 7 or 8 armed men came running from not far away and opened the door directly. Stand over there. Don't even think about running around. After letting everyone in, Li Long quickly closed the iron gate, and Chun Fan pointed to the open space not far away. No one dared to say anything and quickly ran to the open space, standing there like good kids. You two come and fight. Everyone else stop. Looking at the zombies surging in the distance, Chun Fan said in a calm voice. Didi. After Chen Fan's words, all the artillery batteries stopped instantly and the infrared rays turned green, aiming at the people standing in the open space. The predators in the sky also stopped attacking and flew to other places. Hey, look at me. Li Long laughed loudly, picked up the pineapple in his hand and shot wildly. The terrible recoil had no effect on Li Long at all. Bullets poured out crazily, and soon the barrel began to heat up seriously, but Li Long didn't care at all. From time to time, he would take out a grenade from his arms and throw it out. Firearms damaged? Not possible. Once damaged, Chun Fan's points will be deducted instantly to repair them. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hu, who was standing by, was holding a grenade launcher and bombarding a large number of weapons in the armored vehicle. Except for a few rocket launchers, Wang Hu and Li Long could use the rest of the weapons at will. Don't their bullets cost money? It's so arrogant. I like it. It shouldn't be the military, but how could a civilian organization have such weapons? And bombers? Who are they? The people standing in the open space not far away were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw Wang Hu and Li Long shooting crazily. They also have guns, but they are all pistols and the like. Moreover, there are very few bullets and they are hardly used. They are mostly used to defend against their own people. Wang Hu and others had never seen such a crazy fire of bullets before, and they were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. Moreover, the Gatling guns around them were beyond their words. Looking at the yellow bullet shells all over the ground, such powerful firepower gave them an unprecedented sense of security. That's it. How boring. Soon, all the zombies outside the fence were dealt with. There weren't too many zombies to begin with, only a few hundred. What else do you want? I'll throw you into a pile of zombies next time. Looking at Li Long, who was showing off, Chen Fan was so angry that his teeth were itching. That guy pulled the trigger and didn't stop. Although the bullet was not expensive and did not cost many points, it still made Chen Fan unhappy. If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive oil, rice, firewood, and salt are. Hey, I'm going to dig for crystal cores. I'm going too. Li Long smiled awkwardly and took Wang Hu to the outside of the fence to collect crystal cores. Take them over there. I'll deal with them later. Chen Fan said to the mechanical warriors holding heavy weapons beside him. He didn't expect that there would be survivors being hunted down in the middle of the night. Follow me. Soon, Number 1 and his men, armed with heavy weapons, led the group of people standing in the open space away. Chun Fan began to repair the fence. Although it was not attacked by zombies, it was damaged by the turrets inside and Li Long. The turret was okay. After all, it was automatically aimed, and most of the shots were fired through the gaps in the fence. As for Li Long, he almost destroyed one side of the fence. If the fighting continued, Chun Fan felt that the fence would be broken down. Chapter 36, Trading with Survivors. Do you think they will kill us? It's possible, if the other party is not an army, you know? After all, we were the ones who lured the zombies here first. Even though it was a helpless move, it definitely made them unhappy. The group was taken out of the house by the mechanical warriors. Under the illumination of the searchlight, everyone stood there like prisoners awaiting trial. I don't want to die. Brother, I was wrong. Can you please let me go? Boom. A girl in ragged clothes heard what everyone was saying. Her eyes filled with fear, and she ran towards number one and was about to kneel in front of him. Number one, thinking that the other party was about to attack, knocked him down with one punch. Although she didn't die, the girl was knocked unconscious by the punch and lay on the ground motionless for a long time. There were 7 people at the scene. After seeing what happened to the girl, they didn't even dare to say a word. Not bad. I got more than 100 crystal cores. Although I don't know what the boss wants these crystal cores for, they should be very important. Not long after, Wang Hu and Li Long came over with a small bag of crystal cores, one in one hand and a weapon in the other. Crystal core? We have the crystal core. We can give it to you. I have a lot of crystal cores. I'll give them all to you. Can you let me go? When the people standing under the searchlight heard that the other party actually needed crystal cores, they hurriedly took out a small bag of crystal cores from their arms and shouted at Li Long with excitement. Crystal core? Li Long was stunned for a moment until the other party opened the small bag. Then he was sure that they were crystal cores. There were about 20 of them, which was a lot. Bring it here. The next second, Li Long directly snatched the crystal core from the other party's hand. The robbed man wanted to say something, but when he saw the mechanical warrior next to him raising his weapon, he dared not say a word. Wait until the boss comes, then you can go and talk to him. Li Long spoke, and without paying any attention to them, he took Wang Hu into the house. It's over. The chips are gone. At this moment, the people who had originally ignited hope quickly lowered their heads, as if they had accepted their fate. Among the crowd, there was a middle-aged woman in police uniform, but it was not known whether she was a real police officer. After everyone's long wait, Chun Fan, who had repaired the fence, finally appeared. Can't you see what's going on? Go get me a chair. Looking at Li Long fiddling with the crystal core at the door of the house, Chun Fan threw a bullet shell at him. Seeing this, Li Long awkwardly moved a chair out of the house. Sitting on the chair, Chun Fan looked at the group of people in front of him. Are you a policeman? Fixing his eyes on the woman in police uniform, Chun Fan asked. It's not clothes. I picked them up. The woman's body trembled slightly, but she still answered Chun Fan's questions. I see. I'm giving you a chance to explain why you lured the zombies here. He took out a pistol from his bosom and loaded it in front of everyone. We saw a bright light here, and those monsters were chasing us. There's nowhere else to go but here. No one knew who spoke first, but the others nodded and looked at Chun Fan with pleading looks. The main reason is that the scene of killing zombies just now is still engraved in their minds. It would be strange if they were not afraid. Beating zombies is like beating your son. Good answer. Do you have any crystal cores? Chun Fan continued to ask. That shouldn't be possible. Crystal cores are of no use to ordinary people. Who would bother to collect that stuff? He took it away. Ahem. The man whose crystal core had just been robbed had just said half of his words when Li Long, who was watching the show behind Chun Fan, started coughing wildly. This guy is so brave that he just gave himself away. Here, you are so young and don't learn well. Under Chun Fan's rolling eyes, Li Long awkwardly took out the bag of crystal cores. Just when everyone thought that Chun Fan was going to return the crystal core to the man, Chun Fan directly stuffed a small bag of crystal cores into his arms. Everyone, 23 crystal cores are not enough to buy your lives. I saved your lives. With so many people, I'll need at least 100 crystal cores. So, we still need 73 crystal cores. Chun Fan spoke slowly and thought of a good way to save crystal cores and trade with the survivors. As long as there are enough survivors, they can bring themselves a large number of crystal cores. I have a little. I have a few here. Me too, and some. After hearing Chun Fan's words, hope ignited in everyone's eyes and they hurriedly began to search their bodies. Not long after, the group gathered another 37 crystal cores, totaling 60. 40 more pieces left. How are you going to give it? Chun Fan said with a smile. Could it be that you have some private goods? We can go out and fight zombies and then get together. Don't worry, we won't run away. We will definitely gather all the crystal cores. Brother, believe us, we really won't run away. After hearing what Chun Fan said, Everyone in the group spoke up and made assurances. What is this? I swear by my family. I swear by my son not having dermatitis. Shut up and listen to what I say. Chin Fan said calmly, and the noisy crowd finally quieted down. This is my base, my territory, Steel City. Forget about the missing crystal cores. I'll give you a discount. Then let me tell you what I think. Chin Fan smiled. When everyone heard that they didn't need to give him crystal cores, they couldn't help but smile, and then listen to Chun Fan's words carefully. You have all seen my defensive capabilities here. Don't worry, our defense will only get stronger. If you want, you can live here, but you need 100 crystal cores to move in. Of course, it's okay if you don't stay. Listen to what I have to say next. I have all the weapons and equipment you want. Crystal cores. As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can buy any weapon or equipment. Chin Fan started talking, and the group of people were stunned at the end as they listened to what Chin Fan said. Someone actually sells weapons? Or trades crystal cores? Isn't this cerebral palsy? For ordinary people, crystal cores are of no use at all. Many people regard crystal cores as trophies of killing zombies. Some people even regard crystal cores as garbage and don't collect them at all. Chun Fan's idea now is very simple. Selling thermal weapons in exchange for crystal cores will not only enhance the strength of the survivors, but also bring himself a large number of crystal cores. After all, the better the survivors' equipment, the more crystal cores they can collect. Chin Fan is not a fool. He will only sell some basic weapons. He will not sell heavy weapons and the like for the time being. After all, that thing poses too great a threat to me. So what's the price of this weapon in your hand? A slightly younger man pointed cautiously at the pistol in Chin Fan's hand and asked, Here, 10 crystal cores. As for bullets, 1 crystal core is 10 bullets. Assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, etc. each costs 50 crystal cores. Conventional bullets cost 10 rounds per crystal core. Chin Fan said that this was a very evil-hearted person. It couldn't be any eviler. But so what? You can buy it or not. Chapter 37 News of the Army's Evacuation. Is everything you say true? It seemed that they didn't quite believe it, and everyone wanted to confirm it. But Chin Fan did not say anything, but nodded. Believe it or not, you will know when they come to trade. Well, it's getting late. I'm giving you some benefits tonight. You can rest here for a night. Just leave early tomorrow morning. Don't make me ask you to leave. As for the transaction, you can come anytime, even at night, and someone will receive you. Chin Fan said calmly, without stopping. He stood up and walked towards the house. Seeing this, all the mechanical warriors left and began to patrol the Steel City. Just sleep on the floor right here. It should be safer here. I must be sleeping on the floor right here. I need to get up early tomorrow to kill zombies. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't disturb the adults inside from sleeping. Okay. The crowd did not leave, but lay down on the grass next to them to sleep. It was a little wet, but it was not a big problem as they had gotten used to it during this time. Chin Fan, who entered the house, looked at Wang Hu and Li Long, and the three of them looked at each other. If you don't know what to do, just go into hibernation. Chun Fan said speechlessly, after becoming a machine, there is no need to rest. Okay. Boss, where are we going tomorrow? Wang Hu asked. He wanted to go in and take a look around, in case he could find a group of survivors. Maybe his sister was inside. Tomorrow, we will kill the zombies in batches and look for survivors around us. Don't worry about your family's affairs. You can ask the survivors to look for them. Just tell them their names and go find them. Although it may not be found, it is still a way. Chin Fan saw through Wang Hu's thoughts at a glance and gave him some advice. Okay, I'll go check with them tomorrow. Wang Hu didn't say anything more. He probably wouldn't be able to find his family in a short time. Li Long has entered a dormant state, standing in the corner like a log. Wang Hu also immediately entered a dormant state. As for Chen Fan, he came to the outside of the house alone. The survivors had fallen asleep on the lawn. Of course, there were still some who were still awake, but they didn't dare to do anything and just lay on the lawn in a daze. Chen Fan walked to the side of the house alone and immediately bought 2 level 3 mechanical warriors. Then I bought a vending machine from the system. The system is really magical. You can buy anything you want. There is also a search box. You can just search for what you want. As for the vending machines, Chun Fan himself decides what items to sell, and then points will be deducted from him. As for currency, Chun Fan can also customize it, even using stones. There are many assault rifles, submachine guns, semi-automatic rifles, pistols, and various cold weapons on the shelves. Finally comes the bullet, and then adjust the price. As for the mechanical warriors just purchased, They are specially stationed next to the vending machines to prevent some criminals from stealing weapons or destroying the vending machines. Feeling unsafe, Chun Fan placed another Gatling gun turret. The vending machine is quite large, 3 meters long and over 1 meter wide. You can buy the weapons you want by simply inserting a crystal core. Originally, I wanted to sell vehicles, but vehicle vending machines were too expensive and took up a lot of space, almost the size of a small factory. Helpless, Chun Fan had to give up. Currently, even if the survivors have crystal cores, they cannot afford to buy vehicles. After doing all this, Chun Fan returned to the house contentedly. It was already very late. Predator number 1 is still hovering in the sky, and once it finds approaching zombies, it will kill them instantly. After entering the house, Chun Fan did not do anything else and went directly into hibernation. Snap! It came very quickly the next day. As the sun began to rise, Chun Fan and the others automatically came out of sleep mode. The 3 of them packed up their things, picked up their weapons and went out. The survivors who were lying on the lawn to rest yesterday also stood up and greeted Chun Fan and others when they saw them coming out with guns. From now on, if you want to buy weapons, go there. Chun Fan pointed to the huge vending machine next to the house and said in a calm voice, "Wang Hu, tell them who you are looking for." Chun Fan said to Wang Hu, and then took Li Long towards the armored vehicle. The 5 mechanical warriors had been on standby next to the armored vehicle. They all got into the vehicle and waited for Wang Hu to come. After a while, Wang Hu entered the armored vehicle with a rifle, and then the armored vehicle started slowly. "We will separate in a moment. Number 1 and number 5 will go to the suburbs to kill zombies. Don't make any noise. If you encounter a strong monster, just run away. Wang Hu and Li Long, you two follow me." Under the gaze of a group of survivors, the armored vehicle drove out of the Steel City, rolled over a road littered with corpses, and moved towards the suburbs. At a fork in the road, Chun Fan and Li Long got out of the car, and the mechanical warriors drove away. Their main task is to collect crystal cores. They will encounter many zombies, so it would be better if they were given armored vehicles. "Boss, shall we walk?" Looking at the departing armored vehicles, Li Long asked in confusion, "Without the armored vehicles, I feel less safe." "No, let's sit on this." Chun Fan waved his hand, and a 3-wheeled motorcycle, a special vehicle for colonels, appeared. There is also a machine gun on the side. "You sit in the colonel's seat, I'll drive, and Wang Hu will sit in the back." Before Li Long could react, Chun Fan got on the bike, and Wang Hu followed suit. Then the position of colonel was left to Li Long. Although he was speechless, Li Long still sat obediently in the colonel's seat and fiddled with the machine gun in front of him. "When you see a zombie, just shoot it. Don't save bullets." The vehicle began to speed up, and Chun Fan shouted loudly to Li Long, who was fiddling with the machine gun, "Receive!" Thump, thump, thump. After hearing Chun Fan's words, Li Long excitedly pulled the trigger, and the zombies wandering on the surrounding roads gathered around him. However, under the crazy machine gun fire, they fell to the ground one after another. Woohoo! This feeling is so great. The machine gun continued to spew out flames, and there was no need to worry about bullets at all. Li Long couldn't help but roar with excitement. Chun Fan's goal now is to drive around the road and observe the situation around him to see if there are any powerful monsters hidden. After the observation is completed, they will enter the suburban location, which is not far from the mechanical warriors, to kill zombies, obtain crystal cores, and make new upgrades. The group of people who went out to scavenge for supplies yesterday and got lost, haven't they come back yet? At this moment, in the gathering place of 400 or 500 people, a middle-aged policeman asked the soldiers behind him. "Not yet. He should be dead." "I heard from the people who came back that they encountered lickers, and there were a lot of zombies. It's impossible to survive just one licker showing up." One of the female police officers sighed and said that not only did so many people die, but a lot of weapons were also lost. There were not many weapons in the gathering place, and those who went out to raid for supplies were specifically responsible for collecting them. Almost half of it was lost yesterday. "I really don't know what to do in the future. Although there are many people in the gathering place, if you want to join the team to collect supplies, even if they can get more food or better treatment. After all, raiding for supplies is too dangerous and no one wants to take the risk." "Well, what about the radio? Is there any news about military rescue?" Chung Gua, a middle-aged policeman, the leader of the gathering place, continued to ask, hoping for good news. "There is news from the military, but it's not a rescue mission. The military has already started to evacuate. The evacuation point we left behind has also disappeared. I just received news yesterday that all the troops are heading towards Shangjing." Yi Qingya, the female police officer just now, sighed and said, It seems that the military has given up here. Although I had expected this, it was still too shocking to receive this news. Chunghwa gave a bitter smile and didn't know what to say for a moment. The army did come to the rescue, but they were still able to resist at first when faced with powerful alien creatures. When the heavy firepower is exhausted, the army will be defeated. Returning to the capital and preserving the last pure land of Dragon Kingdom is also a good choice. After all, I want to save him, but I can't. I have tried, but it still doesn't work. What else can I do? Dear readers, if you have time, please use your lucky hands to give a good review to this article. Thank you. Chapter 38 Body Transformation. Gluttony Arm/Striker Arm. Boom. That guy rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Fan and others discovered a big creature. When the colonel's car passed by a house, a giant bird swooped down from the house. Without any sign, Chen Fan braked suddenly, and Li Long, who was sitting in the colonel's car, took off from the spot. The giant bird's first attack failed and it quickly flew away, while Chun Fan and the others quickly picked up their weapons. After a while, the giant bird that had disappeared swooped down again from the distant hilltop. Li Long was already full of anger. Looking at the giant bird rushing towards him, he picked up the big pineapple and started shooting at it. Bullets poured out crazily, but the giant bird was flying very fast and the distance was a bit far, so they could not hit it at all. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Fan shot with an energy pistol, but the effect was not great. The guy flew too fast and was very vigilant, so he didn't come over at all. Run. Lead it into the house. Chen Fan looked at the detached house not far away and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Li Long and Wang Hu had to stop shooting and followed Chen Fan towards the house. Although Chen Fan can fly, his speed is not as fast as that of the giant bird, and the role he can play is not very significant. Looking at Chen Fan and others who were fleeing, the giant bird didn't think much and flew towards the house. Buzz boom. Just as they were about to approach the house, a figure suddenly rushed up and two blazing red lasers shot out. The red laser did not penetrate the giant bird's body, but left two charred marks on its abdomen. Puff! Chen Fan flew up and grabbed the giant bird's lackey with one hand. Seeing that the laser eyes had no effect, he took out the energy vibrating knife. The vibrating sword slashed at the wings of the giant bird, and as the electric arc surged, blood gushed out wildly. The huge wings were chopped off directly, and the giant bird let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky. Your grandma? I'll kill you. Looking at the giant bird falling from the sky, Wang Hu and Li Long were excited and rushed over to shoot wildly. Although the giant bird has strong defense, it cannot withstand the simultaneous bombardment of so many bullets. It flapped its wings on the ground and was finally shot in the head by Wang Hu with a shotgun. Good fellow, just stuff it in its mouth. Li Long laughed as he watched Wang Hu shoot the giant bird in the head with a shotgun. That's right, when the giant bird was struggling, Wang Hu directly inserted the barrel of the gun into the giant bird's mouth and fired. Okay, everything okay? Chen Fan flew down from the sky and looked at the two people covered in blood, smiling slightly. It's okay, I just got scared. I suddenly remembered that I'm a robot and I'm not afraid of pain. Li Long smiled foolishly. He was really scared when he took off from the starting line just now. Turns out it didn't hurt at all. It's a pity that I don't need to eat right now, otherwise I would roast this guy. Looking at the corpse of the giant bird lying on the ground, Wang Hu sighed and said, he didn't know what such a big bird tasted like. Okay, forget about this, let's go to the river and clean up the blood. Chen Fan called out. The bloody smell on his body was too strong and it would easily attract zombies. Although you are not afraid, you still need to be careful in order to avoid triggering a zombie tide. There is a large stream next to the house. It flows through the Steel City and may be developed into a waterway in the future. So many fish. The three of them came to the edge of the stream and saw many fish swimming in the clear water. Some of them were quite big, much bigger than the fish before the end of the world. It also looks weird and I don't know what kind of fish it is. Hualala. Chen Fan sat by the stream, while Li Long and the other man jumped directly into the stream to wash the blood off their bodies. Boom! Just as Chen Fan was thinking about the problem, a roar was heard, the water flow shook, and a huge monster jumped out of the water. Wang Hu, who was standing by, was instantly swallowed by the giant. He was bitten by a huge big-head carp with a mouth full of fangs and green eyes. Wang Hu didn't react in time, not even for a moment, before he was dragged to the bottom of the river by the fathead fish. Grass. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and jumped in quickly. Li Long did the same and dived to the bottom of the river. Underwater, everyone's vision was not obstructed and they could see clearly. At this moment, dozens of meters away, Wang Hu was fighting with a big head carp. In the previous fighting, Wang Hu's right arm was bitten off, and now only his left arm was fighting with the big head carp. Here, two giant spear guns appeared in Chen Fan's hands. After throwing one to Li Long, he swam towards the location of the big head carp. Li Long did not hesitate. He followed Chen Fan closer to the big head carp and fired the spear gun in his hand. Fuck. Wang Hu, who was fighting with the big head carp, originally threw a punch, but the next second, his arm was torn off by a huge spear gun. The spear gun was still powerful, and it nailed Wang Hu's torn left arm into the body of the big head carp. Chen Fan, pig teammate. Call out. The big head carp felt pain and swam away quickly. Wang Hu also fled in a hurry, fearing that Li Long would shoot him again. After watching Wang Hu leave, Chen Fan pulled the trigger of the spear gun. The bullets were automatically loaded, and Chen Fan fired 5 consecutive rounds from the 1-meter-long spear gun at the big head carp. The spear gun fired 5 shots and hit the target 3 times, and the big head carp's swimming speed slowed down a lot. Seeing this, a blue flame appeared under Chen Fan's feet, and the thrusters were turned on. The water around was surging wildly. After Chen Fan got closer to the big head fish, he took out his vibrating knife and swung it down with great force. The fathead fish was trying to turn around and bite Chen Fan, but half of its head was chopped off by Chen Fan. After several consecutive slashes, the big head carp finally stopped struggling. The streams in an area were all dyed red with blood. Chen Fan didn't dare to stay any longer and left directly. As for Wang Hu, he had already been taken out of the river by Li Long. Did you do that on purpose? On the shore, Wang Hu looked at Li Long, who had an embarrassed look on his face and a spear gun in his hand, and spoke very seriously. Damn it. The situation was urgent, and I didn't think much about it. I just shot. Looking at Wang Hu, who had lost both arms, Li Long whispered. Who would have thought that his luck was so bad that a piece of Wang Hu's arm was torn off? All right, pay attention, kid. Next time you mess around, I'll sew up your dermatitis. Chen Fan threw away the harpoon in his hand and pointed at Li Long, also very angry. Li Long's inner thoughts. It's all mechanical. Where does the dermatitis come from? If Wang Hu hadn't become a mechanical warrior, he would have died with that blow just now. Boss, the arm should be reattached, right? Wang Hu looked at the 2 arms at his feet and looked at Chen Fan expectantly. If he lost his arms, what would be the difference between him and a disabled person? Okay, wait a minute. I'll find you a new set of equipment. Chen Fan said calmly that there were all kinds of things in the system store, just 2 mechanical arms, and whatever you wanted was available. Gluttony arm, primary 500 points, can devour living things to gain energy. The arm can be transformed into a gluttonous state. Assaulter arm, primary 100 points, equipped with a micro-submachine gun muzzle. Cutter arm, primary 500 points. The arm can be transformed into a sharp blade cutting form, and the fingers and even the entire arm have the ability to cut. There are quite a lot of these things, not just the arms. All other parts can be replaced. My second brother can even add the ones with barbs for you. Okay, let's give it a try. Afterwards, Chen Fan selected the glutton arm and the assault arm for Wang Hu, and Wang Hu's arm that had disappeared appeared instantly. The left arm is gluttony and the right arm is striker. Judging from the appearance, there is not much change. After all, it hasn't changed its form yet. After the change, the ability of the arm will be revealed. As soon as the arm was fused, Wang Hu's mind was filled with information on how to use the new arm, which could be considered as data loading. Boom, kakaka. Wang Hu stood up and stretched out his left arm first. His left arm instantly expanded and transformed, and hot air vibrated out. The next second, in front of Li Long's horrified eyes, his left arm turned into a giant mechanical mouth. After the transformation, it is 1.3 meters long, with a huge black mechanical mouth in front and a black tube like an iron chain in the back. The mechanical mouth is full of sharp teeth, which are constantly rotating. This thing can bite off a person's thigh in an instant. Under Wang Hu's control, the giant mouth disappeared and turned into the arm again. Try another one. Good. Following Chen Fan's words, Wang Hu raised his right arm, but this time there was no major change. Instead, 5 miniature gun barrels appeared in the palm of his hand under Wang Hu's control, and the barrels began to rotate rapidly. Zizi, boom boom boom. Then, bullets poured out wildly, several times faster than the rotation speed of a Gatling gun. If they came into direct contact with the enemy, they could cause massive damage in an instant. Under the crazy pouring of bullets, the water surface shook wildly, and ripples appeared everywhere. Li Long, who was standing there in a daze, didn't know how to describe his feelings. I'm so jealous, so sour, So want it. Chapter 39 Giant Earthworm. Boss, I think there's something wrong with my arm. You know. Then, Li Long turned around and looked at Chen Fan. His eyes seemed to be flashing red and he was almost drooling. Okay, okay, I'll change it for you. Chen Fan was speechless for a while and directly installed the cutter's arm on the opponent's arm. Ka. The arm did not change in appearance, but Li Long's mind had already received the capabilities of the new arm. Li Long stretched out his hand excitedly, and then a series of protruding spikes appeared on the side of his arm, sliding back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Crack? The fingers also changed, becoming like sharp blades with blood grooves on them. The sharp fingers emitted a cold light under the sunlight and looked extremely sharp. I don't think he's as handsome as me, Li Long said with a disappointed look on his face. He felt that his arm didn't change much, although he knew it was very powerful, but it wasn't handsome. Don't want it anymore? If not, I'll take it back. No, I want it. It's better to have something than nothing. Li Long hurriedly stepped forward, fearing that Chen Fan would retract his arm. It's time to go and look somewhere else. Chen Fan didn't say much and picked up the weapon he had thrown on the ground. Of course, Chen Fan could also transform his arm, but he didn't want to, at least not now. The main thing is that Chen Fan has better options, but he just needs more points. I will replace the arm and install a second brother propulsion motor when I have enough points. Where to go next? Take a look over there in the suburbs, and I'll take you to watch those guys fight. This time they did not drive the colonel's car, but instead changed to an ordinary jeep and returned along the same route under the driving of Chen Fan. Are those guys actually military? It's too cruel. Ugh, I won't watch this anymore. I can't stand it. In the city, a great battle is taking place outside the northern suburbs. From time to time, there was a loud roar. It was the rocket launcher. Apart from the rocket launchers, there was continuous gunfire. On the main street, for mechanical warriors, armed with heavy weapons, frantically bombarded the zombies that kept pouring in. At the back, number 2 was lying on top of the armored vehicle, using a Barrett to continuously shoot at the slightly stronger zombies. In front of everyone, there was a pile of corpses that was 1 meter high, and on the side there were 2 corpses of lickers. If there were only a few of them, they would naturally not be able to deal with zombies of this size. But with the armored vehicle's defensive guns, it would not be a problem at all. As long as there are no ridiculously powerful monsters, they can all be dealt with. Besides, even if you encounter danger, you can still ask for help. Asking for help from the Predator Mecha in the Steel City. Ordinary mechanical warriors can contact each other, and Chen Fan can do it too. Li Long and others can do so, but their permissions have been temporarily blocked by Chen Fan. If you ask for help from the Predator Mech, it will be here in less than half a minute. There are too many zombies down there. It's impossible to go down. We just asked those people for help, but they ignored us. What the hell? Why did these guys attract so many zombies? They are really sick. Wait until they have killed most of the zombies before going down. There were many survivors in the surrounding houses. Looking at the mechanical warriors standing on the road and shooting wildly, they wanted to ask for help, but the other side ignored them. Previously, someone wanted to attract attention and shot a mechanical warrior with a bow and arrow. Although he missed, he was still included in the dangerous list. The next second, number 2, who was lying on the armored vehicle, was shot in the head with a Barrett and half of his body exploded. Seeing this, no idiot dared to mess around anymore. After all, the mechanical warriors are really deadly. The order Chen Fan gave is that once they feel threatened, they should be dealt with directly, regardless of whether the other party is human or not. Roar. As the number of zombies increases, the noise they cause becomes louder and louder. Some big guys that were hiding were also attracted out. Just then, a violent roar was heard and the ground began to shake violently. Boom. After a while, a few hundred meters away from the mechanical warriors, the hard concrete ground exploded and a huge figure rushed out from the ground. It has a long, smooth, ring-shaped body, a huge mouth full of barbs, and dark green saliva constantly flowing out. It looks like an enlarged earthworm, but in fact, this is an earthworm. It is hard to imagine that earthworms can grow so big, reaching more than 30 meters in length, with a thick body 2 meters in diameter. Swoosh boom. The moment the earthworm appeared, number 1, who was originally firing the Gatling gun, immediately stopped, picked up the rocket launcher and started shooting. The rocket hit the earthworm's body, and flames suddenly surged, but to the earthworm, this attack was like a tickle. Boom, boom, boom. The armored vehicles also turned their turrets around and attacked the earthworms first. As for the tens of thousands of zombies that kept pouring in, they were left to other mechanical warriors to deal with. Roar. The earthworm looks bulky, but it moves at a strange speed, like a speeding truck. Although the continuous bombardment of rockets and grenades failed to kill the enemy, it caused considerable injuries to his body. The earthworm kept twisting its body to avoid the shells and soon rushed into the residential area. Boom! The huge body suddenly lifted up and then smashed towards the ground. No one knew how it did it, but it drilled directly into the soil. Boom, boom. Before long, the surrounding houses began to shake constantly, and under the watchful eyes of the mechanical warriors, the houses began to collapse one after another. Damn it, it's going to collapse. Run, get downstairs quickly. These people are killing us, run. Boom, boom, boom. The survivors in the residential area screamed in fear as they watched the houses collapse. They did not have time to think and fled from the houses one after another. It was the movements of these survivors that attracted some of the zombies on the road. Puff! A survivor had just escaped from the house when he ran into 4 or 5 zombies head-on and was so scared that he stood there stunned. The result is predictable. He was pounced on and bitten by several zombies, and his body was torn to pieces alive. Boom! Roar. Many survivors gathered together and ran away, but before they had run far, the ground shook violently. The next second, the ground exploded and a huge mouth appeared from below. In an instant, half of the crowd was swallowed up. The earthworms burrowed into the soil again. Boom, boom, boom. As for the mechanical warriors, since they couldn't find the earthworms, they could only retreat temporarily in the face of the endless influx of zombies. The armored vehicle began to drive away, and the group of zombies chased after it, following the armored vehicle madly. Even if the turrets on top of the armored vehicle continued to bombard, they were temporarily unable to deal with so many zombies. Fortunately, the armored vehicle has high defense, otherwise, I really don't know what it would be torn into pieces by the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The earthworms have been completely attracted by the survivors and are constantly chasing after them. Facing this behemoth, the survivors had no power to fight back or escape, so they could only wait to die. Chapter 40. Fighting the Giant Earthworm. Isn't that our armored vehicle? Wow, there are so many zombies. Chin Fan and his companions had just driven across the bridge when they encountered an armored vehicle speeding towards them. Prepare for battle. Chin Fan braked suddenly, and the car drifted handsomely and hit the bridge pier. Several people got out of the car, and the armored vehicle stopped not far away. Commander, a giant monster appears. Number 1 and his men rushed out of the armored vehicle, pointing their guns and shouting at Chin Fan and his men who were running towards them. Here I come, just in time to try out my new weapon. Li Long laughed loudly. His arms changed into cutting state. He crossed the armored vehicle and rushed towards the oncoming tide of zombies. Chin Fan didn't say anything. Li Long was completely immune to the corpse poison, so there was nothing to worry about. Even if it is dismembered, as long as the head is still there, it can be repaired. Besides, it's just a machine and zombies won't eat it, so there's nothing to be afraid of. What monster? Coming to the side of the armored vehicle, Chin Fan waved his hand and 5 artillery batteries appeared. Originally, I wanted to use weapons such as ground-to-ground artillery, but the zombies were too close, and it would take a lot of time just to adjust the artillery. Giant earthworm, more than 30 meters long and about 2 meters thick. Number 1 said quickly, setting up the Gatling gun in his hand and starting to bombard with the bazooka. Under the bombardment of rockets, a large number of zombies were engulfed by flames, and countless limbs and flesh flew into the air. Li Long was a smart guy as he attacked from the side and was not within the bombardment range. Ha 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 ha, this feels so good. This arm is so awesome. Li Long, who was attacking from the side, was almost going crazy. He pinched the zombie's head with his palm and applied a little force, and the head shattered instantly. Other zombies pounced and bit Li Long, and as soon as they touched his arm, their mouths were instantly torn apart by the sharp blade on the side of his arm. With the help of the rifle in his hand, Li Long killed everyone by himself. He didn't have to worry about the corpse poison and could fight the zombies directly in close combat. Where is that guy now? Chin Fan frowned and asked. He didn't find the so-called earthworm and didn't know where it was hiding. Over there. It should have gone underground. Number 1 pointed to a building area that had turned into ruins not far away and said that the ruins could be seen shaking from time to time, so the guy should be hiding underneath. Predator 1, come and support. Just in case, Chin Fan gave orders to Predator number 1 directly through the system. After all, it is a giant creature that is 30 meters long and can burrow into the ground, so it poses a huge threat. Wang Hu, go over and fight with Li Long. If there are special circumstances, evacuate immediately, Chen Fan said to Wang Hu, who was firing a rifle at the side. Okay. Wang Hu also wanted to try out the ability of his new arm, so without hesitation, he raised his rifle and headed towards Li Long. As for Chen Fan, mechanical wings appeared behind him and he flew directly into the sky. The scale of the zombies can be seen more clearly in the sky, although there are a lot of them, and there are still many zombies pouring in from behind the road. But with so many heavy weapons in place, the zombies fell quickly. ZZ boom. Soon, Chen Fan began to fly at a low altitude, and 2 red lights burst out from his eyes. After upgrading the intermediate energy device, Cyclops can be turned on for more than an hour, so there is no need to worry about energy issues. Cyclops has poor penetration and can only shoot up to 10 meters. It might not be effective against other life forms, but this thing can easily wipe out monsters like zombies with rotten bodies. Sizzle. What's more, Chen Fan was still flying at a low altitude, very close to the zombies. Under the shooting of 2 lasers, many zombies' heads were shattered and they fell to the ground. My brother is so damn handsome. Li Long was smashing the head of a zombie, looking up at Chen Fan, whose eyes were like shooting lasers, and roared excitedly. Beside him, Wang Hu's 2 arms changed at the same time, and the glutton could bite off the zombie's head and body in an instant. Moreover, the swallowed minced meat may also provide energy to Wang Hu, which also causes Wang Hu's energy to be always at 100. As for the attacker's right arm, if a zombie rushes over, he will raise his hand and shoot at the zombie's face. The bullets fired out can instantly tear apart the zombies' heads, and they have extremely strong penetrating power, clearing away a whole area with one sweep. Swoosh, boom, boom, boom. Not long after everyone started fighting, sonic booms were heard not far from the sky, and a flying vehicle like a petrel appeared. Sizzle, sizzle. The moment the Predator mech appeared, it rushed directly to the battlefield, charging towards the tide of zombies. The machine guns on both sides extended out and bombarded the ground frantically. Pa, 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 fuck. My mouth is full of blood. Li Long, who was killing crazily, looked at the group of zombies in front of him that were instantly killed by machine guns. He spat out the dirty blood of the zombies in his mouth and said with an unhappy look on his face. Under the bombardment of the Predator's machine gun, the zombies that were originally gathered together were instantly separated. After the battlefield was divided, the mechanical warriors shooting in the rear also began to join the battlefield directly. The crowd formed a circle, holding heavy weapons and pressing into the ground full of broken flesh, and the smell of rotten meat emanated. Boom, boom, boom. As everyone continued to press forward, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Countless cracks began to appear on the hard road, and Chen Fan and others hurriedly fled from both sides. Roar. Just when Chen Fan and others ran away, a deafening roar was heard and the ground exploded instantly, and a huge mouth emerged from the soil. Puff! The zombie in the center was swallowed in one gulp. Chen Fan quickly took out his energy pistol and shot. The bullet passed through the earthworm's body, leaving blood spots. Boom, boom, boom. The other mechanical warriors were also not idle, and they all carried heavy weapons to bombard. Li Long and Wang Hu seized the opportunity and pounced on the earthworm's huge body, cutting the earthworm's body frantically with the sharp blades. Boom, boom, boom. The earthworm, which had only half of its body rushed out, felt the pain and swung its body wildly, and Wang Hu was directly knocked away. Li Long saw that the situation was not good, so he turned around and ran. Zzz, boom, boom, boom. The Predator hovering in the sky swooped down, and its machine guns bombarded the earthworm's head, stirring up waves of blood and flesh. The head was blown to pieces, but the earthworm seemed to be fine and dragged its entire body out of the soil. Swoosh, boom. The Predator mech attacked again, firing a laser cannon followed by a loud roar. The blue laser cannon hit the center of the earthworm, and the huge body was broken into 2 pieces by the laser cannon. For a moment, dark green blood kept gushing out, but after just a moment, the blood stopped gushing out. Under the incredulous gaze of Chen Fan and others, the earthworm's wounds began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. The earthworm was broken into 2 pieces, and a new giant mouth appeared at the wound. After being bombed, not only did they not die, but they turned into 2 earthworms about 10 meters long. Boom, boom, boom. One of the earthworms rushed towards Chen Fan, while the remaining earthworm was attracted by the mechanical warriors. Sizzle, puff. Chen Fan flew up from the spot, and an energy blade appeared in his hand. The earthworm looked at Chen Fan, who was flying up, and its body also bounced up and pounced towards Chun Fan to bite him. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a high-explosive grenade appeared. He pulled out the safety and threw it into the opponent's mouth. Then Chun Fan flew away sideways. Boom! The next second, the earthworm that had just bounced up fell to the ground, its body twisting wildly and dark green blood spurting out of its mouth. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed that he was seriously injured, but this also angered the earthworm, and it chased Chun Fan desperately. Fuck you. You were the one who hit my brother just now? Soon, the monster was led to Li Long and others. Because the earthworm kept chasing Chun Fan, it gave Li Long the opportunity to attack. Following behind the earthworm, Li Long kept cutting the earthworm with the sharp blade in his hand. How sharp is the blade? It cuts holes in the body of the earthworm. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hu, who had been knocked away before, also rushed over. He first raised his arms and attacked for a while, and then began to follow behind and use his gluttonous arms to bite the earthworm's body. Chun Fan kept flying, turning over and stabbing the earthworm from time to time. In this way, the huge earthworm was exhausted to death by the three men. After death, its body continued to shrink, just like the second brother after he had released the water. On the mechanical warrior's side, with the help of the armored vehicle turret and the predator mecha, the other earthworm was smashed into pieces. Chapter 41 News about my sister. Woo-hoo, come and hug me. Looking at the fallen earthworm, Li Long excitedly jumped up on the spot, hugged the zombie who was walking nearby, and strangled the other's spine. All right, clean up the battlefield and collect all the crystal cores. Looking at the zombie corpses scattered all over the ground, Chun Fan was very happy. 10 or 20,000 zombies should be able to provide a few thousand crystal cores. By the way, have you encountered any survivors before? The mechanical warriors had already started digging for crystal cores. Chun Fan walked over and asked. I did, but most of them were eaten by earthworms. There should still be some. They shouldn't have run far, they might still be there. Number 1 pointed to the ruins in the distance, where there were 1 or 2 houses nearby. Wang Hu, follow me. Chun Fan put away his weapon and shouted at Wang Hu, who was digging for the crystal core. What about me? As soon as he saw that there was something else to do, Li Long quickly threw away the zombie in his hand and asked, You stay here. If you don't dig 500 crystal cores, I'll give you the job. Afterwards, Chun Fan and Wang Hu trotted towards the ruins. In the house next to the ruins, there were several survivors squatting inside. When these people were escaping, they saw that there was no way to go and originally wanted to come to this house to wait for death, but they didn't expect that the earthworms would actually leave in the end. Someone is coming over, and it seems he is with that group of soldiers. No weapon in hand? Damn it, I want revenge. That bastard almost killed me. An ambush. Several people looked through the glass at Chun Fan and Wang Hu, who were jogging over from a distance, and they were all very angry. When he found that Chun Fan and others had no weapons, he had a bold idea. Maybe he was scared by the earthworm before, and he actually wanted to attack Chun Fan. Afterwards, 2 sturdy men squatted at the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor, each holding a piece of wood in their hands. Chun Fan and Wang Hu had also come over. With thermal imaging, they naturally knew the situation in the house clearly. Chun Fan was too lazy to say anything, and just took Wang Hu upstairs. Pa! As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, a piece of wood came towards Chun Fan's face from the side corner. However, Chun Fan, who had anticipated this, stretched out his hand and directly blocked the wooden board. Then, under the horrified gaze of the sturdy man, Chun Fan dragged the wooden board and hit the man in the face. Under the huge force, the wooden board shattered and the strong man fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of his nose. Mimi! At the corner ahead, another strong man rushed out and was about to take action, but after seeing this scene, he stayed where he was. Puff! Chun Fan and Wang Hu walked past the sturdy man. Just when the sturdy man thought everything was fine, Chun Fan suddenly turned around and a dagger with a blue glow pierced into his head. None of our business. We are innocent. It has nothing to do with us. The 2 men walked into the room without stopping. All the survivors were there, about 4 people in total. The 4 men also saw the tragic scene of the strong man and retreated to the corner, fearing that Chun Fan would take action. Okay, I won't kill you. Just ask you something, Chun Fan said calmly, and gave a look to Wang Hu behind him. Does anyone know Wang Ziki? Wang Hu hurried over and asked the people squatting in the corner. However, Wang Hu's attention was attracted by a girl in school uniform. The school uniform she was wearing seemed to be that of number 1 middle school, and my sister was from number 1 middle school. Do you know Wang Ziki? Wang Hu ran over quickly and pulled out the female student squatting in the corner. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Woo woo woo. I know. Wang Ziki is my classmate. Don't kill me. Under Wang Hu's tremendous strength, the girl was lifted up directly, like a rabbit, with tears in her eyes. Really? Are you sure you know my sister? Wang Hu seemed unconvinced, but still carefully put the other person on the ground. Yes, yes, Wang Ziki is my classmate. After waiting for a while, the girl finally spoke. It was mainly because Wang Hu was too rude just now and scared the other party. Have you seen her? Do you know where she is? Wang Hu continued to ask, as if he had ignited hope. On the day of the apocalypse, Ziki went to school and then nothing happened. The girl whispered, fearing that she would be beaten if she answered poorly. My sister is in poor health and has dropped out of school. How can she possibly go to school? You lied to me? When Wang Hu heard this, he was so angry that he thought the girl was playing a trick on him, so he pulled out the pistol from his waist. No, no, no. I'm not lying to you. She was returning study materials at that time. Serious study materials, not action movies. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the girl quickly took a few steps back and collapsed to the ground in fear. Are you sure? I'm sure. Sure? Sure. Are you sure? Chen Fan at the door couldn't stand it anymore, so he came up and kicked Wang Hu. Isn't this torture? Okay, that's it. You guys can go wherever you want, but I have a suggestion for you. There is a base over at the river park. You can go and take a look. Chen Fan spoke to the people in the house, but judging from the looks of them, it seemed that they didn't hear him. Chen Fan was too lazy to say more, so he turned around and left with Wang Hu. As for that girl, what does she have to do with Chen Fan? A clear path has been pointed out. It depends on what the other party chooses. The base over at Shiha Park is naturally the Steel City. Chen Fan's move is nothing more than to let the survivors know the existence of the Steel City and then spread it, so as to attract more people to buy weapons and provide themselves with crystal cores. Boss, my sister might be in number 1 middle school. I want to go find her. After leaving the house, Wang Hu, who was following behind, spoke in a low voice. Number 1 middle school is located close to the center of the city. There are endless zombies and countless monsters. It goes without saying how dangerous it is. Wang Hu guessed that the girl just now must have escaped at the beginning of the apocalypse. Why, are you going alone? Chen Fan smiled and said, well, I don't want to trouble you guys, boss. Wang Hu smiled bitterly and said that he definitely wanted Chen Fan to go with him. After all, Chen Fan was very strong. If Chen Fan went, his chances of rescuing his sister would be greater. Let's go check it out tomorrow. I'll go with you then. Chen Fan said that if it was just to save one person, it wouldn't be a big problem. A lot of zombies were killed today, and a lot of crystal cores were obtained. Chen Fan planned to buy a first-level mechanical warrior, then buy a helicopter and let the first-level mechanical warrior drive it, which is specially used to deploy soldiers or to perform survey and rescue missions. After all, in future battles, the main focus will definitely be on attacking the city. Surveying the terrain in advance will be beneficial for subsequent battles. Really? Thank you so much. Thank you, boss. From now on, I will definitely work like a slave for you. When Wang Hu heard this, he was stunned at first, and then his saliva flew all over the sky with excitement. Let me make it clear first, even if we go to rescue, we won't stay long. 5 hours at most. If we can't find it, we'll leave. Chen Fan said calmly that he had no idea what dangers there were in the city. If he stayed there for too long, who knew if some big guy would show up? Don't worry, boss. 5 hours will be enough. Wang Hu said with a smile, knowing in his heart that if he still couldn't find him within 5 hours, it meant that he was most likely not in the school and there was no point in staying any longer. Chapter 42. First Level Mechanical Warrior. There are more than 2,800 crystal cores in total. I found this thing inside the earthworm. It should also be a crystal core. After a long time, the mechanical warriors and others had almost dug up all the crystal cores on the scene. Is this a crystal core? Chen Fan took the red spherical crystal handed to him by Li Long and asked in confusion. This thing is bigger than a fist and feels heavy in the hand, like a stone. Ka. Without thinking too much, Chen Fan opened a hole in his chest and placed the red crystal core into it. 10,000? Then, looking at the changes in the points on the system panel, Chen Fan was stunned. This thing is worth 10,000 points? Equivalent to 1,000 ordinary crystal cores? But the drop rate is really low. Although the monsters I killed before were not as big as this one, they were not that small either. Chen Fan thought to himself, it seems that mutated creatures can also give birth to crystal nuclei, but the probability of this happening is very low. But it's valuable. This one is worth 10,000 points. Pack up, the mechanical warriors stay, and the rest go back. Chinfan said that it was not too late after all, so they could fight some more zombies. Fuck, it's the real thing. It's too cheating. It can really be traded. Don't push, don't push. Don't anger those two adults. Everyone line up. At this moment, many survivors gathered in the Steel City. Many of them were ragged and thin, but at this moment they all had smiles on their faces. Next to the vending machine, everyone lined up neatly and kept putting crystal cores into it. After a while, they happily left with their weapons. There was a long queue, with about 40 or 50 people queuing up. Originally, there weren't so many people. It all started in the morning. After Chunfan and others left, the survivors from last night also left. They originally wanted to kill zombies. But no one knows who came up with the idea to steal the crystal cores from the survivors' gathering place. Just like that, a group of people returned to the gathering place to cheat the crystal cores from other people. Normally, the crystal core was like a stone and not many people cared about it. But after their desperate requests, they gave it to them. It was not until later that the news that Steel City could trade crystal cores for weapons leaked out, and someone actually saw those people holding brand new thermal weapons. In this way, the news spread more and more, attracting more people. In fact, there were more people before. The whole Steel City was full of people. Many people came to watch the excitement and confirm the authenticity of the matter. After learning that they could really use crystal cores to exchange for weapons, many people started to form teams to kill zombies. Some people kill zombies not only to buy weapons, but also to buy the right to live in Steel City. They have seen the defensive capabilities of the Steel City. In the end times, who doesn't want to stay in a safe place? Brother, can you trade medicines here? Or food? Yeah, if you can trade weapons, you should be able to trade other things, right? After a day of contact, many people have gotten to know the two soldiers standing next to the vending machines. As long as you don't mess around and don't steal other people's things, the other party won't do anything. Some basic questions will also be answered for you. If you talk too much nonsense, the mechanical warrior will simply ignore you. Insults? Come on, the last person who insulted me is still lying dead next to me. We need to ask the commander about this. We don't know. A mechanical warrior spoke up and said, when Chun Fan left, he had told us that the survivors would definitely ask questions. If you don't know how to answer, just say, when will the commander come back? I've been waiting for a whole day, but there's still no sign of the commander. Do you know the commander? I don't know him. Although there were many people at the scene and it was a bit noisy, there was no chaos. Ding dee. Just as everyone was lining up, a series of shrill horns blared, and many people turned back with unhappy looks on their faces. Then I saw a jeep coming from not far away, honking its horn continuously. This straw bag? Come to Steel City to cause trouble? There's going to be a show to watch. We're going to be punished by those two officers for sure. It should have been smashed to pieces by the surrounding artillery. Many people laughed and said that vehicles were strictly prohibited from entering the Steel City. Someone drove in this morning and was beaten to the point that only the shell of the car was left. But the next second, everyone was stunned. The jeep drove along, but there was no movement from the surrounding artillery positions, as if they had not seen anything. Even the two soldiers next to the vending machine did not move. Not only did they not move, they also stood upright. Go park the car. After a while, the jeep stopped next to the crowd and Chen Fan and others got out of the car. The mechanical warrior not far away hurried over and drove the jeep to an open space not far away. I know, he is the commander. Sure, you're going to die. Keep your voice down. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone realized that it was the commander who looked so handsome. Chen Fan ignored these people and came to the back of the vending machine and opened the storage box at the back. Fuck, so many crystal cores. The storage box is slightly larger than an ordinary ammunition box and is now filled with crystal cores. Chen Fan estimated that there were at least more than 1,000. Did they collect all the crystal cores in the gathering place? What's going on today? The survivors continued to buy weapons, and Chen Fan asked the mechanical warrior beside him. 3 people who were disrupting the order were killed today. Many survivors asked if they could trade food and medicine. And then there's someone who claims to be the leader of the survivors' gathering place and wants to meet you. The mechanical warrior told everything that happened today in just a few words. Increase medicine and food? That's fine. We can add more in the evening. Where is the person who wants to talk to me? Chen Fan asked, somewhat surprised that the leader of the survivors' gathering place came so soon. I don't know what kind of person the other party is. Let's see if I can pry some crystal cores out of him. I don't know where the other party went. All right. Chun Fan shrugged helplessly, picked up the crystal core, and walked away. Under the gaze of all the survivors, Chun Fan returned to the house. Wang Hu and Li Long were already in the house. At this moment, they were sitting on the ground wiping their arms. Boss, you sold so many weapons, aren't you afraid that they will fight back? Li Long sat on the ground and asked while wiping his arms with a rag. The predators in the sky are enough to give them a hard time. What is there to worry about? Chin Fan said calmly that only a fool would think of fighting back against him. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that it must be no easy feat to sell so many weapons. Even if the other party is stupid and joins forces to deal with him, Chin Fan will not panic at all. A predator mech can suppress them. What's more, Chun Fan and his companions are considered immortal. As long as their heads are not severely damaged, they can be repaired. The survivors don't know these things. Moreover, when it comes to fighting with firepower, Chun Fan has never been afraid. True, but I still don't feel safe. Li Long said with a smile, after all, they are few in number and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Don't think about these stupid things. Just fight zombies with me honestly. When I have time, I will buy you a set of stronger equipment. Okay, I hope it's one of those giant mechas that can blow up a building with one punch. There are even some that can blow up the earth with one punch. Do you want one? May I? When Chen Fan absorbed all the crystal cores, plus the crystal cores he got from the earthworms, the total number of points was 52,000. 52,000. Chen Fan's eyes almost popped out. Buzz. First level mecha warrior Li Yi reports to you. Afterwards, Chun Fan directly purchased a first level mecha warrior, and 10,000 points were deducted instantly, causing him to feel a pang of pain. In front of Chun Fan, a warrior about 1.78 meters tall and wearing black armor appeared. The full coverage armor has many red lines on it, and there are retractable mechanical wings on the back. In his hand was a sci-fi looking rifle that was large and heavy, with a muzzle big enough for an egg to fit through. Magnetic rifle. Can focus energy to release electromagnetic cannon, or can directly shoot electromagnetic beams. The price of the magnetic storm rifle in the store is 3,000 points, plus the full cover armor, mechanical wings, and various skills. It is a huge profit. Wang Hu and Li Long were no longer surprised by the sudden appearance of the first-level mechanical warrior, but Li Long was attracted by the magnetic storm rifle in the mechanical warrior's hand. Can I play with it for a bit? Get lost. Li Long was stunned. It was the first time he heard a mechanical warrior swear, but Chun Fan thought it was normal. Level 2 and Level 1 mechanical warriors have independent thinking and are no different from humans. Everyone has a different personality, and it's normal to swear. Chun Fan was too lazy to say anything and bought himself a set of all-round propulsion device, intermediate, spending another 10,000 points, leaving him with 32,000 points. After purchasing the intermediate propulsion system, Chun Fan's attributes in all aspects will be greatly improved. After all, I now have enough points and have also upgraded to a mid-level energy device, so I don't have to worry about energy issues. Chapter 43 Guardian Helicopter. Li Yi, go inform the people outside to leave within 30 minutes. The store is about to close. Chin Fan looked at the sky outside. Although it was still early, he had other things to do. No problem. Li Yi smiled, walked out with the magnetic storm weapon in his hand, and stepped on Li Long when he passed by him. Li Long, boss, that kid is crazier than me. Li Long stood up angrily and whispered in Chun Fan's ear. Why don't you go and spar with him? Chun Fan smiled slightly. When Li Long heard this, he immediately quit and went back to the corner obediently. Are you kidding? The difference can be seen from the equipment of both sides. Li Long knows that the fighting ability of these mechanical warriors is extremely strong. Dragonfly Helicopter, 500 points. Riot Suppression Helicopter, 1,500 points. Guardian Helicopter, 5,000 points. Apocalypse Divine Power, 100,000. Afterwards, Chun Fan began to look for a suitable helicopter, as helicopters were generally more expensive. After some final thought, Chun Fan chose the Guardian Helicopter. Guardian Helicopter, 14 meters long, equipped with 450 caliber machine guns, 250mm rotary cannons, capable of instant fire support, and a maximum flight speed of 300. The main thing is that this thing can carry a lot of people and it's not a transport plane, so its ground-to-air capability is also very strong. Chin Fan estimated that if this thing flew at a low altitude, it would be a nightmare for the zombies. Compared with the Predator mech, each has its own advantages. The Predator mech is suitable for dealing with powerful monsters, while the Guardian helicopter is suitable for dealing with weaker group monsters. Buzz. It was just to confirm the purchase, and the people outside had not yet dispersed, so it was naturally not released. However, Chun Fan purchased 5 more level 3 mechanical warriors. 5 mechanical warriors stepped out from the space crack, all holding assault rifles. Boss, there are so many mechanical warriors. Is there any big move? Looking at the mechanical warrior that appeared again, Li Long asked puzzledly. Although I know that Chun Fan has the means to summon new warriors, it is rare to produce so many at once. Let's go to the city tomorrow. Chun Fan did not hide it, and said calmly that if he wanted to go to the city, he naturally had to make adequate preparations. Commander, everyone outside has left. Not long after, a shout was heard from Li Yi outside the house. Following Li Yi's shout, Chun Fan also walked out, and the crowd that had gathered in front of the vending machine had disappeared. Buzz. After looking around and making sure there was no one else around, Chun Fan waved his hand and the Guardian helicopter appeared above an open space not far away. Chun Fan had already anticipated that there would be helicopters and other things in the future, so he cleared out a piece of open space in advance. When a 14-meter-long helicopter appeared, Li Long's eyes lit up instantly. Men are interested in this kind of hard steel. The Guardian helicopter looks a bit like a transport plane, but it doesn't look bulky. There are 2 large-caliber machine guns on each side of the helicopter and 2 50mm machine guns on the belly. There is a serrated chain on the abdomen, and the 2 turrets can move back and forth and change direction. Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm about to attack a survivor base. Li Long touched the big guy carefully. The cold touch of steel made Li Long shiver. It seems we need to build an airport. Chun Fan thought to himself that Steel City no longer looked like a small tribe. Mechanical engineer, 1,500 points. Mechanical architect, 500 points. Mechanical research staff, low level 20,000. Chun Fan couldn't help but start looking through the system store again, and he immediately fell in love with mechanical engineers and architects. Dear Commander, Engineer number 1 reports to you. The next second, a robot without any cover and with 4 strange arms appeared in front of Chun Fan. On the other side, there was a robot wearing a safety helmet and holding a roll of blueprints. His appearance had been modified just like the mechanical warrior. Needless to say, the one with 4 arms is the architect, and the one holding the blueprint is the engineer. I need to make some changes here, you know? If you need anything, just ask. Chun Fan spoke to the engineer and said that engineers and architects should cooperate with each other. I still need 9 architects. That'll make a basic construction team. The engineer said that the engineer is equivalent to guiding the construction robot to work. And then, it's no longer necessary? Chun Fan wondered and bought 9 more construction robots. What kind of building do you need, Commander? What kind of building is it made of? What's the scale? The engineer then began to ask Chun Fan what he wanted to build. Chun Fan didn't say anything more and directly expressed his thoughts. If the steel wall needs to be 5 meters high and 2 meters wide, then all we need to do is to modify the area previously enclosed by iron railings. In this case, it will take a week and require 20,000 points. The engineer did some calculations and explained the situation directly to Chun Fan. Dog system. Fortunately, I exchanged for an engineer. Chun Fan was speechless when he heard this. The steel wall sold in the system was taller than the one he just mentioned, but it was twice as expensive. You guys start construction first, build the framework first? Chun Fan said that if engineers wanted to build a city wall, they would need to purchase raw materials in advance. In other words, it can be deducted little by little and not all at once, which relieves a lot of pressure on Chun Fan. By the way, apart from this house, flatten all other places and build a helipad. Seeing that the engineer was about to leave with 10 construction robots, Chun Fan hurriedly said something. Seeing this, the engineers just need to flatten the ground first. The next second, 10 construction robots began to change their forms. For arms stretched out, some turned into saws, and some turned into bulldozers. There are still 10,500 points left. Looking at the remaining 10,500 points on the system panel, Chun Fan sighed. I haven't bought anything yet, but I've already spent almost all of it. Moreover, the points are still decreasing. Those construction robots consume a lot of energy, and the required energy can naturally be exchanged with Chun Fan's points. Li Yi, how strong are you? Chun Fan looked at Li Yi, who was standing upright with a magnetic rifle in his hand, and asked in confusion. As for me, under normal circumstances, I can deal with 10 level 2 mechanical warriors, and 1 level 2 mechanical warrior can deal with 10 level 3 mechanical warriors. Show me. Chun Fan was a little curious. The 3rd level mechanical warrior was not weak. It was equivalent to 2 or 3 strong human men. Boom! Following Chen Fan's words, Li swung his fist violently at the tree beside him, and the thick tree exploded instantly and collapsed with a loud bang. So can I. Li Long was very unconvinced. He squatted beside the fallen tree, changed his right arm into a cutting state, and then slowly cut the tree. Everyone, can it penetrate steel plates? 3 millimeters of steel is fine, but anything higher won't work. Li said that being able to penetrate a 3 millimeter steel plate was already very powerful. After all, Chen Fan, who had installed an intermediate propulsion system, could only penetrate a 5 millimeter steel plate, and that was with all his strength. To judge a person's strength, it is not only strength that is considered, but also combat skills. According to the system's introduction, the first-level mechanical warrior has strong melee capabilities and can quickly analyze the enemy's weaknesses. Therefore, it is still unknown how powerful the first-level mechanical warrior is. Only in battle will it continue to manifest itself. Chapter 44. The leader of the gathering place visits. It was getting darker and darker, the night was hazy, and out of nowhere, it started to drizzle. I have a bad feeling. Will it rain heavily tomorrow? Everyone stayed in the house, and Li Long looked at the drizzle outside the window and muttered softly, "Everyone, don't talk nonsense." Wang Hu jumped up and punched Li Long on the back. Li Long just smiled awkwardly. After all, Chen Fan had just told them about tomorrow's operation, and they knew that they were going to rescue Wang Hu's sister. Don't worry, it will be moderate rain at most, not heavy rain. Li Long smiled awkwardly and said, "How could it possibly rain heavily like this?" Then, after a while, the rain got heavier and heavier, with occasional loud thunder. Chen Fan was becoming more and more speechless. He would go even if it rained heavily tomorrow. "Commander, someone is here to see you." After a while, the mechanical warrior, soaked by the rain, shouted outside the house. "If it's just one person, let him in," Chen Fan said calmly, thinking with his butt, it should be someone coming from the gathering place of the survivors. There are a lot of furniture in the house, all of which are temporarily built by construction robots and made of felled trees. They look quite good. Inside the house, Chen Fan, Li Long, Wang Hu and Li Yi were quietly waiting for each other to arrive. As for the other mechanical warriors, they were mindless mechanical warriors patrolling outside in the rain. To Chen Fan, they were just tools. "Commander, the people have been brought here." After waiting for a while, the mechanical warrior brought a middle-aged man in police uniform. The man was holding an umbrella, but even so, he was still wet by the rain. "Sorry, I'm a little wet." Changguo put down the umbrella in his hand, brushed off the rain on his body, and then walked into the house awkwardly. "It's okay, sit down." Looking at the other person's temperament, Chen Fan could be completely sure that this was a real policeman. "Don't ask. If you ask, you were hunted in your previous life. I'm so sorry to come visit you so late." Li Long was also very sensible and poured him a cup of Coke. "Nothing. Why did you come to see me?" Chen Fan was too lazy to be polite and asked directly. "Then I'll just say it straight. You're not soldiers, are you?" Chenghua asked, while observing the changes in the faces of several people, but they all had stern faces and nothing could be seen. Chen Fan shook his head, and the others followed suit. "It's like this. I'm the leader of a survivor gathering place, and I used to be a policeman. I came here to communicate with you." Chen Guo was very humble and had a very good attitude, partly because Chen Fan had saved the survivors. Another part is because Chen Fan has a large number of hot weapons. "What do you want to communicate? Just say it." Okay, I have 2 ideas now. First, I would like to ask you to accept us. Don't even think about it. It's impossible unless everyone hands in 100 crystal cores." Before Chen Guo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Fan's ruthless iron mouth. "Then I'll say the second one." It seemed that this was within Chen Guo's expectations, so he was not surprised by Chen Fan's answer. "The second is that I want to buy a lot of guns, bullets, and vehicles." Originally, Chen Guo didn't intend to mention vehicles, but when he was walking in the rain just now, he saw the Guardian helicopter and armored vehicles not far away. "I didn't see it when I came this morning, but now I have it." In other words, the other party may have some channels to get these big guys. "If you want to buy it, just go to the vending machine," Chen Fan said calmly. He knew exactly what the other party was thinking. It was simply that he did not have enough crystal cores and wanted to draw down in advance. "We don't have enough crystal cores for now. So we would like you to provide us with weapons first and pay us after we get enough crystal cores," Chenghua said awkwardly, who knew someone would need a crystal core. Originally, the crystal cores they got were thrown away as garbage. So, what good does this do me? Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, there is no problem in providing weapons. The question is what benefits can it bring to him? It must be a huge benefit. I'll pay double the price. And food. Stop, no need for food, triple the price. Chen Fan interrupted and said that he didn't need food, so it would be enough to bring 2 tons of gasoline to himself. Triple crystal core? Chen Guo was stunned. He didn't think it was too much, but too little. Especially, he didn't have to pay for the food. If it didn't take food, Chen Guo would rather pay 5 or 6 times the crystal cores. Because they were also short of food, not just a little bit, and many people in the gathering place had no food to eat. Why, you think it's too much? No, 3 times. I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. However, I need a lot of weapons and ammunition. You guys have them here? Chiangwa said awkwardly, thinking that there couldn't be so many weapons and ammunition in a vending machine. How much do you need? 20 assault rifles, 10 shotguns, and 2 machine guns, and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. It would be even better if there were grenades or something like that. As for vehicles, 3 jeeps. The more Chingwa spoke, the more embarrassed he became. He felt that he was a little stupid for even daring to mention the word machine gun. But right now, they really need these things. The monsters that appear are becoming more and more powerful, requiring not only more bullets, but also weapons with high lethality. 6,000 crystal cores. Can you afford it? Chun Fan asked calmly. Originally, he only wanted to take 2,000, but it was 3 times as much after all, so let's take 6,000. 6,000, sure. So when do I come get my weapon? Chun Guo was very excited. He never thought that Chen Fan could provide so many weapons. He thought that Chen Fan would reduce a large part of them. If you can take it away, you can do it now. Chen Fan said that he could buy these things at any time anyway, and as long as the other party could take them away, he could take them out now. Really? I have 4 or 5 trucks outside. They should be able to take it away. Chungwa's eyes lit up. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Chen Fan, they really were well prepared. They drove the trucks here before the deal was even concluded. 5 of them. Are they here to purchase goods? Go and let them come in. I'll prepare weapons for you. Chen Fan said calmly, and walked out of the house without paying any attention to Chen Guo. Li Long and others hurriedly followed, and took away Chen Guo's umbrella. Boss, let me hold an umbrella for you. Li Long held an umbrella and followed Chen Fan happily, while the others walked in the rain. Chen Guo was confused for a moment. Wasn't that his umbrella? But he didn't say much, and quickly ran outside and started to notify his companions to come in. Chen Fan and others came to another house, which was a large-scale resting place for several construction robots. The construction robots are still outside pushing the earth, so this place is idle. Buzz. Then, Chen Fan waved his hand, and the house covering more than 100 square meters was instantly filled with ammunition boxes. How was the talk? What was the other party's attitude? At this moment, outside the Steel City, there were 5 trucks parked outside. Looking at Qin Guo, who ran out in the rain, Yi Qingya hurriedly asked, "The umbrella was snatched away by the other party? How domineering. Stop talking. Drive all the cars in. It's settled. Now go in and load the supplies." Qin Guo was so excited that his voice trembled, while the others stood there in a daze after hearing what Qin Guo said. "Is this so fast? Why are you still standing there? Don't make me wait impatiently." After hearing Chen Guo's rough voice, everyone finally reacted and hurriedly drove into the Steel City. The convoy drove in slowly, and 10 mechanical warriors armed with rifles followed on both sides to prevent the other side from taking action. The surrounding artillery positions were also changed. Looking at the situation outside, the drivers couldn't help but breathe faster and drove slower and slower. "Drive the car over here," Li shouted loudly not far away. Seeing this, the convoy began to speed up and approach the flat wooden house not far away. "That's all. There are more than 200 grenades left. Load them quickly." Chingwa got out of the car and was about to offer Chen Fan a cigarette, but Chen Fan politely declined. "Okay, start loading the goods quickly." At Chingwa's shout, several strong men got off the car and started moving the ammunition boxes in the house. Yi Qingya checked and found that there was no problem with the weapons and ammunition. Then she smiled. "I give this to you as a gift for your first transaction." Chen Fan patted the Gatling gun placed beside him and said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." Chungwa didn't know how to describe his current mood, but he kept his mouth shut. If you hadn't sent the crystal core over later, you should know what would have happened. "Don't talk about you. Everyone will die." Chen Fan whispered in Changwa's ear, as a reminder to him. Don't worry, I will definitely send the crystal core over. Chenghua assured again and again that Chen Fan's cold tone just now really scared him. Smiling 1 second, so cold the next. Chen Fan and others were also waiting for Chenghua and others to move the supplies. With the help of the mechanical warriors, they finished it in more than 20 minutes. Afterwards, with the farewells of Chen Fan and others, the convoy began to leave. Okay, go and have some rest. Chen Fan looked at Li Long and others and said that it was already very late and no one would come to visit. Chapter 45. Airborne Landing in H City. Day 2. Crash Boom. After Chen Fan and the others came out of hibernation, they watched the heavy rain outside the window, with thunder flashing from time to time. This is not a rainstorm, it's a thunderstorm. Get ready to go. Chen Fan said calmly, even if magma falls from the sky, we will go. Why are you looking at me? I can't control the weather. Looking at Wang Hu's resentful eyes, Li Long couldn't help but say awkwardly. Soon, a group of people walked outside with weapons in hand. It was raining heavily, and there was a lot of water on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In an open space not far away, Li Yi had already started the helicopter. The rain around was blown away, and some dead leaves were also rolled up. Set off. Outside the helicopter, 10 mechanical warriors boarded the helicopter under Chen Fan's command. After Chen Fan and others boarded the helicopter, it slowly took off. In the Steel City, Chen Fan left behind 2 mechanical warriors, who were the 2 who had previously guarded the vending machines. After all, someone needs to be in charge no matter what. Boom, boom, boom. After the helicopter climbed to a certain altitude, it turned and flew towards the city. It's my first time riding a helicopter. I'm so excited. Li Long looked down and said excitedly, Boss, it's raining so hard. Won't it have any impact? Wang Hu frowned and said that he was afraid that the heavy rain would affect the subsequent actions. No, rain is actually a good thing. It can reduce our presence so that the slightest movement won't attract zombies. Chen Fan said calmly, but the rain is a bit outrageous. Roar, roar, roar. The helicopter was flying very fast and soon arrived in the city. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar city below, Chen Fan said nothing. The city streets are filled with zombies and some strange monsters walking around. The helicopter made a lot of noise, even in the rain, so it attracted the attention of all the zombies. For a moment, all the zombies followed behind the helicopter. The number of zombies grew larger and larger, and finally formed a zombie tide. However, because the helicopter was going so fast, it quickly got rid of the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The huge noise attracted many flying monsters hiding in high-rise buildings to rush towards the helicopter frantically. The machine guns on both sides of the helicopter bombarded crazily, and from time to time a cannon shot out to shatter the bodies of many monsters in the sky. Right there, we're at the playground position. The helicopter was still moving fast, and under the guidance of Wang Hu, it soon arrived at number 1 middle school. The only place where the helicopter could safely stop was the playground. After getting rid of those flying monsters, it flew towards the playground. Boom, boom, boom. Wait for my notification. The helicopter door opened, a rope was dropped, and 8 mechanical warriors slid down directly. After saying something to Li Yi, Chen Fan also slid down with Wang Hu and Li Long. 2 mechanical warriors were left on the helicopter to avoid any special situations that Li Yi could not deal with alone. Thump, thump, thump. The 8 mechanical warriors who had just landed on the ground raised their weapons and began to shoot the zombies that were gathering around them. After all, they were here to rescue people, so this time, no one brought any heavy weapons. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the helicopter made a roar, rose for a distance, and then flew away into the distance. Where will your sister be? Chen Fan smashed a zombie's head with a punch and asked Wang Hu who was still shooting. Let's go check out the teaching building first. There were 11 people in total, all wearing black combat uniforms. Except for Chen Fan, everyone had a long sword on his back. Caw. The iron gate of the back playground was closed. After it was kicked open by a mechanical warrior, everyone ignored the zombies chasing them from behind and ran in the rain with guns in hand. Thump, thump, thump. Boom. What's that noise? It sounds like gunshots. At this moment, on the top floor of the grade 12 teaching building of number 1 middle school, in a classroom with a closed door, there were 7 students in school uniforms. Is the army coming to rescue? I don't know. Who's going to go out and take a look? You're going? For a moment, the students in the classroom all listened carefully to the noise outside. The gunshots became more frequent and louder, and it seemed like the enemy was approaching here. Wait until they come over before asking for help. Don't attract the monster's attention. Yeah, it must be the army coming to rescue. With such dense gunfire, it goes without saying that it's the army. Everyone was lying on the windows near the corridor watching and waiting for so long, and finally they were rescued. At this moment, Chen Fan and others had just entered the teaching building for the second grade of high school. Wang Hu's sister was a second-year student, and even if she came to school, she would only go here. Thump, thump, thump. After casually dealing with the zombies that pounced down from above, everyone ran madly without even taking a rest. Which floor? The first classroom on the fourth floor. Boom, boom. As soon as he entered the third floor, Chen Fan threw 4 or 5 fragmentation grenades towards the corridor below. Roaring sounds were heard, fragments flew all over the sky, and the zombies that had just rushed up were torn to pieces by fragmentation grenades in an instant. This is it. Boom, boom. Soon, everyone arrived at the fourth floor. Without thinking too much, Wang Hu kicked the door. Mad, here I come. Seeing that Wang Hu couldn't kick the door open for a long time, Li Long changed his arm to a cutting state and directly cut the door frame off. The door of the room collapsed toward the outside, and tables and chairs were piled up inside. Someone. Come in quickly. As soon as the door was broken open, waves of excited shouts were heard from inside. Then, with the help of everyone, the piled-up tables and chairs were moved away. 5 mechanical warriors were left outside to stop the zombies, while the rest went in. Shao-Chi, Shao-Chi. As soon as Wang Hu entered the classroom, he started shouting loudly for his sister. Unfortunately, no one responded. The 7 students inside were all so excited about being rescued that they did not notice what Wang Hu was shouting. Not here. Chen Fan came over and asked. It seemed that he had gone somewhere else. Do you know where Wang Ziki is? Tell me, do you know where Wang Ziki is? Wang Hu grabbed a male student by the collar and yelled loudly. The male student who was caught was frightened silly by Wang Hu's roar. You scared me, you bastard. Li Long dragged Wang Hu away speechlessly. He was so scared. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. My sister, do you know where Wang Ziki is? Wang Hu also realized his own gaffe and quickly changed his tone and asked. This classroom is my sister's original class, and I don't know if these students are from this class. Wang Ziki may be in the dormitory or in the library. Before those monsters appeared, Wang Ziki had just left the classroom not long ago. She left with her best friend, probably to the dormitory or library. Just when Wang Hu thought there was no answer, the female student standing beside the bed raised her hand and said. Facing Wang Hu's gaze, she rubbed her fingers back and forth in fear. Okay, let's go to the dorm and library. Chen Fan spoke up, preferring to go to the library. It should be class time before the apocalypse breaks out, so I probably can't go back to the dormitory, so I can only go to the library. Good. Boss, what should we do with these students? Li Long looked at the students in the classroom and asked, Are we going to leave them behind? I told you, we are not the army. Now, I will take you away. But you need to pay me 50 crystal cores afterwards. It was originally 100 crystal cores, but after all, we lured the zombies here, so I will only charge 50 crystal cores for the rescue fee. These 50 crystal cores, no matter if you steal or rob them, you must gather them within a week, otherwise I will kill you. Looking at those students, Chun Fan said very seriously. Although they were taken away, Chun Fan would not deliberately protect them. I shouldn't be a saint here. If you are, please point it out and the author will revise it. I'm afraid of being criticized before. Chapter 46, The Devil in the World. Thump, thump, thump. Boss, there are fewer zombies now. This is a good opportunity. A group of people walked down the teaching building holding rifles. After taking care of a few wandering zombies, Li Long shouted excitedly to Chen Fan. In an area, there were zombies wandering everywhere before, but now, there is not a single one to be seen. The same was true in other classrooms. Not to mention zombies, there wasn't even a roar. Something's wrong. Chen Fan frowned and turned on the thermal imaging. Apart from them, there was no other living being at the scene. Never mind, just go to the library. Chen Fan had a bad feeling in his heart and just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. It was eerily quiet, with only the sound of people running. You must follow closely. If you get out of the team, don't expect us to rescue you. 7 students were stuck in the middle of the team. Some of them were already extremely tired, but in order not to be left behind, they had to run desperately. Blow the door open. The library was not far from the teaching building, and we soon arrived outside the closed door of the library. Just like before, there was not a single zombie outside, and even the corpses were gone. Ding-dee. Following Chen Fan's words, several mechanical warriors installed 2 bombs on the heavy door. Boom! Everyone stepped back quickly. The next second, a piercing roar was heard, wood chips flew all over the sky, and the surrounding glass was shattered. The tightly closed door was shattered. Go in. For a moment, under the guidance of Chen Fan, a group of people rushed into the library. As there was a pile of debris, everyone soon arrived at the library. The library covers a large area. As soon as I entered, I saw a student standing there in a daze not far away. At first glance, there were about 5 male students sitting around a table playing cards. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone squat. Under Li Long's roar, the students who were still playing cards were frightened silly, and then were forced to their knees by several mechanical warriors. The entire library was filled with the smell of blood, human blood. There were clearly no signs of a fight, but there was such a strong smell of blood. There are people in there. Bring them out. Chen Fan pointed to a house on the side, which should be a practice room. Through thermal imaging, he could see 3 people inside. However, the 3 men were tied up first, forming a big character. The 2 mechanical warriors ran into the practice room, while Chen Fan and his companions focused their attention on the 5 male students in front of them. Do you know where Wang Ziki is? Wang Hu quickly squatted down and asked, but in response to Wang Hu's questions, the 3 said they didn't know. The other 2 looked panicked and turned their heads away quickly. I'm asking you a question. Do you know where Wang Ziki is? Wang Hu yelled and was about to hit one of the students. We don't know. I don't know Wang Ziki. We're just taking shelter here and not doing anything. Faced with Wang Hu's roar, several people were frightened and shook their heads quickly. Chen Fan, who was standing aside, looked at these people with a frown. The 5 of them kept looking towards the practice room, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they were afraid of something. Commander, the people are here. After a while, the 2 mechanical warriors who had just rushed into the practice room came back. One of the mechanical warriors was holding a naked girl in his arms, and behind them were 2 more naked girls. This is... For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Chen Fan was stunned, but he soon thought of something. Looking at the 3 naked girls, with dull eyes and stiff bodies, they looked like zombies. Squad leader. Among the students who followed Chen Fan and others, one of the female students looked at the naked girl at the back and shouted in a daze. She seemed unsure if the naked girl was someone she knew, and she shouted again. At the female student's scream, the naked girl turned her head stiffly. When she saw the female student, her whole body was shocked. Leave. 2 lines of tears flowed from the squad leader's eyes, and the next second, his body fell backwards. The mechanical warrior next to him was quick to support the unconscious squad leader. Did she escape with Ziki? Wang Hu hurriedly asked the girl named Yizi, his body trembling slightly. Yes, yes. Looking at Wang Hu, whose body was still trembling, Yizi couldn't help but feel scared, but she nodded quickly and said, Trouble. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and thought of something. The library is filled with the smell of blood, and there is no food. What do these people eat to survive for so long? Li Long. Chen Fan gave a look to Li Long, who was not far away. Li Long understood what he meant and quickly stood behind Wang Hu. Chen Fan, on the other hand, walked alone with a gun in his hand towards the house next to the toilet not far away, which was the source of the bloody smell. Squeak. Pushing open the tightly closed door, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment under the gaze of everyone, then walked in. At this moment, Chen Fan looked at the scene in the house and sighed. It's really the devil on earth. The whole house was covered in blood and body parts were found everywhere. In the corner, there was a big pot with something cooking in it. Next to the cauldron, there was a naked body with its right arm chopped off. The corpse was that of a girl who was a little thin and had a pretty and lovely face. However, the ferocious and painful look in her eyes seemed out of place with her face. Chen Fan couldn't help but clench his fists. The face of the corpse was 4 points similar to Wang Hu. Looking at Ziki's body, it was clear that she had been dead for a few days. There were already many corpse spots on her body, and her flesh was almost rotten, emitting a smell of rotten meat. Buzz. Chen Fan took out a piece of white cloth from the system backpack, covered the corpse with it, then slowly picked it up and walked out the door. This. Li Long, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment when he saw Chen Fan's body covered with white cloth and didn't know what to say. He also thought of something and couldn't help but pay attention to the changes in Wang Hu beside him. At this moment, Wang Hu's breathing became rapid and his body trembled uncontrollably. The gun in his hand had begun to deform, which showed how bad Wang Hu's mood was. My condolences. After Chen Fan carefully placed Ziqi's body on the ground, He patted Wang Hu on the shoulder, walked aside, and said nothing more, but looked coldly at the male students squatting on the ground. Chapter 47 Evacuation. Gently, he lifted the white cloth wrapped around the body, revealing the bloodless face. Wang Hu was stunned. The entire library was so quiet that no sound could be heard. Yes, there was only the sound of Wang Hu's body trembling. How come? How so? Wang Hu fell to the ground, seemingly unwilling to believe what he saw. I'm sorry, we were wrong, we won't do it again. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, we didn't know it was your friend. The boys also realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately knelt in front of Chen Fan and others. Shut up, fuck you. Li Long roared, rushed over and punched one of the boys on the head. The terrifying force instantly smashed the other's head, and blood flew everywhere. Don't kill us. Please, we really know we are wrong. Seeing this scene, the two boys were so frightened that they lost control of their bladder and kept moving backwards. There was one who just stood up and tried to run, but a mechanical warrior pulled out a long knife and chopped off his legs. Boss, my sister is dead. Wang Hu turned around and felt something in his eyes, but he couldn't get it out. Boss woo-woo. Wang Hu, who was sitting on the ground, kept calling Chen Fan, as if he wanted Chen Fan to help save him. Sorry, he's already dead. There's no hope of reformation. Although Chen Fan was unwilling to admit it, the fact was that the other party was already brain dead. Ah? Why? Why don't you wait for me at home? Why? Why did you have to come out? Why did it turn out like this? Wang Hu punched the ground and kept crying. I have always had a good relationship with my sister and spoiled her like a little princess, but now it has become like this. You bunch of beasts. All of you go to hell. Chen Fan was just about to pull Wang Hu up, but unexpectedly Wang Hu suddenly jumped up and pounced towards the boys in school uniforms. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, help, I was wrong. I'm sorry, don't kill me. Wang Hu jumped up and pounced on a boy, punching him wildly on the head. A man next to him was so frightened that he struggled frantically, trying to get up and escape. Puff! However, Chen Fan dodged and came in front of the other party, smashed the other party's face with the butt of the gun, and then stomped on his head to explode. Sorry for letting me go. The boy who was being beaten by Wang Hu had gradually lost his movement, and his entire head was smashed by Wang Hu. But even so, Wang Hu's anger could not be reduced, and he continued to hit the other party's head, which had become a paste. Li Yi, come and pick us up, we're at the playground. Chen Fan began to give orders to Li Yi, and Li Yi, who received the orders, started to fly over in the Guardian helicopter. Start retreating, Li Yi is on his way. Chen Fan spoke up and dragged Wang Hu, who was still knocking frantically, up, and Wang Hu, in a daze, followed the team. Li Long picked up the body of Wang Hu's sister. As for the others, except for the 7 people mentioned above, Chen Fan did not bring the 3 naked students with him. His eyes were lifeless, his expression was dull, and he looked like a zombie. There was no hope for him. Even if you take it away, you won't be able to survive in this apocalypse. Keeping them here might be a better choice. Boss, are we going to the playground now? Li Long held the corpse and followed Chen Fan and asked. Chen Fan was about to say something, but he heard a series of crawling sounds. Moreover, the sound was getting louder and louder, as if many things were approaching here. Hiss! So many rats. A boy in the team looked back and saw countless rats appearing all around and rushing towards them. A rat with red eyes and a half-meter-long body that seems to have no end. Run! Chen Fan shouted loudly. Under the detection of thermal imaging, the teaching buildings and sewers were full of rats. The scale was so huge that it was impossible to see how many there were at first glance. Boom, boom. Without time to think, Chen Fan threw a few grenades and fled madly with everyone. Roar, roar, roar. After a while, the roars of zombies were heard, and the zombies that disappeared before appeared. From the side road leading to the dormitory. Thump, thump, thump. Come on, fuck the end of the world. Wang Hu roared, stopped running, and started firing wildly with his rifle. Get out of here now. Chen Fan dragged Wang Hu back, and the other party could not help but resist and ran wildly. Ah! When rushing through the teaching building, countless rats jumped down from the roof. A boy was bitten by several rats, and a piece of flesh was torn off his face in an instant. Boom! He threw out a large number of Molotov cocktails and continued to run with everyone. As for the zombie that was bitten by rats, there was nothing he could do. There are too many to save. Me! Just as everyone was running towards the playground, a roar like that of a goat sounded. Amidst the surging waves of zombies and rats, a giant monster appeared. The standing and running black goat is 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body. In his hand, he held a giant road sign. Boom! The next second, the goat threw the sign in his hand and a roar was heard. A mechanical warrior was hit and his body rolled on the ground, causing sparks on the water-filled road. Thump, thump, thump. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopter is coming. Hurry over. Chun Fan and others raised their rifles and fired wildly, while above the sky, the roar of a propeller was heard. In the heavy rain, the Guardian helicopter flew in rapidly and began to descend above the open space on the playground. Boom, boom, boom. The machine guns on the helicopter bombarded the tide of zombies crazily, which relieved a lot of pressure on Chan Fan and others. Retreat. After throwing a few more grenades, Chan Fan led the mechanical warriors away. The goat, ignoring the bombardment of the machine gun, rushed madly towards Chan Fan and others. Thump, thump, thump. The mechanical warriors on the helicopter fired frantically to buy time for Chen Fan and others. Start retreating. After a while, Chen Fan and others boarded the helicopter. At Chen Fan's roar, the helicopter began to increase its altitude. Swish, swish, swish. The helicopters took off and began to bombard the ground with missiles in the tide of zombies. Flames were raging wildly, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. As for the goat, I don't know where it went, but it's not dead. Chapter 48 Return to Steel City. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopter climbed rapidly and soon moved away from the ground. The students in the helicopter were all slumped over, gasping for breath, obviously frightened by the scene just now. Only 6 were taken away, and 1 was eaten by a rat before. Wang Hu, on the other hand, was holding his sister's body in the corner, not saying a word for a long time. Chin Fan and the others did not disturb him. Commander, are we going back to Steel City now? The driver Li asked. It was raining heavily and the visibility outside was low. It would be more dangerous to stay any longer. Go back. Chun Fan was also feeling annoyed and spoke in a calm voice. Then, the helicopter began to change direction and flew towards the location of the Steel City. Roar. Not long after the helicopter took off, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth was heard. Chun Fan and others hurriedly observed the situation outside, and when they saw it, everyone was stunned. In the distance, a giant figure was rolling in the sky, and every roll could create hurricanes. And that figure looks like the Kurin in mythology. It was hundreds of meters long, fat, and had 2 giant wings flapping gently. Kuin was soaring in the clouds with thunder bombarding above. It looked like a doomsday scene. Kuin seemed to have discovered Chin Fan and the others, but its giant scarlet eyes just glanced at them without any movement. Several students in the helicopter were almost scared to tears, and their bodies couldn't stop shaking. Li was very calm and started to fly away in the helicopter. Is this something we can really deal with? Looking at the giant figure, whose outline had gradually become blurred, Li Long said to himself, humans can't handle that kind of thing. The helicopter was flying very fast and soon flew out of the city and headed towards the Steel City. After leaving the city, the heavy rain gradually stopped and the view became wider. However, the figure of the giant Kuin has disappeared, and no one knows where it has gone. That thing should be quite valuable, right? Chun Fan secretly thought that maybe a stronger crystal core would be born, which would allow him to earn millions of points in one go. In the Steel City, the rain has stopped for some time, and the accumulated water on the ground has been cleaned up by the construction robots. At this moment, the Steel City has undergone great changes. The iron railings that were originally built disappeared one after another, and what appeared were steel frames as high as 5 meters. It's just the frame. The materials inside have not been filled in yet. After all, enough points are needed to fill it. But now the Steel City has begun to take shape. It is now noon, and the Steel City is full of survivors. Especially after the addition of food and medicine vending machines, more and more survivors are heading to the Steel City. Most of the men came to buy weapons, while some of the old, young, sick, and disabled came to buy food and medicine. Some people even did not leave after buying supplies, but built thatched huts outside the Steel City. For them, Steel City is hundreds of times safer than the original gathering place, and there is no need to worry about attacks from zombies and monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Bursts of roars were heard and all the survivors looked up. Under the dazzling sunlight, the helicopter began to descend slowly. Let's find a place to bury him. Chen Fan and others stepped out of the helicopter and spoke to Wang Hu, who was carrying his sister's body and leaving. Wang Hu nodded and left alone carrying the body. Li Long wanted to help, but was stopped by Chen Fan. Boss, is everything going to be okay? Li Long said with a worried look on his face that losing his sister must have been a huge blow to Wang Hu. This is his own business, just don't interfere. Chen Fan said calmly that the blow must be huge, but Wang Hu needed to get over it by himself. Even if they tried to persuade him, it would be of no use. The key still depended on him. All right. Li Long sighed and couldn't help but think of his parents. Although he tried his best not to think about them, he would be reminded of them from time to time. Li Long didn't think his parents were still alive. The reason he didn't go looking for them was because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it when the time came. So, this is fine. The framework was built so quickly. After Chen Fan sent out the other mechanical warriors to kill the zombies, he found the engineer who was building a house with a construction robot. It's just building the framework, it won't take long. The engineer replied that after all, construction robots are very powerful and can easily lift several tons of steel. Just fence off the outer layer, about 10 times the size of the current one. It will be useful later. Chen Fan said that the current area of Steel City is still too small and many buildings cannot be built at all. For example, an airport or a place specifically for parking mechas. What material is it made of? For the time being, let's use concrete. 6 meters high and 2 meters wide. In this case, 10,000 points are needed, and it will take a month. 1 month is too long. If it is shortened to half a month, how many construction robots will be needed? 30. After hearing what the engineer said, Chen Fan sighed and started to collect the crystal cores. After taking the crystal cores from all the vending machines and adding the ones he already had, he had almost 16,000 points. One construction robot requires 500 points, and 30 of them is 15,000. After a while, 30 construction robots appeared and were taken away by the engineers. Commander, there are quite a few survivors building houses outside. Do we need to drive them away? After parking the plane and patrolling outside the Steel City, Li Yi found Chen Fan and said, "No need for that. Tell them to build houses farther away. The base is about to expand. As long as they don't enter the city wall, they can repair it however they want. If they want to live in Steel City, each of them must pay 100 crystal cores." Chen Fan said calmly. This also gave the survivors a chance to survive. Okay, I understand. Li didn't say much and took a few mechanical warriors to explain the situation. 100 crystal cores is too expensive. It can buy several rifles. Although it's expensive, safety is guaranteed. At least we don't have to worry about zombies and monsters. Although 100 crystal cores are a lot, it's still possible if you grit your teeth. Hey, go collect the crystal cores. The hunting team is recruiting. Men over 16 and under 40 can sign up. Chapter 49, Various Situations on the Radio. Ha ha ha, woohoo. It's so cool. At this moment, on Chenghua's side, he was leading a team outside to sweep the zombies. There were about 30 people, holding various weapons and shooting at zombies on the road. However, they were not as crazy as Chen Fan and his men, but mostly fired in bursts. And his shooting skills are not bad either. He can almost kill a zombie with one shot. We have only collected 700 crystal cores and killed so many zombies. I don't know when I can pay back the remaining crystal cores. Chengwa stood beside the jeep, while Yi Qingya beside him sighed and said, "They came out early in the morning to kill zombies. With so many weapons, there would be no problem as long as they didn't go too deep into the zombie horde. What's more, they are luring the nearby zombies out little by little. Don't worry, at this rate, it will be paid off in 5 or 6 days." Qinghua smiled slightly and said that it was very good to get almost 700 crystal cores in one morning. What do they need this for? Research? Yi Qingya wondered. For them, the crystal core had no effect at all. If humans swallow it, they will 100% turn into monsters. Don't worry about it. Maybe the other party really needs this, but in comparison, we need weapons and food more. Qinghua smiled and said that the appearance of Qin Fan and others helped him a lot. So, do you really want to hand over the people to them? It's still unclear who they are. What if? Yi Qingya frowned and was full of vigilance towards the Steel City. I would like to, but they don't want to. A person must hand in 100 crystal cores to live in Steel City. Chengwa said awkwardly, and he thought it was normal. Ordinary survivors were just a burden. Why would anyone need so many survivors? Okay, since the other party doesn't want it, we can keep warm ourselves. We can get enough weapons from them and protect the people. Yi Qingya said seriously that as a police officer, she only cares about the people. In Yi Qingya's view, Chen Fan and his people who possessed a large number of hot weapons were thugs and criminal gangs. Do you think we can really protect them? Are there not enough powerful monsters appearing during this period? Even if we have these weapons now, we can't fight against those monsters, right? Chingwa sighed and said that zombies are not scary. What is scary is the powerful monsters hidden. There are hidden monsters everywhere in the sky, on land, and in the water. Can they protect the few people they have? Yi Qingya retorted that in her opinion, the other side only had a lot of weapons but few manpower. Do you think that's all they have? If there wasn't a powerful organization behind them, where would they get so many weapons and equipment, as well as airplanes and armored vehicles? Could it have appeared out of thin air? Qingguo laughed and said that Yi Qingya was still too young and couldn't see the situation clearly. Since the other party dares to charge 100 crystal cores in exchange for the right to reside, he must have the strength to protect us. This. Yi Qingya was choked by Changguo's words. Thinking back, the other party didn't seem as simple as he seemed. All the weapons are brand new. Even the helicopters and other things are brand new. The other party either discovered the arsenal, or there is a very powerful organization behind it. The latter is easier to explain. Okay, let's go back after we get rid of these zombies. Ship the collected crystal cores to Steel City first. Chungwa said that the zombies in this area have been almost dealt with, and it is time to move to the next area. Bang! In the innermost corner of the fence in the Steel City, Wang Hu was putting his sister's body into the newly dug pit. It was then buried. A tombstone was carved, and a person sat in front of it. And all around, outside the steel frame walls, there are a large number of construction robots working to open up the land. The construction teams were divided into two groups. One group was building the exterior wall frame in another place, while this group was constantly exploring new areas. As for the survivors who were originally gathered outside, they were guided to another area by the mechanical warriors to avoid affecting the progress of the project. Other bases built cities by constantly cutting down trees and looking for raw materials everywhere. Chen Fan is better. He buys it directly in the system, and then the construction robot starts to build tirelessly and with high efficiency. Now it's finally a bit cooler. Boss, how big will the Steel City be? After wandering around the Steel City, Li Long returned to the house. At this moment, Chun Fan was fiddling with the radio on the table. Those purchased in the system can receive messages from any channel. Even those encrypted by the military can be received by the system. It is definitely not that simple. When we have time, we will enclose the entire river. Chen Fan said calmly, which shocked Li Long. The river outside was not small, and it goes around the Steel City. If it were completely circled, it would be much larger than an average county town. It seems that Chen Fan had already made plans. Is anyone in the city? I don't have many zombies here, and I have plenty of food. Anyone want to join me? The Wild Wolf base is recruiting. There are currently 50 people in the base. We have plenty of food, and the base's defense capabilities are also very strong. If you want to join, hurry up. Who will save me? I will give you gold bars, huge gold bars. Dear tragic survivors, I am your father. Fuck. Report your location. Report your location if you dare. Chen Fan listened for a while, and then switched to the military channel. In the apocalypse, some survivors lived well, so naturally they couldn't help showing off or making sarcastic remarks. This is the Shangjing Operations Command. All troops that have received the message, please quickly head to Shangjing to fight this disaster together. We encountered a powerful monster on the highway. If there are any troops nearby, please come to support us quickly. The 102nd Troop encountered a zombie tide. All members were killed. Bang dash. I am Yang Tian, calling the Shangjing Command Center, calling the Shangjing Command Center. I am Yang Tian. The troops are trapped in Qingzhou. Many soldiers have been sacrificed, and there are not many survivors left. Please provide support. The Eastern Theater reported the situation and dealt with the first wave of zombies. The base is temporarily safe. Yang? Isn't that the lieutenant's adjutant? Li Long, who was standing aside, had a strange look on his face. How could they be trapped in Qingzhou? Boss, do you want to go take a look? Qingzhou is not far from here. We can get there in about half an hour by helicopter. Li Long asked, while Chen Fan fell into deep thought, wondering whether it was worth it. The only thing that could trap the lieutenant's 1,000-man army was either a massive zombie horde or a powerful monster. Even the lieutenant and his men can't handle it. We only have a dozen people on our side. Are we going to die? Chapter 50, The Lieutenant in Trouble / Baby Corpse. Boss, don't you need a crystal core? The lieutenants should have quite a few crystal cores. I'm just going over there to provide support. If successful, I can charge you a large amount of crystal cores as rescue fees. Li Long said with a smile, knowing that Chen Fan was the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw the crystal core. What if the support fails? Chen Fan said with a smile. He had no idea about the situation and didn't know what he would face if he went there. Go and take a look. If you find you can't win, just run away. Li Long thought about it and said that he should still provide support only after ensuring his own safety. You are such a thinker, boy. Chen Fan smiled helplessly, but Li Long's idea was indeed the most correct. He would go over and take a look, help if he could, and run away if he couldn't. Chen Fan is not the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for others. If there is enough motivation, he would give it a try even if it is dangerous. Okay, except for Wang Hu, let Li take all the soldiers over. By the way, switch to heavy weapons. Chen Fan said. Maybe the lieutenant and his men killed a lot of monsters, and the scene was full of crystal cores. Okay. Li Long did not hesitate and ran out to inform Li Yi and others. After a while, under the leadership of Li Yi, 10 mechanical warriors armed with heavy weapons stood by the helicopter. Wang Hu originally wanted to go with them, but was rejected by Chen Fan, who asked him to stay and guard the Steel City. Soon, the helicopter slowly took off, making a roar, and flew towards Qingzhou. Sir, there has been no response to our request for help. I don't know if the message has been sent out. At this moment, in a residential area full of collapsed buildings, there were roars and roars of monsters everywhere. Damn it, we can only carry it on our own. Notify them and beat them up. At worst, they will all die here. Don't be stingy with the bullets. In a tile-roofed house, the lieutenant slammed his fist on the table and yelled at Yang Tian, who was standing beside him. Yes. Outside, the residential area is not very large, but all around, there are piles of vehicles. Behind the vehicle, there were many soldiers holding their weapons and shooting. Boom, boom, boom. In the center, 7 or 8 tanks roared and artillery continued to bombard. The earth was shaking and the house, which was already shaking violently, collapsed in an instant. Outside the residential area surrounded by vehicles, there are endless zombies and crawling monsters like wolfhounds. There weren't so many zombies originally. When the army passed Qingzhou, a group of giant birds appeared in the sky. Ordinary thermal weapons were useless, so they had to use artillery. The violent roar of the artillery attracted a large number of zombies into Qingzhou City. Not only zombies, but also the monsters hidden near Qingzhou City attracted nearly 30,000 survivors, who were almost eaten by the influx of monsters on their way to escape. Even more than 1,000 soldiers were killed, leaving only 100 or 200. In the end, the lieutenant had no choice but to take his troops to hide in the residential area near Qingzhou City and quickly build defense facilities to resist the influx of zombies. Fortunately, there were still a few tanks that were crushing the zombies along the way. Although they were almost falling apart, fortunately, the artillery system was still normal. What are those monsters going to do? Suddenly retreat? At this moment, the lieutenant came to the top of a tall building and looked outside through a telescope. The crazy tide of zombies stopped and was actually retreating. The lieutenant knew that these zombies would not leave for no reason, and zombies have no thoughts. Now they are retreating collectively, which can only mean one thing. There is a monster controlling them. This is really tricky. Is this a monster that can control zombies? The lieutenant sighed. The crazy attacks of those zombies were already unstoppable, and now there were monsters that could control the zombies. Wouldn't this wipe out their last chance of survival? Xiaoyang, how long can the tank's artillery hold out? Looking at the tank that had stopped bombarding, the lieutenant shouted to Yang Tian, who had just reached the roof. It can last 4 rounds. Well, how are the soldiers doing? Not very good. Most people were seriously injured. Yang Tian sighed. He had just taken a round of inspection and saw that many injured soldiers were bandaging their wounds. The soldiers infected with the corpse poison chose to commit suicide. It's impossible to leave now. Get ready for the final fight. Observing the surroundings with a telescope, although the zombies and monsters had retreated, they were still from a long distance and surrounded the entire residential area. Those zombies seemed to be waiting for something. Why wait when we can just take them down in one fell swoop? What on earth is going on? When the end of the world comes, I will be ready to die. It's a pity that the people were not protected. Yang Tian smiled bitterly. If he could take the people away safely, what would it matter if many of them died on his side? But now, not only did they fail to take the survivors away, they also had to stay here. Wait and see what these ghosts are going to do. The lieutenant checked the bullets in his pistol and then spoke calmly. The zombies did not attack again, which gave the soldiers a chance to catch their breath and sit behind the bunker to rest. And 1,000 meters away from here, behind the group of zombies, a huge figure stood behind the group of zombies. With every step, the ground shook as if it was being bombarded by a cannonball. This is a zombie, 10 meters tall and swollen all over. Judging from its appearance, it looks like an enlarged baby. Let's call this zombie a baby corpse. Boom. The next second, the baby corpse sat down on the ground, and the ground shook violently, crushing the zombies below to death. Puff! The baby corpse seemed to be hungry and grabbed the zombies on the ground and stuffed them into its mouth. However, these zombies, under the control of the baby corpse, did not show any resistance. The baby corpse has a certain intelligence and can control zombies and mutant animals. The reason why the zombies stopped attacking at this moment was that they were hungry and wanted to rest. In the baby corpse's mind, the lieutenant and others are miniature toys and food. It's hard to imagine how such a huge zombie came into being. Do they evolve by devouring each other? The zombies were originally human babies, so they should not have the ability to devour other zombies. The biggest possibility is natural evolution. Chapter 51. Fierce fighting / hand-to-hand combat. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Chen Fan and others were flying the helicopter at a high speed, and no one noticed that a large lizard was following closely behind the helicopter. Lizards crawl very fast. Although not as fast as helicopters, they are not much slower. The surrounding trees collapsed one after another under the impact of the giant lizard. And this lizard was the same lizard that had appeared below Wang Hu's residential area before. Chief, we found something very strange. At this moment, in the gathering place of survivors where Chen Guo and others were, several soldiers ran out of the house. What did you find? Chen Guo, who was checking the map, looked up and asked in confusion. Aren't these people returning to the previous cleaning point to clean up the bodies? After each battle, in order to prevent the corpses from attracting monsters, the battlefield will be cleaned up and the zombie bodies will be burned. Chief, look at this. A soldier wearing gloves took something out of the plastic bag in his hand. The scales are as big as a palm, like fish scales, black with a hint of green, and look very smooth. When we returned to the cleanup point, we found that all the zombie bodies had disappeared. There are only some stumps and scales like this left. The soldier spoke up and said that this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. And those body parts looked like they were left behind by some animal. Apart from these scales, is there anything else? Chengguo looked at the scale carefully, but found nothing. He just thought it was the scale of some mutant creature. It seems that apart from fish, there are no other creatures that can grow such scales. After all, this thing looks like an enlarged version of fish scales. But the cleaning point is far away from the stream, and the fish in the stream can't grow 2 legs and walk out. There is also some mucus, like saliva, which is very corrosive. We touched it with a stick and it corroded quickly. Then on some land, there were large footprints of wild animals and a track that looked like it was run over by a tire. After hearing what the soldier said, Chengguo fell into deep thought. It seemed that some big guy had appeared. This has never happened before. Is it a monster that suddenly appeared? I'll go check it out in a moment. You guys should send the crystal core to Steel City first. Chengguo felt a headache. The clearing point was not far from the gathering place. In order to avoid the appearance of powerful monsters, he had to go and check it out. What kind of monster is this? Attack it first and beat it to death. At this moment, the lieutenant and his men were trembling uncontrollably as they watched the giant zombies appear in the distance. The giant-like zombies were slowly approaching them. One could clearly feel the ground shaking, and in front of the baby's corpse, endless monsters were rushing towards it. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. At Yang Tian's roar, the tanks turned their guns one after another. Roars sounded, and the tank guns bombarded the baby corpses. After all, the baby corpse is too large and poses too great a threat to the lieutenant and others, so it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Hit it, hit it. Under the observation of the lieutenant and others, several tank shells bombarded the fat body of the infant corpse. Wow. But the next second, the excited faces of the lieutenant and others suddenly froze. A sound like a baby crying was heard and the dust and fog in the distance dissipated, revealing the shape of a baby's corpse. Most of the flesh on the shoulders and head was blown off, and there were no bones in the body, but milky white flesh with some yellow. There was a wound on his stomach that was big enough to hold a car. But in the next second, blood and flesh surged wildly at the wound. In less than 3 seconds, the wound that seemed horrific actually healed directly. How to fight against such a terrifying recovery ability? Tank guns are useless. Keep bombing it, blast it into pieces, and see how it recovers. The lieutenant roared. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Is this really something that humans can resist? Boom, boom, boom. Under the lieutenant's roar, the tanks continued to bombard the infant corpses. No matter how seriously injured they were, they could recover in the first time. Wow, 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 wow. The baby corpse dragged its fat body and could take a step of 3 or 4 meters. A strange smile appeared on its fat face. Swoosh, boom. It seemed to be learning from the tank baby zombie, grabbing a large number of zombies and throwing them out from a distance of 700 or 800 meters. Boom, boom, boom. But the embarrassing thing is that the ordinary zombies fell to the ground and were smashed into a pool of minced meat. However, some of the reptiles survived, roaring and rushing towards the residential area. Thump, thump, thump. The soldiers behind the bunker raised their guns and fired. Although the crawling monster was very fast, it was unable to break through the defense line under the dense firepower network. Wow. Led by the infant corpse, endless zombies surged towards the residential area, charging under fierce artillery fire. The most terrifying monster is the one that is not afraid of life or death. Boom. The closer they got to the residential area, the more scrapped vehicles there were. The infant corpses picked up the scrapped vehicles and threw them at the lieutenant and his companions. Boom. The vehicle hit a tall building, and under the impact, the floor collapsed instantly. Sir, we can't stop it. Yang continued shooting at the zombies that rushed into the bunker, yelling at the lieutenant who was also shooting. Let them see the bloodiness of the Dragon Country soldiers. The lieutenant threw away the pistol with an empty magazine, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and let out a roar. Charge! At such a close distance, a weapon with an empty magazine has no time to reload ammunition. At once, all the soldiers roared and rushed towards the surging zombies. The melee begins. Although the melee combat capabilities of the warriors are very strong, they are completely useless in the face of the endless zombies. As long as the body is injured by a few zombies, it can be declared dead. Come on! Many infected soldiers roared, pulled the safety pins of their grenades, and chose to die together with these zombies. The original number of several hundred soldiers dwindled to less than 50. Boom! The infant corpse soon joined the battlefield, smashing a tall building with one punch and crushing many soldiers to death. The huge body stepped into the battlefield and trampled countless zombies to death with one foot. Chapter 52 Support arrives. Wow. Then, the baby corpse bent down, grabbed several soldiers and stuffed them into its mouth. Boom. A tank nearby fired a shot at such a close distance that the infant's corpse was knocked to the ground under the huge impact force, and the tank's gun barrel also bent. Boom. The overturned baby corpse was obviously extremely angry. It punched the tank with such great force that the tank's gun barrel was completely scrapped. Boom, boom, boom. But the baby corpse did not stop attacking. It raised the tank with both hands and directly pulled down the turret, then threw the scrapped tank at the crowd. Sir, let's retreat. Where can we retreat to? We have nowhere to go. The lieutenant roared, twisted the neck of a zombie, picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the baby corpse. Although there was no harm, it successfully attracted the attention of the baby corpse. Whoa! Looking at the short lieutenant below, the baby corpse stopped where it was in confusion. The next second, it raised its huge foot and was about to step towards the lieutenant. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Just when the lieutenant thought it was all over, a series of piercing roars were heard and flames shot up into the sky. Wow! Several missiles flew in from nowhere and hit the body of the infant corpse, directly shattering half of the body. The baby's corpse then let out a painful roar, fell to the ground and struggled violently. The terrifying impact force and heat wave also blew the lieutenant up and smashed him heavily to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the sound of a propeller was heard, and a huge helicopter was flying rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the helicopter appeared, the machine guns bombarded the ground frantically, firing a missile from time to time. Among the crowd of corpses, flashes of fire suddenly erupted. Swish. After a while, a helicopter appeared above the lieutenant's head, several ropes were lowered, and several figures slid down from the ropes. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the mechanical warrior landed, he held the Gatling gun and fired bullets madly at the zombies rushing around. How's it going? Are you alive? Looking at the lieutenant who had a somewhat dazed expression, Chun Fan stretched out his hand. Good boy. The lieutenant reacted, tears glistening in his eyes, and was pulled up by Chun Fan. Get rid of these zombies quickly, and leave this big guy to Li Yi. Chun Fan shouted at the mechanical warriors around him who were firing crazily with heavy weapons, and then began to organize the soldiers around him to gather. Just stay here and leave the rest to us. By the way, rescue is not free. I need crystal cores, you know? There were only about 20 soldiers left at the scene, and each of them was injured to varying degrees. Okay, take as many crystal cores as you want. You saved my life. You can have as many crystal cores as you want. The lieutenant sat on the ground with a smile on his face covered in dirt. Sir, why is he here? Can we deal with the zombies outside with just these few people? How about we go together? After Chen Fan left, Yang Tian sat next to the lieutenant, also with serious injuries on his body. Are we going to drag them down in the current state we are in? These guys have really good equipment. I never used these things when I was in the army. The lieutenant laughed. All the mechanical soldiers were equipped with Gatling guns and rocket launchers. The lieutenant was curious about how strong Chen Fan and others were, as they could easily carry those heavy weapons and fight. It seems to me that they don't have many bullets. Yang Tian frowned and said, according to the firing rate of the Gatling gun, the bullets would be used up in a short while. There must be at least tens of thousands of bullets left for the zombies outside. Do you think there are bullets in the helicopter in the sky? Okay, bandage the wound well, and then go out to help after you rest for a while. The lieutenant waved his hand and said that in his opinion, such a large helicopter must be carrying a large amount of ammunition. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, Li was flying a helicopter, continuously shooting at the baby corpse. Under the crazy bombardment of the helicopter, the baby corpse's injuries, which had just been healed, were instantly torn apart again. If the baby corpse wants to get up, Li will launch missiles to knock it down again, which is complete firepower suppression. Sizzle. On Chen Fan's side, with the house behind him as the center point, everyone was holding Gatling guns and shooting wildly. Anyway, there is no need to worry about the overheating of bullets and gun barrels. Once zombies come, they will be smashed to pieces in an instant. Boss, that guy is unkillable. His recovery speed is too fast. Li Long shouted loudly at Chen Fan that the baby corpse recovered too quickly, and even if the helicopter kept using missiles, it couldn't kill the baby corpse. There's something inside that guy. Go in and dig it out. Chen Fan shouted. Under the detection of thermal imaging, there was a light spot in the lower abdomen of the baby corpse, and the temperature was very high. Chen Fan estimated that it might be the opponent's core. If he dug it out, he should be able to kill him. Okay. Li Yi, open a hole for me, I'll get in. Li Long shouted loudly, not knowing whether Li Yi heard it or not. But the next second, the helicopter bombarded the lower abdomen of the baby corpse frantically, tearing a huge hole. The helicopter also stopped bombing and climbed up, flying out of the residential area. There are still countless zombies outside, and the helicopter began to bombard them directly, firing missiles one after another. Puff! Li Long's movements were also very quick. His right arm transformed into a cutter's form and drilled directly into the wound on the baby's abdomen. Under the crazy tearing of the sharp claws, Li Long continued to drill into the flesh, like a leech. Soon Li Long went in a certain distance, leaving only his big but outside twisting back and forth. Wow! The baby corpse let out bursts of roars and waved its hands constantly, trying to pull out Li Long who had drilled into its body. Swoosh boom! But soon, several mechanical warriors bombarded the baby corpse's arms, and several rockets hit the baby corpse's arms, instantly shattering the opponent's arms. What a strong recovery ability! Looking at the corpse of the baby whose arm was blown to pieces and whose flesh and blood gushed out and a new arm grew out, Chen Fan couldn't help but be shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a strong recovery ability. Even Chen Fan was a little curious. How could the other party recover so quickly? Fuck, this is squeezing the energy of the crystal core. Soon, Chen Fan figured it out. This was completely powered by the crystal core in his body. In other words, every time the other party recovered, he was squeezing the energy of the crystal core in his body. You bastard, that's my crystal core. Chen Fan roared angrily. That thing belonged to him, but now it was being exploited by the baby corpse. How could Chen Fan not be angry? Chen Fan, everything I see is mine. Chapter 53 Pocket Watch. I dig. Oh my god, that's so fucking greasy. At this moment, Li Long's entire body had completely entered the baby's corpse. Feeling the greasy secretions around him, Li Long felt disgusted. The cutter's arms were still spinning wildly, and the flesh and blood around them were constantly being torn apart. You have to act quickly, otherwise the wound will heal quickly. Buzz. After digging for a while, Li Long dug out a layer of something similar to plastic wrap, from which a faint red light emanated. Sizzle. That's it, isn't it? Li Long tore open the film with force, looked at the red ball of light in front of him that was as big as a football, and talked to himself. Above the ball of light, there are some tentacle-like things, and from time to time a red light flows through the tentacles. Li Long did not hesitate. After tearing off the tentacles, he took the ball of light and held it in his arms. Wow! Just as Li Long tore off the tentacles, the baby corpse outside let out a painful roar and its body began to shake violently. Chun Fan waved his hand, and all the mechanical warriors stopped shooting. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the body of the baby corpse deflated like a deflated ball. Sizzle! After a while, there was a sound of flesh being cut, and Li Long dragged a scarlet spherical object out of the baby's body. Little guy, are you dead already? I thought you were so arrogant, ugh. Li Long glanced at the motionless baby corpse with disdain, shook off the oil on his body, and ran towards Chun Fan. Boss, how am I doing? Isn't it cool? If it weren't for me, I don't know how long this guy would have continued to act so recklessly. After Li Long handed the crystal core virus aggregate in his hand to Chun Fan, he struck a handsome pose. Oh, quite handsome. Looking at Li Long, who was covered in yellow sticky liquid, Chun Fan couldn't help showing disgust on his face. Could it be that it crawled into the baby's urine bag? 50,000 points. Putting the crystal core on his chest, the next second, Chun Fan looked at the changes on the system panel with his eyes widened. Worth 50,000 points. If that guy wasn't allowed to continue absorbing, wouldn't it be close to 100,000? Okay, let's go get rid of the other zombies. Hurry up and try to leave before dark. Chun Fan shouted, and the mechanical warriors began to grope outside with heavy weapons. With the death of the baby corpse, the zombies outside couldn't help but pause, and then they no longer formed an encirclement, but surged in an irregular manner. The helicopter in the sky was still madly shooting at the zombies below. The huge noise naturally attracted all the zombies away. The mechanical warriors chased after the zombies and kept shooting. There are no powerful monsters at the scene anymore, so there is no need to worry about anything. Monsters like infant corpses are very powerful. If it hadn't encountered Chun Fan and others, it might have lived for a long time. But with the existence of Chun Fan, under the suppression of firepower, he could only suffer in the northwest. When Chun Fan thought that the baby corpse could provide 50,000 points, he couldn't help but get excited. Go find some more powerful monsters? For example, the ice dragon, the giant snake Kuin. However, despite having this idea, Chun Fan would not face those monsters for the time being. Those things could probably smash his body with one strike. Chun Fan estimated that missiles and other things would not have any effect on monsters of that level. Only when he has enough strength will Chun Fan consider dealing with those monsters. It was resolved so quickly? Inside the house, the soldiers whose wounds had just been bandaged were brought out by the lieutenant. Looking at the huge corpse lying beside Chun Fan, the lieutenant was so shocked that he could hardly close his mouth. How did you solve this problem? The lieutenant quickly ran to Chun Fan and looked at the baby's body. Although it had become much smaller, it was still recognizable. Get in there and destroy its core, that's it. Chun Fan said that it was not difficult for them, but it was as difficult as climbing to the sky for the lieutenant and others. First of all, there is no sharp blade like the cutter's arm, and secondly, there is no fierce fire suppression. If the lieutenant and others want to kill this monster, they can only rely on firepower coverage and use tank guns to bombard it in turns, which may destroy the core inside the baby's body. Good boy, you really saved my life this time. By the way, are you just passing by, or are you here specifically to rescue me? The lieutenant asked in confusion. The direction Chun Fan and others left before was opposite to theirs. Of course I was just passing by. After I found my companions, I flew the helicopter out to do some work. After I discovered there was a fierce battle here, I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. Chun Fan smiled slightly. He couldn't say that he heard it from the military channel. Ha ha ha, that's really my luck. I was ready to fight to the death, but I didn't expect you to show up at the critical moment. The lieutenant couldn't stop smiling, and the surviving soldiers behind him also smiled. Who wants to die if you can live? I see there aren't many of you here. How about leaving with me? Looking at the soldiers behind the lieutenant, Chun Fan once again extended an olive branch. These are real warriors. If you can take them away, it will be of great help to you. Sorry, you know my mission. Even if there are only a few of us left, I will still go to the capital. Although these few people can't play any role in the overall situation, any help is good. The lieutenant was silent for a while and rejected Chun Fan. Although Chun Fan saved him, he still refused as before out of mission. Okay, then I won't force it. After we get rid of those zombies and collect the crystal cores, we will be leaving soon. Chun Fan sighed and said, as expected, he was rejected again. It seems that his charm is not strong enough. If we extend an olive branch to the previous survivors, many people will join. Xiaoyang, go and move the crystal core in the car to Brother Chen. When the lieutenant heard the word crystal core, he seemed to remember something and shouted to Yang Tian beside him. Yes. Afterwards, Yang Tian and several soldiers were seen moving a box of crystal cores from a nearly scrapped military truck. We have collected nearly 3,000 crystal cores along the way. Don't think it's too little. These are the only ones left. The lieutenant said awkwardly, knowing that Chen Fan was in desperate need of crystal cores, and that this was all he could provide after his group was rescued. The lieutenant was also a down-to-earth man. Seeing that he didn't have enough crystal cores, he took out a pocket watch from his pocket. Take it as a souvenir. After the lieutenant's constant words, Chen Fan finally accepted the pocket watch. And this pocket watch is the most precious thing to the current lieutenant. Chapter 54. The Birth of an Intelligent Giant Lizard. So, you're leaving now? As they started to pack up, Chen Fan saw a few jeeps in relatively good condition driving up, and he was puzzled. There's nothing we can do. There are too many corpses here. It's easy to attract monsters. It's not safe to spend the night here. Brother Chen, please bear with me. When you come to the capital, I will treat you to a drink. The lieutenant smiled helplessly. He wanted to stay for a while, but Chun Fan and others had a helicopter, so they could leave directly. But they had no choice as it was getting late. If they left later, who knew if they would encounter any monsters? Okay then, when I get to the capital, I'll definitely go drink with you guys. Chen Fan smiled and knew the reason, so he did not try to keep them. After the lieutenant and others had packed up their things, they hugged Chen Fan goodbye and left. As for the survivors, there were no survivors. Tens of thousands of people died, and only about 20 soldiers were left under the lieutenant. If Chen Fan and others had arrived later, no one would have survived. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopter that had been bombarding the zombies came back after a while and slowly descended over an open space. Commander, everything has been almost dealt with. Li came down from the helicopter holding a magnetic storm rifle and shouted. Mechanical wings appeared behind Chen Fan and flew towards Li Yi. As for Li Long and others, they have already started digging crystal cores. This time, Chen Fan bought a special instrument for absorbing crystal cores in the system. Once close to the crystal core, it can absorb it directly, and everyone's efficiency is much higher. If you were left alone to face that monster, could you handle it? Chen Fan pointed at the baby's corpse and asked Li Yi. Okay, but it'll take some time. Li Yi said very seriously that when the magnetic storm rifle is charged, it can directly shoot the baby's belly. How powerful is this thing? Chen Fan was surprised. To be honest, the infant corpse just had a great recovery ability and was a little bigger in size. Apart from those, there was nothing else that was powerful about it. Weak defense is not good. Call out. Afterwards, Li Yi was seen picking up the magnetic storm rifle and shooting at a scrapped vehicle not far away. A crisp sound was heard, and a blue electric arc shot out, creating an egg-sized hole in the car door. A layer of charred iron was left on the surrounding area, as if it had been electrocuted. Buzz. That was the normal shooting mode just now, and then Li Yi started the charging mode. A series of buzzing sounds were heard, like the sound of energy charging, and flickering electric arcs appeared at the muzzle of the gun. ZZ boom. The next second, a fist-sized blue light ball blasted out and instantly hit the scrapped car. A roar was heard, and the car was instantly overturned by the force. Electric arcs spread out and jumped wildly. At the place where the bombardment took place, which was the door of the car, the entire door was torn to pieces, and the surrounding iron sheet was completely black. That's about it. If it's used against a human, it can shatter them instantly. After putting away the weapon, Li Yi said that under normal conditions, the magnetic storm rifle has an extremely fast firing rate and a range of nearly 1,000 meters. If it is charged, the range is only about 50 meters, but it is a range attack. It's not the bullet that's shooting, it's the energy. This thing has pretty good damage. It can be very useful whether facing powerful monsters or zombies. Chen Fan said that in normal mode, it is a bit similar to a laser rifle. But the difference is that the laser rifle has stronger penetration and a longer range. Li Long, who was digging for crystal cores not far away, stared at the rifle in Li Ye's hand. So big, so thick, and it glows. The boss is away for some reason. Just tell me if you have anything to say. At this moment, in the Steel City, Wang Hu looked at Chen Guo, who was sitting on a chair, and spoke. A box of crystal cores was delivered at noon, so Wang Hu's attitude was pretty good. When Chen Guo arrived, he was brought into the house by Wang Hu. It's like this, a powerful reptile monster may have appeared near our gathering place. Judging from the footprints left behind, the other party should be a huge crawling monster. We can't deal with that kind of monster, so we want to ask Steel City to take a look. Chunghwa didn't say anything more and just told the information he had obtained from the on-site observation at noon today. If you can't handle it, can we? Wang Hu asked calmly. He was in a bad mood all day. We don't have any heavy weapons, and the defense of that monster should be very strong, so I thought of telling you. After all, it concerns the safety of so many people. Chunghwa couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed after hearing Wang Hu's words. There is indeed a feeling of pushing people into a fire pit. Although Chunghwa did not have this idea, it seemed almost like that to others. I'll tell the boss when he comes back. Anything else? Wang Hu asked calmly. What does the safety of those people have to do with him? Also, we want to buy a batch of medicines. Come and buy it tomorrow. I'll give you the crystal core, no credit. Chunghwa Gang said, looking up at Wang Hu's unhappy expression, and quickly continued. Okay, come and buy it tomorrow. Okay, there's nothing else to do. I'll leave first. Under Wang Hu's gaze, Chunghwa stood up and left. This trip was indeed a bit awkward. After all, Wang Hu is in a very bad mood now and has been immersed in the grief of his sister's death. In Steel City, the only person who can receive guests is Wang Hu. Okay, time to go back. It was getting dark, and it took a long time. When it was almost dark, Li Long and others finally collected most of the crystal cores. There are almost 60,000 zombies, and more than 4,000 crystal cores were obtained. The explosion rate is extremely low. Including those given by the lieutenant, the total is a little over 7,000 crystal cores, which converts into more than 70,000 points. Chun Fan just got 50,000 points, plus these 70,000, a total of 120,000 points. I didn't expect that I could get 120,000 points just by coming out once. From the beginning till now, Chun Fan has been smiling. After a while, these people boarded the helicopter, slowly took off and flew towards the Steel City. And the sky soon became dark. In the darkness, a huge figure appeared. The giant lizard that had been hiding in the distance came to the battlefield full of zombies and madly devoured the corpses left on the battlefield. There is a hint of humanity in those scarlet eyes. Has wisdom been born? Chapter 55 Conqueror Mecha / Nano Steel Body. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopter flew very fast and returned to Steel City in just over half an hour. It was completely dark and at night. The survivors who lingered in the Steel City left. But the Steel City did not seem dark at this moment. There were searchlights everywhere, and a team of construction robots were constantly building the city walls. The outer wall has taken shape, the frame is half-built, and the inner city has begun to be filled with steel materials. After all, there are enough points, so there is no need to worry about the materials. Near the Steel City, there are many survivors building houses near the outer wall. Boss, Chunghwa is here to see you today. As soon as Chin Fan got off the helicopter, Wang Hu, who was waiting outside the door, jogged over and said, "Oh? What do you want me for?" Chin Fan was a little confused. Could it be that he came to buy weapons again? He said he found a giant reptile monster, but he didn't know where it was hiding. They couldn't deal with it, so they wanted us to go take a look. Wang Hu said, and entered the house with Chun Fan. Wang Hu had already taken out all the crystal cores from the vending machines in advance and piled them together with the crystal cores sent by Changua and others. Are there any more giant crawling monsters around here? Chun Fan asked as he absorbed the crystal core. When he went out to survey before, he only encountered a giant bird. I don't know, and I don't know if that guy is talking nonsense. Wang Hu shrugged and said, after all, he didn't know Chungwa's character well, so it was normal for him to be like this. He's not a fool. There's no need to lie to us about this. Chin Fan said that he quickly absorbed the crystal core and received 15,000 points. Adding to the original 120,000 points, the profit in a few days is 135,000 points. Shall we go check it out then? Let's go check it out tomorrow. It's too late today. Afterwards, Chin Fan walked out of the house and headed towards an open space not far away. Li Long, move all the vending machines to the outer city. Receive. The huge vending machine was easily lifted with the tremendous strength of Li Long and other mechanical warriors. There was nothing in the entire inner city, and the debris in one area had been cleared away, leaving the entire area empty. Buzz. Ding dee. The Conqueror Mech is on standby. Then, above the open space, the space twisted and a large mecha descended. It is 5 meters tall, completely black with red lines on top. There are no wheels or tracks, but but 8 giant mechanical legs. It looks like a spider, and 3 meters above is a rotating turret. There is a fully automatic machine gun turret in front, behind, left and right, and even below, there is a turret hanging there. At the very top, there is a 2-meter-long and half-meter-wide artillery position. This is the laser main gun with a range of nearly 2,000 meters. Boss, this thing. Wang Hu, who rushed over after hearing the noise, was so shocked when he saw the giant mecha that he was speechless. Under Chen Fan's instructions, the Conqueror Mech began to roam around the inner city, constantly probing the surroundings and looking for hidden monsters. This thing is not used for defense, but mainly for offense. The killing mecha can rush into the tide of zombies to attack. It's just that the movement speed is very slow, but the powerful firepower coverage can prevent the zombies from moving forward. New weapon, Conqueror Mech. Chen Fan said that if a zombie tide occurred, sending this guy over would be like a walking battlefield meat grinder. By the way, I've given you and Li Long a new set of equipment. Please familiarize yourself with it. Chen Fan said that Wang Hu and Li Long were each equipped with mechanical wings, an all-round intermediate propulsion system, and an intermediate energy device. In this way, Chen Fan now has nearly 100,000 points left. A Conqueror Mech costs 10,000, and it is enough to guard the Steel City at the moment, so there is no need to buy too many. Nano-level steel body, 20,000 points. Afterwards, Chen Fan bought the nano steel body that he had been dreaming about for a long time. 20,000 points, sprinkle some water. Nano-level steel body, fully transformed, can resist general thermal weapons, excluding heavy artillery, and has extremely strong automatic recovery ability. From the outside, Chen Fan's body shape has not changed at all, but in fact, the original body material has turned into a nanobody. Sizzle. He took out an energy dagger and cut a big gash on his arm. Under Chen Fan's gaze, something like a stream of water appeared at the wound. The water currents attract each other and instantly repair the cut wound. Chen Fan knew that it was not a stream of water, but tens of millions of nanotech insects that could instantly repair any injuries on the body. Try to shoot me. Chen Fan threw a shotgun to Wang Hu and said after standing a distance away. Boss, you are kidding me, right? Although I have seen that Chen Fan has a strong recovery ability, if I use a shotgun at such a close distance, it won't kill Chen Fan directly, right? It's okay, shoot. Chen Fan said, with a nano-sized body, there is no need to worry about these weapons. Oh well. Boom. At Chen Fan's strong request, Wang Hu at least picked up the shotgun and fired. A loud roar was heard, and countless steel balls hit Chen Fan's chest, but Chen Fan stood there as if nothing had happened. Although Chen Fan could feel the impact when the steel ball hit his chest, it did not cause any damage to himself and could not even break his defense. If other programs and weapons are added, it will be even more powerful. Chen Fan thought to himself that after having a nanoscale body, he would be able to buy many things. For example, a nano defense shield or a body transformation program. The so-called body transformation is nothing more than controlling the nanotechnology bugs in the body to form the weapons you want. It can be a hot weapon or a cold weapon. After adding some programs, it is no problem to turn the arm into an energy cannon. Nano transformation program, 5,000 points. You can freely control the nanotechnology bugs in your body to create whatever you want. Nano energy cannon embedded weapon, 5,000 points. When the energy cannon is needed, it will automatically form an energy cannon weapon held in the hand. When it is not needed, it will automatically merge into the body to enhance defense. There are many weapons and programs that can match the nanoscale body. Chen Fan carefully selected a few that he needed. For example, the Nano Transformation Program, the Nano Energy Cannon external weapon, and a Nano Energy Protection Device worth 10,000. Nano Energy Protection Device, 10,000 points, hidden external armor that can be integrated into the body to enhance defense when not needed. Once activated, it will form an energy protection shield outside the body that can withstand 10 rounds of frontal bombardment from tank guns. Chen Fan eliminated some unnecessary things, such as Cyclops, which are no longer of much help to Chen Fan. As for upgrading Cyclops, there is no need for that either. After all, with the Nano Energy Cannon, its power is no worse than that of the intermediate Cyclops, and it doesn't consume as much energy as Cyclops. Chapter 56 Data, Terminal Equipment. Host, Chen Fan. Level 2 Iron Man. Strength exceeds Level 1 Mechanical Warrior, but is equivalent to Level 2 for unknown reasons. Energy, 100. Points, 42,000 points. External Armor, Nano Energy Cannon, Nano Energy Protection Device. Then, looking at the changes on the system panel, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. The strength exceeds that of a first-level Mechanical Warrior, but the level remains at Level 2? The reason is still unknown. The system must be messing with me on purpose. 40,000 points, that's really money flowing like water. Chen Fan sighed. Only these points were left out of the original 130,000 points. Buzz. Afterwards, Chun Fan spent another 20,000 points to purchase 10 level 3 mechanical warriors. Now, there are a total of 22 level 3 mechanical warriors and 1 level 1 mechanical warrior in the Steel City. Woohoo! I can fly. Not long after, Li Long, who had just moved the vending machine to the outer city, stood behind the mechanical wings and flew towards Chun Fan. How does it feel? Chun Fan asked Li Long, who had just landed on the ground. The same suspended mechanical wings as his were easy to control. Hee, it feels so good. How good is it? It's better than that. Chen Fan does not plan to use the remaining 20,000 points for the time being. After all, the construction robots will need points to build the city walls. By the time the city wall is completely repaired, it will take almost 20,000 points. Tomorrow, the two of you will follow the troops to kill zombies. What about you, boss? I'm going to go see the crawling monster that Qinghua and the others were talking about. Wang Hu and others are now quite strong and can face zombies alone. Even if they encounter powerful monsters, they can escape easily. By the way, Li Yi will go with me. Chen Fan shouted to Li Yi, who was patrolling not far away. As for Li Long, his attention had been attracted by the Conqueror Mech not far away. Boss, can this thing be driven? Li Long flew above the Conqueror Mech, looked at the slowly moving giant, and shouted excitedly to Chen Fan. Yes, but you can't. Why? I'm afraid you'll tear down my steel city. The Conqueror Mech's firepower system is no joke. Although a shot from the main gun cannot penetrate a steel wall, it can still cause considerable damage. In addition, the Conqueror Mech is very large in size, and if it comes into contact with some buildings, it can easily smash them as long as they are not too hard. Li Long is a guy with brain damage. If he were to drive, he might end up demolishing the steel city. Let me play for a bit. Let me play for a bit. Get out of here. Get away from me. Li Long kept stroking Chen Fan's chest, and the next second, a long knife appeared in Chen Fan's hand. No, brother, I was wrong. Looking at the energy vibration knife in Chen Fan's hand, Li Long was so scared that wings appeared behind him and he flew away directly. Are you kidding? The energy blade is so powerful that it can easily cut off his body. You bastard, you know how to play. Looking at Li Long flying away, Chun Fan put away his weapon. Li Yi, if you want to swallow this city, how many troops do you need? Afterwards, Chun Fan called Li Yi, who was still on patrol. After all, Li Yi was a first-level mechanical warrior and must know a lot. Commander, this depends on how you want to swallow it. If we want to take down the city, we can use energy cannons to bombard it in turns, which is also the simplest method. But the biggest disadvantage is that it will damage part of the crystal core, or it will make too much noise and attract all the monsters in the surrounding area. Li Yi said, and was directly rejected by Chun Fan. What a joke. Not to mention damaging a part of the crystal core, it is digging into Chan Fan's lifeblood. For example, the noise is so loud that it will attract monsters from the surrounding area, and the situation will only get worse. The other option is to send ground troops, but the number of troops required is no less than 10,000. Otherwise, it will be difficult to win. If the commander is not in a hurry, he can try to divide the city into multiple small areas, isolate the zombies, and then send troops to clean up each area one by one. This way, you don't need too many troops. Li Yi kept talking. As expected of a first-class mechanical warrior, his brain worked quickly. It's not that their brains are working fast, but that their processors are running fast. Their brains have turned into streams of data. As for this last idea, how many troops would it take? Chen Fan asked. He had plenty of time and was poor, so he could only consider the last option. For this last plan, any number of soldiers will do. The more soldiers we send, the faster we can clean up. First, send out construction robots to build a high wall to divide the city, then send out troops to attack. Li Yi spoke, as if he had already had a plan. You guys are really quick-witted. Chen Fan joked that this plan is slow, but it is safe and will not cause too much noise. The main purpose is to save money. Chen Fan is very poor now. If the commander is completely transformed into a machine, his thinking ability will be faster than ours. Chen Fan was stunned by what Li Yi said suddenly. It was just a joke, but Li Yi answered it seriously. Chen Fan then remembered that on the battlefield, Wang Hu and Li Long sometimes thought much faster than he did. Wang Hu and Li Long were also completely transformed, with their brains digitized. As for myself, I have retained my brain and there is still blood flowing in my body. Yeah, I got it. Chin Fan smiled. An ordinary transformation cabin could not transform him, although he could also digitize his brain. But you need to buy something, a very rip-off. Data terminal equipment, 1.2 million points, pre-data device for the host's brain digitization. The data terminal can record the data and memories of the host and other mechanical warriors. In case of accidental death, it can be resurrected by consuming points. This thing is really awesome. If Chen Fan buys it, he can be said to be immortal. The premise is that the data terminal equipment is not damaged by anyone. If it is damaged by someone, it will be useless. So, hide secretly. 1,200,000. Isn't this going to cost me my life? Chen Fan sighed. It seems that he will not be able to digitize his brain in the short term. If Chen Fan is described as a computer, then his combat power is the top-level graphics card, and his brain is the lowest-level processor. The memory is very large. It's totally unequal, which is why Chen Fan isn't as fast as other mechanical warriors in handling things. Chapter 57 Search. Don't fly too far, or you'll be taken away by other monsters. Looking at Wang Hu and Li Long practicing flying in the sky, Chen Fan shouted. Then he ignored the two of them and returned to the house alone. To earn 1.2 million points, Chen Fan estimated that he would have to kill at least tens of millions of zombies. If you keep accumulating points, you can almost get rid of all the monsters in the city. Can we set up a special team to serve as a rescue team and charge high fees? Chen Fan thought to himself, this is a good idea. After all, there are a lot of survivors, and there will always be some gathering places that are not short of crystal cores. For example, rescuing military researchers and charging tens of thousands of crystal cores at one time, or taking a batch of weapons out to sell and getting a few more crystal cores. Don't think about it for now. Although you are not weak now, being exposed to too many people may easily bring disaster. If we are not afraid of a few thousand people, what about the tens of thousands of people armed with hot weapons? Without thinking too much, Chen Fan quickly entered sleep mode. After practicing flying outside for a while, Wang Hu and Li Long returned to the house and went into sleep mode. Although I don't need to rest like the mechanical warriors, I still retain the habits of a human being. I feel like something is missing without rest. They can't patrol outside like the mechanical warriors. For Wang Hu and Li Long, it's simply torture. Just walking around, although not tiring, but boring. The next day, it was dawn. The early morning sun shines on my body. It's warm and comfortable. You bastard. Did you sneak into my house last night? I was wondering if you were so kind to give me food, but it turns out you drugged me. I woke up and my back hurt. You still don't admit it? The tools used to commit the crime are all here. Look at this toilet paper filled with your children and grandchildren. Are they yours? Under the walls outside the Steel City, many survivors were eating breakfast and watching the show. The two strong men were cursing at each other, and one of them was still covering Pai Yan's hand and scolding the other one. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have a younger brother, otherwise. Li Long, who had just walked out of the city gate, sighed and couldn't help but look at Wang Hu next to him, which scared Wang Hu so much that his body trembled. Don't think too much, I didn't mean that. Looking at Wang Hu, who walked away covering his butt, Li Long hurriedly explained. After a day, Wang Hu's condition was much better, and no one knew why. Let's go, kill the zombies. Afterwards, the two of them boarded the armored vehicle that had just driven out, which was already full of mechanical warriors. Under the gaze of the survivors around it, the armored vehicle slowly drove away. What are these big guys doing out so early? Most likely they're going to kill zombies and dig out crystal cores. Everyone is working so hard. Why should we be lazy? That's right, let me put on my pants first, and then we'll go kill zombies together. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the Steel City, the Guardian helicopter slowly took off, with only two people in it. Pilots Li Yi and Chen Fan originally did not plan to fly a helicopter, but they did not know the exact location of the monster that Cheng Guo mentioned. In order to save time, they had to fly a helicopter to search for it. The helicopter makes a lot of noise, so it should easily attract the monster. Combined with thermal imaging, we should be able to find it. As for Wang Hu, Li Long, and others, a total of 20 mechanical warriors went there. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was big enough. Otherwise, they would have to spend money to buy another armored vehicle. The helicopter flew very fast and soon arrived at the place described by Cheng Guo and others. The helicopter did not land but flew around the area. In addition to some body parts, there was also a lot of blood and a foul stench at the scene. Of course, there are also quite a few bullet casings, which are traces left by the battle between Cheng Guo and others. From time to time, you can see some huge footprints in the soil around, which are even bigger than elephant footprints. It looks like a rather large monster. Chin Fan said to himself, and the helicopter began to fly following the footprints that appeared below, but the footprints were intermittent, and it seemed that the other party was deliberately cleaning them up. Is there wisdom? Commander, the footprints have disappeared. After flying for a while, the original footprints of the giant beast disappeared beside a road. The other party should have climbed onto the road, but there were two roads in front of them, and they didn't know which one they went. Go over there. Chun Fan pointed to a road on the side, which was the road leading to the suburbs and close to Wang Hu's residential area. I have encountered many large geckos there before. Maybe that guy is a gecko, or a similar creature. Li changed direction and flew towards the residential area. The zombies in this area had not been cleared before, so as soon as the helicopter appeared, it attracted the attention of a large number of zombies. After a while, a large number of zombies gathered under the helicopter, roaring and following closely behind the helicopter. Put the plane on it. After flying around the community for a while, apart from attracting some small geckos, no large monsters were found. There is no other choice but to land directly and search deep inside. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Li parked the helicopter on the rooftop of a building. The two men got off the helicopter. Li was holding a magnetic storm rifle, while Chin Fan brought out a nano-energy cannon. Something like liquid was surging on his body, and a weapon half a meter long and a circle larger than the magnetic storm rifle appeared in Chin Fan's hand. The appearance is quite similar to a rifle, but the muzzle is very large and it only has an energy cannon form, which shoots an energy ball. Let's go down and take a look. As Chen Fan spoke, wings appeared behind both of them. Li Ye's mechanical wings stretched out directly from his back and were slightly larger than Chen Fan's. He flew down from the top floor with a weapon in hand. As soon as he landed, the noise he caused instantly attracted a large number of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Fan kept pulling the trigger, and fist-sized blue energy cannons blasted out, shattering the bodies of all the zombies that came into contact with the energy cannons. When the energy cannon explodes, the damage it can cause is huge and the range is not small. Each blast can destroy a small area. It is weaker than ordinary rockets, but can fire continuously. Swish, swish, swish. After all, he was dealing with ordinary zombies, so Li only turned on the normal shooting mode. Bullets were fired crazily, and one shot could smash the zombie's body into pieces. Buzz. Afterwards, Chun Fan turned on the thermal imaging and began to look for monsters hiding around him. Chapter 58. Transform into a dragon? Hiding down there? After dealing with the zombies and geckos swarming around, Chan Fan discovered an underground parking garage under a building through thermal imaging. I had never heard Wang Hu mention it before, so I didn't know there was a parking garage below. The two men, armed with weapons, groped their way down the corridor and led directly to the underground parking garage. Boom. As soon as he entered the parking garage, a gecko nearly 3 meters in size suddenly appeared in the darkness and came towards Chun Fan to bite him. However, Chin Fan, who had already turned on his night vision goggles, picked up his weapon and fired a shot. The energy instantly tore the opponent's head apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, the geckos hidden in the parking garage rushed over, roaring and rushing towards the two. Chun Fan and Li stood back to back, bombarding the oncoming geckos. Under the bombardment of energy cannons and magnetic storm rifles, the geckos could not get close at all and their bodies kept breaking into pieces. Soon, the entire space was stained with dirty blood and gecko flesh was everywhere. Lots of balls. Everyone groped forward, and after walking for a while, they found a lot of eggs stuck on the surrounding pillars and walls. The eggs of an unknown beast. Each egg is as big as a basketball and emits green light. No one knows what kind of monster is bred in it. Deal with them all. Chen Fan spoke, and the two began to shoot at the eggs around them. The eggs shattered, and many lizard-like young ones slid out of them. The little lizard that slipped out did not die immediately, but was struggling violently. Chen Fan had no mercy at all and pulled the trigger at the young lizard. Click, boom. After dealing with these little lizards, the two walked towards the garage exit. Before leaving, Chun Fan considerately threw a few Molotov cocktails. The garage suddenly caught fire. Commander, look here. When we arrived at the garage exit, the original toll booth was gone, as if it had been forcibly knocked open by something. The surrounding walls clearly had signs of being scratched by something, and there were some huge scales on the ground. Li picked up a scale and looked at it carefully. Like fish scales? But obviously not fish scales. Perhaps it's the scales of a lizard? Do lizards have scales? Maybe they are mutated ones. After all, those little lizards just now had scales. The two talked to each other. Judging from the palm-sized scales, They could tell there must be a big creature here. However, it seems that he has left. That guy will probably come back. Chen Fan said, after all, its eggs are all here. Although they have been cleaned up by himself, this is its old nest and it will come back sooner or later. Want to stay and wait? Li asked. The scales are not that thick. The opponent's defense should not be strong. We can fight. Wait a minute, that guy will definitely come back? Chen Fan said, and then placed several Gatling guns around to prevent any unexpected events. Let's go and find a place to wait for it to come back. Chen Fan spoke, and the two of them hid in a building and stood by the window of a house, from where they could just see the entrance to the parking garage. The other party is large in size, so this should be the only way for it to return to its nest. And at this moment, outside Qingzhou City, is where the battle took place yesterday. A giant beast was lying on the ground, its body slowly twisting as the scales on its back fell off at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind dark, dull scales. This giant is the giant lizard that appeared last night. It has undergone great changes at this moment. After devouring all the corpses on the battlefield, its own life form also changed. The 12-meter-long body looks terrifying, and its 4 legs are larger than an ordinary wooden barrel. There were 2 big bulges in the pitch-black scales on the back, as if something was about to burst out of them. The same is true on the head, with 2 small bags as if they appeared after a beating. But only the monitor lizard itself knows that it is about to face real evolution. Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The monitor lizard excitedly swung its tail, slamming it on the ground, raising clouds of dust. Dong dong. Afterwards, after all the scales on the monitor lizard fell off, it stood up and began to slowly move away. Of course, I'm going home. I have a baby to hatch at home. Not only will I evolve, but my own children will also be born. Good things come in pairs. Damn it, there are more and more zombies the more we fight them. Fortunately, no powerful monsters were attracted. At this moment, Wang Hu, Li Long and others were fighting fiercely against the zombies that seemed to have no end. Direct fire coverage, continuous bombardment. That's too arrogant. Are they really running out of bullets? Who knows? But it's really amazing. In just this short period of time, he must have killed no less than 20,000 zombies. I don't know. Anyway, I only know that if we don't change places, we may not be able to get any crystal cores. Compared to them, our weapons are like toys. Not far away, dozens of survivors gathered together, watching the mechanical warriors madly attacking the zombies, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. They also came to kill zombies, but they found that all the zombies in this area were contracted by the soldiers of Steel City. It was impossible to get my hands in it all because the enemy's firepower was too strong, and they were holding heavy weapons. On the other hand, our own people only have a pistol, a machete, and a rifle, and not many bullets. Go and rob zombies? Come on, it's not their turn when the crystal cores are divided. Watching those mechanical warriors digging for crystal cores was like seeing bandits entering a village. In order not to arouse the resentment of the Iron City warriors, these survivors had to go to other places. However, because the mechanical warriors made a lot of noise, all the zombies in an area were attracted over there. If these survivors want to kill zombies, they can only go to a farther place. Li Long and Wang Hu had no idea about this and were too lazy to pay attention to it. How many crystal cores are there now? Li Long tore off the head of a zombie and shouted to Wang Hu, who was digging crystal cores not far away. 1,600. So few? We have to keep killing them. Under the leadership of Li Long, 20 mechanical warriors rushed directly into the group of zombies with heavy weapons. Since they were immune to corpse poison and no powerful monsters appeared for the time being, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 59: Tears of the Monitor Lizard. Commander, it looks like that guy won't be coming back. Chen Fan waited for a long time, until noon. Not to mention monsters, there isn't even a single zombie to be seen. Wait a little longer. If that guy doesn't come back, I'll leave. Chen Fan said, this shouldn't be the case. It's been so long. Even if he went out to find food, he should have come back. Was it an irresponsible monster? Or had the child been found dead? At noon, when the sun was at its scorching hot, on a small hill nearly a kilometer away from the community, a huge black monster was lying on the hillside, staring at the community in the distance. Look carefully. There seems to be liquid flowing out of the corners of the monster's eyes, like tears. The monitor lizard had arrived at the hillside more than an hour ago and had already spotted the helicopter on the rooftop in the distance. It knew that it was Chen Fan and the other's helicopter. Moreover, the monitor lizard smelled a smell from 1,000 meters away, a very familiar smell. The monitor lizard knew what it was and also knew that all its children were gone. This monitor lizard was also very smart. It seemed to know that it was no match for Chin Fan, or perhaps for other reasons, it did not move towards the community. Instead, he lay motionless on the hillside, as if waiting for something. An hour later, a helicopter in the distance started to move, making a roar and rising into the sky. After a while, the helicopter disappeared from the monitor lizard's sight. The monitor lizard waited for a while again before showing its head, dragging its huge body and rushing towards the community frantically. Even if one child survives. Boom boom. After its body became bigger, it was very difficult to enter the underground parking garage, but the monitor lizard didn't care about that at all. It twisted its body wildly and kept drilling into the garage. Ding dee. ZZ boom. As soon as they entered the underground parking garage, several red rays shot out, followed by an endless stream of bullets. When leaving, Chen Fan removed all the turrets outside the garage and instead placed 3 turrets inside the garage. As soon as the monitor lizard entered the garage, it was locked by 3 artillery batteries at the same time, and bullets were fired at it crazily. Roar. Startled by the sudden bullet, the monitor lizard let out a roar. The bullets shot at the monitor lizard, but had no effect, only sparks on its dark scales. Boom. The giant lizard smashed a turret with one palm and swept its huge tail to take out another turret. Roar. The last turret, the monitor lizard rushed forward under the fierce bullets and suddenly bit down with its huge mouth. The turret that was still firing frantically was bitten down by the huge mouth. Roar. Then the monitor lizard looked at the debris, broken eggs, and some burnt little lizards on the ground. His body was crouching low on the ground, emitting bursts of mournful roars. Roar. After a while, the monitor lizard let out a shrill roar, and the entire underground garage was shaking violently. On Chin Fan's side, the 2 people who had just left received the information that the artillery position had been destroyed not long ago. Li did not hesitate and quickly changed direction, heading towards the previous community. However, when Chen Fan and the others arrived, there were no monsters at the scene, only a destroyed artillery position and bullet casings all over the ground. It's too late, the guy ran away. Chen Fan punched the stone wall next to him. It seemed to be an intelligent monster. Do you want to chase? That's unnecessary. We didn't see him when we landed just now. He should have run far away. There are only forests and rivers around. It's impossible to find it. Chen Fan sighed and said that he used thermal imaging to detect when landing, but did not find any monsters. Finally, the 2 of them looked around for a while, and the result was just as Chen Fan said, the other party had disappeared. Let's go to Wang Hu and the others. Chen Fan was very unhappy for returning empty-handed, as he spent so much time but still failed to catch the target. At this moment, Wang Hu and others had already killed a large number of zombies. The strong smell of blood wafted far away, and nearly 2,000 crystal cores were collected. There are fewer zombies now. We'll call it a day after we defeat the last few. Li Long laughed and said that he could finally go back. He had been fighting outside for a whole day, and his body was covered in blood. Li Long, look at that guy. He doesn't look like a zombie, right? Wang Hu's sudden shout attracted Li Long's attention. Wang Hu pointed his hand not far away. Li Long looked at the figure in the distance and couldn't help but frown slightly. His body was wrapped in bandages with a lot of black blood stains on them, which should be the blood of zombies. He is 1.8 meters tall and has a slightly sturdy build. The most attractive thing about him is the sickle on his shoulder. The sickle is nearly 2 meters long, and except for the blade, the rest of the body is wrapped with bandages. Could it be a monster? The other party was not in the group of corpses, but at the edge of the group, walking towards Li Long and others step by step. Except for the fierce eyes and messy black hair of the other party, nothing else could be seen. Li Long muttered softly, feeling something was not right, and hid sideways behind Wang Hu. It's not a zombie anyway. It has temperature, Wang Hu said, raising the rifle in his hand. Puff! After walking a distance, the man with the sickle seemed to feel that the zombies around him were an eyesore. He suddenly restored his sickle and knocked down several zombies in an instant. That's right, it's not about hacking to death, but about knocking the other person down, just like you knock someone down with a brick. Wang Hu Li Long. Why does the atmosphere feel a bit awkward? Hello, I'm human. After a while, under the vigilant gaze of several mechanical warriors, the man with the sickle walked up to Wang Hu and stretched out his hand. Hello. After a simple handshake with the other party, Wang Hu could be sure that this guy was a human being. The bandages wrapped around its body were stained with zombie blood and other strange smells, which was why other zombies did not attack it. The sickle is made of a steel rod and iron sheet welded and polished. It looks quite intimidating from a distance, but when you look at it up close, it looks like a role-playing game. Dude, why are you dressed like this? You are a human being, aren't you afraid of those zombies? Li Long asked curiously. From the other party's conversation and butt-picking behavior, he knew that this guy was not even 20 years old. What's there to be afraid of? As long as I wrap myself in these bandages, don't make too much noise, and don't get too close to them, there will be no problem. Besides, don't you think this is cool? Does it look like the god of death? The man waved the sickle in his hand as he spoke, and Li Long was so scared that he quickly stood a distance away. When the man swung the sickle, the bandages wrapped around his body loosened a little. What they were wearing seemed to be hospital gowns. Wang Hu and Li Long vaguely saw a few words on each other's chest. Sunshine Mental Hospital. Chapter 60. Strange Psychiatric Patient. No, buddy, are you crazy? Li Long thought he was seeing things, so he quickly pulled off a corner of the other person's bandage and took another closer look. Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. What dazzling words. They are in gold. Nonsense. When he heard the word mental illness, the man with the sickle turned angry and slammed the sickle to the ground. Snort. Mental illnesses all say they are not mentally ill. But I'm different. I'm a psychopath. This shows that I am not a psychopath. The man said very seriously, showing the words mental illness on his chest. People. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while, and Li Long was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. I thought some powerful monster appeared, but it turned out to be a psychopath. It's a miracle that I can survive till now and escape from the zombie pile. Hey man, you can go away now. Don't interfere with us killing zombies. Here, there's a pornographic book. Go play with it. Li Long took out a photo album of beautiful women from his arms and threw it directly to the man with the sickle. How funny. A hermit like me only reads the spring and autumn annals. The man with the sickle was very disdainful, but he was quick to act and snatched the photo album from Li Long's hand. Li Long. I am sick myself, actually talking to a psychopath. You can't kill zombies like this. After a while, looking at Li Long who was continuously shooting at zombies with a gun, the mentally ill man spoke again and jogged over. Oh, then how do we kill him? Li Long was really mentally handicapped and asked the other party directly. Watch out, be like me. After saying this, the man pointed at the zombies running towards him not far away and rushed over himself. Crotch grabbing. 1,000 kills. Crows on a plane. In Li Long's sight, the man rushed over, first blocked a punch from the zombie, then went around behind the zombie and killed him with 1,000 consecutive blows. Finally, sit on the zombie's head. Roar. Careful. The zombies around suddenly rushed towards the man, and Li Long also shouted hurriedly. He wanted to shoot, but the zombie was too fast and bit the man's arm. Ah! The man also let out a series of ghost-like howling cries, just when Li Long thought that he was about to be infected. The man was seen pulling the zombie's crotch, and his balls were pulled off. Hey! I didn't expect it. I got covered with a layer of iron. Under Li Long's confused gaze, the man untied the bandage on his arm, revealing the iron sheet wrapped around his arm. The zombie's bite just now only left a tooth mark on the iron sheet. How about it, handsome? The man returned to Li Long, took off the bandage on his face, and asked with a proud look on his face. I am sick too, playing with you. Li Long was speechless. Don't let yourself become a psychopath. All right, I'm going to kill the zombies, go away. You told me to go away? Look at me grabbing my crotch. As soon as Li Long turned around, a man with an unhappy face suddenly reached into Li Long's crotch from behind. Then, the man who didn't touch anything shouted in fear. So you don't have a penis, you are a eunuch. I can't stand it anymore. After a while, the man was dragged and beaten by Li Long. This is really too much. Even if you find out, you can't say it out. Don't you have any face? Wang Hu was too lazy to pay attention to the two crazy people. After he and other mechanical warriors cleaned up the last zombies, they began to collect crystal cores. As for the man who had just been beaten up, he kept following Li Long, muttering something. We are the same kind. You and I are the same. Let's be brothers. Do you want me to cut off my penis too? Then you will be my brother? Come on, my good brother. Li Long was so angry that he was speechless. Who the hell is your brother? You are a mental patient and I am a normal person. Just as the group was collecting crystal cores, a roar was heard in the sky. A helicopter came rapidly and slowly descended not far from the crowd. As soon as Chen Fan got off the helicopter, he saw the bandaged man riding on Li Long. Boss! Boss! Wang Hu and Li Long greeted each other hurriedly, and the man riding on Li Long also shouted in a similar manner. Your little brother? Looking at the man riding on Li Long, Chen Fan wondered how a man with cerebral palsy like Li Long could have such a younger brother. Boss, this guy is a psychopath. He keeps pestering me. Li Long ran over and started crying to Chen Fan. He originally wanted to fly and get rid of the man, but after flying, the man became more excited. Psycho? Can't you just kill him? Chen Fan said calmly. Needless to say, it is known that Li Long could not bring himself to kill such an innocent person. If they are some bad guys, I will definitely kill them. But he's quite pitiful. I can't do it to him. Li Long said embarrassedly. In Li Long's opinion, this guy was very pitiful. It was not easy for a person dressed like that to survive among the monsters. Then just keep carrying it on your back? Chen Fan smiled. In fact, the man didn't look like a psychopath, but more like a child. Anyway, since it's not sticking to him, Chen Fan doesn't have any thoughts about it. If it does stick to him, Chen Fan will definitely deal with it. Wang Hu, how many crystal cores have you collected? Chen Fan shouted to Wang Hu, who was still collecting crystal cores. I have collected 2,600 so far. If I collect all the crystal cores, I should have more than 3,000. Wang Hu said with a smile that the profit was not bad. After all, so many zombies were killed. Okay, give it to me first. After a while, Wang Hu brought a wooden box filled with crystal cores. Boss, take me with you. I want to go back too. Seeing Chen Fan boarding the helicopter, Li Long also hurried over, followed by that psychopath. Hey, where are we going? The mentally ill man put the sickle into the helicopter, then sat next to Li Long and asked with a smile. Why are you following me? I'll go with you. Why only with me? Because I and I are the same kind of people. We are brothers. The helicopter took off slowly and moved towards the Steel City. Li Long was speechless along the way. He got on the helicopter just to get rid of this guy. Chen Fan had no objection to the man getting on the helicopter. I don't know what I'm thinking. Chen Fan's idea was very simple. He wanted to try whether he could transform a mentally ill patient into a mechanical warrior. If the other person is reformed, will he return to normal, or will he become the same mentally ill person as before? At least it won't cause the other party's death. After all, it was said in the introduction of the system that there won't be any danger. Chapter 61 Death. The helicopter soon arrived in the Steel City, where great changes were taking place every day. More and more survivors came to the Steel City, and more houses were built around it. From time to time, you can see people around making fires and cooking. If it were before, cooking so openly would definitely attract scrambles from others. But now food is sold in Steel City, and it is not expensive. Ordinary people can afford it, so there is naturally no need to fight for food. The main thing is that everyone has a weapon in their hands. If anyone dares to mess around, I will shoot you to death. Will you make me like you? But aren't we the same kind of people? After the helicopter landed, the mentally ill man followed Li Long with a sickle in his hand and asked in confusion. Following Chen Fan's words, Li Long began to persuade the man to transform into a robot. Look, do you still think we are the same kind of people? There were no survivors in the inner city, so Li Long took off his shirt and revealed his iron body. Wow, you're wearing a tights behind my back. You're so sexy. Looking at Li Long's iron body, the man showed a lewd smile. But if you don't look closely, it really looks like a tights with all kinds of lines flowing through it. Fuck me. Feel it. This is a mechanical body. Li Long was speechless and patted his chest, making a sound of steel hitting steel. If I become a robot, will I have no penis like you? The man quickly covered his crotch and said in shock. You can add one at the back, with a motor. If you want, I can even give you a mace. So 6. That's a must, 6 won't do. Under Li Long's constant temptation, the man entered the house half believing and half doubting. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Before the other party entered the transformation cabin, Li Long quickly spoke. I don't have a name, please remember my code name. I am the Grim Reaper. Ill. Afterwards, the mentally ill man began to transform, and Chen Fan and Li Long waited quietly on the side. Boss, this guy has become a mechanical warrior. Will he still go insane? Li Long asked, also very curious, whether it would restore the other party's spirit. I don't know. I haven't encountered any mental illness. Chen Fan shrugged and said, but Chen Fan guessed that he should still be a mental patient. Psychopathic robot. It's scary just to think about it. Li Long couldn't help but tremble. A mentally ill person who is not afraid of death and has great strength. Are you afraid? Just don't give him any hot weapons. Observe him for a while, and then consider whether to give him any. Chen Fan said, if this guy used thermal weapons to kill people, or to attack other mechanical warriors, who knows how much trouble it would cause. By the way, I'll leave this guy to you to take care of. If anything goes wrong, I'll come find you. Why? He's pestering you, so of course you have to take care of him. After a while of waiting, the hatch on the side opened and the man stepped out. It's so magical. Something appeared in front of me, just like watching a cartoon. Hey, my penis is really gone. I've become a eunuch. Now we are of the same kind, my good brother. When the mentally ill man codenamed Death came out of the cabin, he directly checked his crotch. Not to mention the brother, there isn't even a hole. It was just sewed up directly? He is still mentally ill. Li Long sighed. It seemed that they had thought too much. After becoming a machine, it still retained its original mental state. I feel full of energy. Want to give it a try? Chun Fan picked up the sickle on the ground and threw it to the Grim Reaper, then asked with a smile. Hee, that's exactly what I was thinking. Taking his sickle, under the leadership of Chun Fan and Li Long, the Grim Reaper walked out of the house. In an open space not far away, Li Long moved a piece of wood and stuck it into the ground. Come on, give it a try. Li Long quickly walked away a little and shouted loudly at the god of death. Hey, look at me. Buzz boom. The Grim Reaper picked up the sickle in his hand and swung it hard at the wooden stake. There was a buzzing sound, followed by a snap, and the sickle blade broke. There was also a trace of felling left on the wooden stake. My baby is broken. Looking at the broken blade, the Grim Reaper stood there in a daze. His own sacred weapon was broken like this? I can tell at once that it's pig iron. Li Long walked slowly over and spoke to Chun Fan. How do you know that? Chun Fan was a little confused. How could he see this? Because there's nothing wrong with me. You'd better get out of here before I lose my temper. Chun Fan was also speechless. Wang Hu and Li Long were the dragon and phoenix of the base. Now they were even better, with a psychopath added to the mix. This is for you. I'll get you another weapon when I have time. Chun Fan waved his hand, and a giant pitch-black sickle appeared with many exquisite carvings on it. Super hard scythe, 500 points, may not be sharp, but it must be very hard. The weapons in the system are so weird. Even their names are strange. This guy is so hard. Can he be as hard as my own younger brother? In order to avoid the Grim Reaper from messing around, Chan Fan could only give out such a weapon, which was just of average hardness and sharpness anyway. Yoshi, good people working like this, I like this. As soon as he saw the sickle in Chan Fan's hand, the Grim Reaper's eyes lit up. He quickly took the sickle and started waving it in his hand. The sickle was very heavy, nearly half a ton. It was not difficult for Chun Fan to wield it, but it was a bit strenuous for the Grim Reaper. After all, it is just a basic steel body, and no other programs have been installed. Chun Fan thought about it and decided to give it all. He then installed a primary energy device on the Death God and loaded the basic program. Finally, both arms were replaced with power arms, and jets were added to give them stronger arm strength. It's just right for swinging a sickle. Boss, such a cool weapon. Won't you give me one? Li Long looked at the scythe wielding in the hands of the Grim Reaper with envy. Why couldn't he have these handsome weapons? That thing isn't even as strong as your cutter arm. Chun Fan was speechless. Li Long's cutter arm was much more powerful than the sickle. Of course, different weapons can have different powers in different hands. By the way, don't forget your title. Chun Fan suddenly remembered something and used the energy dagger to carve a few words on the mechanical chest of the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. Mental illness. Please don't approach. Chapter 62 Chang Guo's idea, integrating into Steel City. Boss, can you give me a tattoo like this? Looking at the sci-fi characters on the chest of the Grim Reaper, Li Long hurriedly said, whatever others have, I also want. Okay, what do you want a tattoo of? Just carve a few words on my butt. What word? Safe travels. Get out of here. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to these two people. One was a lunatic and the other was a crooked dragon. Commander, I have a good idea. We can get a lot of crystal cores. Li Yi, who came back after patrolling outside the Steel City, found Chen Fan. What's the idea? When Chen Fan heard that he could get a lot of crystal cores, he became excited. We are currently selling admission spots. Each spot costs 100 crystal cores, which is too expensive. Most of the survivors cannot afford it. But we can do this. Rent out the house, and each person pays 1 coin, including family members, and can live there for a month. Or we can keep building city walls, and then the price of living there will decrease as we move up the outer walls. This way, we can get more crystal cores. Li said. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea, especially for rental houses. Although you may not get too many crystal cores at present, as time goes by, more and more people will live there, which can provide you with a large number of crystal cores every month. This is a good idea. Go and implement it. Try to get all the crystal cores to me in a short time. Chin Fan spoke up and had a bigger idea. Although it was not very moral, it could provide more crystal cores. Keep annexing other survivor bases, and then bring the survivors in them and drop them near the Steel City. If you want to stay, you can give the crystal core. Or you can rescue a large number of survivors and leave them near the Steel City. The survivors will have nowhere to go and can only choose to pay crystal cores to live in the Steel City. This not only brought a lot of profits to the Steel City, but also added a lot of population. Someone may ask, what good is there in increasing the population? On the contrary, it is just a burden. In fact, this is true, but Chun Fan can recruit soldiers, and there must be many people who can't make it and want to join the army. At that time, you can directly transform it into a mechanical warrior. You should know that transforming into a mechanical warrior is much cheaper than buying a mechanical warrior. Moreover, they are all mechanical warriors with thinking ability. From a certain perspective, they are comparable to level 2 mechanical warriors. Furthermore, after being transformed into a mechanical warrior, Chun Fan can directly control the opponent's life and death to prevent the opponent from rebelling. If a traitor appears, the system will notify Chun Fan immediately or directly eliminate him. You can't always buy mechanical warriors in the system store. They are too expensive. It's okay to buy them in the short term, but if you keep buying them, you will need to pay too many points. I understand. I will now notify the construction robots to start building houses and then bring in the first batch of survivors. Li said that he would carry out the task only with Chun Fan's permission. Fortunately, there is still a military advisor. Looking at Li leaving, Chun Fan showed a relieved smile on his face. Unlike these two idiots who are now using grenades to blow up cow dung. Have you gone to Steel City to look for that monster? Chenghua looked at Yi Qingya, who walked in from outside, and asked. They should have gone. They sent out a helicopter this morning, but it didn't come back until mid-afternoon. Yi Qingya answered after sitting on the chair, then picked up the bread on the table and started eating. Sir, most of the people in the base have left. There are less than 100 people left, and the others are gathered outside the Steel City. Yi Qingya sighed and said, it's only been a short time, and most of the original survivors are gone. Those who stayed behind were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Isn't this a good thing? As long as Steel City doesn't expel them, it's fine. Here we face food problems and various diseases every day. There is basic security in the Iron City. As long as you work hard to kill zombies, you can get food and medicine. At least your life is guaranteed. Chenghua smiled happily. In fact, in private, he was the one who spread all the good things about Steel City and encouraged the survivors to go there. The main reason is that Chenghua believes that the world is becoming more and more dangerous, and they have no ability to protect the people. It seems that the only place nearby that can resist the crazy invasion of monsters is the Steel City. Moreover, the Steel City is changing greatly every day. Now it has built strong and thick city walls, and its defense capabilities have been further enhanced. Chenghua was concerned about the people. After making sure that the Steel City would not expel the people staying outside the city, he began to guide the survivors to the vicinity of the Steel City. After all, over in the Steel City, there is a plane patrolling back and forth in the sky all the time, and any monster that approaches will be torn apart instantly. So what about us now? Shall we also head to Steel City together? Yi Qingya wondered. There were not many people in the gathering place, so there was no need to stay any longer, right? Well, I'll go talk to the leader of Steel City. If possible, we can join them. We are not too weak, so we should be able to join them. Chenghua said that although he wanted to join Steel City, he was thinking about joining Chun Fan's army. Sir, are you sure you want to do this? Although it seems that the other party is indeed not bad now, if we rashly join them, what will they do to hurt the people in the future? Yi Qingya frowned slightly, mainly because she was afraid that Chun Fan and others were the kind of people who said one thing in public and did another in private. What if they are asked to point their guns at the public in the future? What would cause them to point their guns at people? If it's about dealing with some thugs, I would support it. Special times call for special treatment. How many crystal cores do we have now? About 1,000. Alas, I still owe them so many crystal cores, so I have no choice but to sell myself. Sir, it's already this hour and you're still joking. It was getting dark, and there were still about 100 people in the gathering place making a fire and cooking. The state of Qian bought a lot of food from the Steel City and distributed it to the people to solve their urgent needs. If you want to completely solve the problem of food and safety, the only way is to join Steel City. Chunghua thought very comprehensively. If he found out what kind of villain Chen Fan was in the future, he would directly stage a coup. But Chunghua would never have thought that Chen Fan and the others were mechanical life forms, and they would also become mechanical warriors, with their life and death entirely in Chen Fan's hands. A coup d'etat, or something like that, will never happen. Chapter 63, Monitoring Radar. On the other side of Steel City, the mechanical troops that went out to clear out the zombies have also returned. Nearly 1,000 crystal cores were brought to Chen Fan. Together with the previous 2,006, a total of 3,006 crystal cores were collected today. That means I now have some points back, 36,000 points. Radar monitoring equipment, 10,000 points, can detect life forms within a 1-kilometer radius and distinguish between humans, zombies, and other monsters. Large radar monitoring equipment, 100,000 points, can monitor life forms within a 10-kilometer radius, can prevent zombie tides in advance, and can remotely alarm. These are almost all the things I need right now. I can't afford the second one, so I can only buy the first one. This thing costs 10,000 points? Are you kidding me? As soon as the radar monitoring equipment was purchased, a tablet appeared in Chen Fan's hand, and many light spots appeared on the tablet. Green is human, red is zombies and monsters, black dots are powerful monsters, and white dots are mechanical life forms. Looking at the tablet in his hand, Chen Fan always felt that he was being ripped off. 10,000 points could buy a conqueror mech. However, one advantage of this thing is information sharing. In other words, what Chen Fan sees here can appear simultaneously on other mechanical warriors. Of course, there is also a downside. You have to hold it in your hand to use it. It cannot be put into the body to view the situation directly from the system panel. However, it is better to have it than not. This thing can be used to detect whether there are any powerful monsters around. The detection distance of thermal imaging is limited, and it is only suitable for dealing with humans and alien beasts, and is used in relatively small areas. It's so late, is there anyone coming? Then, looking at the radar detector, a convoy was approaching the Steel City about 700 or 800 meters away. There are about 150 people. With so many people, it is possible that Chengguo brought the survivors here. After all, in this vicinity, only the Chan state has a gathering place for survivors. Wang Hu, Chengguo, and his men are coming over soon. Take some people over to check out the situation. Chen Fan shouted to Wang Hu, who had just returned, and opened up communication permissions. As long as the distance was no more than 2 kilometers, they could contact each other directly. If the distance exceeds 2 kilometers, a base station needs to be built. It is not expensive to build, 5,000 points for one, and can increase the communication distance by 10 kilometers. Wang Hu didn't say anything more and walked towards the outer city with a group of mechanical warriors. At this moment in the outer city, a large number of construction robots are building houses, all of which are made of wood. Each house covers an area of 20 square meters and is used for rent. As for those for sale, they cover an area of 50 square meters. 2 crystal cores per square meter, not expensive. Death, come with me to the city tomorrow, let's go kill zombies. In the outer city, there were 2 figures sparring back and forth. They were naturally the god of death and Li Long. Both of them were using cold weapons, and no one knew how, but they were obviously of primary level. Yet they were able to fight Li Long to a draw. I just came out of the city. Do I have to go back again? The Grim Reaper asked doubtfully. The city is full of monsters. What's the difference between going there to kill zombies and committing suicide? Don't worry, we will only use cold weapons to kill zombies and escort the construction robots over. Li Long smiled and said, of course we are not going to fight, but to escort the construction robots into the city. Follow Chen Fan's orders and dispatch construction robots to divide the city for easy cleanup later. Well, I just need to go buy something to eat. Buy things? It's the end of the world, and you're still buying things? What else? In the end times, we don't have to pay? Pay nothing, buy for free. Wow. Squeak. On the other side of the outer city, a convoy came speeding and stopped under the outer city wall. The artillery batteries above turned their heads and aimed at the convoy. Help! Help quickly! Under Wang Hu's puzzled gaze, many people got out of the car and ran towards him in panic. Did you encounter zombies? What about Chengguo? Looking at the crowd appearing in front of him, many of them had blood on their bodies, and the trucks were stained with blood. like the blood left by crushing countless zombies. A huge monster appeared in the gathering place and attracted many zombies. The commander asked us to bring the people here for help. They are staying there to fight against the zombies. As Wang Hu asked this question, a man trembling with fear shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone else stay outside. You come in with me and explain the situation." Wang Hu took the man away and ran towards the inner city. The survivors on the trucks also got off. Most of them were old people and children. These people were placed not far away from the other survivors. Without Chun Fan's order, the mechanical warriors would not let them enter the Steel City. On Chun Fan's side, after Wang Hu pulled the man over to explain the situation, Chun Fan began to mobilize the team. After a while, armored vehicles drove out of the Steel City, and helicopters and predator mechas also flew away in the sky. According to the man's description, there was a giant wild boar that was nearly 7 meters long and 2 meters tall. The wild boar's target was the gathering place of survivors. No one knew where it came from, and it attracted a large number of zombies along the way. Wild boars have extremely strong defenses, and ordinary bullets have no effect on them. They can only temporarily restrain the wild boars and buy time for the survivors to escape. Chun Fan's idea was very simple. The rescue and crystal core had not been returned yet, so he couldn't let the other party die. In addition, the gathering place of the other party's survivors should have been almost destroyed, and they have nowhere to go but to seek refuge. Chengwa has a lot of soldiers under his command, most of whom are police officers from before the apocalypse. It would be great if they could be subdued. Anyway, the rescue will not be in vain. Either join the Steel City or give the crystal core. Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the survivors, a huge wild boar was wreaking havoc, constantly charging towards the surrounding houses. Every collision could knock down houses, while Chengwa and others hid behind the bunkers, shooting at the zombies that kept pouring in and guarding against the crazy wild boars. Chi, a soldier hiding behind a bunker, was discovered by a wild boar. The next second, the wild boar rushed forward and crashed into the soldier's body while being shot at. Under the terrifying impact, the warrior's body was pierced by the wild boar's tusks and hit the wall. The wall collapsed and the wild boars began to eat the soldiers' bodies frantically. Thump, thump, thump. "Get out of here, you bastard!" The soldiers hiding around shot at the wild boar frantically, trying to stop the rescue of the soldier. Unfortunately, the warrior's body had been almost eaten by the wild boar. As gunshots rang out all around, the positions of those hidden soldiers were exposed. Chapter 64. The Dying Chengwa. Chirp. The wild boar then let out a roar and rushed towards the soldiers hiding behind a jeep. Boom. Under the violent impact of the wild boar, the jeep was overturned, and the soldiers hiding in the back had no time to escape and were heavily crushed under the jeep. Boom. Beat me to death. Chengwa threw a grenade and then let out a roar. He had to get rid of this monster first. Thump, thump, thump. At Chengwa's roar, the soldiers around him raised their guns and fired. Bullets poured out wildly, but apart from tearing a small hole on the wild boar, it didn't have much effect. "Fuck, I'll fight you." One of the soldiers ran out of bullets, and the wild boar turned and rushed towards him. The soldier roared and pulled out a fragmentation grenade from his waist. Boom. As the wild boar rushed over, the soldier held on to its fangs tightly and the grenade in his mouth exploded. The soldier's head shattered, and the flying fragments left wounds on the wild boar's face. But the wound was not serious, just a little bleeding. How strong is this wild boar's defense? Chirp. The wild boar felt the pain and became even more violent, attacking the surrounding buildings frantically. Roar, roar, roar. There were more and more zombies around, but because of the wild boar's crazy attack, the zombies that just approached were trampled to death instantly. "Commander, let's retreat. Everyone is almost exhausted." Yi Qingya continued shooting at the zombies around her and yelled at Chengwa, who was hiding behind the cover, and shooting again. "I was thinking that too. Look around, there are zombies everywhere, and there's this big guy here. Where can he run?" Chengwa roared and hit the zombie rushing towards him with the butt of his gun. Chirp. The next second, Chengwa Gang turned his head and saw a wild boar not far away that also raised its head. When their eyes met, Chengwa's body stiffened involuntarily, while the wild boar let out a roar and rushed towards Chengwa. Puff! Chengwa wanted to run, but the wild boar was very fast and arrived in front of Chengwa in almost an instant. Under the attack of the wild boar, Chengwa flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily on a pile of ruins. The zombies around were also attracted by the bloody smell on Chengwa and rushed over. "Get out of here!" Thump, Thump, thump. Yi Qingya picked up a rifle, ran towards Chen Guo, and shot wildly at the zombies that were pouring in. Boom, boom, boom. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. But in the next second, missiles flew in from the sky, and except for Chen Guo and others, the surrounding area was covered in flames. Then the searchlight appeared and illuminated the dark area. Swish, swish, swish. A helicopter appeared above the crowd, and ropes were dropped down, followed by a large number of mechanical warriors sliding down from above. Thump, thump, thump. Not a moment later, an armored vehicle crashed through the zombies surging around and appeared on the battlefield. Look at how powerful I am as the god of death. After getting out of the armored vehicle, Death dragged the sickle around in circles. Li Long, who was about to get out of the car, was so frightened that he hid quickly. This was a completely indiscriminate attack. However, the effect is also very significant. Under the magic power of Death's love, the surrounding zombies are cut in half. Zitzy boom 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 dash. Subsequently, the cannon on the helicopter fired wildly at the ground, and along with it, the predator mecha. The zombies are too close to the crowd, and it is easy to cause accidental damage if missiles and energy cannons are used. Leave this big guy to me. Chun Fan looked at the wild boar not far away, which was preparing to charge towards him, and said softly, I have no place to test my strength, and this wild boar looks like a good target. Chirp. Boom. The next second, the wild boar and Chin Fan rushed out at the same time, and their bodies collided with each other in an instant. A heavy humming sound was heard, and Chun Fan grabbed the wild boar's tusks tightly with both hands, and cracks appeared on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. After colliding with the wild boar, Chun Fan's body was pushed back a distance. He moved sideways to the wild boar and punched the wild boar's huge body. There was a dull thud as the fist landed on the wild boar's body, like ripples splashing on the water. Chun Fan can now punch through a 1 centimeter steel plate with one punch, but he did not directly penetrate the wild boar's body, which shows how strong the opponent's defense is. Hum. The wild boar roared, turned sideways, and rushed towards Chun Fan using its fangs. Let me. Li Long's arm transformed into a cutter state and groped towards the wild boar's butt. Boom. As soon as I got close, I saw the wild boar kick out with its hind legs. Li Long flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and a small hole was left on his chest by the kick. Puff boom. Chun Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Li Long. The nanotech worms on his left arm surged wildly and turned into a raised long sword. The long knife pierced into the wild boar's abdomen, and the nanotech bugs on Chun Fan's right arm surged, and the energy rifle cannon appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of roars, energy cannons penetrated into the wild boar's wounds and bombarded it, causing blood to splatter out wildly. Chirp. The wild boar roared one after another, struggling wildly, and tried to push Chun Fan away at all costs. Chun Fan also quickly distanced himself from them, and their eyes met. The wild boar's scarlet eyes stared at Chun Fan. Breathing heavily and feeling the wound in its abdomen, the wild boar began to retreat, as if trying to escape. On the other side, looking at Chin Fan and others who were like divine soldiers, Yi Qingya and other soldiers were so shocked that they were almost speechless. Especially when I saw Chin Fan fighting against the wild boar. Was he still a human being? Ahem. Chen Guo, who fell in the ruins and was guarded by Yi Qingya and others, was also on the verge of death. His internal organs were shattered and blood was gushing out of his mouth. Join the Steel City and protect the people. Chen Guo held Yi Qingya's hand. His voice was light, but it still reached Yi Qingya's ears. Hold on, people from Steel City have arrived. They may have a solution. Tears glistened in Yi Qingya's eyes. Chen Guo was considered her master. When she first started working, it was Chen Guo who had been guiding her. On Chun Fan's side, all the mechanical warriors surrounded the wild boar. The wild boar seemed to know that there was no way to retreat, and stared at Chen Fan intently, wanting to drag Chen Fan down with him. Looking at the wild boar on the verge of death, with its fangs broken, Chun Fan put away his weapon. The nanotech bugs surged wildly, and under Chun Fan's control, the nanotech bugs formed a thicker layer on his arms. A monster that poses no threat, Chun Fan intends to engage in close combat, activating thrusters in all directions. Chapter 65. Chun State Transformation. Boom. In front of everyone's eyes, Chun Fan shot out from the spot, and a piercing sonic boom sounded. Boom. Chun Fan turned on the thrusters to full blast, instantly came in front of the wild boar, and punched it with all his might. A loud roar was heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. With one punch from Chun Fan, The wild boar was directly knocked back several steps. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Fan jumped up from the spot and punched the wild boar's head. The wild boar, which was originally standing and shaking its head, fell directly to its knees on the ground. There were several fist-sized wounds on the head, and broken bones could be seen inside. Chirp. The wild boar's legs seemed to be broken, and it struggled to get up, but Chun Fan grabbed its head and lifted it up. Buzz. The humming sound of engines rang out, and under Chun Fan's great strength, the wild boar weighing dozens of tons was directly lifted up. Boom. The next second, the sturdy wild boar was smashed to the ground by Chun Fan, and everyone felt the ground shaking. The wild boar also vomited blood, and its body twitched slightly, but it did not stand up again. Boom. In order to reduce the other party's pain, Chun Fan threw several high-explosive grenades into the wound on the wild boar's head. Accompanied by bursts of roars, the wild boar completely stopped struggling. Come and save him. Chun Gua is in danger. Chun Fan, who had just dealt with the wild boar, heard Yi Qingya's crying the next second. He ran over quickly and soon found Chun Gua, who was spitting blood and had a pale face. Take him back first. As Chun Fan shouted, the helicopter began to land, and several mechanical warriors quickly lifted Chun Gua into the helicopter. Throw it into the transformation cabin. After Chun Fan said something to Li Yi drove away in the helicopter. While the opponent is still alive, quickly transform him into a mechanical warrior, lest that guy dies without returning the crystal core. So, what are you guys going to do? Chun Fan looked at the scene. The zombies had been almost dealt with. Including Yi Qingya, there were still 13 people alive. As for the others, they were all dead. It wasn't because Chun Fan didn't want to become a mechanical warrior, but they were really dead. There is no breath at all. There is no point in taking it away. Let's go to Steel City first to check on the commander. Yi Qingya said, there is nowhere to go. We can only go to Steel City. Okay, get in the car. Chun Fan said calmly that a lot of mechanical warriors had just been taken away from the helicopter, although there were still a few left. An armored vehicle can accommodate everyone if you squeeze in. Then, a group of people squeezed into the armored vehicle. Li Long and Death felt it was too crowded, so they sat directly on the roof. Was I handsome just now? The Grim Reaper asked with a grin, fiddling with the scythe beside him. That's so cool, but you have to be careful next time. You almost cut me just now. Small problem. How could I possibly cut you with the knife in my hand? True, but you still have to be careful. Shall we set off some firecrackers? Firecrackers? Where did the firecrackers come from? Hey, this is it. Fuck, high explosive grenade. In the Steel City, the helicopter quickly arrived at the destination, and Li Yi carried the half-dead Chun Gua into the house. Am I going to die? Chun Gua was thrown into the transformation cabin by Li Yi. Chun Gua in the cabin murmured softly, feeling very cold and his eyelids were heavy, and he could hardly open his eyes. If you die, I won't be able to explain to the commander. Li Yi smiled, then closed the hatch and the transformation began. The construction robots in the Steel City are still working. They have not rested since Chun Fan purchased them. Anyway, they don't need to rest. If any part of their body is damaged, they can directly deduct points from Chun Fan to repair it. This also leads to the Steel City changing every now and then. Especially in the outer city, many wooden houses have been built in the outer city, but they are all simple buildings, like cube boxes. Survivors who move in can also apply for renovation, but they have to pay extra. About half an hour later, Chun Fan and others came back, and Chunggua's transformation was completed. Chunggua walked out of the transformation cabin, looking at the light curtain that appeared in front of him in confusion. As for my current physical condition, I didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't doubt it, you are a robot now. Same as me. After a while, Chun Fan, who had just arrived, entered the house alone and said to Chunggua, who had a confused look on his face. What's going on? Seeing the man taking off his shirt, revealing a steel body that was more handsome than himself, Chunggua's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Afterwards, Chun Fan began to explain his own situation to Chunggua. After about half an hour, Chunggua finally accepted the current situation. So, I'm not human anymore? I've become a robot. What's the difference between this and a monster? Chunggua sat on the chair with a bitter smile on his face. Although he was not dead, he had turned into a mechanical life form. Whether you are human or not is not up to me to decide. Just ask your own heart and you will know. Chun Fan said calmly, it's okay if you say you are a human being. After all, your thinking is still that of the human period. Are you an alien? Hammer, I'm a local. Then how did you become a robot? Secret. The two continued talking for a while, and Chenghua finally realized the fact that he was a robot. Chenghua is quite old, and these things have such a huge impact on him that they completely overturned his cognition. It is normal that he cannot accept them in a short period of time. It doesn't matter whether you are human or not, as long as we can protect the people. A smile appeared on Chenghua's face. After becoming a mechanical life, he clearly felt like he had returned to his youth. 7 women in one night. By the way, I'll leave it to you to convince your men. If you explain these circumstances and they are unwilling to reform, I will get rid of them. But I still suggest that you let them transform directly, and then explain the situation after the transformation is completed. Chen Fan walked out of the house and said a few words to Chenghua before leaving. Although the technological equipment was seen by the survivors, it was not a big problem as many things could be made with the current level of technology on Earth. But if the news that they are mechanical life forms gets out, it will easily attract the attention of major forces. After all, they are no longer human beings. It is not an exaggeration to call them monsters. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Chun Fan decided to wait until he had enough power to contend with all the forces. Then there would be no problem telling others about it. Chapter 66. All-Staff Transformation. The original battlefield was pitch black, and a bloody smell filled the air. In the darkness, several dark green eyes appeared, followed by several giant snakes as long as 7 or 8 meters. The moment the giant snake appeared, it began to devour the corpses on the battlefield. Boom, boom. But after a while, dull footsteps were heard, and in the distance, a pair of scarlet eyes the size of basketballs appeared, like 2 red lanterns appearing in the dark night. Hiss. The moment the monitor lizard appeared, the big snakes that were still devouring the corpse fled away. They felt a sense of oppression from their souls from the monitor lizard. Boom. Puff. The monitor lizard rushed over in an instant, crushed a giant snake with 1 foot, and pulled hard with its claws, and a big snake that wanted to escape was torn into pieces in an instant. After dealing with these big snakes, the giant lizards did not make any noise and began to devour the corpses on the battlefield. The first thing it does is devour the wild boar's corpse and then devour the zombies and human corpses. At this moment, in the Steel City, looking at the 13 soldiers in front of him, Chenghua had already told them the details of the situation. Flesh and blood are weak, but machines can ascend? Listening to Chenghua's explanation, many of the younger soldiers were muttering to themselves, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Of course, there were also many warriors who chose to remain silent, including Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya and others believe that although becoming a mechanical warrior can gain powerful strength, it can also make them immune to corpse poison. But if they become mechanical warriors, are they still human? Wouldn't it be like a monster? So, what do you guys think? Chenghua looked at his subordinates in front of him and hoped that all of them would become mechanical warriors. The situation has been explained. If anyone refuses, he will be executed. There were several mechanical warriors waiting quietly not far away, led by Li Yi. If anyone refused to become a mechanical warrior, Li Yi would be the first to deal with the other person. Sir, I just want to ask one thing. After becoming mechanical warriors, where do we belong? Earth or alien civilization? Will we draw our swords against the people? After a moment of silence, Yi Qingya asked Chenghua, well, we belong in Steel City. As for whether you will draw your sword against the people, it depends on you and the people. Chenghua said, these were Chun Fan's original words, he was just repeating them. Generally speaking, as long as you don't interfere with Steel City's combat operations or rescue survivors, Chun Fan will not stop you. However, if the rescued survivors want to enter the Steel City, they still need to pay crystal cores. Another aspect is that if the people do not stand against the Steel City, Chun Fan will not be able to defeat it. But when the war comes, if the people stand on the opposite side, Chun Fan will not hold back at all. The side I'm standing on here refers to what happens if a war breaks out between humans and Steel City. In that case, I choose to join Steel City. After getting Chenghua's affirmation, Yi Qingya was also smart. Now they have no choice. With Yi Qingya taking the lead and Chenghua's persuasion, the rest of the people also chose to join Steel City. Li Yi, who was not far away, saw that no one refused, so he took his troops away. As long as the opponent chooses to transform into a mechanical warrior, there will be no more problems. Your life is under Chun Fan's control. Afterwards, under the guidance of Chenghua, 13 soldiers began to line up to enter the transformation cabin. Chun Fan and others went to another newly renovated house and went into hibernation. Time flies so fast, and the next day comes in a blink of an eye. Today is the same sunny and cloudless day as yesterday, which is a good weather for exterminating zombies. Outside the house, Chen Guozheng was waiting for Chen Fan's arrival with 13 modified mechanical warriors. Didn't you get a night's rest? After a while, Chen Fan came out of another house, followed by a group of mechanical warriors. The mechanical warriors were carrying a number of ammunition boxes filled with weapons. Meet the leader. Chen Guo and others imitated the movements of the mechanical warriors, clenched their right fists and placed them at their hearts, saluting respectfully. These mechanical warriors usually salute in this way, and Chen Fan also asked Li Yi about the meaning of this salute. For the Supreme You, I offer my heart. In fact, that is not the heart, but the place where energy is stored, and it is also the most important place for every mechanical warrior. Take these people with you. I've brought you weapons, choose your own. Don't worry about ammunition. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said that there is a program in the body of the modified mechanical warriors that will inadvertently change their thoughts. Nothing more than loyalty to Chen Fan. So what do we need to do next? After distributing weapons to the soldiers, Chen Guo asked Chen Fan in confusion. Kill zombies? Today is the first day. You should get familiar with your body first. Go and arrange for the survivors to move in. Each person will be charged 1 crystal core as rent. A mechanical warrior will guide you on how to do it. Then notify everyone that fighting is strictly prohibited in Steel City. Since you are a police officer, you can formulate laws suitable for Steel City when you have time. For example, if you kill someone, you must pay with your life, and if you steal, you must chop off your hand. Chen Fan kept telling Chen Guo what to do next, which made Chen Guo stunned. Are these laws a bit too harsh? Chen Guo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Killing someone should be punished with death, but stealing someone should be punished with beheading. Special treatment in special times. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I have other things to do. Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything more. If he didn't do something ruthless, he didn't know what kind of chaos the Steel City would be in. After all, ordinary people have hot weapons in their hands. If a fight breaks out, I don't know how many people will be killed indirectly. Sir, are we going to arrange for the people to move in now? Don't call me sir, just call me captain. After a while, under the guidance of a group of mechanical warriors, Chen Guo and others came to the outside of the Steel City and began to arrange for the survivors to stay. I received the news last night that I can pay the rent and move into Steel City. Many survivors had already made preparations and were anxiously waiting outside the city gate early in the morning. Everyone has thermal weapons, so the survivors have accumulated a lot of crystal cores. However, some of the elderly, young, sick and disabled were unable to attend and could only watch from a distance. Chapter 67, Escorting the Construction Robot into the City. Don't think about letting people in directly. The leader told me about this in advance. No one can get in without the crystal core. You are too compassionate. It's good to care about the survivors, but don't care too much. Qingguo looked at Yi Qingya, who kept looking at the old, young, sick and disabled people, and whispered in her ear. Is there any way to get them in, like helping with the construction of Steel City? Or I'll pay for the crystal cores for them. Yi Qingya asked, knowing that it was impossible to let them in directly, as she did not have the power to do so. Forget about it. Help build Steel City. Steel City doesn't need them at all. Moreover, your body has been transformed now, and all the crystal cores you have obtained belong to Steel City. You have no right to deal with them. Qingguo sighed and said, after all, Yi Qingya had just graduated from the police academy and joined the police not long before the end of the world, so it was normal for her to have such a strong sense of compassion. Okay, then I'll think of other ways to help them without violating those regulations. Yi Qingya said that the old, the young, the sick and the disabled have no ability to survive in this apocalypse. If no one came to their aid, death was certain. You decide for yourself. I have to tell you in advance that there is no need for a saint in the end times. I see. The residents who were arranged to live in the Steel City were all excited to move into the allocated houses. Looking at the rotating artillery above the city wall, I feel an indescribable sense of security. Although the allocated house is not big, it is enough for 1 or 2 people to rest. It can shelter from wind and rain, and there are artillery batteries around to provide a safe environment. There are soldiers with guns patrolling everywhere. It's already good enough. What else do you want from a bike? Chun Fan did not intend to leave the elderly, the young, the sick, and the disabled alone. He planned to build a trading zone. At that time, we will rent it out for free, and then start collecting rent after a month. The purpose of building a trade zone is to collect taxes. Every time you trade something, Chun Fan will earn a little from it. It not only brings some income to themselves, but also provides financial resources for the elderly, the young, the sick, and the disabled. As long as a notice is issued, private transactions will not be protected, and many people will go to the trade zone to trade. Put the things you want to sell up and let others push and sell them. The currency in the future can't be crystal cores. Chun Fan doesn't want crystal cores to circulate among the people, but wants to control them all in his own hands. So, the currency has to be launched. Finally, we've entered the city. Can we go back now? At this moment, a military truck slowly drove into the city. In order to avoid attracting too many monsters due to the noise, the military truck stopped at a place where there were fewer zombies. Li Long and the Grim Reaper got off the military truck. 20 construction robots stepped out of the carriage. The commotion attracted many zombies, but they were all chopped to death by the Grim Reaper's scythe. Let's not go back. We have to stay here until they finish building the first wall. Li Long was speechless. It had only been a short while since he came out, and the Grim Reaper was already thinking about going back. Are we just going to follow them? That would be too boring. Looking at the construction robots that had lined up and started walking away, the Grim Reaper sighed and said, "How do you usually pass the time?" Li Long asked. It would take at least one day for the construction robots to finish repairing the first wall. It's still early. I need to find something to kill time. Does frying cow dung count? You are sick. Haven't I always been sick? After a moment of silence, the two followed the construction robots. Whenever they encountered monsters that wanted to attack, they worked together to solve them. It was not zombies that attacked the construction robots, but some mutated monsters. The zombies were not interested in these iron lumps. At most, they were attracted by the noise and came to join in the fun. Along the way, neither of them used hot weapons, and the use of cold weapons did not make much noise, nor did it cause a tide of zombies or anything. Well, those guys started building the wall. So what do we do now? The Grim Reaper looked at the construction robot that had already started building the wall and asked Li Long, who was sitting on the ground nearby. How about, who finds more survivors? Then take it back and drop it off near Steel City. Let them pay for the crystal core, and then you can move into Steel City. Li Long thought for a while and said, Chun Fan is in desperate need of crystal cores at the moment, and when the number of residents in the Steel City increases, naturally more and more crystal cores will be available. No, I don't like saving people. But unexpectedly, the Grim Reaper directly refused and shook his head like a rattle. It's not about saving people, it's about bringing benefits to Steel City. The more people there are, the more crystal cores we can get every month. By the way, do you dislike saving people, or do you simply dislike people? Li Long asked doubtfully. He was not being overly sanctimonious, but was really thinking about Steel City. I don't like humans, they always bully me. Before, they used to take off my pants and stuff socks in my mouth. My parents didn't want me anymore and sent me to the hospital when I was very young. People there don't like me. They always bully me and say I have a mental problem and won't play with me. There were only some friends in the hospital. I only liked them and wanted to save them, but they all turned into monsters and tried to bite me. I beat them to death. The Grim Reaper spoke to himself, with a smile on his face from time to time. It's okay, come with me, no one will dare to bully you. You are a mechanical warrior now, don't worry about anyone bullying you. Li Long whispered to comfort him, but the Grim Reaper just smiled foolishly as if nothing had happened. Hee, I was right about you. We are indeed the same kind of people. Good brothers. Commander, what are you looking at? On Chun Fan's side, Chun Fan and Li came to the place where the battle took place last night, originally intending to deal with the corpses from yesterday. But when we arrived at the scene, we found that there was no body, only some body parts and pieces of flesh. There were also several large footprints at the scene, similar to the previous ones, but these were a lot bigger. Has that guy evolved? Nothing. I'm just looking for suitable weapons. Chun Fan smiled and continued to look at the system store. Two-dimensional foil, digital law weapon, causality weapons, endless consciousness differentiation. They all look so impressive, but why are there so many question marks? The system must look down on itself. It doesn't even mark the price. Who is it looking down on? Chapter 68, Deep into H City. Okay, no need to look, that guy has already run away. After Chun Fan looked at the things in the system store, he spoke to Li Yi, who was not far away. We used radar to detect when we came here. There are no other living creatures around here except for a few small zombies. So where are we going now, Commander? Li trotted over and asked. When the two came out, they did not drive a helicopter, but a jeep. 2 operations. You go around and look for where the survivors are gathered, and I'll go to the city. Chun Fan said, throwing the radar monitoring equipment to Li Yi. The city is so dangerous, Commander. Why don't I go with you? Li quickly said that no one knew what powerful monsters there were in the city. No need. I'm just going to check out the situation in the city. If we don't make a big fuss, it won't attract any monsters. Chen Fan said calmly that they were neither going to rescue nor to kill zombies, so they would not encounter any threats. With this iron body of mine, even a zombie would shake their head in disgust if they took a bite from it. Well then, Commander, please be safe along the way. Seeing that Chen Fan had made up his mind, Li said no more. As long as he didn't encounter an absurdly powerful monster, Chen Fan could deal with it alone. Afterwards, Li drove away in a jeep, while Chen Fan bought a cool-looking motorcycle. Anti-gravity motorcycle. 1,000 points. Other than being fast and cool, it has no other advantages. Naturally, there are many anti-gravity vehicles in the system store, but they are a bit expensive. Anti-gravity vehicles equipped with weapons cost more than 10,000. Only this anti-gravity motorcycle is cheaper. Buzz. When riding on the motorcycle, there is no loud noise. The motorcycle slowly rises from the ground and can reach a maximum of 10 meters above the ground. Call out. With a twist of the accelerator, the motorcycle rushed out with Chen Fan and flew towards the city. Chen Fan went to the city mainly to see if the previous Kuan was still there, or to see if there were any hidden monsters. I went to the city before just for rescue purposes and didn't observe carefully, so I don't know what the situation is. The motorcycle was moving very fast and arrived in the city in no time. When he first entered the market, Chen Fan could hear gunshots ringing all around him. He knew without a second thought that it was Wang Hu leading the mechanical warriors to clear out the zombies. Soon, Chen Fan found the construction robots who were building the wall. As for Li Long and the Grim Reaper, they were constantly clearing out the zombies that were approaching from all directions. Fuck, is that the boss? The Grim Reaper looked up at the motorcycle that appeared in the sky and Chen Fan who was sitting on it with a smile on his face. You really are the boss. Except for the boss, no one else can drive such a flashy motorcycle. Li Long first looked at him with envy, then whispered in the ear of the Grim Reaper. Oh, boss, Li Long called you a show-off. I'll deal with you when we get back. When Chen Fan heard this, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. How could he be considered showing off just because he was driving a motorcycle? Not bothering to pay attention to these two idiots, Chen Fan drove towards the tall buildings in the distance. What are you doing? Are you betraying me? After Chen Fan left, Li Long angrily questioned the Grim Reaper. I heard from others that brothers are meant to be betrayed. Isn't that so? The Grim Reaper asked with a puzzled look on his face, and broke the neck of the zombie who came over to watch the fun. Pa, what a bullshit. Brothers are meant to be loved and treated sincerely. But I treat it sincerely. Buzz. The motorcycle crashed into the tallest building in the city, shattering the glass. The top floor was an office area, but it is no longer the same as it used to be, with scattered items everywhere. Some zombies in suits were wandering around aimlessly. When they heard the noise coming from Chen Fan's side, they gathered around. Puff! The nanotech bugs on his arm surged, and a long knife protruded from the back of his hand. With a fierce slash, the zombie's head fell to the ground. Passing the zombies that kept pouring in, Chen Fan began to grope his way downstairs. Originally, I could have parked the motorcycle directly under the road, but considering that there were too many zombies around, the noise of parking might attract all the zombies around. Although Chen Fan was not afraid, he needed to deal with the zombies first in order to squeeze out of the pile, which was very troublesome. This place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money has now become worthless. Walking into the corridor and looking at the bloodstains all over the floor, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. In a parallel universe, I have been in the city for quite a long time and I know the housing prices in the city very well. Buzz. As soon as he got downstairs, Chen Fan heard a series of buzzing sounds, like the sound of mosquitoes, but the sound was a bit too loud. Buzz. After a while, at the corner of the corridor, Chen Fan saw several huge mosquitoes. It looked to be about the same size as a human baby, flying in the air with its fat body. Not far away, there were several mummies, which looked like zombies whose bodies had been sucked dry. Chen Fan felt disgusted and ignored these mosquitoes and continued walking down. Perhaps to these monsters, Chen Fan is also a monster. It may also be that Chen Fan is not attractive at all, so those mosquitoes simply ignored him. Swish, swish, swish. I have to say, there are quite a lot of monsters in this building. On the 7th floor, there are cockroaches everywhere. The entire floor was filled with cockroaches. Each cockroach was nearly half a meter in size and had an extremely smooth back, which could be used as a slide when laid on the ground. Similarly, Chin Fan did not take the initiative to provoke these cockroaches, and these monsters did not take the initiative to attack Chin Fan. Thermal imaging revealed that there was not a single survivor in the entire building. That's right, there are monsters everywhere. How can anyone survive? It took Chin Fan 20 minutes to go down from the top floor to the first floor. This was mainly because he often encountered monsters blocking his way. Some even actively attacked Chin Fan, but he dealt with them all. When I walked out of the building, I saw crowds of people on the street. It was so lively. Too bad, they're all zombies. As the sun shone, Chin Fan pushed away the zombie that came over to touch his butt and walked away. There are only a few places where powerful monsters are most likely to appear: schools, sewers, factories, parks, and entertainment venues. Chin Fan should give priority to searching these places. If he can defeat them, then he will fight. If he can't, then he will mark the way and go back to Steel City to get people to fight. Woof woof. After walking for a while, the sound of dogs barking attracted Chin Fan's attention. Not far away, a 2-meter-long yellow mink dog appeared. You want to bite me? Looking at the repaired dog that was gathering strength to pounce and bite him, Chin Fan couldn't help but smile. A bag of blood appeared in Chin Fan's hand. He tore it open and threw it at the dog. The pungent smell of blood emanated, instantly attracting the attention of the zombies around. Roar, roar, roar. Before the dog could attack Chin Fan, the zombies around it pounced on it first. Chapter 69. Minotaur. Woof woof. A zombie pounced and bit the dog's butt, causing the dog to jump up and down on the spot in pain. Chin Fan also left at this time. The best way to deal with a vicious dog is to be more vicious than it. After leaving the main street, Chin Fan came to a small alley. The alley was not wide and could only accommodate electric vehicles. A caterpillar? Not far away, next to a trash can, a green caterpillar caught Chin Fan's attention. It is about 2 meters long, with spots all over its body and many fine barbs. This thing is quite scary, with a mouth full of barbs and 4 pairs of eyes staring at Chin Fan. Boom! Chin Fan glanced at the other party and threw a fragmentation grenade before leaving. A loud roar was heard, and the caterpillar was blown into a pool of meat as soon as it approached the grenade. The loud noise also attracted many monsters, but Chin Fan had already disappeared without a trace. At the end of the alley is another road, and across the road is a park. People's Park covers a large area and was built around a stream or river. Roar. As soon as you enter the park, there are zombies walking everywhere, including many small zombies. In a sense, this little zombie is more terrifying than an adult zombie because it is short in stature and hides in one place, and sometimes it cannot be found at all. In addition, the little zombies move faster, are smaller in size, and are difficult to shoot. Help, help. Is there anyone? Someone please save me. As soon as he entered the park, Chin Fan heard bursts of crying and shouting, very strange crying and shouting. It didn't sound like a normal person's voice, it was more female, but there was indeed a rustling sound in it. Like an old radio. Buzz. The technological nanoworms on Chin Fan's arm surged, and an energy rifle cannon appeared in his hand. What surprised Chin Fan was that the sound did not attract the attention of the zombies around him. Something is wrong. Even if it is not a human, the sound alone can attract zombies over. Anyway, it is certain that this sound is haunted. Holding the energy rifle cannon, Chin Fan groped towards the source of the sound. It was a patch of grass surrounded by some tall trees, and the sound came from the grass pile under the trees. Boom. Ah. However, Chin Fan did not approach the bushes, but fired around with his energy rifle. Suddenly, a roar was heard, and the grass evaporated under the bombardment of the energy cannon, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. What followed was a tragic roar coming from above. Roar. Chin Fan quickly picked up his rifle and fired at the tree. The tree was shattered. A white figure jumped back and forth on the tree and soon disappeared. Tongue. Looking at the place where the bombardment had just taken place, a tongue that had been blown into several pieces was lying there, with a small part still entangled in the tree. The tip of the tongue had been blown off, and Chin Fan had no idea how that guy made the sound. The white shadow just now had long white hair and scarlet claws like a monkey. What an interesting monster. Looking around, I saw a lot of corpses piled up in the grass, probably all human. It seems that many people were attracted by that voice, but the ending is predictable. Buzz. Then, mechanical wings appeared behind Chin Fan, and he began to fly slowly. Energy rifle cannon in hand, Chin Fan began to search around the park for powerful monsters. The monster just now could not be said to be powerful. It could only be said to be somewhat special, a monster that could make human voices. If a rescue team comes here, they can easily get caught if they are not careful. Crash. There is a river running through the park, and from time to time you can see some big, fat fish floating to the surface. After searching in the park for a while, no powerful monsters were found, so Chin Fan flew to other places. The next place to search is the nearby schools, such as kindergartens and primary schools. As long as we can find a stronger monster and kill it, we might be able to obtain virus aggregates, which can then be exchanged for a large number of points. Face Yang Kindergarten. The flying speed was not slow, and we soon found a kindergarten about 1,000 meters away from the park. Roar, roar, roar. The kindergarten playground was filled with little zombies and blood. There were many dead bodies outside the kindergarten, probably the parents who wanted to come to the kindergarten to save their children. But facing crazy zombies, ordinary people have no ability to fight back at all once they face so many small zombies. Canteen Auntie? Chin Fan walked slowly into the kindergarten and saw a fat zombie in the back kitchen. His stomach was empty, but he was still holding a spatula in his hand. Clang. Chin Fan just turned around and was not going to pay attention to the zombie, but the guy actually ran over and hit Chin Fan on the back of the head with a spatula. The force was not great, but it made Chin Fan stunned for a moment. Boom. You are sick. Chin Fan turned over and smashed the zombie's head with a punch, then looked at the corpse falling backwards, speechless. What is this zombie doing? He actually hits himself on the head with a spatula. Isn't this an insult? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chin Fan walked into the kindergarten playground, a series of dull buzzing sounds were heard. It sounded like a giant stomping on the ground. The sound became louder and louder, and Chin Fan also felt a slight vibration. Boom, boom. After a while, outside the fence in front of the playground, a giant monster carrying a huge axe walked by. It is 3 meters tall, has horns like a cow, and even has a face that looks like a cow. But his hands and feet told Chin Fan that this guy was transformed from a zombie. The huge axe carried by the monster looked extremely simple. It's a road sign, but it's polished. Boom, boom, boom. The monster seemed to notice Chin Fan, but its scarlet eyes just glanced at Chin Fan, then left carrying the giant axe. The other party didn't intend to take action, but Chin Fan was not going to let it go. It seems like this thing has a certain level of intelligence, as evidenced by the presence of virus aggregates in its body. There was clearly a hint of contempt in his eyes just now. Boom. The next second, Chin Fan flew high into the air and fired a shot at the monster with the energy rifle in his hand. Boom. Roar. Under the bombardment of the energy cannon, the monster was knocked to the ground, and a charred streak appeared on its back. Boom, boom, boom. The monster turned over and stared at Chin Fan, then started running with its huge body. Facing Chin Fan, who was flying high in the sky, it leaped forward with its huge axe in its hand. Boom, boom, boom. Chin Fan bombarded the energy cannon frantically, and the monster that had just leaped up was directly shaken down and fell into the deep pit without moving for a long time. Boom. When the dust and fog dissipated, a huge axe came out from the dust and fog. Chin Fan dodged sideways, and the huge axe hit the floor behind him, making a roar. Chapter 70: The Goat Seeking Revenge. Boom, boom, boom. Afterwards, Chin Fan continued to bombard the Minotaur who had turned over below. Under Chin Fan's fierce bombardment, the entire Minotaur's body surface was completely turned into charcoal. But this guy's defense is really strong. The energy cannon that can even blow up a car has no effect when it is fired at the opponent. Roar. The Minotaur roared, picked up the scrapped vehicle beside him, and smashed it towards Chin Fan. Boom, boom, boom. The more he smashed, the more he saw. He smashed whatever he could get his hands on. A zombie nearby was caught and thrown towards Chin Fan. Boom, boom, boom. Chin Fan dodged the objects that were thrown at him while continuing to bombard the Minotaur. Is this thing invincible? Chin Fan couldn't help but wonder. The energy cannon's damage was very high. The opponent shouldn't be able to resist it with physical strength alone. Shit, he's mobilizing the crystal core energy in his body again. Looking at the Minotaur whose injuries were slowly beginning to heal, Chin Fan was speechless. After putting away the energy rifle cannon, the claws began to change, becoming claws like sharp blades. Boom. Then, Chin Fan rushed towards the Minotaur, and his sharp claws tore open cuts on the Minotaur's face, and blood spurted out continuously. Against this kind of guy, cold weapons are more effective than hot weapons. Chin Fan estimated that this guy should be able to absorb energy, otherwise, a few energy cannons would be enough to kill him. Boom. The Minotaur was torn open on the face by Chin Fan, and roared, slapping forward with his huge palm. At such a close distance, Chin Fan only needs to activate the energy shield. Boom. An energy shield appeared on Chen Fan's body, but he was still slapped away by the Minotaur. He stabilized his body in midair, and the slap seemed powerful, but it was absorbed by the energy shield. Buzz. Then, Chun Fan's whole body began to surge, his arms kept changing, and finally turned into two 2-meter-long broadswords. Throw up defense to increase attack power and speed. Roar. As soon as Chen Fan flew down from the sky, the Minotaur, who had been prepared for a long time, swung the iron bars beside him and smashed towards him. Puff! Boom! Chun Fan swung his broadsword with both arms and chopped the fence into pieces. Then Chun Fan came behind the Minotaur like a ghost. Puff! The two swords slashed down, tearing two large cuts on the Minotaur's back, and blood gushed out wildly. The Minotaur roared in pain and tried to grab Chen Fan, but wings appeared behind Chen Fan and instantly distanced themselves from him. Buzz! Swish, swish, swish! Then, Chun Fan swung his arms, and endless nanotech insects flew out, forming into tiny flying knives in midair. Puff, puff. Under Chen Fan's control, the flying knife began to cut around the Minotaur frantically, stirring up waves of blood and flesh. Puff! Chun Fan also took the opportunity to fly over. An energy vibration knife appeared in his hand and stabbed into the Minotaur's neck. Boom! Under the continued cutting of other flying knives, the sturdy Minotaur warrior fell to the ground after a while. Buzz! And those flying knives that were still flying turned into nanotech insects, flew towards Chen Fan, and instantly merged into Chen Fan's body. With the transformation program, the nanotech bugs on Chen Fan's body can be transformed and controlled at will. Puff! When the Minotaur's head was cut open, a scarlet virus cluster appeared inside, about the size of a football. 50,000 points. This thing is really valuable. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. At this moment, 50,000 points were credited to his account. Looking at the situation around him, the commotion just now had attracted a large number of zombies. Chun Fan killed these zombies, and mechanical wings appeared behind him, and he left directly. Start looking for your next target. Me. Boom, boom, boom. But just as Chun Fan flew up, a familiar roar sounded, followed by a series of roars. This guy looks so familiar. Looking at the monster running madly on the building not far away, holding a signboard with only a steel pipe left in its hand. The other party's target was exactly what Chen Fan thought about it carefully, and Chen Fan remembered it. Isn't this guy the goat that appeared in the school before? Interesting. Did you come to see me specially? Looking at the goat monster running madly on the building and looking up at himself from time to time, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, an energy rifle cannon appeared in his hand, and he frantically bombarded the goat monster less than 100 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The goat monster had just jumped onto the new building when, the next second, countless energy cannons bombarded it, causing the floor to collapse instantly. After the goat was hit by several cannon shots, its body fell downwards. Me. When Chun Fan flew over, the goat monster was kneeling in the ruins with its body curled up. Its right arm had been completely blown off, and there were many wounds on its body, bleeding out. Boom. As soon as Chen Fan landed on the ground, the goat, which was originally curled up and kneeling, suddenly turned around and swung the steel pipe with its only remaining arm towards Chen Fan. Boom. Chen Fan easily grabbed with his right arm and blocked the attack. Why, I owe you money. Watching the frantic dragging of the steel pipe stuck in his hand, Chun Fan was speechless. Why is this guy chasing me? I haven't done anything, right? Oh, I remember now. Those children before were yours? Looking at the hatred in the goat's eyes, Chun Fan suddenly remembered something. When we went to the school for rescue, we saw some sheep eating grass not far away when we landed on the playground. Originally, Chun Fan thought it was an ordinary creature. There were many zombies around, so Chen Fan, Li Long and others raised their rifles and fired at them. When killing zombies, because the flock was too close, kill them all at once. It seems that I am wrong. It's not wrong for you to seek revenge, but unfortunately, I won't hold back. Chen Fan smiled and kicked out with great force. With the help of a large number of nanotech insects and the power of the push machine, this kick directly blew up the opponent's head. Even if it is his own problem, Chen Fan will not show any mercy when dealing with the enemy. What's more, the goat was not a good guy either. Judging from the bloodstains on the steel pipe, I don't know how many people it had killed. It's the law of the jungle. If you dare to seek revenge, be prepared to be killed in return. 10,000 points. Not bad. After cutting open the other person's skull, They found virus clusters, but they were only converted into 10,000 points. But it's not bad. Adding the 50,000 points just now, it's not long before Chin Fan has earned more than 60,000 points. After looking around and not finding any powerful monsters, Chun Fan flew up and started flying towards his next destination. Chapter 71 Giant Centipede. On the other hand, on Li Long and the Grim Reaper's side, more than half of the first wall had been built, and it was already noon. It's so boring. We can't even set off firecrackers. The Grim Reaper played with the sickle in his hand and complained to Li Long, who was looking at a photo album nearby. Come on, if you throw a high-explosive grenade, it will attract all the zombies around. Li Long said speechlessly. The god of death has only one hobby, setting off firecrackers. Since there were no firecrackers, high-explosive grenades were used instead. I don't know where this guy stole them from, but he had 7 or 8 high-explosive grenades on his body. But this is too boring, just waiting. The god of death looked aggrieved. He just wanted to set off some firecrackers. Just wait a few more hours and it should be fixed. Li Long put away the photo album. He had almost finished looking at it. It was a pity that he didn't have a younger brother, otherwise he would have played around with it. While the two were talking, a pair of golden eyes were staring at them not far away on the street. Zombies? It has a mouth full of fangs, a sturdy body, and golden glowing lines wrapped around its body. Her long golden hair falls on her back, and she looks pretty good from behind. This zombie didn't have any wounds on its body, and its body was only slightly bigger than an ordinary zombie, but when it approached, the zombies around it all retreated, as if they were afraid. King Kong Zombie, a new type of zombie, not only has extremely strong defense, but also has extraordinary strength. And there was a hint of humanity in the other person's eyes, as if he possessed a certain wisdom. Just as Li Long and the Grim Reaper were talking to each other, the King Kong corpse slowly groped over and finally hid on a floor not far away from the two of them. The King Kong corpse seems to be waiting for something. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Chun Fan was being chased by a giant monster. A giant centipede nearly 16 meters long was following Chun Fan closely, its huge body moving wildly on the street. The centipede's feet were like sharp blades, and any living creature that was touched would be cut into pieces by the blades. Roar. Looking at Chen Fan, who was flying away rapidly in front, the centipede roared, raised its huge body, and spat a head of green phlegm towards Chen Fan. Squeak. Naturally, Chen Fan dodged it easily. The green liquid splashed onto the surrounding buildings. Any objects it touched began to emit white smoke and make a hissing sound. Boom. Chun Fan turned around and fired an energy cannon, which hit the centipede's huge body, tearing a huge hole in its surface. Green blood gushed out, but in the next second, the flesh and blood at the wound surged and recovered directly. Chin Fan encountered this big guy when he was passing by a sewage outlet, and then he chased Chin Fan relentlessly. Although the energy cannon is effective, its effect is limited in the face of the opponent's powerful recovery ability. Chin Fan had smashed the opponent's head before, but the centipede just stopped struggling for a while and quickly grew a new head. The opponent's virus cluster is not in the brain, but somewhere else. It is very tricky because it cannot be detected by thermal imaging. Chun Fan cannot bombard the entire 16-meter-long body. The damage of this guy is very high. The centipede is not only sharp, but also extremely hard. Even energy cannons cannot break it. Roar. Facing the injuries caused by Chun Fan, the centipede didn't care at all. It crawled to the top of the surrounding tall buildings with its huge body and continued to chase Chun Fan. Where are the viral aggregates? Chen Fan turned around from time to time to give the centipede a run, but his body was plowed all over, and he could not find the location of the virus cluster at all. A big creature like this with a strong self-healing ability must have virus aggregates on its body, but each monster stores virus aggregates in a different location, so it will take a while to find them. Boom, boom, boom. As the centipede climbed rapidly, many items piled on the floors shattered into pieces. The centipede let out bursts of roars and chased Chun Fan closely. Fuck, are you chasing me again? Boom. Chun Fan was also irritated. There were clearly other survivors along the way, but this guy just kept chasing him. Since the energy rifle cannon was useless, Chun Fan directly started close combat. After fully opening the thrusters, he suddenly turned around and rushed to the front of the centipede. Boom. With a powerful punch, the centipede, which had just raised its head, was instantly knocked down by a huge force, and its head hit the floor heavily. Puff! Where the fist hit, the surface of the shell shattered, leaving a small hole the size of a fist. But it was only for a moment. The blood stopped flowing, and the original injuries were instantly healed. Roar, roar, roar. The centipede, whose injuries had recovered, roared, and its body rolled up, with its foot blades madly rolling towards Chen Fan. Ka. An energy vibration knife appeared, and the foot blade collided with the energy vibration knife. Sparks flew everywhere. Boom dash. Chen Fan found an opportunity. The nanotech bugs on his body surged, and a huge hammer appeared on his right arm. Roar. Crack. Accompanied by a painful roar, a foot blade was broken by Chen Fan. The centipede, with one of its legs broken, seemed to be in great pain. It let out a series of roars and flapped its huge tail wildly, causing the surrounding floors to shake violently. Can't recover? Looking at the mad centipede, Chen Fan quickly flew up and then paid attention to the broken foot blade. The wound of the centipede was no longer surging with flesh and blood, but was constantly gushing out blood. A short while had passed, but the wound still showed no signs of healing. Interesting. It turns out that they are distributed on the foot blades. Looking at the centipede roaring crazily, Chen Fan smiled. It really made sense that the virus aggregates were actually scattered on the centipede's legs. Buzz. After knowing the opponent's weakness, the nanotech bugs on Chen Fan's body surged wildly, and his arms turned into broadswords. Boom. Ka. Then, Chen Fan rushed towards the centipede, swinging his broadswords wildly at the opponent's feet. Although the foot blade was very hard, it could still be cut off with the combined strength of Chen Fan and the nanotech worms. Roar, roar, roar. Every attack from Chen Fan would make the centipede wail in pain. After cutting off a dozen of its blades, the centipede seemed to be frightened, and its huge body flew down from the floor, trying to escape. Come on, didn't you have a lot of fun chasing me just now? Chen Fan smiled mockingly and chased after the centipede closely. As soon as he found an opportunity, he would chop the opponent's foot blade with a few strikes. Chapter 72, King Kong Corpse. The injured centipede fled frantically, and all the zombies on the street were crushed by the centipede. A large amount of green blood splattered all over the street. Run? Why don't you run? Chen Fan chased it madly, and he didn't know how many of the centipede's legs he chopped off along the way. Now the blade on the centipede's left foot has been almost chopped off, and the centipede's crawling speed has also slowed down. Roar. Looking at the centipede that raised its head and roared, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. How could it fight to the death? Boom. The next second, the centipede's huge head rushed towards Chen Fan. Mechanical wings appeared behind Chen Fan, and his body instantly took a few steps back. Boom. Ka. By the time the centipede slapped him again, Chen Fan had already flown high into the sky and leaped down from the sky. The energy vibration blade surged with arcs and pierced directly into the opponent's head. Under Chen Fan's tremendous force, the centipede's head smashed heavily to the ground and was then nailed to the ground by Chen Fan's vibrating knife. Ka. The centipede was still attacking Chen Fan madly. Chen Fan did not hesitate. He transformed his arms into broadswords and slashed wildly at the blade of the other side of the centipede. As the centipede's foot blades were cut off one by one, the recovery speed also slowed down. After the centipede broke free from the vibrating knife, it instantly swung its body and curled up, protecting the only remaining foot blade underneath. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the green liquid that the centipede spit out when it raised its head, Chen Fan moved away for a distance, and an energy rifle cannon appeared in his hand. The centipede's recovery speed is now very slow, so it can be bombarded with energy cannons. Under the crazy bombardment of the energy cannon, the centipede's body was constantly blown to pieces. Without the energy provided by its foot blades, it could no longer recover as quickly as before. Boom, boom. When the centipede's body was almost hit, the centipede, which was still struggling, became quieter and quieter. It seems that the remaining foot blade is no longer of any use. Only after cutting off the last leg of the centipede did Chen Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Buzz. Integral. Simply place the foot blade close to the chest to absorb it. One foot blade can provide 300 points, which is equivalent to 30 crystal cores. Adhering to the idea of not wasting anything, Chen Fan began to pick up the foot blades back and forth. But in the end, I only picked up 80 foot blades, and I don't know what happened to the rest, as that bastard took them away. Just like that, 24,000 points were credited to his account. Adding the 60,000 points he had before, Chen Fan now had more than 84,000 points. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Chen Fan was happy for a short while, bursts of roars came from the distance. It seemed like some monsters were fighting. There were gunshots and the sound of grenades exploding from time to time. Boom. Brother, are you okay? On the other side, Li Long and others were fighting with a strange zombie that suddenly appeared. Li Long had just fought with the King Kong corpse for a while when he was kicked into the building by the opponent. "How dare you hit my brother, you bastard!" The Grim Reaper roared and threw several grenades, making a series of loud noises. As for the King Kong corpse, apart from some dust on its body, there was nothing wrong with it. Boom, boom, boom. The Grim Reaper rushed forward with a scythe in his hand, swinging it wildly on the body of the King Kong corpse. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere, and although a little damage was caused, it was only a flesh wound. Boom. After blocking the attacks of the Grim Reaper, the King Kong corpse bent its body and bounced up, leaping high while holding the body of the Grim Reaper. Boom. Then, the two men fell heavily to the ground. Before the Grim Reaper could react, the King Kong corpse picked up a stone nearby and smashed it on the Grim Reaper's head. Fuck, this bastard. Many cracks appeared on the mechanical body of the Grim Reaper. He quickly distanced himself and threw out a few high-explosive grenades again. Boom, buzz. The grenade exploded, but the next second, in the confused eyes of the Grim Reaper, the flames from the grenade were directly absorbed by the King Kong corpse. Dare to hit me? On the other side, Li Long, who was blasted into the floor, also came out. His right arm turned into a cutter state and rushed towards the King Kong corpse. Sizzle, crack, crack. The cutter punched the King Kong corpse on the back with his arm, and his sharp teeth rolled wildly. After a while of sparks, blood gushed out. Boom. The King Kong corpse felt the pain, turned around, grabbed Li Long's arm, and threw Li Long to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom, boom, boom. I saw King Kong corpse riding on Li Long's body, punching Li Long's head again and again. Under the tremendous force of the King Kong corpse, Li Long's head was smashed into the concrete floor and his body suffered considerable damage. Let him go, damn it. The Grim Reaper rushed over, swinging his scythe wildly, and sparks flew out continuously. A weird scene. The Grim Reaper beats the King Kong corpse, and the King Kong corpse rides on Li Long and beats Li Long. After all, the power of the God of Death is limited, and the damage he can cause is limited. The King Kong corpse is too lazy to pay attention to the God of Death at all. Let him go. The Grim Reaper roared, threw away the scythe in his hand, rushed over and hugged the King Kong corpse tightly. The mouth bit the body of the King Kong corpse, and the hands and feet were used to wrap around the body of the King Kong corpse. The hands of King Kong corpse were also held tightly by the God of Death. Roar. The next second, the King Kong corpse stood up on the spot, exerted force with his arms, shook off the arms of the God of Death, then turned around and grabbed the God of Death's neck. Bah, I'll stab you to death. The King Kong corpse grabbed the boy's neck tightly and lifted him up. The Grim Reaper took out an embroidery needle from somewhere and poked it towards the King Kong corpse's head. Although there was no damage, it successfully angered the King Kong corpse. Boom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Grim Reaper's head was smashed to the ground, and the King Kong corpse pressed the Grim Reaper's head tightly and rubbed it wildly on the concrete floor. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere, but the Grim Reaper was still struggling frantically. He picked up a small stone and threw it at the crotch of the King Kong corpse. I'm going to die. On the other side, Li Long slowly stood up from the ground. The panel showed that his body was seriously injured and needed repair. The energy device has been almost destroyed and the energy is constantly dissipating. Go to hell. But looking at the Grim Reaper being pinned to the ground and beaten, Li Long roared and continued to rush towards the King Kong corpse. Boom, boom, boom. He rode on the neck of the King Kong corpse and kept hitting it with his fists. Roar. The King Kong corpse roared, pulled Li Long off his neck, and slammed him to the ground. He also gave Death a kick, and the two flew into the ruins nearby. Chapter 73. Hammering the King Kong corpse. Ka-ka-ka boom. Afterwards, King Kong corpse tore down the road sign on the side of the road and dragged it towards Li Long and the Grim Reaper. Swoosh boom. But in the next second, an energy cannon fired, and the King Kong corpse was instantly knocked back a few steps, and the signboard that had just been torn off melted into two pieces. Boom. A figure flew down from the sky. It was Chun Fan holding an energy rifle cannon. Boss, that guy is thick-skinned. Boss, I'm going to die. The bodies of the Grim Reaper and Li Long are almost broken, but it's not a big problem as long as their heads are not completely damaged. Not bothering to pay attention to the two idiots, the energy rifle cannon in Chun Fan's hand disappeared and merged into his body. The next second, Chun Fan's arms became a little thicker, and his eyes were fixed on the King Kong corpse rushing towards him not far away. Boom. Chun Fan also rushed out instantly, and the two fists punched out at the same time, colliding with each other, and a deafening roar was heard. The concrete floor could not withstand the impact and cracked instantly. Boom, boom. Chun Fan was a little faster and came very close. He first punched the King Kong corpse on the chin and then punched him on the chest. Facing Chun Fan's full-force attack, the King Kong corpse's strong defense was of little use. Although his fist did not directly penetrate the opponent's body, it left several fist holes. Roar. The King Kong corpse felt the pain and quickly stepped back, picked up an abandoned car on the side of the road and smashed it towards Chun Fan. Boom. Chun Fan easily dodged the car that was hitting him. Mechanical wings appeared, and he instantly flew behind the King Kong corpse. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Fan punched the King Kong corpse's head. Under the huge force, the King Kong corpse fell to the ground instantly. Then, Chun Fan rode on the King Kong corpse and smashed its head with fists like raindrops. The boss is too bad. He is completely suppressing him. Li Long sat in the ruins and said excitedly that this kind of power was what he longed for. Why are you joining in the fun? Pata, let you join in the fun? The Grim Reaper looked at the zombie that appeared nearby, picked up a brick and hit it in the face. Join in the fun? You're really brave. Li Long also wanted to vent his anger, so he rushed over and kicked the zombie in the crotch a few times. Roar. The King Kong corpse seemed to be angered by Chun Fan. It let out a roar and directly lifted up Chun Fan, who was riding on its back. Boom. The King Kong corpse suddenly jumped up, lifted up the broken cement blocks on the ground, and smashed it directly on Chun Fan. The energy protection shield on Chun Fan's body appeared instantly and blocked the incoming cement blocks. Buzz. Looking at the roaring and angry King Kong corpse, Chun Fan smiled, and the nanotech bug surged. Something like a brass knuckle appeared on Chun Fan's finger. Boom, puff. Chun Fan came close again, and every punch he threw made a loud bang. His sharp brass knuckles tore open holes in the body of the King Kong corpse, and black blood gushed out continuously. Buzz, boom. The King Kong corpse retreated in pain. Chun Fan suddenly stood up, grabbed the opponent's head, and smashed the King Kong corpse in the face with his knee. This blow caused the face of the King Kong corpse to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. It's not over yet. Chun Fan pressed the opponent to the ground and started rubbing it. Under Chun Fan's control, the nanotech worms directly attached themselves to the head of the King Kong corpse and began to eat it frantically. After a while, the King Kong corpse stopped struggling. 15,000 points. Dig out the crystal core in the other party's head and get 15,000 yuan. The King Kong corpse is not that powerful, it's just that its defense is too strong. If the King Kong corpse were to face the centipede from before, it would definitely be pinned to the ground and rubbed. After all, the centipede's attack is no weaker than Chun Fan's. It was just that Chun Fan was too small and too flexible in front of the centipede, so the centipede couldn't hit him. Clear all the zombies around. Looking at the zombies pouring in from all directions, Chun Fan spoke to the two people sitting in the ruins not far away. Buzz. Li Long and the Grim Reaper were about to say something when they discovered that their broken bodies had been repaired. Chun Fan took a look at the construction robots that were still building the wall and was speechless. They really were undeterred by any weather. The two men here were almost beaten to death, and they were still building the wall. But that's normal. After all, those construction robots have no thinking ability, but they are not soft persimmons. If any creature dares to block their work, all the construction robots will unite to attack. Although it is not very powerful, it can still deal with some small monsters. We have 3 hours left before leaving. Don't make any more noise. Just get rid of all the zombies that come here. Chun Fan spoke, and mechanical wings appeared, flying directly to a tall building not far away. What are you looking at? I have one too. Li Long smiled, and the same mechanical wings appeared behind him, which made the Grim Reaper stunned. How about it? Are you envious? Li Long slowly flew up a little and kicked down a zombie next to him. I don't like this. I want spider legs. The Grim Reaper smiled and said that he didn't like flying and preferred to reap lives on the ground. Spider legs? It's weird, but you can ask the boss to install it for you. The premise is that you are not a moron. If you are, don't go over there and let the boss take your arms off. Li Long said, what a weird idea. He doesn't like wings. He likes spider legs. He. When I have spider legs, combined with the sickle on my body, I will become the Death Spider. Isn't that awesome? The Grim Reaper has already imagined himself turning into a giant spider and slaughtering crazily among a pile of humans and zombies. That's right, the Grim Reaper has the same attitude towards humans and zombies. In his eyes, there is no difference between humans and zombies. The biggest difference is that humans can communicate, but zombies cannot. Great. Let's clear out the zombies around here first, and don't make any more noise. Li Long said perfunctorily. The ideas of mental patients are different, and the death spider. On Chen Fan's side, he came to the upper floor alone and quietly watched the zombies surging below. If humans appear, or if the noise gets louder, it can easily cause a tide of zombies. It is estimated that there are close to 4 million zombies in the city. If the monsters among them are included, the number will be impossible to calculate. To deal with Kuin and the giant snake, we need a giant mecha, right? Chen Fan thought to himself that after all, a monster that horrible would require a mecha of the same size to deal with. Of course, you can also use nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, neutron bombs, etc. But not only is it expensive, it is also not reusable, so it is not as cost-effective as buying a giant mecha. Chapter 74 Little Boy. Woo. I don't want anyone to bully me anymore. No one can bully me. From the dark basement, there were bursts of crying sounds, and it sounded like the voice of a little boy. There was a smell of blood in the basement. There were 6 corpses, one of which had just been beheaded. Mom, I'm leaving now. No one will bully us anymore, and no one will bully me anymore. After a while, a thin figure walked out of the basement with a lot of blood on his young face. This is a single-family house located in the suburbs of the city. Crash. The little boy, who looked about 14 years old, walked out of the basement and overturned a large pot that was still boiling something next to him. The boiling soup splashed on the boy, but he walked barefoot as if he didn't feel any pain. Outside, the sun was about to set, and from time to time there were bursts of gunfire, as well as the roars of zombies and monsters. Those with guns listened to their mothers and followed them closely. The little boy seemed to hear his mother's voice before her death. He could no longer remember the exact words, but he only remembered that he had to follow the man with the gun. 3 days ago, the little boy and his mother escaped here and met a kind uncle. They just hid in the uncle's house, but unexpectedly the uncle suddenly attacked, stabbed their mother with a knife, and then dragged them into the basement. At that time, there was still a living person in the basement, and there were already 2 corpses next to it. After hearing the words of the living man, the mother and son finally realized that the uncle imprisoned them for food. The living man was killed on the same day, and the mother also died the next day. Before she died, she warned the man to pretend to be dead and find a chance to escape. And that uncle was not only a cannibal, he was also a psychopath who took pleasure in corpses and ate rotten bodies. Just now, the uncle went in and saw the boy lying on the ground without any sound, which made the uncle relax his vigilance. There was a kitchen knife on the ground, and he was using a flashlight to select a suitable corpse. But the little boy was pretending to be dead. He picked up a kitchen knife and chopped the old man's neck. He chopped the opponent's head several times in a row, and the opponent died before he could react. We're almost done clearing out the zombies here. We can go back now. Wang Hu and others were cleaning up zombies in the suburbs at the moment. Looking at the mountains of corpses, Wang Hu started shouting. There were about 20 mechanical warriors, fighting and collecting crystal cores at the same time, with great efficiency. Ka. However, the mechanical warriors who were about to evacuate suddenly raised their weapons and aimed at something not far away. Human? Wang Hu looked over and saw a little boy appear less than 100 meters away. Child. When the other party came closer, Wang Hu couldn't help but frown when he looked at the young face. There's blood all over your body. Are you infected? Pa. But not long after the little boy walked, he fell to the ground. Under Wang Hu's command, several mechanical warriors walked over. One of them began to check, while the others pointed their guns at the boy. Not infected. A mechanical warrior shouted, and after thinking about it, Wang Hu asked the mechanical warrior to bring the little boy over. Go back and leave him outside the Steel City. Wang Hu said calmly, not even thinking of letting the little boy enter the Steel City directly. Chen Fan had already issued an order this morning. If any survivors were encountered, they should be taken away if possible and dropped off near the Steel City to bring profits to the Steel City. But Chen Fan also gave a death order that unless the other party had a crystal core, it would be absolutely impossible for them to enter the Steel City, so as not to break the rules. You are a dog. If you want to enter the Steel City, you must hand over your crystal core to me, otherwise I will tear your balls off. The armored vehicle then drove away from the area with the children. At this moment, on the side of Chen Fan and others, as the construction of the last bit of the city wall was completed, everyone began to go back and forth. You guys go back. What about you, boss? I drive a motorcycle. After a while, Chen Fan drove the anti-gravity motorcycle and left Li Long and others far behind. Captain, there are a total of 273 people staying here today. All of them are renting a room. Some people want us to lower our house prices, but we can't afford it. At this moment, outside the Steel City, Chengguo couldn't help but smile as he listened to Yi Qingya's report. We don't have the right to change the room rate. Hand over all the crystal cores you have collected, Chengguo said. Yi Qingya sighed, picked up the collected crystal cores and left. After a while, the armored vehicle that had been out collecting crystal cores for the day came back, and Wang Hu took the unconscious little boy into a row of thatched houses not far outside the city wall. This place was where the old, young, sick, and disabled people were, and it was just right for the little boy to be placed here. The people around didn't think much of the little boy's joining and just went about their own business. Anyway, the space is quite large, and many people have moved into the Steel City, so there are many vacant thatched huts. How was your day? After the armored vehicle drove into the Steel City, Wang Hu took a while to enter the outer city. As soon as he entered, he met Chengguo, who came over to talk to him. Not bad. I got a few more crystal cores than yesterday. Wang Hu smiled and did not show any displeasure to the local people. After all, they were all his own people. Didn't you encounter any powerful monsters? No, they are all ordinary zombies, with one or two lickers appearing occasionally. Where's the chief? Commander Li Yi has already returned, but the chief hasn't come back yet. That's unclear. They've gone deep into the city, and we don't know when they'll be back. The two talked to each other, and soon, all the mechanical warriors who had moved the crystal cores came out. Under Li Ye's command, these mechanical warriors began to patrol the outer city. Not only are they patrolling, but some mechanical warriors are also checking to see if any of the survivors staying here have been infected by zombies. But it is basically unlikely that you will be infected and turn into a zombie very quickly. But just in case, you still have to check it out. Although Qin Fan has antitoxin serum, it can only be used on those infected within 3 minutes. If it exceeds 3 minutes, it is basically impossible to save the person. If someone swallowed the crystal core, injecting anti-venom serum would be useless. As for why Qin Fan didn't sell the anti-venom serum, this thing was extremely expensive. Even if Qin Fan wanted to buy it, he would need 1,000 points, which was equivalent to 100 crystal cores. Qin Fan would never sell it at a low price. He would never do anything that was not profitable. Even if this thing is taken out now, it is not certain that anyone can afford it, and once the news leaks out, this thing will definitely attract the attention of all survivor bases. Chapter 75 Guardian Transport. Nearing evening, Qin Fan and others finally returned. As soon as he returned to his house, Chengguo ran to report the situation. 273 people are staying. Not bad. As for price reduction or something, that's impossible. Qin Fan said calmly. 1 crystal core per month is already very low for Qin Fan. Qin Fan planned to wait until the next wall was built, raise the rent of the second ring city to 5 crystal cores, and then the third ring city to 1 crystal core. By the way, you will have to give orders later that only those who trade in the trade zone can be protected by the Steel City. Then rent out all the shops and let only the elderly, young, sick, and disabled run them. It's free for a month, but they have to pay taxes. Residents can put any unused items in their hands in the store and sell them. Qin Fan said that the trade zone has been completed and the area is not very large, about 400 square meters. There are nearly 40 shops, and each shop does not occupy a large area, a bit like a vegetable market. Once it is fully developed, the taxes from the trade zone will bring Qin Fan a huge profit. Also, collect the crystal cores from all the survivors, and then exchange them for currency at a ratio of 1:10, the same ratio as exchanging crystal cores for points. Qin Fan continued, saying that he was not worried that someone would not exchange the money, as he had just modified the currency system of the vending machine so that only the currency issued by Steel City could be inserted. Those currencies will be debugged and controlled by special intelligent machines. In addition, most of the materials are controlled by Qin Fan, so there will be no currency counterfeiting and inflation. Okay, I'll let them know in a minute. Chengguo quickly said that Qin Fan's construction of the trade zone could be regarded as a way to survive for the old, young, sick, and disabled. 84,000, plus the 32,000 points from Wang Hu and Chengguo. Now the total is 106,000 points. After Chengguo left, Qin Fan looked at the points on the system panel and couldn't help but smile. There is a large profit every day, but it comes and goes quickly. Level 2 Mechanical Warrior, 5,000 points, equipped with a laser rifle, with autonomous awareness, and excellent team combat capabilities. Qin Fan gritted his teeth and bought 10 directly, and the 50,000 points were gone. Level 2 Mechanical Warrior Zhang Jing, Greetings to the commander. Level 2 Mechanical Warrior. All of a sudden, 10 soldiers wearing black armor and holding laser rifles appeared in front of Chen Fan. The room suddenly seemed crowded. Looking at the laser rifle in the other party's hand, Chen Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. This thing was sold for 1,000 points in the mall. In fact, purchasing a level 2 Mechanical Warrior is the most cost-effective. Not only does it come with a laser rifle worth 1,000 points, it also has autonomous consciousness and can think, just like a normal one. Go out and wait. Let Li Yi arrange things for you. Chen Fan spoke up, but it seems that the first-level Mechanical Warrior is still a bit disadvantageous. The first-level Mechanical Warrior not only comes with a magnetic storm rifle worth 3,000, but also a full coverage armor worth 2,000. But that thing is expensive. Chen Fan can't bear to buy too much. Li Yi has not taken any action yet, and usually acts as a helicopter pilot. It seems that the pilots will have to buy special Mechanical Warriors. Chen Fan was distressed, but there was a very helpless problem. Although there were Mechanical Warriors specializing in driving vehicles, those things not only had no combat power, but were the same as the third-level Mechanical Warriors and had no independent thinking ability. How about buying a group of pilots to teach other Mechanical Warriors? Chen Fan thought to himself, this seems to work. Let the Mechanical Warriors learn from him. With the learning ability of robots, they will be able to learn it in no time. Low-level driving robot. 100 points, can drive ordinary vehicles. Intermediate driving robot. 200 points, can drive conventional sea, land, and air vehicles, including aircraft carriers. Advanced driving robot. 500 points, can drive various types of warships. Top driving robot. 1,000 points, can drive special vehicles. Hint: those who drive robots have no independent thinking and do not have much combat capability equivalent to an adult man. I have to say, this thing is really cheap. The top one is only 1,000 points. But the disadvantages are also great. Not only do they lack independent thinking, but they also have little combat effectiveness. This kind of combat power will be instantly destroyed by the enemy on the battlefield. Buzz. Afterwards, Chen Fan directly purchased 10 intermediate robots, spending 2,000 points, the same as a level 3 Mechanical Warrior. After a while, 10 Mechanical Warriors stood in front of Chen Fan, looking similar to ordinary Mechanical Warriors. Li Yi, who was patrolling outside the house, couldn't help but feel in a good mood when he saw the 10 intermediate drivers coming out. My mom is a first-level Mechanical Warrior, flying a plane all day long. Chen Fan now has 54,000 points in his hand, of which 20,000 are allocated to the construction robots. Chen Fan only has 34,000 points left to use. Guardian Transport Plane. 10,000 points, has 4 tilt rotors, and can take off vertically. Can carry 100 soldiers, or 50 tons of cargo. A laser cannon is mounted under the fuselage, with a maximum speed of 620 kilometers per hour. From the looks of it, this is the only transport plane that can meet Chen Fan's needs. The main feature is that it can take off vertically, and it has a high speed, can reach the battlefield quickly, and has a certain fire support capability, mainly used to transport troops. Buzz. Afterwards, Chen Fan came to the open space behind the inner city. This was a helipad that had been built long ago, just enough space for Chen Fan to place his transport plane. With Chen Fan's purchase, a 16-meter-long 4-lane tilt-rotor transport aircraft appeared. This thing is much larger than the Guardian helicopter. When not in use, the 4 rotors are folded up. Chen Fan just took a look and then started picking new things. Low-level medical Mechanical Warrior, 500 points, does not have combat capabilities, can treat common diseases, or repair Mechanical Warriors below level 1, needs to deduct corresponding points from the host. This thing is nonsense. It is equivalent to using points to treat the Mechanical Warrior on behalf of Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan still chose to buy 10. After all, he couldn't keep going back and forth on the battlefield to help the Mechanical Warriors repair their bodies. Besides, although medical soldiers can treat people, it is definitely not free, and Chen Fan is not a good man. With the appearance of 10 low-level medical Mechanical Warriors, the number of Mechanical Warriors in the inner city gradually increased, and it looked like an army. Chapter 76 Currency Promotion. After purchasing these things, Chen Fan can now use 20,000 points in addition to those used to build the city wall. Boss. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about what to buy, a shout caught Chen Fan's attention. The Grim Reaper came over with a scythe and approached Chen Fan with a flattering look on his face. Hee. What? Hee. Pa. Give the Grim Reaper a big slap, and this guy will behave himself. Well, I don't want wings, I want a big spider. The Grim Reaper looked at Chen Fan with a flattering expression, hesitating like a woman. I didn't say I was going to give you wings. Chun Fan was stunned. When did he say he would give him wings? So you're going to give me the big spider? The Grim Reaper asked hurriedly, which stumped Chun Fan. What kind of train of thought was this? Then I checked the things in the system store and found that there really was external armor like the big spider. Spider embedded armor, 5,000 points. It has 8 steel legs like a spider and can climb. It can greatly increase the movement speed. It can be used not only as a defensive armor, but also as an offensive armor. 5,000 points, the same price as mechanical wings. Chun Fan thought about it and realized that with more than 20,000 points, he didn't have anything to buy for the time being, so he might as well equip him with a set of spider-embedded armor. You can have spiders, but bring me 1,000 crystal cores within 3 days. If you can't bring it back, I'll remove all your spider legs. Chun Fan said calmly, since you asked for it, you need to pay twice the crystal cores. Okay, 1,000 crystal cores, I can gather them quickly. When the Grim Reaper heard that there was a chance, he quickly assured that collecting 1,000 crystal cores was not difficult. That means killing 10,000 to 20,000 zombies within 3 days. As long as you don't fight powerful monsters, there will be basically no problem. Buzz. Afterwards, Chun Fan directly bought a spider external armor for the Grim Reaper and replaced his energy device at the same time. Only intermediate energy can support the external armor for long-term combat. Thanks boss. After feeling the changes in his body, the Grim Reaper was extremely excited. Ka. The next second, 8 steel spider legs suddenly appeared behind the Grim Reaper. Under the control of the Grim Reaper, the spider legs continued to extend and finally lifted up the Grim Reaper, with 2 spider legs supporting the ground and the remaining 6 spider legs standing by behind it. The tips of the spider's legs are extremely sharp, and their damage is no less than that of an energy vibration knife. They can also be used to resist enemy attacks, so they can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Chun Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and the Grim Reaper quickly left and ran to Li Long to show off. As for Chun Fan, he began to choose the things he needed to buy later. Battle Assistance System, 200,000 points, can automatically analyze enemy weaknesses and actively control the host's body to resist damage when necessary. Can be shared by the entire Legion. This thing is very useful. The ability to analyze enemy weaknesses is what Chun Fan needs most at the moment. However, it is a bit expensive. 200,000 points are equivalent to 20,000 crystal cores. However, it is also very useful and can be shared by the entire Legion, greatly improving the army's combat capability. I guess if it couldn't be shared, this thing wouldn't be expensive. After all, the price of a nuclear bomb is only 200,000 and the location can be directly selected for delivery. But Chun Fan estimated that he would not need to use a nuclear bomb. One shot of that thing would give him 200,000 points, and wherever it hits, most zombies and monsters would have their cores evaporated. So there would be no benefit at all. Aren't crystal cores good enough? Why do we need to promote currency? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't have any impact on us. The crystal core is too small and easy to lose. It's not bad to use it to exchange for currency. Indeed, a crystal core the size of a fingernail can be lost a little bit if you're not careful. At this moment in the outer city, many residents are queuing up to exchange currency. As soon as the news got out, a group of people came to exchange currency. After all, the vending machines no longer accept crystal cores, and everyone still needs to eat, so they have to exchange money. It is not a difficult task for the special currency exchange to be managed by the soldiers under Chenghua. They only need to exchange the crystal cores into the corresponding currency. The style of the currency is very strange, with the same numerical denomination as the RMB. The only difference is the person printed on it is Chun Fan. The front side has Chun Fan's head portrait, and the back side has a legion of mechanical warriors holding weapons. In the upper left corner, there are big words, Steel City, which were specially designed by Li Yi for the currency machine. When Chun Fan saw the style of the currency for the first time, he was stunned for a moment, but he did not refuse. After all, he was the master of the Iron City, so it was normal for his appearance to be portrayed on the front. When the currency was launched, mechanical warriors had already clearly stated that the production of counterfeit currency would be punishable by death. Even counterfeiting $1 is not allowed. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, young or old, anyone who makes counterfeit money will be sentenced to death. Captain, do we have any salary? Yeah, even though I don't need to eat or drink, I have some spare money in my hand, so I can buy some things to play with. Some soldiers looked at the residents trading in the currency exchange, turned around and asked Chen Guixiao, who was wiping his pistol nearby. I think so. I remember it was about 200 yuan a month, equivalent to the original 20 crystal cores. Chenghua said, I remember Chin Fan said there would be some. Most mechanical warriors have them. 200 a month is not a low amount. After all, mechanical warriors do not need food or drink, and the money is of little use. Chun Fan is just showing his appreciation. 200, that's not a small amount. I just checked the vending machine. The items are quite cheap. You can buy a lot of things with 200 yuan, but we don't seem to need those things. When the trade zone opens, there will be plenty of things to sell and plenty of places to spend money. Many soldiers were chatting with each other. Since they had no place to spend the money, they might as well use it to play cards, which was a form of entertainment. About 20 kilometers from us? Have you walked that far today? Inside the command post, Chun Fan listened to Li Ye's report and couldn't help but wonder. Yes, a slightly larger gathering place is about 20 kilometers away from us. According to preliminary observations, there are nearly 2,000 survivors there. As for the small gathering places nearby, the largest one only has 70 to 80 people. Li said that today, he alone had figured out the situation around Steel City. Go check it out tomorrow and occupy the small gathering places around here first. Chun Fan said calmly that Steel City needs a large population to move in so that the next plan can be implemented. The most cost-effective way is to recruit soldiers and transform the survivors into mechanical warriors, and there is no need to worry about rebellion. Because there is a program, the secret of the Iron City cannot be revealed. Chapter 77 Yo Dali. Shield Guardian Mecha, 20,000 points, all-round defense mecha, 5 meters tall, in human form. Equipped with 2 giant energy shields that can be combined, the main gun is a laser turret, equipped with an electromagnetic energy rod. Can resist large-scale artillery attacks, has general self-healing capabilities, can be driven manually or automatically. Self-destructive Hive Drone Swarm, 10,000 points, owns 200 drones, each of which can automatically track targets and is equipped with electromagnetic energy bombs. Each drone's self-destruction can destroy ordinary creatures within a 5-meter diameter. Terrain Destroyer, 10,000 points, can go up to 200 meters underground, can build underground tunnels to facilitate troops to invade target points underground. Underground movement speed is 30. A Redeemer Mecha, 20,000 points, a flying mecha that can carry 20 mechanical warriors at the same time, used to rescue mechanical warriors on the battlefield, or transform its body into a basic rescue facility, equipped with a large energy vibration blade and a small defensive shield. After Li left, Chun Fan continued to check the things in the system store. These things are quite useful and not too expensive, at least Chun Fan can afford them. By the time we decided what to buy, it was already very late and the residents of the outer city had almost all gone to bed. Many mechanical warriors are still patrolling back and forth in the Steel City, but as for Changhua, Wang Hu, Li Long, and others, they have already entered a dormant state. Tomorrow, some of the warriors will occupy the nearby gathering place of survivors, and the rest will go to the suburbs of the city to collect crystal cores. Li Long and the Grim Reaper are still responsible for transporting and protecting the construction robots. As for Chen Fan, he, Li Yi, and some mechanical warriors went to occupy the gathering place of survivors 20 kilometers away, and then transported all the survivors to the Steel City. It's the same as before. If you have a crystal core, you can move in. If you don't have a crystal core, just stay outside the Steel City. When the time was almost up, Chun Fan also went into hibernation. No way. You want to collect 1,000 crystal cores within 3 days? On the second day, Li Long and the Grim Reaper got on a truck to transport construction robots to the city. Li Long was shocked when he heard what the Grim Reaper said. It's not a big problem, just 1,000 crystal cores. The god of death smiled indifferently and said, it's just 1,000 crystal cores. If you can't gather them together, do you know what will happen? Li Long joked that if it couldn't be put together, the leather swallow would have to be sewn together. The boss said, if you can't get it together, take off my spider legs. The Grim Reaper said with a smile, how could that be possible? The boss looks very kind and easy to talk to. You're overthinking. Not only do we need to remove your spider legs, we also need to… What else? Death asked doubtfully, isn't it just to keep people in suspense by saying half of the sentence? Also, the boss will sew up your payan, and not only will he not give you a brother, he will also install a small hole in it. Isn't woohoo great? Good brother. You are really my good brother. Let me enjoy it first. Not long after Li Long and the other man left, Wang Hu left with Changhua and the others. As for the remaining nearly 40 or so mechanical warriors, they all stayed. 10 of them were sent to occupy the surrounding gathering places of survivors, and the rest all followed Chen Fan. Among the 30 mechanical warriors, 10 are level 2 mechanical warriors, and the rest are all level 3 mechanical warriors. As for the low-level medical mechanical warriors, some of them followed Wang Hu and his team, some followed Li Long and his team, and the rest all stayed in the Steel City. Chen Fan and others don't need that. After all, with Chen Fan here, there is no need to worry about the mechanical body being damaged. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a group of mechanical warriors all entered the Guardian transport plane and were controlled by two intermediate-level mechanical warriors. Soon, the four tilt rotors of the transport plane began to extend. A buzzing sound was heard, and the transport plane quickly rose a distance. Under Li Ye's guidance, the transport plane flew rapidly towards the target point. "Commander, should we just charge in?" On the transport plane, Li asked Chun Fan, who was sitting next to him. "Let's just fly in and have a talk with the other party's leader first to see if they are willing to hand over the gathering place." Chun Fan said calmly, "But you can tell with your buttocks who would hand it over. Therefore, there is only one outcome: death. After all, we are occupying the enemy's gathering place, so we must not let the leaders go. We must kill all those who can be killed to avoid endless troubles. It's a nice day. Whose turn is it today?" In a large red brick factory, there are many survivors gathered. The area outside was completely surrounded by iron fences. The iron fences built before the end of the world made it convenient for the survivors to take refuge. From time to time, soldiers with swords in their hands patrolled outside. There were also many corpses nearby, most of which were zombies. This is the destination of Chun Fan and others. In a house in the red brick factory, this was originally a place for the boss to rest while inspecting work, but now it has been occupied by Nyo Dali. The name of this gathering place was also named Nyo. I don't know who came up with the name, but it not only doesn't sound domineering, but rather a bit silly. "Brother Nyo, we're at their house." Hearing Nyo Dali's voice, a middle-aged woman with big breasts walked into the house. Nyo Dali has a special hobby. He doesn't like young girls, but likes middle-aged women. In his opinion, lowly is never as good as young woman. "Hey, you're wearing something pretty sexy." Looking at the middle-aged woman who walked in with her big but twisted, Nyo Dali motioned for her to sit next to him. The blood pumps for the next second. Boom, boom, boom. A violent propeller roar sounded, and Nyo Dali, who was preparing for the next move, was frightened and stunned. The second brother, who had just stood up, immediately lowered his head. "Fuck, what the hell is that noise?" Nyo Dali grabbed a submachine gun beside him, pushed the door open, and walked out angrily. "As soon as I went out, I was frightened by something in the sky." The transport plane began to descend rapidly, and soon landed on an open space in the red brick factory, not far from Nyo Dali. Crowds of people from all around came out to watch the excitement, and many soldiers armed with weapons quickly surrounded the transport plane. They were holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, including machetes, shotguns, homemade rifles, and shit-stained wooden sticks. Chapter 78 Pangolin. Buzz. After a while, the door of the transport plane opened, and the loud noise made the people around take a step back. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the mechanical warriors lined up and walked out of the transport plane's cabin door. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned, and then many of them became extremely excited. "Army? Drop your weapons, you rednecks." After Li Yi and Chen Fan walked out together, looking at the soldiers holding various weapons, Li said with a mocking look on his face, "Chen Fan, everyone." Even Nyo Dali, who came over, was stunned for a moment. "How crazy. What are you doing?" After a while, Nyo Dali squeezed through the crowd and appeared in front of Chen Fan, and quickly asked the men around him to lay down their weapons. "Are you the one in charge here?" Chen Fan looked at the other party and asked calmly. Yes, I'm the one in charge." Nyo Dali did not dare to be negligent, as he was frightened by the group of fully armed soldiers in front of him. Bang! "Okay, you can die now." But the next second, Chun Fan took out the pistol from his waist and shot Nyo Dali in the head. A gunshot rang out. Nyo Dali's head shattered, and under the horrified gaze of the crowd around him, Nyo Dali's body fell backwards to the ground. Before he died, Nyo Dali had no idea why Chen Fan suddenly shot. Chen Fan's idea is also very simple: to capture the leader first, and to fight a team battle, one must attack from the rear. The leader of this kind of bandit gathering place is not going to be a good person, so the sooner we deal with it, the better. Everyone, hold your head and squat down. Thump, thump, thump. Under the shouts of the mechanical warriors, many people quickly dropped their weapons and squatted down. As for those who were watching the show around, they also squatted down quickly. "Do you have any second in command, third in command, or anything like that?" Chen Fan asked calmly. When the transport plane flew over just now, Chen Fan had already seen a large number of corpses piled up in the garbage dump behind the red brick factory. In addition, The survivors around here looked at Nyodali with fear and hatred in their eyes. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Even if it is a good thing, I have to kill it to prevent it from taking revenge on me. No, he's the only one in charge here. We are not bad people. We just follow his orders. He has a gun, and his guards also have guns. We can't do anything. The soldiers crouching in front, those who were more sensible had already revealed everything. Get rid of those with guns, Chin Fan said in a calm voice. When they heard what Chin Fan said, some soldiers with guns quickly stood up and wanted to resist. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, the second-level mechanical warriors who had been on guard opened fire one after another, and their laser rifles shot through the opponent's heads. You will be given half an hour to prepare and evacuate after half an hour. Looking at those people, a few of them had fear in their eyes, but most of them had hope in their eyes. Ask them if they have any crystal cores and collect them all, Chin Fan said to Li Yi, who was standing beside him, but even if there are, there must not be many. No normal person would collect that stuff. Well, I'll go right away. After Li Yi put away his weapons, he led a team of mechanical warriors to interrogate. As expected, there was no. After a while, the news that the army was coming to rescue spread quickly among the survivors. Many people rushed over, fearing that they would be unable to leave if they arrived too late. After a count, there were about 1,300 people. I have to say that there are quite a lot of survivors in this gathering place. It is already close to the countryside, and there are not many zombies, so there are naturally more survivors. In addition to those who are driving away, if they find a gathering place here, most people will choose to join. There are 1,300 people. The transport plane can transport a maximum of 300 people at a time, so it will take about 4 or 5 trips. Fortunately, the transport plane flies very fast, and it won't take long to complete the transportation. Line up, enter one by one. The hatch opened, and under the guidance of the mechanical warriors, the excited crowd lined up. No one dared to cut in line or anything. After all, those mechanical warriors were not pushovers. What kind of self-torture beauty trap? You want to get on the plane first? I'll beat the shit out of you. In this way, the transport plane was filled with the first batch of survivors and left quickly, while the remaining people waited quietly in place. Sir, are we going to the base to be built now? A slightly braver man, holding a little girl in his arms, probably his daughter, found Chin Fan, who was fiddling with the radar monitor. Yes, but you can't enter the city? Chin Fan replied calmly, without any intention of hiding anything. It's your business whether you leave or not. Huh? Where do we live then? The man was a little confused. What did it mean that he couldn't enter the city? He could only stay outside? No matter where you live, if you want to enter the city, you need to hand in a crystal core every month. It's okay if you don't stay. There are vending machines outside with lots of stuff for sale, Chin Fan said, looking at the situation on the radar monitor. He couldn't help but frown slightly. But what if there is no crystal core? Cold. Chin Fan was too lazy to answer and asked Li Yi, who was patrolling the surroundings not far away, to come over. Commander, have you found anything? Well, there's a big guy underground over there, Chin Fan said, pointing to the bamboo forest not far away. It didn't look like anything was unusual because the guy was underground. Put this thing over there and force it out. Chin Fan spoke and threw a special bomb to Li Yi. Earth drilling microbomb. 50 points, inserted into the ground. It can instantly explode 50 meters deep into the ground after being detonated. Ordinary artillery may not cause much damage, but it is enough to lure out the big guy underground. Taking the microbomb, Li Yi ran quickly towards the bamboo forest and, under the guidance of Chin Fan, placed the bomb on the ground. Boom! After Li Yi walked some distance away, a deafening roar was heard and the bamboos around him exploded instantly. Boom! After a while, another roar was heard, and Chin Fan and others could feel the ground shaking slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, the ground began to shake violently, and cracks began to appear in the soil above. The survivors who were watching the show fled and hid behind the mechanical warriors. Chirp! As Chin Fan and others waited, after a while, a monster covered with scales emerged from the bamboo forest. But he just poked his head out, with a hint of human doubt in his scarlet eyes, as if he didn't understand why something hit him just now. After looking at Chin Fan and the others in confusion, a pair of scaly claws stretched out from the soil. Just when all the mechanical warriors were holding their guns and thought that guy was about to come out, I saw that the monster actually dug up all the soil that had exploded around it, then retracted its head into the ground and soon disappeared. Chin Fan, looking at the situation on the radar detector, the guy was moving rapidly underground. He did not attack. but crawled for a distance and then stopped. It seems to be away from Chin Fan and others. That big guy, judging from its appearance, looks a bit like a pangolin, with extremely thick scales on its body, and its exposed head alone is almost as big as half a car. Chapter 79 Flying Zombies. Commander, shall we chase? Lee asked, but he didn't expect the monster to be so nonsense and just shrank back. There's no need for that. We can't catch him unless we go underground? Chin Fan said helplessly, that guy is not that violent at all. If you provoke it, at most it will be aggressive towards you. It is obviously unrealistic to attack it deep into the ground, as the underground is its home turf. Okay, apart from this, there are no other monsters. Let's wait for the transport plane to take everyone here away. Chin Fan said calmly. He was too lazy to chase the monster as it was a waste of time and effort. Thump, thump, thump. It feels so good to be a mechanical warrior. Ha 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 ha, these zombies look like they're made of paper. It's just a bite, but it's nothing serious. At least I don't have to worry about getting infected. On the Chin State side, under the leadership of Wang Hu, everyone came to the suburbs of Sherbei City. There were a lot of zombies, but these soldiers were not afraid at all. Instead, they became more and more excited as the number of zombies increased. Boom, boom. There is no need to worry about ammunition. The soldiers are killing zombies faster and faster. As long as there are no powerful monsters, there will not be any big problems. With such a big commotion, aren't you afraid that some powerful monster will come? Chengguo then twisted the neck of a zombie and asked in confusion to Wang Hu, who was still collecting crystal cores at the side. What can we do? A powerful monster has appeared. We can only call for support, but normally there won't be any powerful monsters appearing. After all, there is no sign of living people here. At most, some monsters came here to take a look out of curiosity because of the noise. After so many cleanups, I only encountered a powerful monster once, but that was because there were a lot of survivors. Wang Hu said calmly, as long as their heads were not completely destroyed, they would not die at all, so there was nothing to worry about. Okay, but how many crystal cores do we need to collect before we can go back? Chenghua continued to ask. From morning till now, a lot of zombies have been killed. We can go back when the sun sets. Why are you provoking it? I didn't provoke it. I thought it was an ordinary zombie, so I went up to give it a sickle, but it turned out to be a powerful zombie. At this moment, Li Long and the Grim Reaper were being chased madly by a zombie. This zombie looks the same as an ordinary zombie, but the difference is that this guy is extremely fast and has a pair of flesh wings on his back, has scarlet nails that can tear steel apart with ease. Roar. As the two men were running away, the flying zombies quickly caught up with them, baring their teeth and pouncing at the Grim Reaper. Boom, kakaka. The spider legs behind the Grim Reaper shot out and instantly blocked the flying zombie's claws. Boom. Then, the Grim Reaper suddenly turned around, and with the help of his spider legs, he shot high into the air and smashed down with his scythe. The zombie who wanted to fly away was hit by the sickle, and a huge cut appeared on his back, and blood gushed out wildly. Buzz click. Li Long also took the opportunity to attack, and his arm full of sharp teeth smashed into the zombie's face. Puff, puff. The Grim Reaper came down from midair, and the spider legs behind it popped out. The 4 spider legs pierced into the zombie's limbs, nailing it to the ground. Fuck, I finally caught you. Li Long gave a lewd smile. It was rare to see a zombie girl who could fly. I'm going to punish you severely. Looking at the struggling flying zombie, Li Long punched it hard on the head, and then the cutter's arm rolled wildly, and under Li Long's control, the zombie's head was cut off. Here you go. This thing is more valuable than the crystal core. The boss should like this more. After cutting open the zombie's skull, a red crystal core the size of a baby's fist was revealed inside. Li Long pulled out the crystal core and threw it to the Grim Reaper, who had just retracted his spider legs. Hey, that's great. He took the crystal core and threw it directly into the small bag around his waist. This was the result of the morning's battle. All the zombies encountered were dealt with by the god of death. Of course, we only kill ordinary zombies. The Grim Reaper will run away when he sees those evil monsters. He was so scared after being beaten before that when the flying zombies suddenly flew up to attack him, he was scared away by the Grim Reaper. Both of them are quite powerful now. If they join forces, they can completely deal with the King Kong corpse they encountered yesterday. How about we specialize in killing this kind of zombies? If this is more regular than ordinary crystal cores, does that mean we only need to find a few of them? The Grim Reaper asked with a grin, saying that he had to pay back the crystal cores he owed to the boss first. That's about right. but it's rare to find such a special zombie that's so easy to bully. Li Long said helplessly. This kind of special zombie that was easy to bully was the first time Li Long had seen it. Then find someone a little more powerful. That King Kong corpse from yesterday? Have you forgotten how we were pressed to the ground and rubbed? Thinking of yesterday's scene, the Grim Reaper couldn't help but tremble. The two of them were pinned to the ground and beaten by a zombie. Although he now has spider-embedded armor and an intermediate energy device, the Grim Reaper is still not sure he can deal with the zombies like those from yesterday. To put it bluntly, I was scared of being beaten. Okay, let's just kill these ordinary zombies. If you want to add some fun, how about we compete to see who has saved more people? Li Long said that when he was running away just now, he saw many survivors hiding in the houses. Just in time. Steel City needs people, so why not bring some back with us? No fun. Let's see who kills the most people. The Grim Reaper thought for a moment and said that he would rather kill people than save them. You're so cruel, but I like it. That's it. Let's go find the bad guys and kill them. Don't involve innocent people. Li Long thought for a while and said, let the Grim Reaper kill the bad guys, and he can go and save people. Bad guy? But there are no good people in the world. Death asked in confusion, what is a bad guy? What is a good guy? Who cares? You can judge for yourself. Anyone who attacks you is a bad guy to us. And then there's the cannibalism. Oh, I don't know either. You decide for yourself. Li Long couldn't explain this thing clearly for a while. How to distinguish between good people and bad people. Okay, I'll go look for it myself. The Grim Reaper said helplessly, carrying his sickle and left. As for Li Long, he began to rescue the survivors nearby. The Grim Reaper simply goes out to kill people, but Li Long kills people and saves people at the same time. Chapter 80. The largest survivor base, Shangjing City. Shangjing City is currently the largest survivor base for mankind. A giant city wall, 12 meters high and 3 meters thick, surrounds the entire huge Shangjing City. There are nearly 4 million survivors and nearly 600,000 troops living there. We have finally arrived at Shangjing City. At this moment, outside the giant city gate, several jeeps were parked outside for inspection. After the lieutenant and others got off the jeep, they revealed their identities, underwent basic inspections, and then entered Shangjing City under the guidance of a soldier. As soon as he entered the capital, the lieutenant was shocked by the scene before him. There were refugees everywhere. There are construction teams everywhere, building houses or reinforcing city walls. Mr. Lieutenant, as you can see, the current situation is not optimistic. Food, ammunition, and medicine are all in short supply in Shangjing City. In the jeep, a soldier sitting in the passenger seat side and said that the situation in Shangjing City was not good either. How could it be easy to support nearly 4 million survivors? From time to time, you have to guard against zombie tides and other powerful monsters, and a war breaks out almost every day. Where's the granary? Why is it missing these things? The lieutenant frowned and asked. When the apocalypse broke out, he remembered that many troops rushed to occupy the granary at the first time. Don't even mention it. Most of the food is contaminated. It's not just our Shangjing City. The grain reserves in other places are also like this. Most of them are contaminated. As for medicines and the like, they were attacked by a large number of monsters during transportation, so not much was successfully brought back. The top brass thinks this might be a targeted attack by the enemy. The soldier smiled bitterly. His military rank was not low either. He was responsible for guiding the troops who had just entered Shangjing City to report to the military district as soon as possible. Have intelligent creatures emerged among the targeted attack zombies? The lieutenant asked hurriedly. Although he knew that there were intelligent zombies, the intelligent zombies the lieutenant had encountered were not very powerful, and their IQ was about the same as that of a child. It's not that simple. Maybe. What is it? Alien invasion. After hearing what the soldier said, the lieutenant opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say for a long time. So now you understand why we had to mobilize all the troops at the first opportunity, right? At first, we thought it was some virus that suddenly appeared, but later we realized something was wrong. In order to preserve the human race and fight the impending alien war, we have to gather all our strength. The soldier sighed and said that the fact of alien invasion has been almost confirmed, but it will take a long time for the other party to reach the Earth. The time left for the Earth is not long, but not short either. Can we succeed? After a moment's silence, the lieutenant asked what he had always wanted to ask. Who knows? The Research Institute seems to be trying to integrate monster genes and cultivate conscious monsters. As our joke goes, only monsters can defeat monsters. The warrior laughed and said, "How ridiculous it is to use this method to fight those monsters." But that's not necessarily true. After all, a new batch of weapons appeared earlier, and they are said to be cold weapons. It seems to be made of crystal cores and monster organs. Tokyo Ghoul. Although the weapons are strange, I heard that after the dragon team was equipped with those weapons, they worked together to kill a level 1 monster. Shangjing City divides monsters into levels. Level, 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 level. The giant centipede that the protagonist killed before corresponds to level, and the minotaur corresponds to level. By the way, it's normal for you to understand these levels. When you get to the military district, there will be someone special to explain them to you. The soldier continued, and the lieutenant began to understand a little. Shangjing City is now taking 2 routes. On the one hand, it is using crystal cores and monster organs to create new weapons. The other is to extract the genes of monsters to cultivate humans' own genetic warriors in order to fight against powerful monsters. Needless to say, the genes mentioned are definitely very risky, and if you are not careful, you will become a mindless beast. Even if it succeeds, the best it can do is improve self-healing ability or increase speed and strength. There is still a long way to go. How can it be so easy to create genetic warriors? Dong dong. The jeep drove for a long distance before entering the inner city. As soon as it entered the inner city, 3-meter-tall mechas could be seen everywhere. The drivers could be seen through the glass. The mechas were a bit simple, as if they were temporarily put together. You never thought there would be such a thing in Shangjing City. Looking at the lieutenant's shocked look, the soldier said with a smile, "These things actually existed before the end of the world, but they were not perfect yet. It's still a semi-finished product. A small part of it will be put into use on the battlefield, and most of it will be used to build city walls or transport supplies." The soldier smiled and said that it was all thanks to these mechas. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to build a large number of residential houses in such a short time. There are many interesting things, which were only brought out and used by the country in the end times. But unfortunately, due to the end of the world, many technological products cannot be used. The same is true for the military. We are still analyzing the reasons and making plans for the next step. The soldier continued, but the lieutenant's mind was no longer on this, but on observing the situation of the inner city wall. On the city walls, there are anti-aircraft guns set up everywhere, which should be used to resist the flying monsters appearing in the sky. From time to time, you can see some armed helicopters flying overhead, or military trucks covered by curtains passing by. The inner city is full of military facilities, and no ordinary people wander around here. From time to time, soldiers lined up on the military trucks. After a while, a huge convoy left the inner city, and no one knew where it was going. By the way, do you want to strive to become a new human? That means you are a genetically modified person. With your military rank, it will be easy for you to be accepted. Becoming one of the first new humans has its pros and cons. If you want to know clearly, you can go find a department that specializes in this. The warrior said, and the lieutenant fell into deep thought. Becoming a genetically modified person? Will they still be human by then? Or will they become monsters with human thinking? "We're here, come in. Someone will be there to receive you." Soon, the jeep arrived at a large house, which seemed to have been built not long ago. "Thank you." After thanking the soldiers, the lieutenant took young Tion into the house. The bright flag of the Dragon Kingdom fluttered in the wind in the open space outside. This is Shangjing City, the largest survivor base.